Chapter 901. Stockings per player rankings. From just this single round, Happy's achievements were exceptional. However, in the current rankings, their numbers didn't stand out much because Happy had only completed one round, so for now, no one noticed anyone except for Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion. These two had actually grabbed a Grand Slam and even obtained rewards for it. Both incredible pieces of orange equipment were announced publicly in the global chat. It wouldn't be possible not to notice. The top guilds were gloomy. Seeing their current achievements, 31 stockings was their best record so far. This record was equivalent to around 10 stockings per round, just half the number of total stockings in a round, but now Lord Grim had come out and snagged 20 stockings in one round, double their achievements. It was truly infuriating. But what could they do? They had failed to form an alliance. Even if they did, because of the randomness of the event, there were many variables that they could not control. From the start, there was no way to directly oppose Happy. The various guilds were distressed. Yishio and the others had begun another round already. After knowing that achieving a Grand Slam came with a reward and that the reward was quite good, this achievement definitely needed to be pursued. However, Happy did not adjust their team arrangements. The group of 5 was still the same group of 5. The 2 were still the same 2. The 3 were still participating individually. Getting the most stockings overall took precedence. After all, a Grand Slam wasn't exactly an easy feat. Everyone quickly used up their 3 event chances. As expected, a Grand Slam wasn't easy to get. Tang Ru, Wu Chen, and Mo Fan tried their best, but none of them managed to obtain a Grand Slam. Individuals didn't have any helpers. They had to rely on their own skill for everything. As a result, if the all 20 stockings were picked up and distributed among many players, it was truly too difficult once the countdown started. The only reliable method was to give up on a stocking to win more time to search for more stockings. However, relying on this method to achieve a Grand Slam might put you in an infinite loop. In the end, it was because you were on your own. You had limited information about the movements of the other players, so it wasn't possible to complete an effective stocking robbery. Without efficiency, in the later stages, you would likely be a walking stocking bag. It might just be better to forcefully end the round with what you had. On the other hand, Wei Chen's team achieved a Grand Slam once in the following 2 rounds. Wei Chen pretty much copied Yishio's strategy. He didn't feel embarrassed about it at all. As a result, along with a bit of luck, they swept the field with all 20 stockings in the second round. The Grand Slam rewards didn't disappoint them either. Each player in the team was rewarded with a piece of orange equipment. All of them were top-tier equipment that didn't lose out to Apocalypse Star or Sundering Apocalypse. However, in the third round, their luck didn't go so well. In the end, they ended with only 17 stockings, one less stocking than their first round. As for Yishio and Steamed Bun, their luck didn't go as well in the next 2 rounds. They ended up with 15 and 16 stockings respectively. Their Grand Slam in the first round had a lot of luck involved too. Just take how Steamed Bun followed that last team closely. That team decided to take a gamble and put all of their stockings on a single player, allowing Steamed Bun to snatch it all for himself in one go. If they had split the stockings between each member, no matter how fast Steamed Bun may be, he wouldn't be able to chase all 5 members. The goal of Yishio's strategy wasn't to go so far as to achieve a Grand Slam with every run. The strategy was to guide the overall situation. Then, when an opportunity arrived, they would strike, obtain a whole bunch of stockings at once, and take the lead. At the same time, their strike would mark the end of the round. That was Yishio's original goal. Being able to achieve a Grand Slam at the end had been a pleasant surprise. The occurrence could only be encountered, not sought out. After these 3 rounds, even if Happy wanted to avoid attention, they wouldn't be able to. No matter if it was their teams or their individuals, their achievements put them far ahead of the pack. For teams, as the event continued, the original leading record of 31 stockings became 33 stockings. It had improved, but it was no longer in the lead. Wei Chen's team was in the lead with a total of 55 stockings after 3 runs. It made the admirable record of 33 stockings set by the original scoreboard leaders turn into something incredibly tiny. After them, there was Lord Grim and Steamed Bun with 51 stockings too. In total, Wei Chen's team had the highest total, but their team was a 5-player team like the others. Although their total was the highest, in terms of stockings per player, they lost to Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion by a wide margin. Because when this duo popped up on the rankings, players took note that the rankings could also be looked at by stockings per player. As a result, in that perspective, one team in Happy was above Windward Formation's team. In the stockings per player ranking, Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion averaged 25.5 stockings. It truly made the others jealous. As for Windward Formation's team, their stockings per player averaged to 11 stockings, number 3 on the ranking list. In second place, players discovered a team that was also made up of 2 players. This duo averaged 15 stockings per player, meaning their current total was 30 stockings. 30 placed them in the upper levels of the overall rankings, but it still didn't stand out, so it was no wonder that no one noticed them. This duo consisted of a character called None Dare Attack and another called Lower Your Head. Both characters had the same class, Sharpshooters. Because of Juzukai's rising popularity recently and Juzukai being last year's champion, Sharpshooters became the most popular class in Glory. According to the officially released statistics, a week after Samsara became the champions, the number of new Sharpshooters in the 10 servers was no less than 50,000. Who knew if these 50,000 accounts were alternate accounts who happened to be leveled up at this time, but it was still an unprecedented occasion. The game company couldn't restrain themselves from reporting this incredible statistic to the public. The influence of the pro scene on the game could be seen from this occurrence alone, but for the pro scene itself, this influence couldn't be seen in a short period of time. From a long-term perspective, the higher the sharpshooter player base, the more sharpshooter experts existed. However, for pro teams, team composition mattered. Just because there were numerous outstanding sharpshooters didn't mean they were going to cram a bunch of sharpshooters onto a team. So in the end, although there may be numerous experts, there were only a limited number of spots, leading to an even more intense competition. As a result of this fierce competition, many outstanding players were unfortunately unable to obtain a spot. The good thing was the ones who did obtain a spot were bound to be more outstanding. No one knew where None Dare Attack or Lower Your Head came from, nor if they were new players influenced by Juzukai. However, although their 30 stockings were still far from Yishio and Steamed Bun, compared to other players, they were absolutely exceptional. Most teams consisted of 5 players. Playing as a 2-player team might be the most difficult way of participating in this event. In the individual rankings, everyone was on their own. For 5-player versus 5-player teams, the numbers on each side were equal, but 2 versus 5 was undoubtedly the biggest discrepancy possible in this event. Yet even with that discrepancy, these two were able to obtain 30 stockings. Each player averaged 15 stockings. They didn't need to be compared to other teams. They could even be compared with those in the individual rankings. In the individual rankings, Tang Ru acquired 27, Mo Fan and Wu Chen both obtained 32. All 3 of them were far ahead of their competition. The highest total stocking count for the other individuals was still around 16 stockings. This record was only 1 more stocking greater than the record set by None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head. Despite being in the most disadvantageous position, these two were able to acquire 15 stockings each. If they participated in the individual rankings, they would be existences that looked down upon countless players. Who are these two? After seeing the average stocking rankings, Wei Chen was curious about the 2 above them. 2 sharpshooters? After Yishio saw their classes, he had clearly thought of something. Do you think they're pro players? Wei Chen guessed. If they were pro players, which team has 2 sharpshooters? Yishio said. Samsara? Wei Chen blurted out. He was truly a Samsara spy. He knew Team Samsara's situation very well. Otherwise, how could he have pretended to be a Samsara fan? So you're saying one of them is Juzukai? Yishio said. Ah? Wei Chen didn't know what to say. Juzakai only being able to get 30 stockings? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? After winning the championships, he was the undisputed #1 player in glory. Tiny Herb also had 2 sharpshooters. Xiao Yifan stood up and brought some information into the discussion. Ah? I don't think they're pro players. Yixiao said. Just take Juzakai, the #1 player in glory. Just 30 stockings was too disgusting to look at. He couldn't just step on other pro players either. If 30 stockings was inadequate for him, then how could 30 stockings be adequate for any other pro players? Yixiao and Steamed Bun had snatched 51 stockings, no? Even though they had gotten lucky, Yixiao had pretty much figured out this event. Based on his judgment, if pro players competed with normal players, they would at least acquire a minimum of 40 stockings over 3 rounds. If they were lucky, they would get more. If they were unlucky, they would get fewer. Pro players could crush normal players with ease. Juzakai being the #1 player in glory wasn't the reason he would attain an outstanding record. The reason should be because the opponents were too weak, so everyone was very amazing. If not pro players, then who are they? Wei Chen said. Let's see if I can add them as a friend and contact them. Yixiao said. Are you saying? Wei Chen had thought of it. If they weren't pro players, then they were definitely sleeping experts. After getting a better understanding of them, perhaps they had the potential to be stars in the pro scene. Moreover, it would be 2 at once. Chapter 902. There's still a 3rd round. You could never have too many outstanding talents even if it resulted in competition. That would be considered a good type of problem. Not every team had sharpshooters, but when teams selected talents, class was only a reference. It wasn't usually a deciding factor. In the end, what mattered was the player's skill level. Moreover, the glory combat system wasn't rigid. Oftentimes, players were simply more adept and familiar with their original class. Switching to a new class just required some grinding and getting used to. There were very few cases where a class was completely incompatible with another. Thus, in this average stocking rankings, when these 2 brilliant players appeared and Yixiao came up with this idea, none of the club guilds lost to Yixiao in this area. Friend invites flew at these 2 players like snowflakes. Yixiao himself was a bigger name than any of the existing guild leaders, but compared to what the other invitations represented, his invite was undoubtedly the lightest. No matter how it was said, Happy was a newly formed team. Happy was still a team in the Challenger League. With a powerhouse like Excellent Era in this season's Challenger League, Happy's future prospects was extremely unpredictable. But the other guilds? The team supporting the guild stood steadily rooted in the Pro Alliance. What they could provide to these 2 players was very different from what Happy could provide them with. Even Excellent Era extending an invite was more solid than an invite from Happy. Their confidence could be more easily trusted. Yixiao's friend request still went through smoothly, except when he messaged him, it took a long time before he finally got a response back, in the middle of an event. Yixiao was stunned. Christmas event. Yixiao replied. Yes. The other side quickly replied. They haven't finished all 3 rounds yet. Wei Chen, who had come over to watch, cried out in astonishment. 30 stockings wasn't their final total? It was only their total after 2 rounds. If they continued with their average stockings per round, after 3 rounds, the 2 players would end up with around 45 stockings. Yixiao had felt that above 40 stockings could be considered pro level. He originally thought that these 2 players weren't quite there, but from the looks of it, their skill level was rather high-end. Could they really be pro players? Yixiao didn't hurry to ask. The other side was currently busy with their event. Yixiao waited patiently. As for when the event would end, that was very easy. He simply needed to watch the average stocking rankings closely. Once their round ended, there was no way those 2 wouldn't be able to get a single stocking. When their numbers updated, it would mean that their final round of the event was complete. Yixiao didn't have to wait long. Sure enough, the average stocking ranking for this 2-player team updated. 46 stockings. The final total for none dare to attack and lower your head was evidently at the top. Yixiao and Steamed Bun had obtained 51 stockings because they had achieved a grand slam in the first round through some very good luck. If not, according to their performance in the second and third round, their average stockings per round would be around 15 or 16 stockings. For 3 rounds, their total would have been around 45 stockings too. None dare to attack and lower your head looked as if they lost to Yixiao and Steamed Bun, but their competitiveness wasn't below Yixiao and Steamed Bun. Pros. After their event ended, Yixiao immediately messaged them. If they were actually pro players, there was no need to waste any time on them. No. Their reply gave Yixiao a thread of hope. However, he understood that this outstanding achievement must also have been noticed by the various club guilds. Fishing for talents in the game was one of the main duties of a club guild. If they didn't ask at all, that would be neglecting their duties. Yixiao reckoned that these two were currently receiving a bombardment of messages. It was hard to avoid receiving concise replies. Are you busy right now? Yixiao was very understanding. Yes. The other side replied bluntly like before. Yixiao didn't waste time and went straight to the main subject. Your skill levels are very high. My guess is that the top teams will reach out to you. What are your thoughts? Are you planning on moving along this path? It's being considered. The other side replied simply. Ha ha, have you considered trying to get more of a challenge? Yixiao said. From the Challenger League. The other side replied. From the looks of it, they weren't experts like Mo Fan who had no knowledge of the outside world. The other side had a good understanding of the Glory Pro scene and knew that Lord Grimm's team Happy was currently participating in the Challenger League. The other side could hear Yixiao's intentions. What do you think? Are you interested? Yixiao asked. Ha ha, no. The other side directly put the nail in the coffin. Actually, participating in the Challenger League can be considered a warm-up. Then, the next step is officially joining the Pro League. It's a very good transition. Yixiao wasn't discouraged and continued to put out facts and reasons. Is there even a need to do that? The other side replied. You guys are very confident. Yixiao said. Of course. The other side replied. Yixiao looked at Wei Chen and Chen Guo, expressing rather apologetic expressions. The other side didn't say much, and the content was very simple, but Yixiao could read quite a lot about their situation from just that. The other side had a good understanding of the glory scene. Even though they never stated their intentions, Yixiao could clearly sense the other side's attitude. They had ambitions for the pro scene and were confident in their own abilities. It would be very difficult to convince someone like that to join their newly created Team Happy. Team Happy currently had no status nor could they pay high salaries. Apart from Wei Chen and Wu Chen, everyone that had been netted in by Happy had grown together. Everyone practiced and prepared to become pro players together. However, for these two, whether it was confidence or conceit, their attitudes were no different than pro players. Perhaps they still had space for improvement, but at this moment, they considered themselves as mature already. Mature players would obviously choose mature teams. Team Happy was still in its preparation phase and naturally weren't even in their realm of consideration. It was the same reason why many pro players wouldn't choose to join Happy unless there was a special reason. However, for these two, Yixiao couldn't think of a special reason. The other side had completely ignored the challenge and time allowed for adapting to the environment brought about by the Challenger League. These two guys are kinda crazy. Wei Chen sighed. Wei Chen wasn't the only one who had these thoughts. The various club guilds had sensed the arrogance and confidence from these two. However, it was still their responsibility. They couldn't judge them based on their own preferences. First, they did some preliminary probing to get a good read on their situation. At the same time, they sent this information to their club. The guild department was in charge of finding talents, but whether the talent would be used or not wasn't within their scope of authority. It wasn't as simple as just adding them to the guild. When the club received the news, all sorts of specialists immediately convened to discuss the matter. It wasn't possible to determine their strength and start giving offers just from their performance in this event. Once the official discussion started, the clubs asked about their names, ages, and other basic information. Apart from that, they wanted to see recordings of them in combat. If not, sparring with them in the arena was fine too. In other words, the first thing that needed to be done was figure out their true level of skill before making any arrangements. Don't look at how Xiaobie immediately asked if they were interested in a challenge. If the other side had replied yes, Xiaobie would have asked similar questions. Unfortunately, Happy failed to even reach that step. Xiaobie didn't continue further understanding the two players, but someone had come to him for advice. Lu Guanning, Team Heavenly Sword's boss and team captain, had already received a recording of them in actual combat. He invited Xiaobie to watch it together with him and help evaluate them. Sure. Xiaobie didn't refuse. Even though he had no hopes of getting them to join Happy, Xiaobie was actually very curious about them. He wanted to see just what skill level they were at. The file was in Glory's recording format. It was loaded into Glory and played. On screen, a 1v1 confrontation appeared. The two characters were None Dare to Attack and Lower Your Head. The two characters were wearing popular sharpshooter attire, a windbreaker, and a cowboy hat. The style had become popular because of Juzukai's character. Cloudpisser's long grey windbreaker and black cowboy hat practically became signature sharpshooter equipment. It was as if wearing this type of equipment would let them bring out the same skill that Juzukai's Cloudpisser had. Later on, because so many copied it, players started to change up the color scheme. The battle soon began. The two fought extremely intensely. Their fighting was dazzling to the eye. Chen Gui, who was watching on the side, felt her eyes go blurry, but not long afterwards, she turned her head and glanced at Wei Chen. Wei Chen curled his lips in disdain. Fake. Xiaobie nodded his head. The two are cooperating together. What? Chen Gui recovered from her shock. They're not actually fighting. Xiaobie said, but continued to watch it carefully. However, their purpose isn't to trick people. They're displaying their comprehensive capabilities. Their skill level is okay. Wei Chen said. The skill level shown on the recording was quite high. However, since it was scripted, they must have certainly practiced this routine. If not, how could all of their skill be comprehensively displayed so coincidentally? Wei Chen had considered this point in giving his final evaluation, so the evaluation was rather restrained. Xiaobie nodded his head in approval. Lu Guanning messaged him at this moment. This was a practiced routine, right? Yeah. Xiaobie replied. No wonder. Lu Guanning was as stunned as Chen Gui, but his skill level was higher, so he quickly saw through the reason. There's more as well. Lu Guanning sent another file. It wasn't a Glory recording formatted file. This type of file usually had some editing involved. As expected, this video were edits of their real combat. This time, it wasn't a performance. The two weren't each other's opponents. It was clips of the two fighting alongside each other in the arena. There were 2v2s, 2v3s, 2v4s, even 2v5s. Normal player skill levels weren't enough to be a threat to these two players, so these recordings didn't show whether they won or lost. It was entirely a highlight of their brilliant performances. These are very coordinated. Chen Gui immediately blurted out after watching the video. Chapter 903. Your time's already over. After Chen Gui said those words, she immediately felt regret because her past experience told her that every time she commented on anything related to Glory, Xiaobie would always help her recognize that she didn't know enough. This time, she couldn't help herself and gave quick praise. As soon as she said it, she woke up to reality and glanced cautiously at Xiaobie. This time was an exception though. Not only did Xiaobie not immediately help her, he nodded his head. They are indeed quite good. Yeah. Wei Chen also praised them. They've got some skill. I really don't want to miss out on such great talents. Xiaobie sighed. He opened up his friends list and found the two of them again. After careful consideration, what do you think? Do you have any interest in joining Happy? Xiaobie messaged. The videos had proved their outstanding talent. Such strong players gave them even more reason to stay away from Happy, but Xiaobie didn't want to give up on them. Still none. The two were clearly together. Sending a message to one was equivalent to sending a message to both. Seeing Xiaobie's message, the two were a bit dumbfounded. The previous "we'll contact you if we're interested" had just been out of courtesy. But from the looks of it, Xiaobie had treated these words as a task. Compared to Xiaobie, who was pestering them endlessly, after the clubs examined their skill from these videos, they immediately attached even more importance to them and became cautious. They attached more importance to them because these two were worthy of being fought over. They became cautious because they knew that if they wanted to grab these two, they would certainly face many competitors. How could they sell the benefits of joining their team and convince them not to join the others? The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing off their capabilities. Team Samsara could say that their team possessed the greatest sharpshooter player and character in all of Glory. If you come to our team, we can bring out your strength to the limits. As for already having the best sharpshooter, making the existence of these two sharpshooters mostly worthless, they could only hope that the other side would not think of that possibility. Promises of a future. Promises of status. And of course, promises of riches. Every club told the other side the benefits of joining their team and hid the disadvantages. The other clubs became stepping stones for their own cause. The top team said, "Come to our team. Going to a weak team would just be a waste of your talent." On the other hand, the weak team said, "Come to our team. As soon as you join, you'll be a part of the main roster. If you joined the top teams, who knows what would happen with all that competition?" In short, everyone enticed them with all sorts of things. Xiaobie trying to persuade them with the advantages of participating in the Challenger League and growing with the team appeared extremely feeble. These types of things would clearly be held in disregard by the two being fought for by all the top teams. This could be seen from the other side's reply, who treated their ink as gold. Xiaobie reckoned that if he continued pestering them, the two might very well be too lazy to maintain their polite etiquette and just block him outright. How unfortunate! When Xiaobie said these words again, he felt even more remorseful than before. This time, he clearly understood that Happy would not be able to acquire these two. And at the same time, Lu Guanning was constantly messaging Xiaobie trustingly, sharing what information he had. He was hoping for Xiaobie to give him advice. This guy, did he not know that Xiaobie was also in charge of a team and also wanted to obtain these two? He understood all too well, but he understood these two players even better. They most likely wouldn't lower themselves to play in the Challenger League, let alone for a grassroots team like Happy. The two had prepared these excellent videos beforehand. Before, they had been nobodies, but during the Christmas event, they instantly amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it wasn't a coincidence. Even if they didn't appear today, sooner or later, these two would suddenly pop up before everyone. That had been their plan all along. Through this plan, they could beautifully raise their value. Their ambition could be seen from this plan. They had been waiting for an opportunity that satisfied them, so they could have the upper hand in their negotiations. F***CK, Misty Rain increased the price again. Are they short of players? Lu Guanning complained to Xiaobie. As a new team in the alliance, their strength was weak and their record was subpar. Apart from having money, there was nothing else worthy about Team Heavenly Swords. If they wanted to rope in these two, they could only rely on money. Unfortunately, they encountered an opponent even in this area. Team Misty Rain performed consistently, but always failed at the final leg of the race. They nipped at the heels of these two very tightly. As for Misty Rain's offering price, Xiaobie didn't know how Lu Guanning found out, but he didn't ask. If their only opponent was Misty Rain, then Lu Guanning still had confidence. Even when playing the money card, there was still a limit. No matter how eye-catching these two players were, they would still be rookies at best. Whether or not they would end up as dragons or as bugs, no one could be 100% certain. Investments into rookies were always a risky venture. After several price raises, Lu Guanning started to hesitate about increasing the amount again. Team Heavenly Sword's current placing wasn't good, but they had passed through the most difficult days. Although the team was still in danger of falling into the relegation zone, their future was trending upwards. Lu Guanning was more and more confident in being able to maintain their current position. At this moment, did he need to improve anything? Move up from 17th to 16th, from 15th to 14th? 12th to 11th? If it wasn't enough to enter the playoffs, then Lu Guanning wasn't too interested. However, climbing to a spot that would qualify them for the playoffs from their current position relying on these two players didn't seem very likely either. From this point of view, these two weren't very valuable to him either. After the offering price increased a few times, Lu Guanning considered giving up on them. At this crucial moment, he wanted Yixiu's advice. Yixiu replied. Lu Guanning was confused. What you said makes a lot of sense. Yixiu said. You have no other thoughts to add? Lu Guanning said. These two are very ambitious. They aren't going to be satisfied with just one aspect being good. They want both status and a future. At the same time, high pay would be desirable for them too. Just relying on pay probably isn't enough for these two. In terms of status, for your team, you're both the team's owner and a player. Your voice will always be the biggest. As for the future, Heavenly Swords doesn't look like they'll have a brilliant future right now, right? Yixiu satisfied his request and told him his thoughts. Okay. Lu Guanning could hear Yixiu's thoroughness and decided to give up on them. Perhaps throwing enough money could buy them, but he would only be relying on money to make up for their other ambitions. This expense would certainly be enormous. Lu Guanning was wealthy, but he would never spend money recklessly. Heavenly Swords withdrew from the competition, and at the same time, mid-tier and low-tier teams with no money or strength and could only promise them starting roles could only withdraw as well. Yixiu still persevered. It seemed like unless they blocked him, he wouldn't give up. If you join us, struggling starting from the bottom, going against the flow, all the way until you go up the entire waterfall, doesn't that just get you fired up? Yixiu urged. God, save your breath. Your time's already over. The other side really seemed kind of annoyed at Yixiu's persistence. They had been too lazy to elaborate before, but this time, their words were brimming with ridicule. They were sincere though. Yixiu's pestering didn't make them block Lord Grimm. Instead, they stopped caring and told him their true thoughts. Ha, it's still early. Yixiu calmly continued on. Is that so? Then how about you prove that to us? They had already torn off their facade and stopped acting polite. You guys don't want to be a part of the miracle that will soon happen. Yixiu said. We'll wipe our eyes and wait. What a pity. Yixiu said. Oh. I feel like you two have missed an opportunity that will go down in glory history. Yixiu said. Ha, we'll go down in glory history sooner or later. Ha, I've already gone down in glory history. It was just a difference of a few words, but the weight it held was completely different. Beautiful. Chen Guo slammed the table and yelled out. When the other side started mocking Yixiu, Chen Guo was completely furious. Chen Guo felt sad that Yixiu could only endure it, but after confirming that a peaceful conversation was no longer possible, Yixiu fired back. Such a flip of face felt even better than a flip of a page. Chen Guo was very fond of that. You should have done that long ago. Chen Guo felt like Yixiu should have fired back a long time ago. Taking their mockery and responding by inviting them to witness a miracle was simply unnecessary. Sigh, I couldn't win them over. Yixiu sighed. But at least you made them angry. Chen Guo said. I was being genuine when I said that it was a pity. Yixiu said, when our happy becomes the champions, don't you think they'll regret today's decision? You were serious? Chen Guo said. I was serious. Yixiu said. Okay, what a pity then. Guo said. Are you serious? As if I was King serious. Hurry up and continue doing those event quests. Stop wasting time. Guo roared. Even though they had used their 3 attempts on these accounts, didn't they have other alternate accounts? You could never have too many stockings. After everyone switched characters, they started running the Christmas events again. Those two better not think about joining our happy. Guo said to stop wasting time, but she raised the topic again. She was still angry. Please? They never even thought about it in the first place, okay? Yishio said. You shut up. Guo yelled. Chapter 904. A Chance Encounter. Guo wished she could see their faces filled with regret because they missed the opportunity to become champions with Team Happy. She even turned that into her motivation for working harder. Right now, she was loudly urging everyone in Happy to keep their spirits high. Of course. Everyone confronted this event energetically. At this moment, they were busy switching the equipment from their main accounts to their alternate accounts. The equipment on their alternates were much worse than the equipment on their mains. In order to maximize their strengths, no one in Happy minded improving the strength of their alternates to the peak temporarily. Everyone except for 2 people had corresponding alternate accounts. One exception was Mo Fan. This guy had his own alternate, the assassin, not white that he had used before when scrap picking. Who knew when this guy managed to find time to level it up to level 75? Everyone was using their alternates right now. Instead of requesting an alternate from Happy, he directly brought out his own not white. The other exception was Yishio. There was no other active unspecialized characters in existence besides Lord Grimm. Yishio didn't level up another unspecialized specifically for this purpose. In reality, even if he did, there might not be anyone but him who could level it up. Unspecialized characters needed to complete the Heavenly Domain challenge at level 50 in order to continue leveling up. That wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. However, not having an unspecialized didn't affect Yishio much. He picked a random class from the alternates remaining and equipped it with some decent equipment to use. The team members were the same. The class and equipment were the same. What else needed to be said? Their achievements once again looked down on everyone. One group after the other popped up on the rankings. The club guilds watched. All of them were from Happy. They immediately understood intuitively. They were using this method too. The event had a limited number of attempts per account. In theory, the rewards should be more valuable than the rewards for an event that allowed for unlimited attempts. The club guilds thought of ways to give their most skilled core players alternate accounts to use. Happy was also doing the same. Though everyone could only watch it unfold gloomily, there was nothing they could do. Just when everyone was continuing to loathe Happy, a formidable total suddenly appeared on the rankings late in the afternoon. The big guilds were a bit numb to it at this point. They originally thought that Team Happy had started a 3rd round of alternates, but when they checked, they discovered that it wasn't by Happy, but Excellent Dynasty. How could anyone in Excellent Dynasty have someone at that caliber? As long-standing competitors, the numerous guilds knew each other very well. When they took a closer look at the classes of these Excellent Dynasty players, didn't it seem similar to the class composition of Team Excellent Era? Everyone was helpless. Happy and Excellent Era, the 2 teams that were currently in the Challenger League, far surpassed their achievements in this Christmas event. What could they do about it though? Who let these people fight in the Challenger League instead of putting all their efforts into the Pro League? The big guilds hoped their players could showcase their might, but they knew that it was impossible. As a result, everyone could only stare helplessly at the achievements of these 2 guilds. Excellent Era's people. If the big guilds could see it, Happy was obviously not an exception. It isn't strange. Yishio said, if we have so much time, how could they not? If that's the case, then we have competition. Wei Chen examined the current rankings. The 2 sides were neck and neck in the team and individual rankings. A difference of 1 or 2 stockings couldn't be considered a lead until the very end. We'll just do our best. Don't think too much of it. Yixiao said. The first day of the event ended. On the team rankings, the team led by Wei Chen's Windward formation still held first place with 55 Christmas stockings. However, number 2 was no longer Lord Grimm and Steamed Bun Invasion with 51 stockings. On Excellent Dynasty's side, it was clearly Xiao Shiqin leading the team, which sat at second place with 53 stockings. With just a 2-stocking difference, it was really too hard to say who was better than the other, but there is one point. Windward Formation's team, as well as Lord Grimm's team, had explosive luck for one round. On the other hand, Excellent Dynasty had very consistent performances in all 3 rounds. If it wasn't for their luck? Happy's alternate accounts answered this question. 51 stockings and 47 stockings. Without a Grand Slam, their achievements were lacking. With these totals, None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head were nipping closely at their heels. We can't lose to them no matter what. Chenggui gave a death order as the boss. Although Excellent Era was her hated enemy, at the moment, None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head had caused an OT. Chenggua's aggro had temporarily shifted all her anger onto those two. The next day on the 26th of December, everyone in Happy logged on. They instinctively checked the rankings. The rankings didn't change much, but there was one notable change. It could be seen that the teams that obtained around 30 stockings or 10 stockings for individuals had been lucky. After another 3 rounds, they could not replicate their achievements from yesterday. Of course, there were still a few that did better. With another 3 rounds under their belt, others were now in the lead in the team and individual rankings. However, although they had a higher total, it was only temporary, and less Happy and Excellent Dynasty didn't even attempt to run the event today. Yixiao didn't know if Excellent Dynasty would continue coming. He didn't plan on finding out. In short, they began taking on the event leisurely. After the first round, there was already a reversal. On their second run, another reversal happened. None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head had thrown those bitterly struggling teams with 6 rounds to the dust after just 1 round as well. Those 2 guys are just too arrogant, Chenggua said. Yixiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were just trying their best at these events like everyone else. What arrogance! When Chenggua looked at someone unfavorably, she often treated them completely unreasonably. Then, the third round. When they entered the map, they checked the blank scoreboard to see who was participating in this event. This time, when Yixiao checked the scoreboard, he suddenly blurted out, "What a coincidence! None Dare Attack. Lower Your Head." Yixiao actually saw these 2 names. They were like Lord Grimm and Steamed Bun Invasion, a duo. They were listed as participants on the scoreboard. Teach them a lesson. Chenggua was excited. The goal is to get stockings, Yixiao said. This rational and calm statement made Chenggua feel annoyed. Fortunately, she understood how Yixiao did things and continued to egg him on. There'll definitely be obstacles. Everyone is an obstacle in this event. Yixiao continued to rational. But they're not as big of a threat as those 2. Chenggua stressed. That might not be true. It depends on the circumstances, Yixiao said. He adjusted his headphones. It seemed like he was going to concentrate on the game and wouldn't talk with Chenggua anymore. He turned his head and shouted, "Steamed Bun, where are you going? There seems to be people over there." Steamed Bun also shouted, "But boss, the wind isn't as strong." "I don't think we need to shout, even though it does feel great to talk like this. Keep a low profile," Yixiao said. "Understood," Steamed Bun replied. At the same time, Steamed Bun Invasion started crouching as he walked. Sure enough, he kept a low profile. 10 stockings spawned in the beginning. Yixiao and Steamed Bun hadn't found any. None of the other players found any either. The peace and quiet lasted for quite a long time. At this moment, everyone thought the map was bugged. This time, there was no snowstorm. The weather was exceptionally clear. As a result, the sunlight was strong, reflecting brightly on the snow. It was too hard to look at directly. Who knew how many times a pair of stockings had been missed because of the glare? "Oh, it hurts," Steamed Bun complained. "It makes my eyes tired." "Does anyone have eye drops?" Steamed Bun cared a lot about protecting his eyes. No one usually treated his words seriously though, so when everyone heard his question, they pretended they didn't hear anything. But then from somewhere, a small bottle of eye drops flew toward Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun caught it and looked in that direction. The thrower didn't even expose his head, but only Mo Fan sat at that row of computers. "You actually had some. How professional. How fancy," Steamed Bun praised. He looked at the eye drops and asked, "How do I use it?" "You're actually going to use it?" Tang Ru asked. She seemed to be worried that Steamed Bun might somehow drink the bottle of eye drops. "Help me," Steamed Bun said. "Raise your head. Close your eyes." Tang Ru took the eye drops from Steamed Bun's hands. "If I close my eyes, how will they work?" Steamed Bun asked, while doing as Tang Ru instructed. Tang Ru used her left hand to open his eyes. With her right hand, she lifted the eye drops and dripped it onto his eyes. "Okay, don't move. Blink a few times." "You really are little Tang. Your hands are so fast. Check out how fast I can blink," Steamed Bun said, while blinking wildly. "Amazing," Tang Ru praised. After getting praised, Steamed Bun stopped blinking. His head stayed in a raised position as if he had a nosebleed. "Steamed Bun, are you done?" Yishio asked. "Boss, would you like some? It's all cold. It feels so comfortable," Steamed Bun recommended. "No need. Hurry up and get back to playing," Yishio said. "What a pity," Steamed Bun sighed. He continued to control his Steamed Bun invasion and followed Lord Grimm closely. At this moment, a stocking was finally found. First, everyone checked the name on the system announcement. Next, they checked the rankings to see which team he belonged to. It was something everyone did after a day's worth of runs. Then, the entire team would become a target of everyone because no one knew if the stocking had been moved to another player. At the entrance of a gorge in the Snow Valley, the team with the only stocking happened to encounter two uninvited guests. Sounds of battle echoed. Gunshots resounded continuously. After a short moment, a system notification appeared. None Dare Attack had picked up a stocking. At this moment, the total number of stockings collected was still 1. Chapter 905. It's easier like this. In the 5 versus 2 battle, the 5-player team was annihilated by the 2 in the end. The crucial question of who among the 5 players had the stockings immediately lost its meaning when the team was exterminated. Gaining the upper hand by showing our strength, I like this style, Yishio praised. The event continued. The second pair, third pair, and fourth pair. The stockings continued to be collected by players. The battles grew more and more frequent because the number of players that had acquired a stocking had increased. Among the unceasing announcements from the system, None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head were undoubtedly the most eye-catching names on TV. The system continued to notify everyone about the 2 picking up stockings. In comparison, the stocking total for Lord Grimm and Steamed Bun Invasion's group, who were ahead of these 2 in the team rankings, was unsightly. Until now, their total was still 0. However, who among the players of this map would care whether their performance was good or bad? They only cared more about whether they could get their hands on any stockings. A new pair of stockings spawned at the northwestern corner of the snow hills. A small group coincidentally passed by, so they went to pick it up with surprise. However, the gun muzzles of 2 sharpshooters suddenly spat out gunfire. They used aerial fire continuously and arrived before them in an instant, moving as if they were sliding across the snowy grounds. The battle began before anyone had the time to pick up the stockings. However, the 5-player team obviously showed no interest towards fighting. They wanted to get the stockings before deciding on anything else, but None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head's train of thought was clear. the two didn't show any intentions of collecting the stocking and simply attacked the opposing team. The sharpshooters coordinated harmoniously, and their bullets flew out continuously. Unfortunately, the 5-player team didn't have a character from the gunner class, so the 5's attack speed was not as good as the 2 sharpshooters. None dare attack and lower your head kept their distance while scattering the wild enemy attacks. The 5-player team finally picked up the stockings, but what good did it do? If they couldn't deal with their current opponent, the stocking would eventually drop back on the ground. The ending was rather tragic. The team who had the stockings fiercely attacked the 2, but the 2 then split up and pincered them. They didn't know who to attack. On the other hand, the 2 were extremely familiar with suppressing, switching fire, and focusing targets, so the opponents were cleared up one by one. In the end, they collected the dropped stockings on the ground, changed directions, and left. Truly not bad. Once the 2 left, a character jumped out from a small snow pit. Yishio spun Lord Grimm's view around and scanned the battlefield where the fight had happened, as if he was reflecting on the previous fight. However, he soon headed for the direction None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head had left for. At this moment, Steamed Bun was also squatting in a snow pit, but this time, his view was no longer locked on one position. Instead, he constantly spun his view 360 degrees left and right, noticing if anyone got close. There it is. In a certain place, a team of players walked this way while looking in every direction. Steamed Bun continued to stare. As he stared, he saw that the team of players didn't plan on changing direction. As a result, he suddenly leapt up from the snow pit, rolled forward, turned around, and ran. At the same time, the system gave an announcement: Steamed Bun Invasion picked up a stocking. Others might not care which among the 2-player teams had collected more stockings, but the 2 teams themselves cared quite a bit. When she saw this notification, None Dare Attack subconsciously opened up the ranking. When she saw it, she let out a straightforward sneer. Only one. None Dare Attack laughed. Ha ha, all the stockings are with us. They are thinking too much. Lower Your Head spoke. I look forward to them sending themselves to our door. None Dare Attack said. At least they have a stocking with them. Lower Your Head spoke mockingly. After that, the 2 laughed and continued to rush across the snowy grounds, looking for stockings or teams with stockings. They didn't notice at all that, at a relatively far distance, a shadow was always following them. It appeared from time to time in the snow. None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head's number of stockings continued to accumulate. They had already become the target of everyone on the map. However, the 2 were sharpshooters, so their attack range was long, so they had a lot more flexibility. This way why they gained the upper hand most of the time, without having to spend too much time on the defensive. In the past, the moment the 2 collected 15 pairs of stockings, all of the stockings in the whole map might have been collected, so there would be a 120-second countdown. If this was a normal team and they had so many stockings, they would definitely hope for the 2-minute countdown to be over quickly. However, the 2 despised this setting. It was because of this countdown that they were never able to find a target with stockings within the time limit, so the event would finish. This was why they weren't able to achieve a Grand Slam. As for this time, when the 2, once again, broke through the record of collecting 15 stockings, there was still a pair of stockings with an uncollected status. This was an unprecedented situation, so the 2 became a bit excited. If they could continue to keep their current total, then they had the chance of getting a Grand Slam. At this time, the 2 completely forgot to compare with the other 2-player team. They looked eagerly everywhere for their target. There were 20 stockings on the entire map, and 1 was uncollected. None Dare Attack's team had 16 stockings. There were 20 pairs of stockings in the whole map, and 1 was uncollected. Some time passed and None Dare Attack's team now had 17 stockings. The 2 became more excited and nervous when another pair of stockings was picked up. Don't let the last pair of stockings be collected by another so quickly. The 2 prayed silently. 18 pairs, there were 2 left. One of them was uncollected, and they knew which team had the last one without checking the rankings: Lord Grimm and Steamed Bun Invasion's 2-player team. Say, would they let us find them? None dare attack spoke. As the target of everyone in the map, the two had already fought with all the teams possible, except for the rival they had originally paid attention to the most. However, even though the two had appeared on TV a couple of times, they only have one stocking. This clearly showed that they had dropped Stockings before. Since they had dropped Stockings and didn't dare to snatch Stockings from them, the two began to look down on Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion even more. When other players didn't have any Stockings, they dared to overlook the gap in strength and attempted to snatch Stockings. After all, there were no losses if you died. However, those two wouldn't dare, so None dare attack and Lower Your Head thought that it was because those two were concerned about their reputation, and feared to lose face when they were defeated. It's God, yeah. If they really plan on hiding, I think even we might not be able to find them. Lower Your Head said. Hee, we'll see if they dare. None dare attack said. She even sent Lord Grim a message, telling him their current position. So generous. Calling us to come over? They didn't receive any replies. Instead, they heard a person speak. The two were shocked, and jumped separately into two positions. They moved into a pincer formation towards the source of the voice. The two players' ability in locating the source of the sound was actually pretty accurate. Shouldn't you be welcoming me? Yishio's Lord Grim came out from a small, snow mound beside him with his umbrella in hand. As he stood in the snowy grounds, he had a demeanor that no one else possessed. When the two saw Lord Grim from a close distance, their first impression was that his flowery and green equipment were quite revolting to look at. If this was a windbreaker, the two thought. Yes, this was the general aesthetic standard that sharpshooter players had. Windbreakers were the most beautiful, windbreakers are the most aesthetic, windbreakers are the most elegant. If a sharpshooter didn't wear a windbreaker, then you're not a good sharpshooter. Players who couldn't appreciate windbreakers must be noobs. However, after they looked over Lord Grim's equipment, their thoughts finally returned to the subject. Were you beside us the entire time? None dare attack spoke. The other side arrived the moment she had sent out her message. It would have been too much of a coincidence. Evidently, this guy was beside them from the very beginning, and he continued to keep an eye out for them. Was he preparing a sneak attack? If so, Lord Grim was not as cowardly as they had thought. Yeah. I was always nearby, but I've never been so close before, so I didn't know that you two were girls until just now. Yishio said. Though he had been following them previously, the distance was rather far, so he couldn't hear their voices. This time, when his Lord Grim came out at the final moment, he could hear the two speaking and was quite surprised. These two had chosen male sharpshooter characters. Their names were also quite domineering too. The sharpshooter duo that had risen to fame overnight actually consisted of two girls. You've been following us this entire time. The two cared more about this point. They didn't have any reactions to Yishio knowing that they were girls. Although the two had chosen male characters, their voices weren't altered. They clearly didn't intend on concealing their gender. There weren't many males who played as female characters, but there were quite a lot of females that played as male characters. Girls would sometimes pick a male character because they liked the character's appearance. Yup. Yishio said. What do you plan on doing? Do you need to ask? Obviously I'm here for your stockings. Yishio said. Despicable. How could the two not understand at this point? This guy had planned on letting them sweep the field and then take all of their stockings in one go. Dealing with two people is much easier than dealing with 48 others. Yishio grinned. Just you. The two sneered. Of course not. I have a teammate too. Steamed Bun. Yishio called out. I'm almost there. Steamed Bun's reply came from outside the game. The other side didn't know that though. When they heard Yishio call out, they immediately looked around and put up their guard. There was no sign of Steamed Bun invasion though. Only a system announcement appeared, Steamed Bun invasion has picked up a pair of stockings. The final stocking was collected and the 120-second countdown began. You plan on beating us in 2 minutes. The two felt like they were being looked down on. "You're thinking too much," Youre remarked. Following afterwards, Lord Grim raised his hands and a stocking was dropped onto the ground. The countdown disappeared. There was now one stocking that hadn't been collected yet. "Don't take it yet. That way everyone will have much more time," Youre said. The two didn't know what to say. "Steamed bun, hurry! They're waiting!" The two heard Youre shout again. Chapter 906. There's a ditch in the snow. This was just an in-game event, so there was no reason for None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head to wait for Steamed Bun Invasion to arrive. It would be more reasonable if they took this chance while Lord Grim was alone to gang up on him. However, neither of them did that and instead they actually waited. They had always thought that Youre was afraid of losing face as a god of glory if he lost to them, and that's why he had been afraid to seek them out until now. However, when had Youre actually cared about his identity as a god? He had always operated according to what was reasonable and logically. If Youre was in their shoes, he would have long since taken advantage of their lack of backup to strike unless he had some sort of other goal. It was these two, who hadn't even become official pro players yet, that had already begun to take pride in their desired status. The two were poised for battle. All that was left was for Steamed Bun Invasion's arrival. "Sorry about being late." Steamed Bun Invasion was quick about getting here. As he arrived, so did his voice, and his brick. The two knew that Steamed Bun Invasion was coming, but his sudden attack was out of their expectations. Though his brick didn't hit anyone, Lower Your Head's dodge was hasty and rushed. "Let's hurry it up. It'll be troublesome if other groups interfere," Youre as Lord Grim swung the Myriad Manifestations umbrella down from over his head, attacking rapidly with a Gatling gun. The continuous stream of bullets flew at Lower Your Head. She was about to yell at Steamed Bun Invasion for his rude surprise attack, completely unprepared for Youre to follow suit so quickly. She ended up unable to dodge the Gatling gun. Gatling gun produced a stream of bullets. Experienced players wouldn't miss a single shot after hitting their target a single time. Youre was, of course, counted among these experienced players and unloaded all of Gatling gun's 20 bullets into Lower Your Head. However, as a low-leveled skill, it didn't deal that much damage. It was just when someone was hit by the continuous firing, their character would be affected by the impact of the bullets, looking as if they were having an epileptic seizure. It wasn't a pretty sight. The two, prideful of what they were going to be, couldn't take this humiliating beating. "Despicable!" None Dare Attack yelled as she returned fire. The bullets flew, but Lord Grim opened up his umbrella and used it as a shield against damage as he closed in. Lower Your Head was even more furious, being the target of the attack, but she hadn't let it get to her head, deciding against taking immediate revenge and instead aiming for the other target, Steamed Bun Invasion. Lower Your Head rolled behind None Dare Attack, kneeling with her gun ready to shoot. However, all she could see in front of her was the stretch of white snow and not a hint of Steamed Bun Invasion. Lower Your Head turned in a full circle, but still did not see Steamed Bun Invasion at all. However, there were plenty of small snow piles and ditches on this map. It wasn't hard for a character to hide among this, so Lower Your Head started to take note of these piles and ditches, shooting at them in an attempt to scare Steamed Bun Invasion out of hiding. On the other side, None Dare Attack was getting closed in on by Lord Grim, who charged forwards her with his Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Gunners, even a sharpshooters that possessed close combat abilities, would never easily allow an opponent close in on them. None Dare Attack continued firing as she backed away using aerial fire, drawing out the distance between them. The two were very in sync with each other. As None Dare Attack backed away, Lower Your Head didn't need any prompting to follow her movements, retreating at a 45 degrees angle with None Dare Attack's line of retreat. Yet that was when Lord Grim suddenly gave up on pursuing None Dare Attack, using shadow clone technique and leaving his shadow behind as he charged towards Lower Your Head. Lower Your Head hastily turned to attack him. Lord Grim sprinted across the map, pulling Lower Your Head's view with him. As she turned to face opposite of None Dare Attack, she heard the sound of laughter behind her. "What's happening?" Lower Your Head could tell that this laugh probably belonged to Steamed Bun Invasion, but didn't dare to turn around, afraid that she would expose an opening to Lord Grim. She could only ask. "It's an invisibility cloak," None Dare Attack's disappointed voice came from behind her. Currently, she had been grabbed by Steamed Bun Invasion's strangle. "Ayo, your voice, you're a girl, right?" Steamed Bun asked with delight. "Are you cute?" Steamed Bun asked excitedly. Collapsing mountain! Lord Grim had managed to close in on Lower Your Head as he circled around, dodging her shots. Now, he had unsheathed his sword, swinging down from overhead with a collapsing mountain. However, the two characters weren't that close, so Lower Your Head had plenty of time to dodge the blow. Yet Lord Grim didn't end his attacks there. His sword struck the ground, sending out shockwaves that blasted a small circle in the snow. The flurry of snow erupted, obscuring the characters from seeing each other. Using the cover from this flurry of snow, Lord Grim used Slide Kick, sliding straight through the snow and hiding the direction in which he aimed to slide in. Lower Your Head didn't dare to let down her guard, hurriedly jumping back. Her guns were raised and her eyes were glued to the ground in front of her, prepared to shoot without hesitation at the slightest movement. Yet, there was no movement at all. By then, the snowflakes had begun to settle again, and Lower Your Head realized that Lord Grim's strike hadn't been directed at her at all. She turned her view and saw Lord Grim jumping out of the snow at the end of his slide kick, his myriad manifestations umbrella turning into a spear as he swung a sky strike straight at None Dare Attack. That was just as Steamed Bun Invasion's strangle ended. As soon as he let go, None Dare Attack was thrown into the air. The two chased after the airborne None Dare Attack, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks at her. Lower Your Head hurriedly charged over to save her, and None Dare Attack was also trying to save herself. Figuring out their path, she raised her guns, preparing to use an aerial fire to forcefully leave their attack range. Who would have known that Lord Grim's spear would be even faster than her bullets, managing to stab her before she was able to shoot, swinging her around in an arc with a circle swing, bringing None Dare Attack back onto the ground. Then, None Dare Attack suddenly disappeared. Lower Your Head startled at seeing this, but it wasn't possible for None Dare Attack to die so quickly. She had probably just been buried under the snow. Lower Your Head raised her guns and shot wildly, hoping to give None Dare Attack a chance to escape. It was then that Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion also disappeared into the snow and Lower Your Head's bullets missed. Lower Your Head was at a complete loss. The snow wasn't that deep to allow a whole person to disappear just like that. Even lying down, there would still be a hint as to where they had gone. Yet just now, 3 characters had completely disappeared under the snow. Lower Your Head shot wildly at that direction again. Snow flew, but the 3 were really gone. What on earth? Lower Your Head finally couldn't help but ask. Her words exposed her cluelessness, and that wasn't something these 2 prideful people were willing to do, but she couldn't care about that now. There's a ditch. None Dare Attack's answer was filled with helplessness. That's right, the situation that had Lower Your Head at a loss was just because of a ditch in the snow. Lord Grim's circle swing had thrown her None Dare Attack into the ditch, and then him and Steamed Bun Invasion had jumped in after her as well. The ditch wasn't big, and the 3 characters were squished together, with barely any space to move at all. This was a very bad situation for a sharpshooter, especially since it was 2 against 1. None Dare Attack wanted to cry, hoping that her partner would come and save her. Lower Your Head started upon hearing the answer before she realized what had happened and quickly threw a hand grenade in that direction. However, the grenade hadn't even landed when there was a gunshot, and it was destroyed by Lord Grim before it even landed. Lower Your Head felt depressed. She wished that she was a launcher at that moment. That way, all she needed was a satellite beam or a heat-seeking missiles or a stinger to make the 2 holed up in the ditch regret their decisions. And now? As a sharpshooter, all she could do was jump up as high as she could and shoot a stream of bullets at the ditch after finding a good angle. Yet when the bullets flew out, an umbrella opened up over the exposed opening with a whoosh. It was Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella that had opened up in shield form. A shield couldn't completely prevent damage, but it could greatly reduce the amount of damage taken. Though Lower Your Head didn't know the stats of the shield form of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, she knew she couldn't beat a character in DPS while they had a shield up. It would definitely be None Dare Attack who would die faster. This situation wasn't one that Lower Your Head had ever experienced before. She had no idea what to do at all. Her character landed helplessly from her jump. On the party information window, Lower Your Head could see None Dare Attack's health draining away rapidly, helpless in the ditch. Lower Your Head didn't have any ideas left and could only approach the ditch as she jumped and shot. By the time she got close enough to the ditch, she would be able to freely send her attacks down, and that would be enough to save None Dare Attack, right? It was unfortunate that she never got the chance to. Seeing her charge towards the ditch, Lord Grim jumped up with his Myriad Manifestations umbrella open. The umbrella that was bigger than most shields and hovered wildly in front of Lower Your Head, and in that moment she felt like it was as if she had been blinded. This was a common tactic used by knights, and Lower Your Head obviously knew the best way to counter it was to pull away. Pulling away was something that a gunner would like nothing more than to do, yet Lower Your Head was currently very unwilling. She raised her guns and jumped, actually wanting to jump over the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. This idea was more than a little too bold. It might work against a less skilled opponent, otherwise it could only be counted as a surprising move. However, in front of the very, very experienced Yi Xiao, this decision wasn't something so obscure that it would surprise him. Lower Your Head's head had just peeked over the top when the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was already changing forms, breaking into two nunchucks. Lord Grim stepped forwards, using his hands to grab the jumping Lower Your Head and bending back. With a back throw, Lower Your Head was tossed into the ditch, too. Chapter 907. Ditch Kill. Back throw, as a grab, had the effect of forcing the target to the ground. However, due to the terrain, there was a space between where the back throw ended and the ground, causing the effects of back throw to pass before impact. Lower Your Head was, of course, clear on this special quirk of back throw. As back throw ended, tossing her towards the ditch, she immediately adjusted herself, firing in an attempt to use aerial fire to change her path, get out from the control of this back throw and away from danger. Who would have thought that the moment she wanted to shoot, a figure would jump out from the ditch? As she fell, the figure ascended, and by the time a gunshot actually ran out, the figure had stomped down on her with a foot. After that foot came down, another foot came down, and then another, and then another, and another. Steen Bun Invasion's striker skill Eagle Stamp had obviously been maxed out, allowing him to stomp down on her a full 5 times. By the time he was done, Lower Your Head had long since been stomped to the bottom of the ditch, unable to even cry. Beside her, None Dare Attack only had half her health left, looking very pitiful. However, the current Lower Your Head couldn't even secure her own safety. She didn't have the time to worry about None Dare Attack. She hastily attempted to adjust her view, which had been messed up by Steen Bun Invasion's 5 stomps. Suddenly, a shadow descended and her view, which she had just raised towards the sky, was blocked. Lord Grim, the flashy guy, had actually opened his Myriad Manifestations umbrella to jump into the ditch. Was there any need for a parachute for jumping just the height of this small ditch? Yet in the next second, Lower Your Head knew her judgment was wrong. Lord Grim wasn't doing this out of boredom, there was an actual reason behind the opening of his umbrella. Under the changing light, a hand grenade fell from who knew where. By the time Lower Your Head noticed it, the grenade had already exploded. And how could they avoid it while trapped in this narrow ditch? A low-leveled hand grenade managed to blast the two self-proclaimed experts Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack right off their feet. Looking up again, they saw that Lord Grim hadn't actually jumped in. All he had done was shake his open umbrella over the ditch, just to throw that hand grenade down. Not only had he not come down, but Steen Bun Invasion had also jumped out after the 5 stamps. Just as Lord Grim's grenade explosion died down, Steen Bun Invasion threw something down as well. It looked to be a beer bottle. However, Glory players knew that, while this was a beer bottle, it wasn't beer inside, but petroleum. Brawler skills were really just that low. If it was a hand grenade, skilled players could at least shoot and destroy it before it hit upon noticing it. As for a petrol bottle? If it was shot, no one could say for certain what the result would be. Yet no matter what, this uncertain result was better than getting hit and set ablaze. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack had the same thought and the same rhythm to their attacks. 2 gunshots rang out at practically the same time. The petrol bottle was destroyed in midair and the petrol that splashed out turned into small fireballs, streaking down at the walls and floor of the ditch. The 2 did their best to dodge, but it was only then that they realized the petrol bottle was just a distraction, like how Lord Grim had opened his umbrella up over the ditch. Their true offense was only just beginning with this. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were clear on what sort of disadvantage they were at, impatient to jump out from the ditch. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. This ditch was obviously something Lord Grim's duo had carefully picked. There were millions of ditches on this map, some shallow and some deep. Some shallow ones didn't even come up to their knees. A deep one like this, that could hold an entire person, was like a well. This was probably as deep as it could go. They had gotten to this area first. Lord Grim seemed like he had been following them all this way. This ditch couldn't be a part of some sort of premeditated plan, could it? That meant that Lord Grim had found this special aspect in the terrain in the short amount of time he had been here, and now he was going to easily kill them in this ditch right here. These 2 wouldn't accept this so easily. The 2 had the same thought, raising their guns and firing wildly at the sides of the ditch, attempting to force the 2 to back off. The 2 above them backed away from this attack, as expected. The 2 in the ditch took this chance to jump up, one after the other. They didn't think to jump out together, but in a way that they could support each other to cover for one person's escape first. Lower Your Head, who was slightly faster with her jump, was primarily focused on providing cover. As her body rose out from the ditch, she didn't bother to use aerial fire to aid her escape, but turned to sweep the 2 with her bullets in an attempt to force them even further back. Yet by the time the bullets began to fly, another character had also arrived. Lord Grim, sword in hand, came down heavily with a collapsing mountain. The airborne Lower Your Head had no way of dodging this attack. She could only use the momentum from her firing to twist her character around a little. She didn't want to crash into None Dare Attack while falling and take her down with her. She wanted to use herself as bait for this attack and aid None Dare Attack in a successful escape. In the end, it was all just wishful thinking. Collapsing mountain accurately hit her body and Lower Your Head began to fall. Seeing that her fall hadn't affected None Dare Attack, she was delighted, only to see the remainder of the collapsing mountain just manage to touch None Dare Attack. Just this slight contact, collapsing mountain's priority still managed to beat None Dare Attack's jump. The 2 of them had a plan for their escape, covering for each other as they jumped from the ditch, yet all this was defeated with one skill from Lord Grim. The precision of this slash was something neither of them were expecting at all. The 2, falling back into the ditch, received another vicious beating. However, they didn't have any choice except to try and jump out. Yet each time they tried, their plans were foiled. They were trying their hardest, but it looked more like they were struggling. They were screwed. That was the premonition the helplessly struggling 2 had, and it was a very depressing one. Disregarding how easily the 18 stockings that they had worked hard on collecting were going to end up in someone else's hands, just the battle was enough to make them cough up blood. If they were fighting on flat ground, there was no way they would lose in such an ugly way. They couldn't accept this. The 2 weren't willing to accept this result at all, but in the end they never yelled out "let us out if you dare" or something equally immature. The 2 gritted their teeth, continuing to fight and charge and eventually get knocked back down. This continued until they fell one after the other, dropping a ditch full of socks. "Quick!" Yishio called out. Steamed bun invasion darted into the ditch and the announcements came in a rapid stream. 18 pairs of socks quickly found an owner, and Lord Grim had also swiftly picked up the pair he had thrown to the ground before. The 19 successive announcements made the players dizzy before the 120-second countdown popped up. At this moment, Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were anxious and impatiently waiting to revive at the revival point. The 2 were too depressed to speak, staying silent together. They saw that they only had 120 seconds, and they had to wait 20 to revive. Even if they didn't had to wait 20 seconds, they could only go and hope that they would be like a blind cat that found a dead rat star. Let's split up. The two weren't willing to give up, each running in a different direction after the 20 seconds to revive were up. However, they made sure to consider the possible places Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion could have gone in those 20 seconds. How would it only be them who were looking for Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion? All other 48 players on the map didn't have any socks, crazily searching for the two. Everyone charged around. There were many people running around like headless chickens, but no one had managed to come across these two yet. A minute and a half. A minute. 50 seconds. 40 seconds. As time slipped by, their hope diminished. In the remaining time, even if they were able to find the two, who had the confidence that they would be able to defeat the two in this limited amount of time? More and more groups gave up, and in the last 10 seconds, only Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were still running around the map. Their names were for their opponents, but also to remind themselves. They wanted their opponents to lower their heads to them, to fear attacking them. But they themselves would never lower their heads, always fight to the end even if they only had the chance to take one last strike. Don't run, let's settle this. In the last 10 seconds, Lower Your Head sent such a message to Lord Grim. You guys have already lost. Lord Grim replied with a smiley face. Again. Lower Your Head didn't deny the results of this round, she just expressed their unwillingness to give in. We're out of attempts, Lord Grim replied. Lower Your Head coughed blood. Who said they wanted to use Stockings to settle this? The event was too random. Even if they wanted to, they had to wait and see if the random number god *** was on their side or not. Arena! Lower Your Head yelled. No time, Lord Grim replied. Unless what? Unless you're willing to join Team Happy, then we'll have time for as many rounds as you want, Lord Grim answered with a smile. That's a totally different thing. Lower Your Head was evidently unwilling to make careless decisions about their future. Or how about a bet? If you lose, then join Happy, Lord Grim suggested. We won't bet our future on something like this. Lower Your Head was hot-headed about settling things in a match with Xiaobie, but at times like this she was very calm and rational. This round of the event ended and Lord Grim and Steamed Bun's perfect victory was announced on TV, as well as how they got the rewards for a perfect victory. Even with this, Lower Your Head didn't let it get to her head. Then see you in the future. Lord Grim replied then. Lower Your Head wanted to continue to speak, but found out that Lord Grim had already logged out. Meeting these two in this event didn't cause any sort of waves in Xiaobie's mind. After using the 3 chances on his main account, he switched to a side account and completed the event another 3 times. Everything followed the routine. Accept the mission, enter the map, open the party list, look at the parties. This future. Isn't it arriving a little too quickly? Xiaobie found, wide-eyed in surprised, Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack's names in the party list. Yet, at the same time, he found some even more terrifying opponents. How challenging! Chapter 908. Watch from a distance a fight between tigers. Xiaobie and Steamed Bun had already switched to their alternates. In between, Steamed Bun Invasion spent some time switching his equipment over. When they accepted the event quest again, they unexpectedly bumped into None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head again. At the same time, Xiaobie also noticed another team. Excellent Dynasty's team. This team currently still had 53 Stockings. This round would probably also be their first round today. From this team's composition, this team was undoubtedly Excellent Era's pro team. There was no need to question the strength of this team. Even if Wei Chen's team had a higher total stocking count than them yesterday night, that definitely didn't mean Wei Chen's team could claim superiority to Excellent Era's team. Of course, that only applied if Wei Chen wasn't being shameless. For someone like Wei Chen, lying through his teeth was way too easy. You guys sure did run into trouble this time. Chen Gui had felt extremely pleased when Xiaobie buried alive None Dare Attack and Lower Your Head last round. This round, she saw that Xiaobie had once again encountered these two players. Just when she was excited, she saw there was also Excellent Era's pro team and immediately turned serious. Wei Chen heard the news and turned his head. He saw the situation and said even more seriously to Yi Xiao, "What a good opportunity. Give them a good beating on my behalf." Wei Chen's words were obviously aimed at Excellent Era's team. Their 3 rounds today didn't go as well as their 3 rounds had yesterday. They only acquired a total of 52 stockings total. If Excellent Era's team had a bit of luck and obtained over 54 stockings, Wei Chen's team wouldn't be able to keep their spot as first place. Right now, this team was their only competitor. Even Wei Chen's alternate team didn't have such an exceptional record, making Wei Chen only feel more uneasy. Their alternate team had switched equipment too, so the strength of their alternate team and the strength of their main team were pretty close. Yet they weren't able to replicate their main team's stocking total, showing that this event quest had many variables involved. Wei Chen's main team had completed their 3 rounds today. Their stocking total wasn't too incredible either, which was why they were so nervous. Seeing that Excellent Era's team had come across Yi Xiao, Wei Chen was in high spirits. "Yeah, pass me a cigarette," Yi Xiao said. Here, I'll even light it for you." The current Wei Chen didn't taunt Yi Xiao like he usually did and instead was very polite. "What a coincidence," Yi Xiao said with a cigarette in his mouth. "I chose a mechanic and I bump into Xiao Shiqin. With Boss Yi's ability, a trifling Xiao Shiqin is nothing to be feared." Wei Chen said. "Stop making so much noise. Go play on your alternate," Yi Xiao said. Yes. Wei Chen immediately returned to his team and continued instructing his team properly. The personality change was so fast that Chengguo could only gasp in amazement. "Steen Bun, let's do this. It's starting," Yi Xiao shouted. 50 players had finally gathered for this event. There were no other special newcomers. The system had begun counting down. "Understood." Steen Bun's spirit rose. "Let's check the situation first," Yi Xiao said. The 2 players entered the map and casually strolled around, waiting for the situation to develop. As for the other players, when they saw the list of other teams participating, they cried as if they had lost their parents. Bumping into just one freak team was enough, but they had actually encountered 2. They didn't know that the mechanic, Listen Promise, and the brawler, Rain, were actually another freak team using their alternates. This time, the map was still snowy, but there was no heavy snowstorm that blocked their vision, nor was there the blinding sun. The map was a small village wrapped in silver white. The stockings could be on the streets, inside the buildings, or on the roofs. Yi Xiao and Steen Bun weren't in a hurry to search for stockings. After wandering around, Yi Xiao found a particular roof and immediately headed towards there. 2 minutes had already passed, yet there were still no stockings found. No one knew if it was because the other players had already been struck a blow and remained passive. Yi Xiao's Listen Promise jumped onto that roof and the first system notification had appeared. The first stocking had been picked up by a normal player from a normal team. Then again, it had only been 20 days since the new level cap had been released. Those who could level to 75 definitely weren't ordinary. Unfortunately, their opponents were too strong this time. No matter how fast they leveled, they could only be considered ordinary. When the first stocking was picked up, the system chat stopped remaining calm. After all, not everyone was passive though. For example, none dare attack and lower your head wouldn't remain passive when facing Excellent Era's team. They might treat them like a test of skill. Notifications began popping up again and again. Of the 10 stockings, 5 were quickly found. Excellent Era's team and the lower your head duo still hadn't appeared. Who knew if it was because the 2 freak teams were not making any moves boosted the morale of everyone else? A small tide of notifications crashed into the chat. 2 stockings had been picked up simultaneously. A fight had clearly broken out. 12 stockings had spawned so far and 7 had been acquired already. 8th, 9th, 10th. It seems as if the various teams had awakened. Their progress suddenly increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the total stockings acquired went from 7 to 10. Among these, Excellent Era's team finally revealed themselves. Through a non-combat way, they had found a stocking. None of them are in a hurry to act. How patient. Yixiao sighed. Yixiao had tried the strategy of letting the opponent strike first before striking too, but that strategy didn't work for every situation. You needed to have a certain grasp of the location of the stockings, so you would have a certain level of control, but in their situation? 10 stockings were scattered among 8 teams. The stockings weren't concentrated on a team, so striking first or striking last didn't make a difference. Xiao Shiqin obviously wasn't so stupid as to not understand this simple line of reasoning. Yixiao reckoned that after he saw none dare attack and lower your head, he adopted a wait-and-see strategy, or perhaps do the same as Yixiao in the past round and hunt down lower your head and none dare attack. However, how could Xiao Shiqin know that lower your head and none dare attack had just fallen for such a trap? This time, when they saw a formidable enemy, how could they so easily rush to stand out from everyone else? With both sides restraining themselves, the situation became somewhat messy. "Boss, we're still not acting." Steen Bun had been silent for a long time and asked. "There's no hurry. If this situation continues, we'll at least be able to complete our mission of helping Old Wei snipe his competitor." Doing nothing and completing a mission. How brilliant! Steen Bun exclaimed in admiration. "Of course," Yixiao said. His thoughts were obviously different from his conversation with Steen Bun. Right now, it was a test of who had more patience. With Xiao Shiqin's experience and foresight, Yixiao reckoned that if he really needed to be patient, he definitely would, but the question was, did his team really need to wait? His team consisted of 5 all-stars. Waiting and seeing was simply just to save some trouble, letting none dare attack and lower your head to help them hunt. If they were really afraid, then they would be laughed at. 5 pro players in a team afraid of 2 players that had stood out from the pack through an event. If someone claimed it, that wouldn't be considered cautious or careful, that would be considered crazy. So even though Excellent Era's team was being patient, Yixiao didn't think they had no plans. As expected, they didn't wait for none dare attack and lower your head to act first. Excellent Era's team was too lazy to keep wasting their time. A notification announcing that a character from their team had picked up a stocking opened their first attack. They couldn't have made too many preparations during their previous period of silence. As soon as they started their attacks, they instantly swept half of the acquired stockings on the field. They weren't like happy and endured patiently from time to time. They were a team that once reigned over glory. Being careful and meticulous facing some normal players would just be too shameful. Excellent Era's team continued to plunder stockings, and the system continued to spawn new stockings. Those without stockings were fearless, but facing tyrannical strength, fearlessness didn't equate to victory. Yixiao and Steen Bun finally split up. They weren't looking for stockings, but for players. Yixiao wanted to know what lower your head and none dare attack were doing. No movements had come from them yet. Could they also be waiting? That would betray what Yixiao knew, after coming across them. Yixiao guessed that these 2 definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Perhaps they also wanted to be the siskin behind the prey. Using this guess, Yixiao had a direction. If these 2 wanted to be siskins, they obviously needed to keep a careful watch on Excellent Era's movements. As for Excellent Era, they were attacking everywhere, following the movements of stockings closely. After coming across a stocking, Yixiao didn't have his listen promise pick it up. Instead, he found a hiding place and quietly hid, calling for Steen Bun to come over. If a team came by and disturbed them, they would come out and kill them. This stocking became bait. Finally, Yixiao saw who he wanted to see. One of the characters from Excellent Era's team, Battle Mage Footsteps in the Wind, wandered to this location alone. After seeing this stocking, he went to pick it up without any hesitation. His confidence showed. When Battle Mage Footsteps in the Wind picked up the 18th stocking, all 20 stockings had finally spawned. 2 stockings still hadn't been found yet. Among the acquired stockings, Excellent Era's team had 16. As for the 2 that hadn't been found yet, Xiao actually discovered that this stocking had already fallen into Excellent Era's hands. However, to extend the amount of time to get a better total, they intentionally tossed the stocking aside. If you paid attention to the system notifications and the number of stockings on a team, this method could easily be noticed. Excellent Era's strategy was actually very simply. With overwhelming strength, they used this method to prolong the amount of time for the event and fight for as many stockings as possible. For them, how many stockings they got simply depended on how much patience they had. 16 stockings probably weren't enough for them to be satisfied, but at this moment, there were already players who responded. Two figures suddenly came out from behind, forming a pincer attack onto Footsteps in the Wind. None dare attack. Lower your head. Chapter 909. Mechanical Seeker. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack appeared at a very serendipitous time. It was clear that they hadn't been facing this with a careful attitude. They had been lying in wait for the perfect time to strike. It was evident that these two weren't arrogant enough to believe that they could win against the 5 members of Excellent Era, so they had kept an eye on this lone wolf member of their party, finally decided to strike. Heh, I knew that you two were up to no good. I was getting impatient, waiting for you to act. The battle mage, Footsteps in the Wind, spoke up. The haughtiness in his voice made his identity as Sun Slong obvious. This guy had long since noticed that the two were following him, but didn't find them worthy of his attention at all, still doing what he should and waiting for them to strike before dealing with them. We'll make you pay for underestimating us. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were very prideful as well. They could definitely tell that the player behind this character was Sun Swong, but they had no intentions of backing down. The tone of Sun Slong's voice made it obvious that he didn't think them a threat, and that was something the two could not accept. They didn't hesitate to mount a vicious offense. The bullets that flew from the muzzles of their guns were like two beams, crisscrossing as they cut through the air towards Footsteps in the Wind. Sun Slong let out a haughty laugh. Footstep in the Wind suddenly moved, using an accurate Z-shake to dart between the two streams of bullets, taking advantage of the gaps between each shot. In an instant, he had closed in on None Dare Attack, who was on the right. Sun Slong's finesse in his technique was beyond the two's expectations. They hadn't thought he'd be able to break through their pincer attack so easily, just by moving. None Dare Attack hurriedly jumped away, shooting as she prepared an aerial fire to pull away. Lower Your Head followed, running as she shot and continued to cooperate with None Dare Attack's attacks. However, even their stationary crisscrossing fire wasn't enough to suppress Sun Swong. They were currently in movement, making it harder, and lowering the effectiveness. Random firing. Under these dire circumstances, the two moved in sync with a single call from None Dare Attack, simultaneously activating random firing and instantly increasing the amount of bullets that they were shooting. With that, Sun Slong started to feel the pressure. He hadn't thought that the two could craft such a precise web with their firepower using such a hard-to-control technique. Not bad, seems like I'll actually have to take this seriously. Sun Slong had immediately been hit by a few bullets, finding an excuse as to why he was unable to dodge the net of bullets. Footsteps in the Wind swung his spear into a dragon breaks the ranks, charging through the suppressive fire without care for damage. He even suddenly changed targets as well, originally having been set on chasing down None Dare Attack. He suddenly did a double take and charged towards Lower Your Head with his dragon breaks the ranks. However, the two weren't close and Lower Your Head wasn't so slow at reacting either. By the time Footsteps in the Wind had arrived, spear in hand, Lower Your Head jumped back quickly, tossing a grenade at Footsteps in the Wind. But Sun Xiong's hands were very fast and precise. Footsteps in the Wind swung out with his spear, using Furious Dragon Strikes the Heart. As it stabbed and destroyed the hand grenade in midair, its momentum didn't slow, flying towards Lower Your Head. Seeing this, Lower Your Head knew that this strike wasn't something she could dodge with simple movement. She couldn't cling onto the gunner idea of distance yourself either. Lower Your Head decisively lowered her body, sliding under Footsteps in the Wind with a slide kick. Not only did this not distance her from Footsteps in the Wind, but it brought her closer of her own initiative. This move was courageous, but not particularly unexpected. Footsteps in the Wind suddenly jumped up to avoid the attack, it was evident that Sun Strong had been on guard against this possibility already. At this moment, the airborne footsteps in the wind suddenly flipped, head below feet and spear in one hand. His body pivoted abruptly, spinning as he descended. Lower your head slide kick hit thin air, her figure halfway in movement and about to jump up to pursue footsteps in the wind. She was completely caught off guard by such a sudden attack. Lower your head couldn't be blamed for being caught so off guard. Even if it were Yishio, it would be a new experience. Dragon Flight! This was a new, powerful level 75 technique for battle mags. Even the experienced Yishio wouldn't know a lot about this technique. On the other hand, Sun Strong was a player specializing in the battle mage class. As soon as his character reached level 75, he began to look into the new skills made available by Glory. This dragon flight was something he had played out in his head in all sorts of different ways. The current Lower Your Head had become a lab rat for testing out this skill in actual combat. Speaking of, with excellent era in the Challenger League, a lab rat of Lower Your Head's caliber was hard to come by. This drilling attack didn't only strike with the tip of the spear. The energy brought about by the spinning of the character erupted with the last stab, bringing on a swirl of air that kicked up snow and dirt that made it hard to see the two characters. None dare attack, anxious to come to Lower Your Head's help, couldn't even see her target. She could only shoot randomly at the tornado of energy. If she could hit or not all depended on her luck. The whirl of energy dispersed quickly and the two characters became clear soon enough. Footsteps in the wind stood pridefully, holding his spear in one hand as Lower Your Head dangled from the end. Seeing this scene, Lower Your Head seemed to have lost terribly, hanging from her opponent's weapon as if a sign of his victory. However, Yishio knew that this was just a continuation of Footsteps in the Wind's attack, a dragon tooth that stabbed at the airborne Lower Your Head. So, at the moment of impact, it looked like Lower Your Head had been impaled, dangling from the spear. Footsteps in the Wind quickly retracted his spear, and Lower Your Head didn't fall immediately, but was hung, suspended in the air for a moment. It was obvious that it was an upwards attack that had caused this suspension. Go! Sun Strong yelled, thrusting out a falling flower palm and throwing Lower Your Head out, right at None Dare attack. Then, his footsteps in the wind used Lower Your Head as cover to swiftly run forward. None Dare attack moved to the side to get a better view and raised her guns to shoot. Footsteps in the wind darted left and right, and soon enough None Dare attack was within his attack range. His spear swung out at her, but when he stepped out, Sun Strong suddenly noticed something strange underfoot, getting Footsteps in the Wind to look down and take a look. A mechanical seeker was climbing towards his legs. Sun Strong was shocked. It wasn't that this skill was particularly scary, it was just that he hadn't noticed these two using this skill at all. The direction of his spear swerved, destroying the small machine on the ground. However, None Dare attack took advantage of this tiny opening. At such a close distance, she still chose to shoot, and with a headstrong skill like Gatling gun, too. The heavy machine gun whipped out was practically pressed up against Footsteps in the Wind's chest, and a stream of bullets was fired wildly. No matter how strong Sun Strong was, he couldn't avoid such a close attack. Footsteps in the Wind was blown back by the stream of bullets from Gatling gun. None Dare attack didn't linger to savor the effects of this attack. Gatling gun might be a cathartic skill, it was still a low-level skill. It would be a waste if they used this chance to simply fire such a low-leveled attack. After blasting Footsteps in the Wind by several units, None Dare attack cancelled the skill quickly, putting the heavy machine gun away, sniper rifle already in hand. A single gunshot rang out. This sort of distance, this sort of timing, None Dare attack didn't even need to aim, firing as soon as the gun was raised, striking a headshot. Sun Strong obviously hadn't expected that his countering of that small mechanical seeker would cause so much trouble for himself. Thunder Snipe, that wasn't a skill with low damage. He never expected another gunshot after taking that headshot. Lower Your Head, who had been sent flying by the falling flower palm, had already landed and, seeing the chance given to her, raised her sniper rifle without even fully getting up and scored another shot right after None Dare attacks. 2 headshots. Footsteps in the Wind's health and Sun Strong's heart jumped. He couldn't let his guard down again. Sun Strong warned himself like that, but Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack took this chance after the two snipes to start a stream of shots again. They didn't try to pull away this time, but take the initiative to close in on him. The two had realized, against a cream la cream expert like Sun Strong, always trying to distance yourself wasn't a good idea. They did need to keep a distance, but how much distance was the question? Because of how skilled these top experts were, too much distance meant more time for them to react and move, making all their attacks futile. So against a top expert, distance wasn't always a good thing. You had to stay within a certain range. That was the only way to assure your effectiveness. Pulling away wasn't just for escaping, but to defeat their opponent. The two who had suddenly been enlightened didn't retreat, but pressed forwards instead, closing in on footsteps in the wind as they attacked. This action caused Sun Strong to scramble to react. Bullets flying over from such a close distance, and coming from two characters as well, it wasn't possible to dodge them all like he had done before. Even if he dodged the first shot, the second would soon follow suit, dodge the second and the third would arrive even quicker. That was why at this moment, the one who wanted distance themselves wasn't the two gunners, but Sun Strong's battle mage. Eventually, he managed to take advantage of a slip-up in Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack's cooperation, jumping backwards quickly to get out of trouble. Who would have expected that just as he landed from the second jump, that he would step on a small mechanical seeker and was immediately thrown forward by the explosion? F***CK. Who the hell? Sun Strong immediately yelled out. Currently, Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were both in front of him and he could see their attacks clearly. Neither of them had used a mechanical seeker. Someone must be messing with him from the shadows. As footsteps in the wind was pushed back by the impact of the explosion, he completed a 360 degrees turn in midair, showing Sun Strong's immense hand speed. However, he had found nothing in his look around, landing back in range of Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack's close and clustered web of firepower suppression. Despicable! Sun Strong cursed at the two. Cursing at people just because you can't beat them? Is that what the professionalism of gods is like? Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were enraged, too, immediately retorting. Can't beat you too. F***CK, you two really are shameless, Sun Strong yelled. Die! The two girls attacked even more furiously. Footsteps in the wind was no longer in the control of Sun Strong after being blasted by Mechanical Seeker, and despite his fury, he was put to an end by the two girls. What kind of person, really? Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack weren't delighted upon defeating their opponent, but were rather just angry. Me. Yet someone actually answered them. The two were shocked, only to see a brawler throw a fistful of sand over. The two subconsciously turned their views to avoid it, only to see a string of system announcements. Not good. The two yelled simultaneously. Chapter 9-10. Now I can be at ease. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack turned around hastily. At the same time, they each threw out a grenade towards where footsteps in the wind had just died. The dropped stockings should be there. Those guys who suddenly popped up must be moving towards that position to pick up the stockings. Two gunshots followed, and the two grenades exploded while still in midair. An automatic pistol in a mechanic's hand let out wisps of smoke. That mechanic put away his pistol and quickly collected all of the stockings on the ground. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were shocked. The distance between the two sides wasn't far. It could even be considered close, but when the two threw out their grenades simultaneously, both grenades were blasted apart by the mechanic. Even if automatic pistols had the highest attack speed among all the guns, shooting down two grenades in succession during such a short amount of time definitely wasn't a feat a normal player could accomplish. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were both gunners. When they considered if they could do it, they weren't 100% confident. However, this person didn't stop after shooting the two grenades and picked up the stockings. Everything had been calculated. Mechanic! The mechanical box hanging around this character's waist revealed his class. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack immediately thought of one name, Xiaobie. If that player was a god, then those precise attacks wouldn't too surprising. However, the name above the mechanic's head clearly showed that he wasn't Xiaobie. When they saw the brawler standing next to him, they immediately recalled a certain duo. This duo was the other two-player team besides them. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack hadn't thought much of this team, but both were two-player teams, so with neither side having any stockings, the scoreboard placed them next to each other regardless. When they checked the rankings, they had an impression of the names of these two insignificant characters. They looked at their names more closely. Weren't these two that duo? It had only taken an instant for Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack to go from shock to recognizing those two players, but the extraordinary hand speed of those two players showed. The stockings dropped by footsteps in the wind had actually been picked clean in an instant. The number of stockings dropped wasn't small because a string of system notifications appeared. It wasn't something that could be counted at just a glance. Those two players picked up the stockings and ran like the wind. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack weren't willing to let the matter drop and repeatedly fired their guns at the two. Wow! How awesome! Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack didn't know who said those words because the two were running and hiding. The two quickly checked the rankings to see how many stockings those two players had picked up. 8! Sun Slong's footsteps in the wind had carried half of Team Excellent Era's stockings, but he was caught by an ambush from Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack. He was still waiting angrily to revive. When he looked at the string of system notifications, he noticed that his stockings hadn't picked up by those two gunners. They're together, Sun Slong explained furiously to his teammates. If losing those stockings were painful, then losing those stockings in front of his teammates was clearly 100 times more painful to him. First, those two sharpshooters challenged me directly, then the other two hiding in the dark stole the stockings. Sun Slong gnashed his teeth. Too despicable. The other Excellent Era players sighed. As for whether or not they were sincere, only they themselves really knew. Xiaobie refused to comment. He checked the names of those two players from the system announcements and searched for them on the team rankings. Then, he realized, they might be Orioles lurking from behind. Orioles lurking from behind. Look! Xiaobie explained patiently to Sun Slong, those 8 stockings were picked clean by those two. Even if the two sides made some sort of agreement, in that instant, those two became hostile. They really are despicable, Sun Slong shouted. Since the stockings are all on those two, then it makes taking them back that much easier for us. Xiaobie said, do you have the coordinates for where you fought with them? Oh, I have it. Sun Xiong wasn't completely stupid. Head out. Xiaobie called out to everyone. After knowing the coordinates, they had a rough idea of where those two might be. Xiaobie and the others split up and began searching for Yishio's and Steamed Bun's whereabouts. As for Sun Slong's footsteps in the wind, after 20 seconds, he revived and rushed furiously towards that area. A battle was taking place in that area. With 2 gunners participating, the place was filled with smoke. Under the pursuit of Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack, Yishio and Steamed Bun had no way of escaping cleanly. They could only go back and fight. Mechanics and summoners had quite a few similarities, but also a few differences. Mechanics had the long-range control capabilities of summoners as well as powerful individual strength. After all, many of the mechanical tools used were to strengthen the mechanic, unlike summoners who completely relied on summons to battle. Mechanics were a class with many different playing styles. With skills such as mechanical punch and drill attack, their close combat abilities were also quite impressive. However, Yishio's listen promise didn't go and practice his taijutsu against those 2 sharpshooters. He used the traditional mechanic playing style, using long-ranged mechanical tools to attack his opponents, while frequently using rotor wings and rocket propeller to move faster. Not long afterwards, Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack began realizing the severity of the situation. The other side was no less skilled than they were. The two had yet to recover from their battle with Sun Slong. Now, they had come across 2 skilled enemies. An evenly matched battle would end up in their loss. What's worse was that they couldn't suppress the enemy mechanic. In fact, his playstyle of spamming airdrops and mechanical seekers was extremely annoying. In addition, that brawler was no joke either. All sorts of sudden and dirty tricks like bricks, Molotov cocktail, inject poison came up, making it difficult to defend against. Let's retreat first. After the two talked to each other for a bit, they made this decision, unlike the vast majority of players who refused to give up because they had nothing to lose. For this ambitious duo, dying and then waiting to revive was fatal to their leaderboard rankings. A target with 8 stockings had appeared in their line of sight. If they died, they would need to search for them again. How could that be so easy? They couldn't beat them, so they withdrew. The two felt like that would be very easy. They didn't have any stockings, while the other two had 8 stockings on them. The two immediately relaxed their attacks, intentionally leaving gaps. If they retreated, the two didn't need to run away in a hurry. The other side had no need to fight with them, so if they left some openings to let the other side escape, it should be more than enough. Who would have thought that as soon as an opening appeared, not only did the other side not retreat, they treated this opening as a huge mistake. They're crazy. The two were shocked at their opponent's abnormal decision. This opening left them with no retreat. Now their opponents had grasped this opportunity and turned it into a match point. Ha ha, having learned the mistakes from those before me, I think it's more reliable to just send you back to the revival point. Youre said. His mechanic Listen Promise had charged at them full force under the protection of the airdrops and mechanical seeker. This was the craziest form of attack for mechanics. They stopped becoming control characters like summoners, turning their own body into weapons instead and entering combat along with other tools. Drill attack. Listen Promise waved his left hand and attached a machine from his mechanical box onto his arm. Then, his drill bit spun rapidly. His character also shot forward rapidly. It was an attack from 3 sides. Steen Bun's rain had come to pincer them as well. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were beaten up. One was caught by the airdrop's explosion. The other was strangled by Steen Bun. Then, Listen Promise's mechanical punch struck. Blood flew out incessantly. Following afterwards, Rain used the level 75 brawler skill, Street Riot. Lower Your Head wanted to rescue her partner and nearly got caught up in the attack too. Without any way out, she could only do her best. Lower Your Head directly closed in, attacking while using sharpshooter close combat skills. Gun martial arts. Not bad. Youre praised in astonishment. Gun martial arts wasn't the name of a skill, rather it was when a sharpshooter engaged in close combat and didn't only rely on close combat skill and blended in sharpshooter gun attacks as well. This playstyle didn't sound very complex, but in reality, combining gun arts and close combat skill together to engage in melee range, yet able to produce such high DPS was absolutely a pro level already. When normal players tried, they could at best increase their damage output by a few %. When Lower Your Head's gun martial arts came out, Youre could tell with a few glances that it was quite impressive. This girl certainly possessed the skills to be a pro. But it's still a bit lacking. His mechanic, Listen Promise, suddenly sprouted rotor wings and flew high into the air. Not waiting for Lower Your Head to retaliate, he fell back down. This escape and attack, rise and fall, disrupted Lower Your Head's rhythm. It wasn't a serious mess up, but for Youre, it was more than enough. When Listen Promise landed back down again, under the cover of a grenade, he stealthily threw a mechanical seeker robot onto the ground. Mechanical seeker's damage wasn't very high, but it had a low cooldown. Mechanics would practically maintain 1 or even 2 to 3 mechanical seekers throughout the entire battle. But Lower Your Head didn't notice it and continued firing at Listen Promise. Explosion. Gunfire. Neither side retreated and began fighting to the death. However, Youre had only started trading blows after disrupting Lower Your Head's rhythm. What's more, his Listen Promise had more health. How could he lose? Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack finally fell. They were gloomy and sullen after their deaths, especially when they heard the other side express his gratitude after killing them. Now I can finally be at ease. Chapter 9:11. Very bold. Now I can be at ease? After hearing these words, Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack had to admit, these two were much more bold than they had originally thought. They hadn't run off, and instead risked losing their 8 stockings in order to hunt down and wipe out 2 people without stockings. This wasn't something that normal players would do. To be blunt, normal players wouldn't have this type of confidence in their abilities, and their mistake was viewing these two as normal players. Would people who came in a pair to a team competition lack confidence? The two were sent to the revival point as they thought about this, and the second countdown for revival began ticking. As I expected, you came. Yet before the two had the time to do anything, a voice rang out. They turned their views, and immediately saw a person they had seen not too long ago, footsteps in the wind. They had been killed in around the same area, so it wasn't unusual that they would be sent to the same revival point. However, it had been over a minute since Footsteps in the Wind had been killed, but this guy was still waiting here. If it wasn't that he had died many times and accumulated a longer revival time, then he had to have been waiting here just for them, and his words pointed to the latter. No way, Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were immediately disdainful. Waiting at the revival point meant that he wasn't after Stockings anymore. Did this guy seem to actually be waiting here just to take revenge for killing him just now? He was a god of glory in the pro circle, yet still acted so pettily? I'm waiting here just to confirm something, Sun Strong said in delight. It seems like you two and the other two really aren't working together, as expected, Sun Strong continued. You don't say. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack rolled their eyes. Some things that others needed to think about were simple and obvious to them, so they weren't at all impressed by Sun Strong's triumphant attitude. That's not a very good attitude to have, Sun Strong seemed to not have anything better to do. Because I might just decide to have you two stay here for another 40 seconds. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were really depressed. Their personalities wouldn't allow them to take this lying down. So what if it prevented them from getting stockings? It was just an event reward, not something they absolutely needed to have. Yet for the two of them, this was something very important, something they had to compete for. That's because they were using this event as a staircase to fame. Their records yesterday were very impressive, but if they slipped up a lot on the second day, they would be something good that didn't last star. Having been pushed to a 0-0 by Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion in the last round, they were already fated to be incapable of achieving the same glory they had achieved yesterday. In the current round, they unluckily met a strong opponent again. If they ended up with a 0 again, then they would only be able to get a third of yesterday's score today. This would definitely affect the impression that powerhouses had of them, and that was something they didn't want. When it came to this, the two were very rational. They didn't want another blank for this round. What do you want? Lower Your Head asked, while keeping an eye on the time. If their negotiation went badly, they wanted to be able to grab an advantage in taking the initiative. Footsteps in the Wind definitely didn't have the countdown, so he could only count it down himself. It wasn't possible for him to get it exactly, so they could grab the upper hand using this detail. Good, that sort of tone is much better, ha 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 ha, Sun Strong said, having Footsteps in the Wind turn and leave. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were both stunned. This idiot was superficial enough just to waste time here because of their tone of voice? By the time the 20-second countdown was over, Footsteps in the Wind was long gone. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack ran in the same direction as Footsteps in the Wind, still disdainful towards the god. They wouldn't be so bold this time, because it was a fight between 3 sides. If they struck first, then it would give the third party an opening to take down both them and the second party. However, among these 3 sides, there was a side that held an absolute advantage over the others. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack's duo had fought Sun Strong to a standstill. If the entirety of Excellent Era gathered together, the two would have to admit that they couldn't take on such a powerhouse, no matter how confident they were in their abilities. Being direct wasn't going to yield any results. They had known this from the start, and that was why they had stayed silent and hidden for so long, waiting until Sun Strong's Footsteps in the Wind was alone to strike. Now, they needed another similar chance. The best chance they had was to strike at the other pair was right after they had managed to make a narrow escape from Excellent Era. Don't die too quickly. The two rushed forth as they kept an eye out for system announcements, afraid that a string of announcements of Stockings being claimed would jump out. "We haven't found them here. They aren't here. They aren't here, either." In Excellent Error's group, Xiaobie received a string of reports from the others. Their entire team had split up, including the cleric, to find the two-person group as soon as possible. They weren't afraid of other normal players. Currently, they were only running around, not battling. Even if they were alone, they would still be fine. They're not anywhere there. Including Xiaobie himself, there were 4 people searching and spreading out in a spiral. This was the most they could manage with 4 people. Yet, they still hadn't found anything. Was it that their targets were just that lucky, or that they were prepared for a search like this? It had now been a full minute since Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack had revived. That meant that it had been over a minute since the two had finished their battle and began to run for their lives. The two's movement should be within the current manageable range of their search. However, if another minute passed, the 4 of them wouldn't be able to keep up with the range of movement they had. Sun Slong's footsteps in the wind didn't wait at the revival point just out of idiocy like Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack had thought. The reason he waited there was to get a better grasp of their timing. With a more clear grasp of their timing, they could better calculate the distance in which the two could have traveled. This way, their search would be more effective. Now that they had the exact timing, they had a better grasp of their target's range of movement as well. It was just that they didn't have enough time to arrange a search in a more specific area. Now that their spiral formation wasn't yielding any results either, they would have to increase their range to continue. An increase in the area searched without a change in manpower meant that there was more room for their targets to run and a higher chance to successfully escape. Should they continue like this or? Xiaobie fell into deep thought. The ever-changing Pro League battlefield had long since created a habit of making split-second decisions in him. His contemplation only lasted 3 seconds before he came to a decision. Circle back inwards. This was the message Xiaobie sent to the other 3. The 3 who received this were stunned for a moment. They had already been prepared to expand their search outwards, but now they were going to cut back inwards? Having obtained the exact time that their targets had to run, they could calculate their approximate distance from the center, they just didn't know the direction, so that's why they were moving outwards in a spiral. Based on the amount of time, their targets were already outside of the range of their spiral formation, given that they had run in a straight line. If they shrunk their range instead of pushing outwards, wasn't that just turning their back on their opponents? Let's take a risk, they might not moved at all. Xiaobie then sent such a message. The 3 were stunned. If their targets never moved, then if they continued in their spiral formation, they would only get further and further. However, someone who dared to linger with 8 stockings on them had to have guts of steel. The 3 were surprised even as they followed Xiaobie's orders, beginning to shrink their formation inwards. As the perimeter of their spiral shrunk, the area did as well. Even if they couldn't prevent it, they could still be certain of the direction of any character that escaped this spiral. However, this time, Excellent Error's team found that they might be able to finish this battle inside their formation. Their circling inwards eventually revealed 2 figures to them. Mechanic Listen Promise and Brawler Rain had come. These 2 really hadn't left, they really hadn't moved from their original place at all. The original place was referring to the center of their formation. Of course, it wasn't that precise. It ended up that they were closer to Excellent Error's striker, Xiaobie. I'm going to engage them. You guys hurry, Xiaobie sent into the party chat. Have you found them already? The first one to reply in excitement was Sun Slong, who had yet to arrive. Go. Xiaobie didn't hesitate. At this point, their opponents would definitely have seen them if they weren't asleep. There was no point in hiding anymore. Sending the closest person up to stall for time was the optimal solution. Xiaobie's striker moved quickly and jumped forward to block the 2 escapees. I really can't help but praise you too. You really have guts, Xiaobie said as he sent a thumbs up emoji. Being praised by you feels really weird. His opponent said with a chuckle. Shen Jian startled in front of his computer. This voice, this tone, wasn't this that guy? Just in this moment of shock, Shen Jian was bricked. Holy crap! How did that hit? Steamed Bun didn't seem happy to have managed to hit the other so accurately with a brick, evidently shocked at how easily the brick managed to hit its target. Shen Jian quickly came back to the present, having been bricked, was glad that the brick had hit his face, so he wasn't dizzied. Seeing the brawler rain closing in and attempting to take advantage of the situation, his figure blurred as he sent an emperor's fist right at the attacker. Ah! He suddenly got stronger. Steamed Bun knew that this skill was powerful and yelled as he dodged. Boom! The suddenly stronger striker was swallowed up by smoke. Yixiao had long since used a skill when talking. Shen Jian's attention had been solely focused on Steamed Bun after his moment of absent-mindedness. He was distracted, and Yixiao managed to get in a frontal sneak attack. A hand grenade arrived with a bang, and then an air compressor was thrown out, and with a ping, the poor striker was blasted into the distance like the uncorking of a champagne bottle. TSK, leaving so soon. Steamed Bun was rather disappointed. Let's go, too. Yixiao called out, immediately getting the hell out of there. Chapter 9:12. No hurry to run away. What's going on? The excellent era players were collectively alarmed. Wasn't he supposed to be blocking him? Why was he the one sent flying? Xiao Shiqin wasn't at the correct angle, but who could be more familiar with a mechanic than him? He immediately deduced that Shen Jian had been blown away by an air compressor. It's Yixiao. Shen Jian typed out while his character was still flying through the air. Yixiao! Everyone was astonished. What a coincidence! To think they would actually bump into him. Steady! As soon as Xiao Shiqin heard Yixiao's name, he became even more calm. It was too easy for excellent era to lose their cool when facing Yixiao. It was a huge problem for the current team, no, the entire club. Just look at Shen Jian. As soon as he met Yixiao face to face, he had been sent flying. How could that happen to a pro player? He had clearly been distracted for a moment when he discovered that he was facing Yixiao. As a result, Xiao Shiqin reminded himself that he must stay calm if he encountered Yixiao. He was just about to give another command and was about instinctively order them to stop him, but Xiao Shiqin was afraid that his teammates wouldn't be able to keep their calm, so he changed it to steady. Yixiao! Hurry up and stop him. Xiao Shiqin may not have given the command to stop Yixiao, but Sun Strong did it on his behalf. Sun Strong was still on his way over from the revival point, but as soon as he heard Yixiao's name, he hated how he didn't have 8 teleports, so he could arrive instantly. There's no hurry. Let's take it slowly. Xiao Shiqin hastily said. Don't let him escape. Sun Strong continued to shout. On Excellent Era's side, apart from Shen Jian's striker, there was Zhong Jusin's cleric and Wang Va's sharpshooter. Along with Xiao Shiqin's mechanic, the 4 had surrounded Yixiao. It was just that Shen Jian's striker was a bit closer. Once Shen Jian's striker was sent flying, the formation seemed to widen instantly. Xiao Shiqin and the other 2 quickly contracted their encirclement. After Shen Jian's striker fell to the ground, he teched it with a quick recover and quickly jumped away. Air compressor had a very powerful blow-away effect, but its damage wasn't high. Shen Jian pulled himself together and prepared to block Yixiao. It turned out that he didn't need to worry. Yixiao's mechanic and that brawler had already pounced on him. This is... Shen Jian said he was going to block them, but when he took a look at his opponents, was that still classified as blocking? The other side had come to kill him. Seeing the other 3's positions, fighting a 1v2 for a short while couldn't be avoided. Shen Jian originally had confidence in dragging out the 1v2 long enough for his teammates to arrive, but after knowing that one of the 2 was Yixiao, he immediately became nervous. Can I do it? Shen Jian was already doubting himself. When Xiao Shiqin saw the actions of the other side, he immediately understood their intentions. The other side weren't set on escaping. If they could kill off Shen Jian's striker in the passing, they wouldn't mind doing so. Shen Jian had stockings on him. Their team's strength was more than enough to sweep the field for these event quests, so unlike normal player teams that needed to concern themselves with either pooling their stockings onto one person or splitting their stockings evenly among everyone, it didn't matter who picked up the stockings. Their final stocking count was all that mattered. So at this moment, Xiaobie was certain that Shenzhen had stockings. He had no impression of how many stockings Shenzhen had. The other side wasn't in a hurry to run and planned on attacking Shenzhen. Their goal was obviously those stockings on him. Too bold. Xiaobie thought to himself. Shenzhen was a pro player and part of the main roster for a powerhouse like Excellent Era. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be too quick. Surviving until the three rushed over to rescue him should be a very easy task. He wasn't going to die in a few seconds like a normal player, right? In the end, Xiaobie wasn't able to understand the emotions tumbling around in Shenzhen's heart. He had undying faith. Now, trouble had come and their first exchange shocked Shenzhen. Slide kick. Yishio's mechanic, Listen Promise, had initiated with a slide kick. Shenzhen couldn't understand. Slide kick was a gunner skill pre-job advancement. All 4 classes could learn it, but mechanics usually used it as a movement skill or to widen the distance between themselves and their opponents, but using it to initiate a fight and close the distance. He had never heard of it being used in such a way. He was a striker, an extremely powerful class in close quarters. Mechanics had some level of close combat capabilities, but compared to a striker, it was too illogical, no? Yishio was very experienced facing strikers. In the glory scene, if he claimed to be second in terms of experience, no one would claim first. How could he not understand such obvious reasoning? So was this a trap? Was this a new play style? Or perhaps he was being looked down on? Shenzhen thought too much. By the time he finished thinking, Yishio's mechanic, Listen Promise, had slid to his striker's feet. Yishio tossed a mechanical seeker robot from his mechanical box and it landed by his striker's feet like a brick. The seeker part of the skill was completely ignored. Yishio directly had it explode on the striker. Bang! Shenzhen's striker staggered from the explosion. Mechanical seeker's power wasn't too great. Whether it could knock the target down depended on the situation. With his striker standing firmly on the ground, it wasn't enough to sweep him off his feet. But Yishio's attacks didn't stop there. His mechanic, Listen Promise, raised his hands and followed up with a machine punch. 2 gunshots followed. The combo finally begun. Shenzhen's brain was still whirring. What's this? It seemed like Yishio's mechanic was using a gun martial arts style. But a mechanic's close combat skills weren't entirely close combat. They weren't as agile as sharpshooters. Could a mechanic perform this maneuver as well? The chain of attacks just now wasn't very tight. Shenzhen was still a pro player. He subconsciously made some deductions. He saw that Yishio's combo wasn't linked very well and instinctively moved. His striker used a beautiful whirlwind kick. Sure enough, it directly interrupted the enemy mechanic's combo. Shenzhen followed up with a reinforced iron bones. This skill increased his defense immensely for 20 seconds, but usually, strikers like to use it when they planned on bursting the opponent. Because apart from increasing his defense, it also gave him 20 seconds of super armor. With super armor, his character couldn't be knocked down, knocked into the air, knocked back, interrupted, and so on. Under these conditions, he could forcefully lengthen his combo. It had a vulgar nickname, Rape ***. In reality, super armor wasn't invincible. The character would be immune to status effects like being knocked down and being knocked into the air, but the character would still take the full amount of damage. As a result, the nickname, Rape, was only one way of looking at it. Sometimes, the character would lose more health than the opponent. However, the striker skill reinforced iron bones also increased his defense immensely and gave a super armor effect. It made this class Rape much more valiant. Every striker liked to establish their dominance by using this skill. Shenzhen obviously didn't have any intention of showing off and immediately felt that using Rape to fight a mechanic for a short amount of time couldn't be a better choice. After he activated reinforced iron bones and made his first strike, Shenzhen suddenly saw his character's health deplete. The super armor had suddenly disappeared and changed into a bleed effect. Inject poison! Shenzhen reacted. The other side had a brawler? This despicable and dirty class had a skill like inject poison that could negate an opponent's super armor. He had just activated reinforced iron bones, and yet the other side immediately used inject poison. If the other side hadn't planned for this to happen, who would believe it? The super armor was gone, but the increased defense from reinforced iron bones was still there. However, his character no longer had the aura of a tyrant. His punch had been intercepted and nullified by an airdrop. The enemy mechanic and brawler began attacking him full force. Shenzhen struggled to survive. He saw an opportunity and used Cloud Body to escape, when he suddenly heard Yichio's voice, "Steamed Bun, move one step to the left." Move one step to the left? Such a detailed command was rarely seen on a pro team. If a battle had to be micromanaged to the smallest detail, then apart from the commander, was everyone else just a marionette? Shenzhen was astonished. It was only after his striker started moving with Cloud Body did he realize what that one step had done. Steamed Bun's brawler moved one step to the left and just happened to bump into his Cloud Body. Strangle! Steamed Bun had been prepared and took advantage of it. His brawler, Rain, lifted his head and reached out to grip the enemy striker's throat. The striker's Cloud Body was blocked and was interrupted. Shenzhen had been a step slower, but his timing had been prompt. His striker leaped backwards to dodge this strangle. He raised his fists, ready to counterattack, but then he heard Yichio shout, "Emperor's Fist! Don't go forward!" Shenzhen's heart turned ice cold. His hand stiffened over his keyboard and he didn't know what to do because in that instant, he was just about to use Emperor's Fist. He knows me too well. Shenzhen's striker turned his head and saw this unfamiliar mechanic character. In his head, an image of Yichio and his smiling face appeared. His habits. His weaknesses. This former captain knew it like the back of his hand. It wasn't an understanding that could be gained from watching lots of his past fights and fighting against him. It was an understanding slowly formed from playing together for large amounts of time. Toss sand towards me. Have inject poison ready. Tiger flips the mountain. Yichio's pointers were mostly to warn Steamed Bun. He didn't need to tell himself. His actions also took advantage of Shenzhen's habits and weaknesses. A pro player of the main roster of a powerhouse was completely suppressed. Xiaobie had thought that it was impossible for Shenzhen to die as quickly as a normal player, but it was currently happening. What's more, it was faster than just Yichio fighting a normal player 1v1 because this was a 2v1. Shenzhen died. A notification telling them that one of their teammates had died. The other players on Excellent Era had no choice but to accept reality. Afterwards, 3 system announcements popped up. Not bad. 3 Stockings. It looks like our efforts weren't in vain. Yichio nodded his head and called out to Steamed Bun. This time, they were running away for real. Chapter 9:13. To chase or to not chase. Without Shenzhen in the way, Yichio and Steamed Bun easily escaped. However, they had now completely revealed their identities to Excellent Era's team members. They had escaped, but escaping cleanly wouldn't be so easy now. Xiaobie and the other 2 team members were following closely behind. At the same time, Sun Srong knew which direction they were heading in and was trying to intercept them. The map had a total of 20 Stockings. Yichio and Steamed Bun had stolen 11. They instantly became the leaders on the scoreboard. Such an abrupt rise left even other players feeling satisfied. Of course, those other players didn't have any pressure on them, so if they really did meet anyone with Stockings, they would certainly give it a try no matter how powerful you were. Yichio and Steamed Bun kept on running. Xiaobie's group chased after them from behind. As they ran into quite a few other players. These players saw that not one of these characters didn't belong to a team with Stockings. Who cares if you were running at the front or the rear? Whoever was easier to target would be the target. As a result, there were people attacking Yixiao and Steamed Bun, and there were people attacking Excellent Era as well. Normal players didn't pose a threat to either side, but neither side was willing to stop to fight with these normal players. As Yixiao and Steamed Bun ran and Xiao Shiqin's group chased, more and more players gradually joined the pack. All of them had been stumbled upon along the way. Even if they failed to stop them, they didn't give up and continued to give chase. Normal players couldn't control their stamina as well as pro players could. As everyone continued to run, the normal players started to lag behind. However, there would always be other people making up for them. This situation lasted for a full 5 minutes. The route that Yixiao and Steamed Bun took was too random. If not, Xiao Shiqin would have predicted their pathing and sent people to intercept them. However, the two were running too carefreely. If they themselves didn't know where they were going, how could anyone hope to predict their pathing? Unable to make any predictions, Xiao Shiqin could only update Sun Srong and Shen Jian with their coordinates. With their coordinates constantly changing and without conforming to any sort of patterns, having Sun Srong and Shen Jian catch up to them became quite troublesome. In the end, they just became two other pursuers chasing from different directions. It was true that Xiao Shiqin's group couldn't anticipate their target's movements, but such randomness made it a competition of speed. Normal players who couldn't control their stamina well might fall behind, but for pro players, no one was much better than the other in terms of fundamental skills. As a result, Yixiao and Steamed Bun couldn't throw off Xiao Shiqin's group, which was why it ended up with everyone running around for 5 minutes. Then, a system announcement appeared. The 20th stocking had been picked up. Who knew which corner of the map the 20th stocking had been spawned, so that no one was able to find it until now, but after someone had picked it up, all 20 stockings had an owner. The system finally began counting down from 120 seconds. According to Excellent Era's usual strategy, if their total stocking count didn't meet their expectations, they would drop a stocking to stall for time, but in their current situation, Xiao Shiqin suddenly felt his heart thump. No one would stop them from dropping a stocking, but the problem was that they had so many players following them. If they dropped one, someone from behind would pick it up immediately. Very little time would be bought. As for dropping it and then picking it up, this apparent hole in the rules had been specially patched. The system would not fall for that trap. This is also Yixiao's scheme. Xiao Shiqin felt annoyed. No wonder the other side just kept running aimlessly. It seemed like they were already satisfied with their 11 stockings this round and agreed to let the round end here. They might approve, but Excellent Era didn't. Could they catch up to those two in 2 minutes? Let alone whether they could catch up, even if they did, Xiao Shiqin wasn't confident they could end the battle within the 2-minute time limit. Should I find somewhere to drop a stocking? His teammate Zhong Jiaxin understood their current predicament. It seems like that's all we can do. Xiao Shiqin said. Okay, I'll be going then. Zhong Jiaxin said. His cleric immediately split off from the other two and ran somewhere else. The players following behind saw their target split up. Which side had the stockings? According to common sense, that cleric was charging out unaccompanied, so he probably wasn't the one protecting the stockings, but what if this was a reverse psychology trap? This question was never-ending loop. They were still running and didn't have time to think carefully. Some believed it to be a reverse psychology trap, while others didn't. Thus, the group of players split up as well. Those who continued chasing Xiao Shiqin's group did so mainly because Yixiao and Steamed Bun were too grandiose. So as long as they still had the stamina, they would keep following closely. Zhong Jiaxin's goal was to find a place with no one around to drop his stocking. He obviously wouldn't be so honorable. He lured a bunch of pursuers and ran around. After running along a route that he had planned, he quickly lost his pursuers. After Zhong Jiaxin ditched his pursuers, he needed to find a remote area to throw his stocking. He couldn't throw it somewhere easy to find. Otherwise, the amount of time gained from it would be pointless. Zhong Jiaxin hadn't thrown his stocking yet, when Xiao Shiqin suddenly noticed something strange. Yixiao and Steamed Bun had been running quite vulgarly the entire time, but they seemed to have suddenly switched strategies. Watch them closely. Xiao Shiqin reminded Wang Ziyi, but when he gave his warning, he suddenly noticed that something wasn't right. Excellent Era originally had 5 players. After running around for so long, right now weren't he and Wang Ziyi the only ones who would be fighting against Yiqiu? Wait. This isn't good. Xiao Shiqin thought of this and immediately called out to Wang Ziyi. What's wrong? Wang Ziyi sharpshooter had been moving with aerial fire the entire time. Rhythm was important for aerial fire, and he had been maintaining it perfectly. He felt rather sad to stop when Xiao Shiqin told him to wait. This isn't right. Xiao Shiqin said. What's not right? Wang Ziyi said. If we continue chasing, it'll be troublesome. Xiao Shiqin was quite confident in his deduction. With Yiqiu's boldness, would he be afraid to fight a 2v2? Seeing how Shen Jian had instantly died, Yiqiu's existence must cause a huge amount of psychological pressure on Excellent Era's players. They were 2 people, but in Yiqiu's eyes, they might only be 1.5. Or 1.2. But if we don't chase them, we'll be caught. Wang Ziyi looked ahead. Yiqiu and Steam Bun were gradually getting farther away. When he looked behind, the various teams were gradually getting closer. After being reminded, Xiao Shiqin also looked back and suddenly felt his head hurt. In their eyes, there was Yiqiu and Steam Bun, but in the other players' eyes, their targets were him and Wang Ziyi. If they continued chasing, they might fall into Yiqiu's trap. If they didn't chase, they needed to figure out some way to escape from the other players. Even though the pressure wasn't huge, it would require time. During that time, did Yiqiu have anything in store for them? Even if he didn't, that amount of time would be enough for him to disappear without a trace. The more difficult the choice, the quicker the choice needed to be made. Xiao Shiqin knew this, and after a quick calculation, he finally clenched his teeth, continued chasing. Yiqiu wasn't the only one with courage. Xiao Shiqin was able to lead a mediocre team like Team Thunderclap to the playoffs every season. Their journey definitely hadn't been through extreme caution. Their achievements had come with risks that paid off. And the person who made these risky decisions under huge pressure was Xiao Shiqin. In comparison, how could this trifling event count for anything? Xiao Shiqin made his decision. He no longer hesitated. His mechanic could also use aerial fire, but now that he knew that he might run into trouble with Yiqiu up ahead, aerial fire would be too reckless, considering that he would only be able to see behind him and would be unable to pay attention to what was up ahead. Xiao Shiqin immediately began running with his 2 legs. On the other hand, Wang Ziyi continued to move using aerial fire. With Xiao Shiqin, they would have their eyes on the front and back, allowing them to see the entire situation. Around the corner. Adjust your line of sight. Up ahead, Yiqiu and Steam Bun went around a corner and temporarily disappeared from everyone's view. It was a commonly used tactic to get away from pursuers, but the 2 had rarely done so previously. If Xiao Shiqin had known they would do this, then he could observe the surrounding terrain and make some predictions. Right now, he still needed to guess a bit, but more importantly, he needed to be on guard. The awareness by the 2 players were on point. When they turned the corner, they were prepared. Both characters held their guns out. Wang Ziyi sharpshooter opened the path and leaped out. It didn't matter if there were no opponents or not, he fired randomly. Xiao Shiqin's mechanic flew into the air with rotor wing and coordinated with Wang Ziyi, but when they rushed out, they saw the other side hadn't set up an ambush. They were still running for their lives. This was also the advantage of using the terrain to escape. The ones escaping didn't need to worry about ambushes, but the ones chasing needed to. Guarding against an ambush wasted time. They might be guarding, but there might be nothing to guard against. Xiao Shiqin wasn't inflexible. He glanced at the terrain. Their Excellent Era had come here before. This master tactician was very keen with the terrain and quickly outlined what choices the other side could make. He quickly notified the team. If the others could quickly come to the rescue, that would be the way of the king. If they could fight a 5v2, why fight a 2v2? This was Xiao Shiqin's philosophy. If he had to fight on equal terms, then the mediocre Team Thunderclaps wouldn't have been able to obtain such accomplishments. Got it! Sun Song, Shen Jian, and even Zhong Jusin, who had gone to drop a stocking, replied in the team chat. Just when Xiao Shiqin's heart steadied, two figures leaped out from the right. Those two figures didn't give a greeting and directly attacked them. Lower your head. None dare attack. Chapter 9:14. I'm a cicada, you're a shell. Where did these two come from? A coincidence? Or Yichio's schemes? Xiao Shiqin was more willing to believe the latter because this timing was just too serendipitous. These two barriers had suddenly appeared just at the most inconvenient time. Of course, Xiao Shiqin wasn't afraid of lower your head and none dare attack, it was just that they had no time to waste on these two sockless characters. If it were any other normal players, excellent Eras players could easily break through them and leave them in the dust, but these two. The two sides opened fire. For characters were all gunners, 3 sharpshooters, 1 mechanic. Their battle were a slew of flying bullets, almost like a shooter game. The two sides never closed in on each other, running as they shot at each other. Xiao Shiqin wanted to shake them off as soon as possible, fighting a battle of skills as he talked. We have 6 pairs of stockings here, and those two have 11, Xiao Shiqin began bluntly, striking at the core of the argument. The distribution of stockings was like so, 11 were with Yixio's group, while Xiao Shiqin and Wang Zedi's characters had 6 between them. Zhong Jiaxing's cleric had 2 and another normal player team had 1. 6 versus 11. The difference in significance was obvious. But they're always 2 people, while you guys are rarely 2, lower your head and none dare attack also replied with numbers. The usual excellent era was a 5-man team. Lower your head and none dare attack didn't dare to face them head-on, so they wanted to take the chance to snatch these stockings first. Yichio's pair would always only be a pair, so it wouldn't make a difference when they decided to face off. Hearing this, Xiao Shiqin could be certain that this wasn't a coincidence. They came to take advantage of Xiao Shiqin and Wang Zedi's lack of backup. Someone was definitely feeding them information, and this person was definitely Yichio. This was because only they, being at the lead, could predict where they were going and could give an accurate report. We've fallen into one of his schemes. Xiao Shiqin was depressed. What should we do? Wang Zi asked. Don't get surrounded, let's fight as we run. Xiao Shiqin turned his view to see a following of normal players in pursuit, and instantly felt even more helpless. Lower your head and none dare attack were onto them and the players in pursuit were, too. Yichio was a cicada shedding its shell, and treated them like that shell star. Wang Zi and I have been blocked. We're leaving Yichio up to you guys, Xiao Shiqin informed the others helplessly in the party chat. After having several exchanges with lower your head and none dare attack, Xiao Shiqin had a good understanding of their skill level. If they really wanted to break through their barricade, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. However, if these two charged over, they wouldn't be able to easily wipe out or shake them off. If they continued being pursued by these two and Yichio decided to turn around to catch them in a tricky situation, then they probably wouldn't survive. To be truthful, Xiao Shiqin believed that this was exactly what Yichio was planning. So, Xiao Shiqin suppressed his impulsive side, fighting and retreating alongside Wang Zi and decisively not pursuing Yichio. Yichio had, of course, taken note of Xiao Shiqin's decision, and was a little disappointed. Xiao Shiqin's guess was correct. Their ultimate goal was still to take the chance to steal stockings. Just as the last pieces were falling into place, Xiao Shiqin didn't fall for it. Yichio was disappointed, but this was Xiao Shiqin. If it were Sun Song, then he probably had long since charged forth and gotten pincered by the 4. Xiao Shiqin's pair didn't actively chase after them and Yichio and Steamed Bun didn't go back for them either. This was because there were still other players over there and if they returned, everyone's attention would swap over to them, the characters with 11 pairs of stockings. So they could only watch and wait. Sun Song and Shen Jian had gotten to the places Xiao Shiqin had given them in accordance with his calculations. They looked around their prepared areas, but never saw Yichio's pair. They don't seem to be on this path, Shen Jian reported. They haven't come here, either, Sun Strong added. This guy. Xiao Shiqin felt cold sweat beading on his head again, making a quick 360-degree turn to have a quick look at his surroundings. Yi Qiu hadn't retreated along his calculated paths. Was it because there weren't any more pursuers so they didn't need to use the same path, or was it because these two had already turned back and were lying in wait for a chance to strike? Considering Yi Qiu's bold and gutsy personality, Xiao Shiqin guessed that it was the latter. He probably wanted to snatch benefits from their tricky situation and see if there was a chance to steal the stockings. Gather here, Xiao Shiqin hurriedly told the others. They couldn't continue on like this. They needed to gather their forces again. Be careful, Yi Qiu might be nearby, Xiao Shiqin warned Wang Ziyi. Gunshots thundered. The battle between Xiao Shiqin and Lower Your Head's pairs was still going on strong. The two sides fired even as they continued to move at a high pace. At first, Xiao Shiqin's pathing and movement was used to shake off some of their pursuers. However, needing to be careful of Yi Qiu, they could use these players to their advantage, so Xiao Shiqin wasn't impatient to shake them off, but let them hang around. As expected, this guy is a tricky opponent. Yi Qiu, who really was lying in wait nearby, saw through Xiao Shiqin's plan, but had no way of dealing with it. In a situation where each side understood what situation the other feared, they could only watch and wait for an opportunity to strike. There was no other solution. By this time, Zhong Zhaxing had long since thrown down a stocking and ended the 120-second countdown. This was all part of Xiao Shiqin's orders. He quickly headed back over. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack, who had always been outstanding, experienced the strength of pro players again, not long after their beating at Yi Qiu's hands in the last round. Xiao Shiqin and Wang Ziyi didn't have any trouble keeping up with the sisters even with the harassment of the many normal players. Eventually, excellent Eras players Sun Strong, Shen Jian, and Zhong Zhaxing arrived one by one. Among them, Sun Strong was the most vicious. His chargeover had knocked down multiple normal players. When he got closer to Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack, he had even less hesitation. The strength of excellent Eras party, having gathered, multiplied instantly. With a few rounds of vicious offense, the normal players started dropping like flies. Their number advantage seemed non-existent. If this continued, they would be wiped out. If it wasn't for the fact that barefooted people didn't fear wearing shoes *, the players would have dispersed a long time ago. Despite this, many people got bored of this meaningless task after a while of being beat. They couldn't be bothered to continue, but they couldn't be bothered to leave either, so they all became spectators. In the end, the only people who were still fighting were Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack. These two girls didn't dare to face the 5 members of Excellent Era on their own, so they had resorted to following and hiding. Now, in this situation, they didn't really want to continue and began to break away. Excellent Era couldn't be asked to continue engaging the two either. It was only Sun Strong who took a few steps in pursuit, but that was when a system announcement popped up: player Listen Promise has collected the 10th Christmas stocking. F***CK. Zhong Zhaxing almost spat blood. After dropping the stocking, he had hurried over. Yet it wasn't long before someone came to collect it and, how coincidental, it was Yi Qiu. Seeing the 120-second countdown start up again, Xiao Shiqin realized something and was immediately frustrated enough to slap his own forehead. I was careless. Again, Xiao Shiqin lamented. What? The others weren't as quick to understand. Yi Qiu and the others were nearby, so they saw you coming back. Xiao Shiqin directed his words at Zhong Zhaxing. Ah. Zhong Zhaxing was stunned, seeming to have realized something, but not completely. With a clear understanding of which direction you came from, and then combining that with the timing of when you dropping the stocking, they can calculate where you dropped it. Xiao Shiqin said. F***CK. Zhong Zhaxing really did look like he was about to cough blood this time. His entire face had gone red. Quickly, drop another stocking, Sun Strong said. He wasn't at all satisfied with their current score, especially after realizing that they were up against Yi Qiu this round. He didn't want to lose, not at all. There were still players watching them from the sidelines. Though they didn't come to bother them anymore, they couldn't throw the stocking here. Excellent Error's party quickly left. 120 seconds wasn't very long, but not very short either, so the group moved quickly, shaking off normal players even more quickly, but they soon realized that they had two unshakable tails. Lower your head, none dare attack. These two, we should have dealt with them just now, Sun Strong said in anger. This time he was very on point. Excellent Era really shouldn't have let them go just like that. However, if they wanted to settle this now, they wouldn't have enough time. If they really wanted to deal with them, they would have to throw away a stocking to stop the countdown. Even so, these two were sharpshooters and didn't need to close into fight. It would be easier for them to run. It was easier to run away, and these two weren't bad tactically. If they ended up splitting up, that wouldn't be good. You two, I'm sure you understand the current situation. Rules were dead, but people weren't. Under the situation in which they couldn't change the rules, they could only talk it out. The two sides were 10 body units apart, yelling to be heard. Xiaobie began to discuss things loudly with the two. If we don't throw down a sock this time around, this round will end quickly, but your current actions make me doubt that you'll let us. If we don't, are you willing to accept defeat? Lower Your Head yelled back, voice clear and crisp. Just from the voice, it seemed like this was a pretty lady. We, at least, still have 7 pairs, but you have none. I doubt you'll be willing to accept that, right? Xiaobie asked. Chapter 9:15. An expert. Do you think we can accept just letting you free to steal stockings? Lower Your Head replied, or do you plan to say that you'll share a portion of your stockings with us if we cooperate? Going by Lower Your Head's tone, it was clear that she didn't believe that they would do this. As for Xiaobie, was unable to respond due to their tone. While on the battlefield, he had no trouble using deceiving and cunning tactics against his opponent, but for something like this, he found it hard to make false promises. As for using stockings to bribe the two? Too little, and they wouldn't think it was worth it. Too many, then why would they still need to go after Yi Qiu? There was no way to implement this realistically, yet Xiaobie couldn't bring himself to deceive them either. So under the watchful gaze of Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack, Excellent Era's members completed a trade, distributing some stockings to those without anyone before the 5 split up, each going their own way. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were flummoxed. Their opponent had 5 people who all had stockings. Any of them could throw away one. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were only 2. They would have no way of being certain who would drop the stocking. But after a moment of thought, the two suddenly realized, under these circumstances, did they have to be certain of who would drop the stocking? The 2 sharpshooters quickly picked someone and chased after them together. While Excellent Era operating as a group, the 2 could only watch on. Now that they split up voluntarily, would Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack still feel pressure engaging them as a pair? Of course not. These 2 even dared to challenge Sun Strong. How could the 2 be afraid of challenging the members of Excellent Era as individuals? They set their sights on Xiaobie. The 2 knew that the person they were onto would definitely not drop stockings, but this time they were aiming to steal the stockings and not just pick up what scraps they could get. At first, they were afraid that their opponents might see through their intentions, feigning hesitation in an attempt to hide their plans, but when they saw Excellent Era split up, they suddenly started to put all their effort into chasing them down. The countdown was still ticking. Excellent Era seemed to have decided to wait till the last second to throw a stocking away. However, the 2 sisters didn't care anymore. They only cared if they could catch up to Xiaobie and strike. Their control of stamina usage was equally skilled. At first, the 2 sisters had a hard time making up for the distance they had gained while hiding their intentions and pretending to have been shaken off. It was a good thing that they hadn't let Xiaobie out of their sight. The 2 sharpshooters combined aerial fire with swift run, pulling closer to their target. By now, the countdown had stopped and the number of collected stockings returned to 19. The 2 sisters weren't certain if it was Xiaobie's striker that threw away the stocking, but they had a clear view of the path the striker had gone on. If he dropped anything, it would be on this path. So long as they kept chasing, they would be fine. Searching as they chased, they quickly confirmed that Shenzhen really hadn't dropped any stocking and the distance between the two sides shrunk significantly. Shenzhen had noticed his two tails, too, and decisively had his character come to a stop, turning to meet the two. As expected of a pro player, he's very confident. To lower your head and none dare attack, it looked like this guy had confidence in fighting 1-on-2 against them, stopping to wait for them. They didn't hesitate either, raising their guns as soon as they were in range. Bang! Yet, the first gunshot didn't come from their chamber. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! The two hadn't even begun to attack before they were attacked by repeated fire. Having experience on the battlefield, the two quickly figured out where the bullets were coming from and turned to look at each side. Xiao Shkin's mechanic and Wang Zed's sharpshooter had arrived to flank them. Looking behind them, Sun Strong's battle mage was as bold as ever, charging forward as if he were a bullet himself. The opponent's cleric didn't even position himself in a place where he could cover everyone with his healing. This was an offensive positioning, prepared to buff their own attacks. It's a trap. The two immediately realized it their plan, but now they realized that their opponents had long since guessed what they would do and made such an arrangement to trap them. Where were the dropped stockings? They had no clue. Stealing the stockings from Shenzhen? That, too, had become an impossible task. What was important was if they could escape from Excellent Era. The answer seemed to be negative. 5 against 2, a perfect trap, completely surrounded. If they still couldn't crush two players with no pro match experience under these circumstances, then Excellent Era wouldn't be worthy of being called a powerhouse in the pro league. Don't cause any more trouble. Xiao Shichin said this like he was giving a piece of advice, but it sounded like a threat to the two. And then, they were sent to the nearest revival point. The two sisters were depressed. Excellent Era's encirclement had completely wiped the floor with them. They had finally truly witnessed the power of pro players. However, it was because of this pro team that their future had been stained. 2 consecutive stockingless rounds would make their score today look terrible, and if their efforts were viewed as just a sudden burst of luck, then their futures were in jeopardy. What should we do? At the very least, we can't let them get away scot-free. Knowing that getting a good score in this round would be exceptionally hard, the sisters were just about to give up and simply cause the others as much trouble as they could. Thus, Yi Xiu's mechanic listen promise received a message from Lower Your Head, let's work together. Oh. We can work together against Excellent Era, for versus 5, Lower Your Head said. And then? Yi Xiu asked. We can take their stockings first, anything else, and we'll just cross that bridge when we get there, Lower Your Head replied. Ha ha, I like your cross that bridge when we get there redot. Let's band together and defeat our biggest adversary first. Lower Your Head said. Okay, do you know their current location? Yi Xiu asked. They just left coordinate 124-45, Lower Your Head reported. Their current target is definitely us. So, we should find a place to set up an ambush and just lie in wait, Yi Xiu said. You're right. Then, come to 186, 151. See you there, Lower Your Head replied. Near coordinates 186, 151, Lower Your Head and none dare attack soon saw mechanic listen promise and brawler rain upon arriving. They didn't hide themselves at all, boldly standing in the open and looking around, waiting. Seeing the two rush over, the two characters turned one after the other and walked towards them. You're planning an ambush here. Lower Your Head carefully scanned the terrain. There were a set of ruins buried under the white snow. It wasn't clear as to what they used to be, but if they dusted the snow away, they could find many scorch marks. It seemed to have been devoured up by flames, and now it was covered by snow. In our 4-man team, there are 3 gunners. There's plenty of cover here, which is good for a ranged encirclement. However, we can't play an endurance match against Excellent Era because we don't have any healers, so we need to find a way to scatter them and quickly deal with them individually. This terrain is much more suitable for that, Yi Xiu said. Lower Your Head felt that what Yixiao had said was very reasonable, unable to find anything wrong with it. We can analyze the problem of their direction of approach from the coordinates you gave us just now. Their target is me, so this gives us a starting point. What they definitely know is the point where I collected the stockings that they dropped. Calculating our movements from there, your possible pathings are. Yixiao began to analyze with eloquence, bringing up a ton of coordinates and analyses. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack listened, half lost. So, I think they're most likely to come from the north to this point, a little to the east, and pass through this area, Yixiao concluded from his massive analyses. Who are you, really? Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack had long since started looking at him with shock. An expert, Yixiao replied. Now, we'll make the arrangements for our positioning for this ambush and the possible pathing and movements we'll force a fight. I know you two are very in sync with each other, but right now, you have to remember that we are four, so you have to think from the perspective of a four-man team. You might not be able to adapt to it immediately, but do your best to overcome it. When needed, I'll warn you guys, Yixiao said. After a while, they finished their tactics meetings. It wasn't too in-depth, but very obviously used the terrain to its fullest. Soon enough, they all stood at their starting positions. Steen Bun's Rain was a melee character, yet he wasn't set at the front of their formation, but lying in wait in the deepest area. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack, who were never seen apart, had been separated by Yixiao. None Dare Attack was hidden a little deeper, while Lower Your Head was at the very outside with Yixiao's Listen Promise. They each hid in their respective positions, quietly awaiting Excellent Era's players. Lower Your Head turned her view and saw Listen Promise playing with his automatic handgun. She knew this was just a repeated action done out of boredom. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed and, actually, in this time, stocking ownership had been changed twice, but this was all between those small normal player teams. Excellent Era still hadn't arrived. Hey! Lower Your Head couldn't help but speak up, watching Listen Promise silently playing around with this repeated animation. What? You aren't afraid of the possibility that we are tricking you into meeting us and planning to steal your stockings when we have the chance? Lower Your Head said. Nope, Yixiao said. You trust us so much? Lower Your Head asked. I don't trust you, Yixiao said, I'm just simply not afraid of you too. Lower Your Head paused before realizing this asshole was saying that he was confident in their ability to defeat the two sisters, and that was why he wasn't afraid that this was a scheme. In this moment, Lower Your Head really wanted to take out her gun and just murder this guy. Chapter 9:16. Ambush. Lower Your Head's cursor swayed about Listen Promise's head. It looked like his character was repeatedly aiming at him. If he clicked, even an immortal wouldn't be able to dodge at this distance. I'll just give him a scare. It's just a game, so it's not like he would die from a headshot. Lower Your Head agreed to deal with Excellent Era together first. She wasn't a petty person who went back on her word. However, at this moment, she really did have these mischievous thoughts. Listen Promise didn't turn his head, but his voice could be heard, stop messing around. They're almost here. How did you know? Lower Your Head was astonished. From my analysis of their search route, it's about time for them to arrive. Yixiao said. I was asking how do you know I was doing that? Lower Your Head said. You were doing what? Listen Promise's character turned around. Lower Your Head felt extremely embarrassed. She realized that Yixiao's stop messing around was just a reminder before the battle began. She thought he had some ulterior motive and accidentally took a general comment as a personal attack. It's nothing. Let's focus. Lower Your Head adjusted her camera. She didn't look at Listen Promise and looked ahead. Make sure you're hidden. Yixiao said and didn't say anything more. His Listen Promise raised his automatic pistol and quietly stood there, paying attention to what was ahead. Lower Your Head felt like it was the calm before a storm star. When she thought of how Excellent Era had killed the two of them previously, she still had some lingering fears. The strength of a pro team wasn't as simple as the sum of the individual players. Their team was just a temporary alliance. Let alone not having the tacit understanding and the tactical coordination of a pro team, they were even lacking a player, an irreplaceable healer class too. Thinking of the incoming challenge, Lower Your Head suddenly became somewhat nervous. Her confidence and pride had started to waver after facing a pro team.
What are your thoughts on our chances of winning?
Lower Your Head couldn't help but ask Xiao. Pretty high, Xiao said. Why? Lower Your Head said. Because we have more people. Xiao said. How do we have more people? Lower Your Head almost cried out loudly.
Are you thinking that all 5 of them are moving together?
I don't think so. They're probably using the most efficient way to search for us. Their plan is to split up, find the target, gather together. Then, after making ample preparations, they deal with us in one strike. Xiao said. Ah? Lower Your Head couldn't make any arguments. Xiao's words were very logical. So it shouldn't be the entire team passing through here. It should just be one player, maybe 2. The others definitely won't be too far away though. Their searching won't be random. It will definitely be planned, so even if we have the numbers advantage, we can't be careless. If we miss this opportunity, we'll need to face their entire team. Xiao's aide. If we face their entire team, what happens? Lower Your Head asked. You two protect us and then we'll take the Stockings and run. How does that sound? Xiao said. Lower Your Head's cursor suddenly flashed to Listen Promise's head. This time, it wasn't the back of his head, but at his forehead. Calm down and think about it. What's important isn't your or me, but the Stockings. If we can keep our Stockings, we'll have the advantage. So letting us protect the Stockings and escape is the smart choice. You can't expect us to just hand over our Stockings to you two and sacrifice ourselves valiantly to let you two escape, right? Xiao said. Okay. Lower Your Head lowered her gun. She agreed that Xiao was right. Good. Then let's stop chatting. The other side could be here at any moment. Our voices will expose us. If you want to say anything, type it out. Xiao said. The calm before the storm continued. This time, the moment they were waiting for finally came. A mechanic and a cleric stepped into this area. It was Xiaobie and Zhong Zhashing. The two characters would look around from time to time, naturally to check any hiding places in their surroundings. At this moment, Lower Your Head felt a bit of admiration for this Listen Promise. His prediction was completely on point. This hiding spot was absolutely perfect too. If those two were just casually glancing around, they definitely wouldn't be found by them. Xiaobie and Zhong Zhashing were searching around, but they clearly didn't think the other side would hide so meticulously. The two stepped closer and closer to Xiao's trap. Lower Your Head had already raised her gun. All she needed to do was click to attack. But at this moment, the mechanic suddenly stopped moving. His gaze shifted towards them. Attack! Xiao immediately said. Xiaobie might not have seen them, but his intuition was very sharp. His glance in this direction might just be an instinctive move, but this move was enough for him to discover their hiding place, so Xiao made his decision. They stopped hiding and Lower Your Head attacked. A gunshot broke the silence. Lower Your Head had been waiting for this moment to come, but this sudden change made her react a half-beat too slow despite Xiao's warning. Her thunder snipe didn't achieve the desired effect. Xiaobie's mechanic rolled away. Bang! None dare attack closely followed. As the two attacked, they flew out and surprise attacked the enemies. It's you two again. Xiaobie sounded rather helpless. As for Zhong Zhashing, their helplessness made him irritated. You two just never stop. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack didn't answer and continued attacking. Did you really think we can't deal with you? Zhong Zhashing was a cleric, but his battle spirit was hoisted high like a powerful combat class. He seemed to want to lead the charge. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack were sighing at Listen Promise's plan. They had 4 players, but they weren't going to come out all at once. The two of them would first attack, giving the misperception that they were the only two enemies. Then, the other two would wait for a good opportunity and catch the enemies off guard. It was clearly more threatening than for people swarming the enemies all together. The two didn't need to think too much. They just fought with their opponents like they usually did. Listen, Promise and Rain would seize the right opportunity on their own accord. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack had backup, so facing these two, they attacked with confidence. Zhong Zhaoxing was like a combat class in the beginning. His cleric looked like he was about to charge at them, but their assault made him shrink back. He cursed, "These two girls are really fierce," and then obediently took the role of a support class. Xiao Shiqin was obviously the target of his support. Xiao Shiqin's mechanic shouldered the responsibility of attacking the two sharpshooters. He seemed to have lost his cool and directly pounced on None Dare Attack. Only a highly skilled player would understand that Xiao Shiqin's simple and crude move was to close the distance with None Dare Attack and to pull apart the distance from Lower Your Head. It was a method of disrupting the coordination between the two's pincer attack. However, Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack had extraordinary synergy with each other. This move didn't seem to be too useful. Their attacks continued to suppress their target. But Xiao Shiqin had set his heart on completing the charge. He had a cleric supporting him, so he could bear to take some damage. Simple and efficient. Xiao Shiqin's mechanic utilized several skills to quickly close the distance with None Dare Attack. Both sides were gunners, and the two entered a close-quarter fight. In this situation, the duo couldn't coordinate with each other. As a result, Lower Your Head might as well turn her gun away. She let None Dare Attack fight with Xiao Shiqin, while she fired at Zhong Zhaoxing's cleric. Zhong Zhaoxing's cleric was left on his own, but just because he was alone didn't mean he would be thrashed around, even more so since he was a pro player. He might be inferior in trading blows with the opponent, but self-preservation was a compulsory course for healers. Seeing that Lower Your Head had made this decision, Zhong Zhaoxing sneered. She felt like that girl didn't know the difference between heaven and earth. Did she think she could instantly kill him and then calmly help her partner face Xiao Shiqin? "It looks like I should let you witness the power of a cleric," Zhong Zhaoxing shouted. His cleric raised his staff. Then, he heard an explosion. His character's camera shook violently. Zhong Zhaoxing knew that he had been ambushed, but Lower Your Head was in front of him. Where did that attack come from? Zhong Zhaoxing immediately steadied himself when he heard a voice from behind. Healers can have murderous intent, but a healer with too heavy of a murderous intent cannot be a good healer. Zhong Zhaoxing turned his head. It wasn't his character that turned around, but Zhong Zhaoxing himself. There was no one behind him. He instantly snapped back to reality. Yiqiu wasn't in their team anymore. There was no way he could be standing behind him preaching. By the time he turned his head around, his character's camera shook extremely violently. In the amount of time it took for him to turn his head, he had suffered even fiercer attacks. While stabilizing his camera, Zhong Zhaoxing found his attacker, Listen Promise. Mechanic, Listen Promise. Yiqiu's alternate account. So it really is him. Why are you here? Zhong Zhaoxing shouted. This time, his character directly flew out. It wasn't just Listen Promise here, but Rain as well. The brawler, Rain, had dashed to him and started beating him wildly. Xiao Shiqin had noticed the situation. The first thing he did wasn't to rescue Zhong Zhaoxing, but to use a skill to get away from None Dare Attack and aerial fire backwards. Seeing this scene, it looked like Xiao Shiqin was planning on leaving Zhong Zhaoxing to die, while he ran away for his life. Lower Your Head and the others were very surprised by it, but it was within Yiqiu's expectations. His Listen Promise had already moved ahead to block him. Chapter 9:17. Finished. Xiao Shiqin had his mechanic slow to a stop in helplessness. Yiqiu's guess was correct. They currently had 6 pairs of stockings, all here with him and Zhong Zhaoxing. The reason for this was to prevent the others, who were all searching for Yiqiu alone, from being destroyed 2-on-1 and losing all their stockings. As for Xiao Shiqin and Zhong Zhaoxing, they were together, decreasing the ground they could cover, but this was to protect the Stockings. If the two met Yi Qiu, it would be 2-on-2, giving them a chance. Even if they couldn't win, their reinforcements would have probably arrived before they were defeated. However, Xiao Shiqin had never considered the possibility that Yi Qiu would have allied with Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack. 2 against 4 wasn't much different from 2 against 1. Even if these 4 weren't as in sync as their pair, Yi Qiu's tactical arrangements made up for it. Xiao Shiqin and Zhong Zhaoxing had thought they were only dealing with Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack, so when Yi Qiu and Steamed Bun's characters jumped out, the two excellent era players suddenly seemed full of openings. Xiao Shiqin decisively decided to retreat, instantly realizing that there was no chance they would be able to last until reinforcements came. Yet that was when Yi Qiu saw through their intentions and Mechanic Listen Promise blocked their retreat, declared them to have all the Stockings and struck without hesitation. They couldn't run anymore. They could only stall for time. Xiao Shiqin's reaction was also extremely fast. His character immediately backed away, rushing to help Zhong Zhaoxing's cleric. As a cleric that wasn't very good at directly fighting, going against 2 characters alone and getting closed in on meant nothing good, even for a pro player. Zhong Zhaoxing was struggling and straining to hold on, his energy from before when he said he was going to let go and fight Lower Your Head completely gone. Xiao Shiqin wanted to come and help, but how could Yi Qiu let him go so easily? Listen Promise used skills to rush forth as None Dare Attack provided range support. Which do we kill first? Lower Your Head asked loudly. She felt like focusing fire to get rid of one first was important at a time like this. Mechanic, the Stockings are all on him, Yi Qiu yelled back. So shameless. This thought popped into Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack's head at the same time. It, of course, wasn't because Yi Qiu had told them to kill the one with the Stockings first, but because when Yi Qiu yelled this, he also rapidly typed a message to the 2, cleric. If it wasn't for how Yi Qiu had told them to keep a lookout for messages during the battle beforehand, the 2 wouldn't have the time to bother checking. So even checking messages was a part of his scheme? The decision to focus fire on the mechanic made Xiao Shiqin unwilling to drop his guard even a little. Yet, just as he geared himself up for a fight, the 4 characters all turned to fire their skills at Zhong Zhaoxing's cleric. A trap! Xiao Shiqin quickly recovered from his surprise. Though falling for this trap was a thing of the moment, even the smallest of details could mean the difference between victory and defeat in a match between experts. Zhong Zhaoxing had thought he could have a break upon hearing that the opponent planned to focus their fire on Xiao Shiqin. He would have never have guessed that what was coming was a round of even more furious attacks. He didn't have any chance to use any skills that needed casting, throwing out all the instant emergency skills. However, could that possibly be enough to defend against the focused fire of 4 different characters? By the time Xiao Shiqin had recovered, his mechanic's help wasn't enough anymore. He wanted to run, but Yi Qiu's Listen Promise was always standing at just the right angle to prevent that. The call for reinforcements had long been sent, but watching the current progression of events, it didn't seem like they would last till reinforcements came. Xiao Shiqin was relatively clear on where the other members of Excellent Era were. Estimating the time it would take them to arrive, his mood fell further. Zhong Zhaoxing's cleric passed away just like that, and, as expected, there were no Stockings on him. Yi Qiu had been correct. Clerics easily became the target of focused fire and, in a pair, it was harder to keep a cleric protected, so the Stockings were better given to the other person. Under the support of a cleric, breaking through an encirclement or surviving danger was much more manageable. It was unfortunate that this was only if the 2 sides had a more equal number of people. With the current 2 versus 4, this wouldn't work. There were more than enough people to suppress the cleric, and their stronger torrent of skills could immediately destroy a character. With the cleric down, Xiao Shiqin's mechanic was still struggling to hold on. He had wanted to find a chance to escape, but in this moment, Yi Qiu's team of 4 were practically right up against him, surrounding him. It didn't seem to matter if they were sharpshooters or mechanics, as if they had all become melee characters. Xiao Shiqin wanted to cry. He didn't know what sort of agreement Yi Qiu and Lower Your Head's pair had come to, but seeing these actions, it probably wasn't a very harmonious one. They hadn't even killed him and they were already preparing to steal to snatch the stockings. Xiaobie only hated the fact that this was a game. If this was reality, he would take a pair of stockings and throw them as far as possible giving him an opening to escape. Yet in the game, dropped items fell at one's feet, totally unrealistic. However, he didn't have any more ideas, so he could only try it out. As he was being beaten up, Xiaobie took the chance to throw out a pair of stockings. Dropped items would end up at your feet? This time, Xiaobie didn't even have the chance to see that happen. The stockings had just left his hand, heading towards the floor, when they were somehow collected. Holy crap! Xiaobie couldn't help but curse. He had hoped to create an opening with that. Yet it seemed like the force surrounding him probably wouldn't have even noticed if it weren't for the system announcements. System announcement: Listen, Promise has obtained 1 pair of stockings. What? Lower Your Head had obviously seen the system announcement and cried out in surprise. Her tone was bewildered, but she quickly understood what had happened, feeling very disappointed and quickly sparing some of her attention on preparing to catch stockings. But her thoughts were too naive. The two sisters kept their eyes on Xiaobie's health bar, awaiting that eruption of drops at the end. Yet Youre and Steamed Bun erupted first. What had erupted from them wasn't stockings, of course, but skills. AoE skills. The two sides weren't on the same team, and you couldn't team up in the middle of an event either, so there was no immunity to damage given. They had been careful of that during the battle. In this moment, a person who threw out an AoE didn't only damage Xiaobie's mechanic, but also the two sisters' sharpshooters. Boom! The explosion created by Yixio's Listen Promise managed to blast the two sisters to one side. It was only then that the two realized what had happened. There was no need to explain how frustrated they were. As they were blown away by the blast, their bullets all shot towards Listen Promise, but this attack wouldn't change the situation. With Listen Promise and Rain each unleashing a torrent of skills, Xiaobie's mechanic was killed and Christmas stockings fell like rain. Listen Promise walked in a circle, collecting them before they even hit the ground. The system's messages flashed like crazy. Let's go! After that, they turned and ran, not bothering with Lower Your Head's pair any longer. The two sisters wouldn't give up so easily, running after them like crazy. However, Youre wasn't afraid of the two, he was just on guard against Excellent Era arriving. That was what would truly be troublesome. And if Excellent Era's people came now, there wouldn't be anyone to work with them anymore. The two sisters would definitely join with Excellent Era to kill them. It wasn't easy to shake the two girls off. What they were even more afraid of is if the two sisters joined forces with Excellent Era and reported their positions. If Excellent Era came, then that would be a whole other can of worms. So, Youre and Steamed Bun never turned to fight the two girls. They just kept running like headless flies. That way, even if Excellent Era found out their current position, they wouldn't be able to figure out their direction, so they couldn't arrange a blockade. If they just ran, then the situation would be the opposite to what it had been before. So long as they didn't engage in combat, stalling for time was no problem. What Youre was hoping for now was that the last uncollected pair of stockings would gain an owner soon. Currently out of the 20 pairs, Youre and Steamed Bun had 18 pairs. One pair belonged to a team of normal players and another pair was the pair that Zhong Zhaoxing had dropped the second time, uncollected as of yet. Quite a bit of time had passed. The more time that passed, the chance of the stockings being collected became higher. Youre was just hoping for that moment. So, after running for about a minute, the time had finally come. The last pair of stockings was collected by another team of normal players. With all 20 pairs collected, the countdown began, but this time Excellent Era had no way of forcing the countdown to reset. Don't drop them again. At this point, Youre didn't have any thoughts to get the 2 pairs of stockings. He only hoped that the round would end quickly, without any more mishaps. Youre had planned for the worst-case scenario, but what actually happened wasn't as bad as he expected. Xiaobie, seeing how Youre had taken all the stockings, could guess that the alliance over there had come to an end, and initiated contact with Lower Your Head. However, his offer to work together was rejected by Lower Your Head. Excellent Era was a 5-man team. Joining forces with them would inevitably result in a situation unfavorable to them. Yet it seemed that joining forces with Listen Promise's pair would also result in nothing good. However, at the very least they would still hunt the two down, running after them. If it was Excellent Era, they would probably only be able to look on from afar. Yishu obviously could think of this sort of reasoning, but for safety and stability, he planned in accordance to the worst-case scenario. He and Steamed Bun continued to run and the 120-second countdown didn't reset again. Finally, the countdown was complete and Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack gave up, helpless. They sent a message to Listen Promise, not taking the result lying down, "You're vicious." So, Yishu responded. "You're really skilled. Are you a pro player?" Lower Your Head's pair finally began to suspect. Even a god like Xiao Shichin had been beaten to the point of helplessness. This wasn't something you could accomplish with mechanics alone. If we're currently fighting in the Challenger League, does that make us pros?" Yishu replied. "Challenger League? Which team?" "Happy." "Which Happy?" "The Happy that talked to you guys before." You. "Yep, that's me." "So? Aren't I amazing? Any interest in joining our team?" Yishu asked. "Go kill yourself," the two sisters yelled. Chapter 9:18. Challenger League 9th round. The two girls failed to get a single stocking 2 rounds in a row. They were obviously feeling terrible, and felt especially worried about whether this would affect their future. And now, after knowing that the outcome of these 2 rounds were closely related with Yishu, the two girls couldn't keep their cool. Going on to his alternate and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, what's with this guy? The two girls complained and angrily blacklisted Yishu's Lord Grim and Listen Promise. They used to have a decent impression of Listen Promise. Even though this guy stole away all the stockings in the end, they had managed to ally together and cheated a powerhouse team like Excellent Era. That feeling of satisfaction filled up the hole from acquiring 0 stockings, but after finding out Listen Promise's identity, the feeling of satisfaction disappeared and what replaced it was a feeling of being cheated. Twice too. When they checked the Christmas rankings, the two of them still stood out from the regular crowd. However, after 2 rounds of no stockings, they only stood out by a tiny bit now. Their stunning performance on the first day couldn't be seen at all today, especially in contrast to the leading teams. As for Excellent Era's team, once this round passed, they were doomed to be unable to surpass the second-place team of Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion. Seeing the placings for those two, Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack gnashed their teeth furiously. The timber has already been turned into a boat though. They could no longer replicate their splendor from the first day. The two were more worried whether the various teams would notice this fall and change their minds, making them value every invite extended to them even more. In reality, the amount of time for them to consider the offers wasn't very much. There were only 2 transfer windows per year in the Glory Pro Alliance. One was the summer transfer window, lasting for the entirety of July and August. There was plenty of time, and it also took place during the transition between the previous season and the new season. Most transfers occurred during this transfer window. The other was the winter transfer window, which took place in December. By December, about a third of the season would be completed. Initially, when December became the winter transfer period, the Alliance didn't yet have 20 teams. There weren't as many matches in a season, so back then, December was actually the midway point of the season. As the number of teams increased, the number of matches increased, and December moved closer and closer to the beginning of the season. The Alliance once thought of moving the winter transfer window to January, but the teams felt like having an early transfer window in December was quite nice. Because there usually wouldn't be any extremely pre-planned important transfers during this period. There were more emergency transfers. For example, if they found out that a new player transferred during the summer window didn't fit the team, a transfer might be put in place during the winter window. Or if a player suddenly got injured and couldn't continue playing for the rest of the season, the team might transfer a different player over to replace him. Then, there were also retirement announcements like when Youre had left the team. That would naturally need someone transferred over as a replacement. For teams, these types of transfers were obviously better earlier on in the season. That way, there would be more time for teams to adjust and fix any issues regarding the roster. As a result, the discussion on whether to move the winter transfer window to January kept getting dragged on. At least, for Season 9, the winter transfer window was still in December. This season's December was similar to the vast majority of winter transfer windows. Just like the winter cold, there were more teams that traded rather than bought. Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack weren't pro players yet. They were transfers that could freely sign a contract, but it wasn't necessary for them to sign during the beginning of the transfer window. It was 12/26 and there were still 5 days left until the transfer window closed. If they wanted to join a team earlier, then they needed to make their decision within these 5 days. The two originally had a lot of confidence, but after fighting against Excellent Era's pro players, they realized actually fighting them was very different than seeing them play in matches. In addition, their performance on the second day was terrible. They started to worry that delaying their decision might bring them trouble. If they didn't make their decision in this winter transfer window and waited until the summer, would they still receive this many cordial invitations? It was time to make the decision that would affect their future. The two girls logged out of the game and carefully considered their future as pro players. On Yishio's side, Listen Promise and Rain had only completed one round of the event. They naturally continued with their second and third round. They didn't coincidentally encounter Excellent Era these 2 times, but with Excellent Era not getting a single stocking in one of the rounds, their end total for today instantly became ugly to look at. Ha 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 ha, you did beautifully. Seeing your performance, I'm becoming more and more confident in our chances of victory against Team Excellent Era. Wei Chen was obviously the happiest about this outcome. Excellent Era's performance today was equivalent to having one less round. Wei Chen's only chance of losing to them was if his team also gave up on a round. Our first place on the team rankings is already set in stone. Wei Chen laughed delightedly. It's too early to be excited, no? I'll have to trouble you to open your eyes. Yishio said. What? Did something happen? Wei Chen shouted. He immediately looked at what Yishio was pointing at. Yishio wasn't pointing at someone else's team, but rather his own Lord Grim and Steamed Bun duo. In the round with Lower Your Head and None Dare Attack, they ended up with a grand slam. Their total stocking count naturally wouldn't be low. Excellent Era's team had been thrown back, but the two of them were closely chasing Wei Chen's team. It was possible that if Wei Chen's luck was poor tomorrow and Yishio's luck burst out and got another grand slam, first place might just go to the duo. Don't be stupid. Wei Chen said gravely, seeing how a grand slam rewards each player. From my understanding, the final ranking rewards will be the same. Us getting first place will get us 5 rewards, but you guys would only get 2. I'm sure even you can do such simple arithmetic. Ha 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 ha. Yishio gave a hollow laugh. He got up and looked at everyone. Everyone go to sleep early today. Tomorrow, finish up all the quests in the morning. We still have a match tomorrow night. It's just an trivial match. As long as we don't forget to go, what's there to worry about? Wei Chen objected. Yishio wasn't sure what to say towards this attitude. Apart from Team Everlasting, Team Happy had only encountered normal teams. Against these teams, if Yishio stressed how they couldn't be careless, it would be a bit overboard. 12/27 was the final day of the Christmas event and the 9th round of the Challenger League. 1 for 2 1/8 teams had registered for the Challenger League. After 8 rounds, only 40 teams remained. The 9th round would determine the final 20 teams. These 20 teams would be split into 4 groups. Each group would have 5 teams, and these 5 teams would compete in a round-robin style tournament. The 2 teams in the lead would enter the playoffs. The final winner of the playoffs would be the champions for this season's Challenger League, and they would be the team entering the Pro Alliance. Starting from these 20 teams, the Alliance would organize an offline tournament for everyone. These offline tournaments would have some sponsorship support, as well as media broadcasting. Teams that reached this point would have the qualifications to have a share of the profit. For normal player teams, reaching this step was already considered a huge success, but having reached this step, many of them would begin scouting other teams and dream of entering the pro scene. Any team that could make it to this step certainly had some real skill. However, their strength could only pale in comparison to a powerhouse team like Excellent Era. The 9th round was the final test before the offline tournament. What was most important in passing this test? It was obviously luck. No matter how outstanding you were, if you drew Excellent Era, your journey would end. However, among the 39 teams, there had to be one team, including Happy, that would draw Excellent Era, and because there were fewer teams, the chances of drawing Excellent Era at this stage was the highest. In the end, a different team sadly drew Excellent Era. Happy could now relax. Meeting Excellent Era early and getting eliminated wouldn't happen. Because in the round robin, even if they were placed together with Excellent Era in a group, the top 2 teams in the group would qualify for the next round, so there would be a seat for Happy regardless. As for meeting Excellent Era later, that would only happen in the finals at the end of the Challenger League. This conformed with Happy's hopes. What they planned naturally wouldn't be thwarted beforehand. On the 27th of December, Happy cleared their Christmas quests early. Wei Yi-chen's team ended up sitting at first place. In the individual rankings, first place actually belonged to Mo Fan's Deception. Wu Chen's Dawn Rifle and Tang Ru's Soft Mist followed afterwards. Then, it was their alternates. All of them were at the very front with considerable achievements. The rewards wouldn't be given today though. The presents from the Stockings, as well as the ranking rewards, would be given out after today ended and the event concluded. Everyone in Happy had been through this before. They wouldn't lose their cool because of these rewards. After finishing their quests, everyone began preparing for their match tonight. Their opponents tonight was a normal player team called Team Crack. Yishio had looked over a few of their matches before. After confirming it, he concluded that tonight's match shouldn't pose any problems for Team Happy. On the other hand, Team Crack was crestfallen. When they drew their opponents, they were initially cheering because they didn't meet Excellent Era, but after seeing Happy's name, their cheering stopped. Team Happy was no longer a team that was taken lightly. They had been covered on Esports Home several times already. Even though many still believed that beating Excellent Era was beyond them, if they themselves had to go on stage, they had no choice but to admit that they had no chance against Happy. That night, in the 9th round of the Challenger League, Team Happy beat Team Crack. Their entry into the offline knockout tournament was decided. Around the same time, Team Excellent Era also crushed their opponents and was now locked into the offline tournament as well. What a pity! Wouldn't it be great if they had been eliminated here? Chenghua felt regretful. Yishio smiled. Their match with Excellent Era would eventually come. Chapter 919. Distance. On the 27th, the Christmas event came to a close. The stockings they collected could finally be exchanged for rewards, and many players were awaiting midnight on this day. Though the members of Happy tried to maintain a good schedule, special moments like this needed special attention. With all these stockings, how could they sleep well without getting their rewards as soon as possible? Teams, main accounts, side accounts, all with a whole stack of stockings, not even they bothered to count how many they had in total. It didn't matter, because as soon as midnight arrived, everyone brought at least 2 accounts and began to squeeze over to log in and claim their rewards. Nothing could compare to the traffic at a peak time like this, when the rewards would all be given out from a specified time onwards. Since there were so many people, it was inconvenient to have an NPC just for collecting rewards, so this time, the method of exchanging rewards was very simple. Open the inventory, click on the stockings to use, and immediately Santa Claus would whistle by on his sleigh, dropping the rewards directly into your inventory. So, at exactly midnight, the world of glory was full of stocking redeeming players, and the sky was filled with Santa Clauses flying across the sky or hovering there. It was a miracle that no accidents occurred. Then all sorts of sparkling rewards fell from heavens. Many players subconsciously ran to catch them and snatch them, but this was just something like a cut scene. The falling items would fall directly into the inventories of the players, so no one could steal them. In that instant, the system messages began to flash like crazy. In this event, 50 people would share 20 pairs of stockings, so that made it, at most, a 40% chance to win a reward, not very high, so the rewards given were pretty generous. From the TV, it could be seen that purple equipment weren't worthy of getting a TV announcement. Purple equipment seemed to be rather common among these rewards. The only rewards that would get on TV were orange equipment, skill books, or very precious materials. If even purple equipment weren't worthy of getting on TV, then it was obvious that things like experience books, money bags, blue equipment, food, and potions would meet the same fate. Even an event with generous rewards would still mostly give out trashy rewards. With only 40% of people getting rewards *, most players were already eliminated. So, those who were able to obtain stockings wouldn't receive rewards that were too trashy. People who got these trashy rewards were probably loathed by Lady Luck. For Happis members, they had so many stockings that, as they clicked on them one by one, the Santa Clauses above their heads lined up like a train, an impressive sight. Yishio and Co couldn't help but count the items that popped up in their inventories. With so many rewards, they also had many more higher grade rewards. They didn't notice it much, but the other players were burning with jealousy at seeing the words flash across the system messages channel. However, from the list of their rewards, skill book seemed especially rare, and this item couldn't be traded away, so only people who obtained it could use it. What was quite the tragedy was, even with all these stockings Happy had, they only managed to obtain for skill books, 3 with 20 points, and 1 with 10. 2 were even on their side accounts, which was even more heartbreaking. As for the things like materials, it was given to Yishio to keep for now. Currently only him and Wei Chen had the ability to research materials. As for orange equipment, those gained using stockings didn't care what class you were, giving them out at random. The quality of the items also varied greatly. However, equipment could always be traded or sold, and everyone was all a part of the same team, the family, so a battle mage getting a brawler's equipment wasn't a problem. They just had to trade. What was disappointing is when they obtained equipment for classes that their team didn't have but were still beautiful and high grade. It was depressing. The orange equipment Happy had gained from the stockings reinforced their strength further. However, what was more exciting was the rewards from the leaderboard placings. These rewards weren't random at all, just like the Grand Slam rewards, and high-quality orange equipment was given out according to each character's class. Every person who obtained equipment practically shivered with excitement. This equipment was crucial to upgrading the level of their equipment, but what was unfortunate was that these rewards would be announced on TV, causing jealousy among players as well as revealing the equipment to their adversaries. It couldn't be used as a hidden ace like silver weapons could on the battlefield. With this event, Happis equipment had all seen great improvement. Before level 75 silver equipment completely replaced level 70 silver equipment, level 75 orange equipment would bring a strange period of balance to the pro circle. During this period of time, the gap between the characters of strong and weak teams would shrink greatly. This was because character strength was largely dependent on equipment, and the difference between strong and weak teams relied primarily on the difference in the number of level 70 silver weaponry they had equipped. Level 75 orange equipment was about the same level as level 70 silver equipment. So, for many teams with level 70 silver equipment, level 75 orange equipment wouldn't bring much improvement to them. Instead, it was the teams with less level 70 silver weapons that would see huge improvements from the level 75 equipment. This was how the gap between them would be closed. It was yet unknown if any weak teams would be able to rise up during this special period of time. However, the situation in the Alliance would be affected for sure if history had anything to say about it. How would the teams fare this time? Starting from January, everything would become clear. The competition in the Alliance still wasn't any of Happis' business. However, they certainly benefited from this special period of time. The gap between them and Excellent Era had been closed by this. As for how things would be when they met on the field, that would depend on how many pieces of level 75 silver equipment Excellent Era would be able to create before they fought. Yixiao had an in-depth understanding of Excellent Era's strength in all categories. For silver equipment development, Excellent Era had never been weak. The account that was currently considered the strongest character, Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf, was the best proof. Who knows, maybe facing off against Excellent Era now would be best. Yixiao mumbled to himself, now, the earliest we can face them would be in over a month's time, and by then that guy would have probably already come up with several pieces of equipment. It's been so many years, he had always been prepared. Speaking of, I do kind of want to see how 1 Autumn Leaf will end up after this update. As Excellent Era's ace, Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf's equipment would definitely be the most important for Excellent Era's level 75 silver equipment upgrades. Yet, the people behind this went unseen. What players saw was the players behind the accounts, the soul they gave to those characters. As for the heroes that provided the stats, they were rarely noticed. The person Yixiao thought of then was like that. Guan Rongfei. He was a core member of Excellent Era's tech team, a crazy Glory fan, a genius that stayed behind the scenes. Who knew how many of Excellent Era's silver equipment had been his workmanship? With him at Excellent Era, they didn't need to worry about level 75 silver equipment at all. He had made designs on improving the current equipment long before this update. For people like this, their current focus was probably just on researching and going through the new materials. And, with his years of experience, that wouldn't be hard. So long as he had enough materials. After all, new updates, new materials, it would all be added in accordance with the current structure of Glory, it wouldn't be completely new. A lot of things could be figured out through experience with similar things. For them, getting a hang of new additions wasn't hard. The existence of this person limited Yixiao's optimism about using the update to close the gap between Happy and Excellent Era, but he wouldn't talk about this with the others for now. Everyone had amazing morale right now, so there was no need to rain on their parade so soon. Today was the day for the players to happily collect rewards for their stockings, and also the start of a new round of matches in the Pro Circle. After the 3 event days, the equipment of the Pro teams had gone through a complete makeover, especially the weak teams. The stockings from Yixiao's side had all been acquired through their own efforts, but these teams? They relied on the players in their guilds to gain more stockings. However, players had to get used to new equipment. The pro teams had only gotten their new equipment on the day of the match. Whether they should use the equipment immediately or not was a question of much debate. Most teams chose stability, picking new equipment carefully. However, there were also many teams that had been poor for so long that suddenly obtained equipment that could be better than the strong teams, and impatiently switched their equipment out. For example, Team Heavenly Swords. Lulan Slash and the others were now proper pro players, very rarely coming to the game to play. In the Christmas event, their characters didn't appear at all, also relying on their guilds to accumulate rewards. Their spoils weren't bad in the end. They swapped their equipment as soon as possible, having worried about equipment for a long time coming. Speaking of, Heavenly Swords regretted buying out Team Everlasting a little with this new update. Level 70 equipment and materials were a little outdated now, but back then Heavenly Swords had bought this, treating it like the ultimate equipment and materials treasure chest. However, this problem was an inevitable and natural occurrence in the Pro Circle. The members of Heavenly Sword didn't really have anything they could complain about except to think themselves unfortunate. It was a good thing that even outdated equipment was an important part of development. Without this old equipment, how would they get to the ultimate upgrade? In this round, Team Heavenly Sword switched their equipment like someone who had just won the lottery, and their mood had influenced their performance, causing them to perform at their peak in that round. They even managed to win a flawless victory against their opponent, taking all 10 points. For Team Heavenly Swords, this was a historical victory and their entire team was celebrating. Of course, they would also go and share this with all of their friends. Did you see our match? It was then that Lu Guaning messaged Yixiao excitedly. Chapter 920. A new branch of All Stars. Oh? How'd it go? Yixiao's reply revealed that he didn't watch Heavenly Sword's match. The matches had just ended. If you watched the stream, then you would be watching the most popular match. Heavenly Swords match didn't belong in that category. Perfect win. Lu Guanning couldn't suppress his excitement. Oh, how amazing! Xiao praised sincerely. A perfect win wasn't easy to achieve, even if it was a match between a top-tier team and a low-tier team. There were too many factors that determined the outcome of every match. Gods performing poorly or coming across unexpected accidents could always happen. A perfect win didn't necessarily mean that team's strength was vastly superior, but there was no need to doubt that the players on the winning team performed exceptionally well. Ha ha ha, it feels too great. Lu Guanning had become more and more professional. A perfect win didn't make him believe that his team had become a salted fish that turned over. However, he still took pleasure in the boost of morale that had been brought by it. Keep working hard. If you can keep up that performance, you'll certainly be noticed. Xiao said. Speaking of which, because Heavenly Swords had promoted themselves too ferociously before, the expectations placed on them had been too high for them to meet. Before the season began, the predictions placing them at 10th was the greatest proof of these expectations. However, it turned out that Heavenly Swords' actual strength was all talk and no action. They kept on wavering around the relegation zone. They weren't any different from the other new teams that joined every season. This match gave them a grand 10 points. For weak teams, which found it difficult to acquire points, but easy to lose points, it was a grand victory similar to a gift of charcoal in snowy weather. Only this kind of victory fit with Heavenly Justice's initial claim. Yes, definitely. There's still something else, God. Lu Guanning continued. What is it? Xiao asked. Next week is All Stars. Lu Guanning said. I know. Xiao said. Glory's All Stars weekend took place on the first weekend of the new year. This year was no exception. This year's All Stars will be managed by Tiny Herb. We and Tiny Herb are both in City B. Lu Guanning said. Yeah, I know that. God, are you interested in coming for a visit? Lu Guanning came out with the main subject for this conversation. Oh. Xiao wasn't sure what the intent was. Even though the 24 All-Stars were the highlight of the show, in reality, it could be considered a festival for all pro players. Although no one in Heavenly Swords would be voted in as an All-Star, they would certainly appear at the All-Stars weekend event. Ha ha ha, we can all have a good time together. If there's time, you can come over to our Heavenly Swords and give us some pointers. Lu Guanning said. Oh, so it's like that? Let me ask my boss. Xiao said. Your entire team can come. Everyone is invited. Lu Guanning said boldly. Sure, thanks. Xiao wasn't too polite because he knew that this type of invitation was a trivial matter for Lu Guanning. If he was too polite, it might seem like he was treating him as an outsider rather than a friend. Immediately afterwards, he told everyone in Happy about this. All Stars? Boring. Wei Chen snorted disdainfully at first. It was mainly to show that he was once famous in the scene. An event that numerous players hoped to participate in wasn't something he cared much about anymore. Mo Fan was even less so. When he heard Xiao talk about All Stars, he didn't even lift his head. Wu Chen had never been chosen as an All-Star, but he had once been a pro player, so he had participated in the All-Stars before. He wasn't too interested as a spectator. If he wanted to watch, the stream was good enough. Xiao Yifan may be invisible, but he had been with Tiny Herb for a year. He had seen the big stage before and had also participated in the All-Stars Rookie Challenge. The current him was also improving steadily. He didn't feel too strongly about a fun event like All-Stars. As for Tang Ru, she had GPME last year and even went on stage. She had a deep impression of it, but it was just a deep impression. With Tang Ru's personality, how could she be too interested in an event where being showy was more important than real combat? Then, there was Cheng Gui and Steamed Bun. Cheng Gui was a standard Glory fan. If she had time, she would buy a ticket to join in on the fun. How could she refuse this kind of opportunity? Steamed Bun? no one knew if he understood what was going on. He simply rubbed his chin and mumbled, "All-Stars? That sounds exciting." From this, it was very obvious who would be going and who wouldn't. But because Chengguo wanted to go, Tang Ru was dragged along. Chengguo even wanted to invite Su Muqing to come. Excellent Era's All-Stars hadn't been forgotten by fans, but because they were part of a relegated team, they didn't even have the qualifications for an invitation to All-Stars, let alone getting voted to participate. Being unable to participate in the All-Stars weekend was humiliating for Excellent Era, but even if they were invited to go, Excellent Era would still feel humiliated. It was simply emphasizing their special status as a relegated team. What was the difference between that and a slap to their face? In the end, what remained unseen was deemed clean. During All-Stars, Excellent Era was completely sealed off. Su Muqing was still a member of Excellent Era, so it wasn't convenient for her to just leave. As a result, Yi Xiao, Steamed Bun, Cheng Gui, and Tang Ru journeyed to City B. Lu Ji resided in City T, which was fairly close to City B. He said that if he had the chance to, he would also attend. And when he actually wanted to go very badly, but as a university student, January meant that final exams were imminent. And when he wasn't a genius like Luo Ji, practicing glory every day used up a lot of his time. Only cramming in the following few days would allow him to pass his exams. Without any guarantees for a pro career, how could the calm and rational Wenyi so easily abandon his studies? As for if he could really become a pro, no one needed to worry about what choice he would make. Happy's schedule next weekend was planned out. As for the pro scene, they began making preparations for All-Stars. The polls to select the 24 All-Stars had begun. It could be found in the game and on the website. The only thing needed to vote was a Glory account card. Each card was limited to 1 vote. The polls had opened as soon as the opening match of the season began. The players that used their votes didn't use this opening match as a reference. Instead, they picked their All-Stars based on the latter half of the previous season and the playoffs. As a result, the All-Star rankings corresponded with what players thought of a pro that year. When this year concluded and the first day of the new year began, the polls would be closed. The 24 All-Stars chosen didn't need to be announced. Players could just look at the rankings and check. Usually, the company would put out a promotional video for the 24 All-Stars as fast as possible. This year was no exception. On the 1st of January, the first day of the new year, the promotional All-Stars video quietly appeared on the Glory website. Players spread the news. Juzakai stood at first place without any contest. After Samsara became the champions last summer, everyone pretty much predicted this outcome. The popularity of Samsara's vice-captain Jiang Buotou also shot up too. He was 5th in the polls, beating out numerous gods. In 2nd, 3rd, and 4th was Huang Shaoqian, Wang Jieshi, and Han Wenqing, the residing gods of the 3 powerhouses. Their fame and popularity practically guaranteed their status as All-Stars until they retired. At 6th place was the ace player of Team Wind Howl, Tang Hao. Tang Hao's vote count wasn't too far from the ones ahead of him, but he wasn't a champion like Jiang Botain or a fan favorite like Huang Shaoqian, Wang Jieshi, or Han Wenqing. As a player that had just transferred in over the summer, while Tang Hao won numerous new fans from his new team, he also lost a lot of his fans from his former team. Even so, by relying on his incredible performance in the latter half of last season, he won the support of more and more players and officially rose to the ranks of the gods. After Tang Hao, it was the 2 master tacticians in the alliance, Blue Rain's Yu Wenju and Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie. Although the 2 played critical roles in their teams, because the 2 weren't flashy attackers, their popularity was always much lower. It was similar to how the forward was always more popular than the backfielders in football. These 2 were the dividing line. The votes for the All-Stars after them had a lot fewer votes. Those who could become All-Stars could be named gods, but there were differences in the popularity between gods. Among the remaining All-Stars, many were frequent visitors to the All-Stars, but they were still missing something in comparison to the top gods. Among these All-Stars, the most discussed player was Zhong Jiala. After coming back to the Alliance a year later, this god had been affected by his year of absence. In addition, Zhong Jiala joining Team Tyranny had been extremely controversial. There were still posts talking bad about him in the forums. Zhong Jiala's popularity was greatly impacted, even if he still used the famous Spitfire, dazzling 100 blossoms. His popularity wasn't the same as it had been last year. He went from a top god on the rankings to the middle of the pack. However, it was only in terms of popularity. His decision to join Team Tyranny had been proved correct through the team's matches. After a year of absence, he quickly became comfortable with the competitive environment with the help of his experienced teammates. The current Zhong Jiala didn't seem to be any different from when he had retired. His decision to retire was once again criticized angrily, but it didn't affect him at all. Amid both praise and criticism, Zhong Jiala steadily advanced forward. During the summer, Tyranny had undergone a huge transformation. The team fought together for about a year and was currently in first place. They were on their way towards having the greatest regular season in all of Glory history. They already made history with 4 of their players being among the 24 All-Stars. This had never happened before in Glory history. However, these 4 were long-time All-Stars. Apart from Zhong Jiala, there was nothing new about the other 3. Everyone was more interested in the new faces among this year's All-Stars. Chapter 921. For new faces. The team that brought the most new faces to the All-Stars was Team Tiny Herb. Xu Bin, transferring to Tiny Herb and now operating Deng Fusheng's Knight Angelica, had performed spectacularly in the past season. A player that always performed well had finally gained enough popularity upon entering a powerhouse team, reaching an All-Star level. Another was Xiaobie, the renowned young prodigy from Team Tiny Herb that grew up under careful guidance. He had missed his opportunity to receive the Best Rookie award, but after becoming a part of Tiny Herb's starting roster, was immediately elected as an All-Star. The performance of this prodigy had satisfied the expectations that other people had set for him. He had performed as was expected of a core player of a team, developing the composure of a general. He was also of the same class and team as the god Wang Jieshi. The votes obtained under such circumstances were very stable. This was because fans often gave votes to the player they supported and liked the most. Since Glory fans were usually Glory players, the classes they liked limited the players they liked to some extent. Xiaobie was on the same team, and had the same class as Wang Jieshi. The votes for Tiny Herb and Witches had to be split between them. The difficulty in getting into the All-Stars was higher than usual. Lu Hanwen was also in a similar situation to Xiaobie. Lu Hanwen was called the greatest discovery of the season. As the youngest pro player in Glory history, he was eye-catching from the moment he stepped onto the stage. His mechanics weren't fully developed yet, and he didn't have much experience, but his passion and energy on the field was something many gods didn't have. If you had experts analyzing and voting, Lu Hanwen probably wouldn't be able to enter the All-Stars. However, the players that participated in the All-Stars were chosen by the fans, so there was much less rational analysis. The votes didn't mean you were strong, but it represented the support and love, expectations, and well-wishes you gained. Lu Hanwen had gained that from the player base, and thus became an All-Star. Another new face belonged to the new champion team's grappler player, Lu Buiyuan. Lu Buiyuan had performed amazingly in the playoffs last season, leaving a deep impression in everyone's minds. After obtaining the championships, he had naturally gained a lot of popularity. During the summer transfer market, Samsara paid a hefty sum to buy the All-Star grappler from Tiny Herb. However, at the start of the season, everyone found that Lu Buiyuan was still using Samsara's account, Grappler Chaotic Cloudy Mountains, and soon they also discovered that the silver grappler equipment belonging to Flying Drops was now equipped to Chaotic Cloudy Mountains. Samsara didn't seem to care for the popularity of the All-Star level grappler account, Flying Drops. This action meant the fall of an All-Star account and roused hatred from the fans of Flying Drops. Chaotic Cloudy Mountains had, inevitably, lost a portion of its supporters, but no matter what, Lu Buiyuan and his Chaotic Cloudy Mountains had still received enough votes to become a participating member of the All-Stars, becoming the new Grappler All-Star. The aforementioned 4 were the new faces appearing in this season's All-Stars. Apart from them, the others were all players that had participated at least once before. The players who had already gained fame had a steady fan base, so it was rather hard for them to fall out of the rankings in a fan-based vote like this. Especially for some gods, their fan support would be enough to bring them to this stage even if they had performed extremely poorly or barely appeared. Out of the 24 voted in, the one in the most awkward position would be 100 Blossoms Zhu Yuan. It was already Zhu Yuan's second time being voted to participate in the All-Stars, but in reality, with his skill, his fame, and even his performance, he would probably never see such high popularity. Last year, he had been voted in because of the god-level account he was using, Spitfire Dazzling 100 Blossoms. The fans voted for his account and pushed him onto the All-Stars stage.
As for this time?
With Zhong Jiala joining Tyranny upon his return, and then Tyranny bought Dazzling 100 Blossoms for him, many people were seething with anger. So, throwing their votes at Zhu Yuan's Blooming Blossoms became a way to vent that anger for them. With this special circumstance, Zhu Yuan was once again voted into the All-Stars, but he didn't feel lucky at all. Apart from awkwardness, all he felt was still awkwardness. Actually, the 4 new faces in this round's All-Stars was because of a special reason. The All-Star player Deng Fusheng's retirement created an opening amongst the All-Stars, but the one who made the most contribution was Excellent Era. The entire team had been relegated to the Challenger League, leaving 3 usually stable spots open for the taking. And, behind these empty spots, was a huge amount of ownerless votes. Deng Fusheng's votes were easily relocated, since most of his votes came from Tiny Herb fans anyways. So, all they had to do was give their votes to Xiaobie, who took Deng Fusheng's place, or another member of Tiny Herb. It was a little more awkward for Excellent Era though. With the entire team out of commission, Excellent Era fans had no place to put their votes. In the end, they would just give these votes to whoever else that they liked, or their rivals who they didn't like. So it was reasonable that eye-catching rookies like Lu Hanwen could skyrocket right into the All-Stars. In this season, the number of neutral votes was a little too many. In the end, this season became the season in which the All-Stars lacked the most classes. Glory had 24 classes, and there were 24 All-Stars. What this meant was rather obvious. However, since the very first All-Stars, there had never been one where all 24 classes were present. The most tragic class was the Summoner, in which there had never been an All-Star player. Comparatively speaking, the last All-Stars had a rather even distribution of classes. Only Summoners and Paladins were missing, while Ghostblade and Brawler each had 2 All-Stars. In contrast, the current season's All-Stars had 5 duplicate classes. Li Xian and Wu Yu's Ghostblades were obvious, always being voted in. Apart from these two powerhouses Tiny Herb and Blue Rain had also made contributions, giving duplicates for Witches and Blade Masters respectively. Then there were the Brawlers, recreating the situation from last year. Tang Hao and Lin Jingyan were both voted in again, but this time 3 hits had become Tang Hao's character, and Lin Jingyan held the character Teen Tyranny had built for him, Brawler Dark Thunder. Yet, the resentment that festered between the last pair of class duplicates had a much deeper impression on people than the Brawler pair. What a coincidence that this pair had an interesting relationship with Tang Hao and Lin Jingyan, too. This was because Tang Hao came from 100 Blossoms, and Zhong Jiala was currently Lin Jingyan's teammate in Tyranny. Now with Dazzling 100 Blossoms, he had returned after a year, clashing directly with his and Dazzling 100 Blossoms successors, Zhu Yuan and Blooming Blossoms. What would happen between them in this season's All-Stars? Those busybodies had long since become restless to know. It was unfortunate that these 4 could no longer go up against each other through the rookie challenges anymore. Whether they would face off or not, that was something no one knew. The All-Star weekend would bring all of these pro players and accounts together, and amongst them ran all sorts of tension. Enemies on the field, friends off the field. This was easily said, but there weren't many who really managed to achieve it. Especially those who transferred away due to their old team's displeasure. How many of them could act as if nothing had happened when facing their old teammates? No one would be as crude as to extend this to a PK off-field, but on the field, it was normal for people to use matches to relieve this stress. And this sort of cathartic action made the matches much more interesting for the spectators. Everyone was eager for the issue of Esports Home that was published before the start of the All-Star weekend, wanting to read up on all the drama that was hopefully about to occur. And so this year's All-Star weekend begun under the excitement and noise. Team Happy, represented by Yi Xiao, Steamed Bun, Chen Gui, and Tang Ru, arrived on that day at B-City. With their plane unfortunately delayed, the four accepted Lu Guanning's escort arrangements. A car came to pick them up and took them directly to Tiny Herb Stadium. When the person responsible for leading them inside was still trying to figure out how to actually do that, Yi Xiao had already led them into the building, obviously familiar with it. However, when it came to finding their seats, Yi Xiao wasn't too familiar. He rarely sat in the audience seats before. The seating that Lu Guanning had gotten them was, of course, top-notch, much better than the 3 that Chen Gui had bought last year. Because of their delayed flight, the opening show of the All-Star weekend was over by the time they got there. The first order of business had begun already, the Rookie Challenge. In this season, the hologram projection technology had been completely integrated into glory matches. After half a season, the audience had completely gotten used to and fallen in love with this new method of viewing. The viewing quality had seen great improvement, and the ticket sales for each team's home matches had hit a new high. The All-Stars were no different, also using this sort of technology. By the time Yi Xiao's group had managed to find and set in their seats, the first match of the Rookie Challenge was already over. The four who only cared about finding their seats didn't even know who had been fighting who. The unstage commentator was already announcing the player for the second match. It was the most eye-catching rookie of the season, Lu Hanwen, that was up next. It had only been half a season, but this youngest ever pro player rookie seemed to already be viewed as best rookie. That was Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb were arch-rivals, and the current season's All-Stars was played on Tiny Herb's home turf, so the treatment Blue Rain players would get was evident. However, when this 14-year-old pro player stood on the stage, the Tiny Herb fans weren't mean enough to boo him. The applause was a little scattered though. The host knew that Lu Hanwen was a very popular figure of debate, so he chatted with him a little more than usual. Lu Hanwen was as open as always, saying what came to him and bringing up the mood. It was only at the end that the host asked what everyone cared about most. Then, "Little Lu, who are you going to challenge today? Let me take a guess, is it your senior from your team, God Huang Xiaoqian?" "Nope." Lu Hanwen shook his head. "Oh, then who is it?" The host had been confident in his guess, so he was surprised upon hearing this. That was when Lu Hanwen took the mic and turned to the pro player stands. "Tiny Herb Senior Liu Xiaobie, let's settle this once and for all." Chapter 922. Change Beyond Recognition. Lu Hanwen had amazed numerous people within the first half of this season. In this year's Rookie Challenge, he had once again shocked everyone. Many people had guessed the same as the host and thought that Lu Hanwen would challenge his own teamers Huang Xiaoqian. It was similar to how many rookies chose to challenge the god, which they admired the most. While the event was supposed to be a challenge, perhaps it was considered more as paying respects. But Lu Hanwen had chosen Team Tiny Herb's Liu Xiaobie. It was quite puzzling. Team Blue Rain and Team Tiny Herb were rivals, but what was the relationship between Lu Hanwen and Liu Xiaobie? Lu Hanwen's most admired blade master couldn't be Liu Xiaobie, right? Or maybe he was saying that Liu Xiaobie was weak, so he called him out to get a win over him? That wasn't paying respects to your favorite senior player. No one knew that the relationship between the two had started during the summer break. At that time, the two were helping out their respective guilds and encountered each other while fighting for wild bosses. Lu Hanwen had been using his Flowing Cloud account. However, he wasn't become an official pro player for Team Blue Rain yet, which had astonished Liu Xiaobie. As for Liu Xiaobie, even though he was using an alternate account, who else but a pro player had such skill? Once Lu Hanwen started fighting with him, it wasn't hard to guess that he was Liu Xiaobie. Lu Hanwen had won that match in the end. His win was somewhat despicable though. It had originally been a 1v1 duel. After all of their mana had been depleted, they fought using only normal attacks, but Lu Hanwen relied on a cleric's prayer wish to restore some of his mana and cleanly finished off Liu Xiaobie, who only had a sliver of health left. In theory, it should be Liu Xiaobie challenging Lu Hanwen for revenge, but this kid was the one to challenge Liu Xiaobie instead, giving him another chance to pay back his debt. This move surprised even those who knew about their relationship. There were a few people who knew about their duel in the game. The players from Team Blue Rain and Team Tiny Herb didn't need to be mentioned, but there was also Team Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie and Lin Jingyan who had been present, as well as Yishio's group. They had watched the duel that day. Liu Xiaobie left his seat on Team Tiny Herb's side after being picked and went up onto the stage. The question for why so and so was picked as an opponent was a question asked thousands of times before, but this time everyone truly wanted Lu Hanwen to give an explanation. It's nothing really. I just really want to beat Senior Liu Xiaobie. Lu Hanwen's reply didn't explain anything. Oh? Why do you say that? The host pestered him. Because every time I fought with him before were never true duels. Lu Hanwen said. Over half of the season had passed. Team Tiny Herb and Team Blue Rain had certainly fought against each other at least once. In that match, did Lu Hanwen ever clash with Liu Xiaobie? Many people had thought of this question when he picked Liu Xiaobie, but no one had a definite answer. This time, everyone felt like it must have been something that had happened off stage, so they tried even harder to recall whatever they could. However, no one thought that it was because of what happened in the game. Seeing that Liu Xiaobie had gone on stage, the host obviously had to go greet him. After some small talk, the main subject came: would the two of you like us to provide the characters? No need. Lu Hanwen said. Liu Xiaobie shrugged his shoulder, indicating that he didn't care. The host was very excited. From an audience's point of view, they wanted to see the players use their own characters to fight each other. Then let's welcome the contestants for the second match of the Rookie Challenge, the youngest player in the history of Glory, Team Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen, versus the Hand Speed Master Team Tiny Herb's Liu Xiaobie. The host shouted loudly and both players went to their respective seats on stage. They swiped their cards and picked the map. The host quickly went off stage. The projection of the map burst to life. Neither of the two wasted any time, and the match soon began. Liu Xiaobie's Blade Master, Flying Sword, and Lu Hanwen's Blade Master, Flowing Cloud appeared on the opposite corners of the map. Don't look at how Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud was younger. In terms of equipment, Flowing Cloud was no weaker than Flying Sword because Team Blue Rain had the strongest Blade Master, Sword Saint, Troubling Rain. This meant that their team had the best tools to create Blade Master equipment. Under this kind of environment, building another Trouble Rain wasn't impossible to create. However, on Team Tiny Herb, Blade Masters weren't their core class, so the resources invested into it were slightly less. Even so, Flying Sword was only a tad bit weaker than the most powerful Blade Master in all of Glory. Flying Sword was one of the top Blade Masters too. His silver weapon, Chasing Spirit, had a fairly normal name, but it was a top-tier silver weapon reputed as one of the 10 famed swords of Glory. It had a 5% chance of hitting twice. No one but Team Tiny Herb knew about this weapon's special effect and why the weapon was called Chasing Spirit. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud had a total of 10 pieces of silver equipment. This number was equal to the Sword Saint's Troubling Rain. His silver weapon, Flame Shadow, was a greatsword with extremely high attack and extremely long range, but those were all general trends for greatswords. The unique part of Flame Shadow was its weapon effect. It had a 5% chance of adding a Flame Shadow buff to the attack, increasing the damage dealt by 30%. It was a buff that purely increased the damage inflicted. The commentator quickly introduced the two Blade Master characters. After the countdown ended, the two rushed forward. The commentator had yet to finish talking about the two characters when the two came across each other. The commentator had no choice but to stop reading aloud information on the two characters and began commentating the fight. Because it didn't appear to be a match of paying respects to the senior, the winner of the match was important. This type of confrontation naturally drew in a lot of attention. Liu Xiaobie didn't hold back facing this rookie. He wanted to strike first, taking advantage of his Chasing Spirit's higher attack speed. Flowing Cloud with his greatsword didn't wait to take a beating. Practically at the same time that Liu Xiaobie's flying sword closed in with triple slash, a sword slash was drawn in a circle. When great sword users sword slashed, their attack wasn't as fast, but their range was greater. Flying sword was enveloped by this sword slash, but the hand speed expert Liu Xiaobie didn't back down and ate the strike head-on. His flying sword's triple slash struck diagonally, and his character deviated to the right, narrowly dodging the greatsword sword wind. Following afterwards, flying sword threw out the third strike of triple slash and closed in on flowing cloud. Ding! The ringing sound of two swords clashing echoed. Lu Hanwen quickly reacted. Flowing Cloud retracted his sword and raised it up to guard, blocking Flying Sword's third strike. This ringing sound seemed to be the opening to the prologue. Following afterwards, ding-ding sounds exploded repeatedly like popping popcorn. The two characters revolved around each other and kept on attacking each other. Their initiations and retreats happened in an instant. The battle had only just begun and the intensity had already reached its peak. The battle of hand speeds was just getting started. The applause was like thunder. This type of confrontation showed the incredible technical skills of the two players, which was extremely fun for normal players to watch. It was what the audience liked to see the most. Everyone wanted to be a hand speed expert. They placed nearly as much importance on hand speed as they did on the other elements required to be considered an expert. On one hand, hand speed was without a doubt a fundamental aspect of an expert, but it was also because an expert with high hand speed could produce this kind of a beautiful fight. The two were extremely fast with their attacks. Some players couldn't even keep up with what was going on. The screen suspended in the center of the stadium kept on playing slow-mos of their confrontation. Sword light flew and blood splashed widely. The health of the two characters slid down, and gradually, a slight divide could be seen. Flying Sword's health was just a tiny bit higher than Flowing Cloud's. Liu Xiaobie was considered an extremely talented player. This talent referred to his hand speed. This was analogous to an athlete who was born with an extremely outstanding body. These innate constitutions couldn't be achieved through blood and sweat. This was pure talent. People always had high hopes on talented people. Liu Xiaobie was one of these talents. Although Team Tiny Herb already had 3 All-Stars before he came, they still placed a lot of importance on him. However, his performance during his 2 seasons of play were rather disappointing. He had talent, but he was improving too slowly to match his talent. In comparison, among the players who joined the alliance that same year, 2 had become gods. One was Sun Suong, who had come out of a lower-tier team. He swept away all those in his path and became a god. Then, he transferred to Excellent Era and inherited the Battle God One Autumn Leaf, becoming the successor of the first God of Glory, Yi Qiu. The other was Tang Hao, who was similar to Liu Xiaobie. He had come from Team 100 Blossoms, which managed to reach the finals 3 times. No one dared to underestimate such a formidable team. Tang Hao didn't have such attention-grabbing talent like Liu Xiaobie. He also didn't show any incredible performances in his first rookie year. Just when he was considered an average pro player, he grasped Zhong Jiala's retirement. While Team 100 Blossoms had lost their core player, he quickly made an impression on everyone's minds through his incredible play. He transferred to Team Wind Howl this season, inheriting the #1 brawler, Demon Subduer, and becoming the core of the team. With the support of strong teammates, it was all uphill from there. On the other hand, Liu Xiaobie had come from a top-tier champion team like Team Tiny Herb and had enviable talent, but after 2 seasons in the pro scene, apart from people having a deep impression of his astonishing absolute hand speed, he didn't leave any lasting, spectacular plays. No one was willing to just be mediocre. This summer, Liu Xiaobie was determined to improve. While others went to relax, he continued to work hard and even went on a crusade in the game. Hard work always paid off. This season, Liu Xiaobie's performance was outstanding. In the All-Star rankings, he was 25th place, but he was less than 100 votes away from Zhu Yuan in 24th place. As for Zhu Yuan getting into All-Stars, that was because of his special background and the special circumstances. He was supposed to have a spot at the All-Stars. Lu Hanwen was a new rising star this season. The two had already fought against each other over the summer. This time, in the All-Star rankings, Lu Hanwen placed 18th. For a rookie, it was an incredible achievement. But would that make Liu Xiaobie think he was inferior to him? No way. The outcome could only be known after asking the sword in his hands. Chapter 923. Liu Xiaobie's goal. The two sides were fighting against each other furiously when Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud suddenly leapt up, turning and drawing his sword. The afterimage of the sword flashed past in a blur, and the dust and mud around Liu Xiaobie's flying sword was thrown up before the attack even landed. Falling Blossom form. The skill that Lu Hanwen was using was, impressively, one of the new Blade Master skills added after the level 75 update. It had only been a month since the update had been released. If you counted the time it took to get a character to level 75, then it had been an even shorter time since these techniques had been learned. Normal players would impatiently start spamming these skills wherever they could, but pro players couldn't be so careless. It was okay if they tried it out when playing for fun, but in an official match, who would dare to use a skill they weren't totally familiar with? A skill that they hadn't fully integrated into their playstyle was a skill that could become a fatal opening. The All-Star weekend obviously didn't count as an official match, and the wins and loses there didn't truly count. That was why in the last two matches, the participants had all used the new skills, and seemed rather familiar with them too. Pro players adjusted to these new additions and changes much faster than normal players would. However, since they wanted a full understanding of the skill and how to use it, they would be more careful about it. For a match that was more a show than anything, it was fine to use a few unfamiliar or incomplete styles and techniques. However, Lu Hanwen and Liu Xiaobie's match felt a little different from the moment Lu Hanwen had sent out that challenge. After all, who would say let's settle this once and for all in the rookie challenges? As expected, the two gave it their all once they started, like they were fighting in an official pro match, and neither of them had used a new skill. Yet in this moment, Lu Hanwen surprisingly used Falling Blossom form. The skill was activated by flowing clouds, pulsing sword energy arising from his broadsword flame shadow and streaking through the air towards flying sword. Ah! This is Falling Blossom form. A new level 75 skill. The new skills have yet to be used until now in their fight. It can be seen from this how seriously they're taking this match. Yet, now, a level 75 skill has finally appeared from Lu Hanwen. He really is like a newborn calf that doesn't fear a tiger asterisk. All those who cared to follow news about Blue Rain, about this pro player, probably all knew that Lu Hanwen is the one who would boldly use a new skill in the first match after the new update. In the entire pro circle, he was the only one. So, that's why we say he's an amazing young man, always managing to do the unexpected. The commentator spoke very quickly, but no matter how quickly he spoke, he still had too much to say. By the time he had finished his ramblings, flowing clouds and flying swords had already finished several exchanges. It didn't stop at Falling Blossom form. After Falling Blossom form, Meteor form, and Piercing form were unleashed, both level 75 new skills. Glory didn't limit the number of new skills for each level stage to one, especially not after the level 55 update. This was because, from this point onwards, every new stage meant a whole new chapter of the game, so the contents had to be as abundant as possible. One skill was just too little, so there were often several new skills that were released together. For Blade Masters, new skills were added for the level 75 update, all with form in their name. Falling Blossom form, Meteor form, and Piercing form were all skills from the most recent update. Lu Hanwen used these new skills to mount a new round of offense. Though the commentator hollered over this excitedly, but from the situation, it seemed that the three new skills didn't have much of an effect, no help in getting Lu Hanwen the upper hand. Ah! The commentator yelled out again. After Lu Hanwen's three forms, Liu Xiaobie's flying swords quickly counterattacked with a skill of his own, and that skill was the only form that Lu Hanwen had yet to use, Curving Wind form. Flicking the tip of his blade, the sword energy didn't stab forwards viciously, but instead swirled to the tip of the blade from its surroundings. The force of the energy blew the dust and earth, swirling into the air, displaying the power of the skill. Liu Hanwen seemed to sense the danger, hurriedly getting Flowing Clouds to turn and defend. However, he was still a little too late. The backwards moving sword skill somehow attacked from behind Flowing Clouds, striking him as he to block. Thus, the effect that this attack had wasn't to blast its target away, but instead to pull its target towards the attacker. Flowing Clouds, his body being thrown forward against his will, threw out his sword, just managing to parry the strike that Liu Xiaobie had sent out. Applause rung out in the stadium. Liu Hanwen, back turned to flying swords, had managed to parry so accurately as he turned Flowing Clouds around.
What was marvelous?
This was it. This parry surprised even Liu Xiaobie a little, but it wasn't enough to mess up his plan of attack. Long before he had struck out with curving wind form, he had thought through his next actions. If his first strike didn't hit, he still had others. Liu Xiaobie's APM suddenly jumped. Just because he wanted to improve in other aspects didn't mean that he would neglect this talent of his. Hand speed, that would forever be his ace. Seeking improvement in other areas was, in the end, simply just to better the use of his best talent, allowing him to utilize his hand speed to the fullest. He might not yet be able to complete a whole match at this level of APM without mistakes, but a short period of time like this, after 2 years of cumulative experience and a summer of intense practice, was something he had complete confidence in. Ah! Amongst the shocked cries from the crowd, resplendent light from his blade lit up the battle. Liu Xiaobie, who had once set out on a path he shouldn't have, had come out of his cocoon anew. Last season, he had gained the title of King of Dueling, proving himself fiercely. He didn't slow after his success either. After a summer of intense practice, half a season of ablution, today's Liu Xiaobie was even stronger than last season. He didn't care about an award like King of Dueling, he was aiming for something even higher. Sword Saint. This was an unofficial title, but one that everyone else acknowledged, the true glory title for the best blade master. That was Liu Xiaobie's true goal.
Liu Hanwen?
He was a great rookie player, but he wasn't the one Liu Xiaobie was aiming to succeed. Formless Phantom Blade. The powerful skill was unleashed. Talking about pure DPS, none of the new level 75 for forms of fencing dealt as much damage as Formless Phantom Blade. That was why Formless Phantom Blade was still the Blade Master's strongest DPS skill, and with the update in level limits, there was more room for skill strengthening as well, once again increasing the damage of Formless Phantom Blade. However, what was surprising wasn't that. 15 blades. With the commentator's yell, all of the audience raised their heads to look at the big screen. With the holographic projection technology, the screen used for live broadcasting was no longer used for that purpose. Instead, it was used to replay the best moments of the battle, some shots of the audience, and the statistics and data of every match. Of course, there was also the conversation some players had during matches. This was something the audience loved, but couldn't be projected by the holographic projection technology. It wasn't like they could just put speech bubbles above the heads of the characters, that would just ruin the 3D effects. Now, looking up at the screen, what everyone saw was the statistics for Flying Sword's Formless Phantom Blade under Liu Xiaobie's performance. 15 blades. This was how many combo hits the skill could make based on the player's mechanics. Before this, the highest record made by the pros of the Alliance was only 13, and Liu Xiaobie had instantly raised that record by 2 blades. This was something he managed through his hand speed alone. There was no other way. After a period of shocked silence, the audience suddenly erupted into thunderous applause. Many people were even so moved that their tears were close to flying out like a whirlwind. This was Tiny Herb's home turf, after all, so no one supported their players more than them. 15 blades created by Formless Phantom Blade, not even Huang Shaoqian could do that, right? However, their player Liu Xiaobie had managed to do so. During this match where a Blade Master from Blue Rain had challenged him, he had completely managed it. Liu Hanwen's Flowing Clouds finally fell to Formless Phantom Blade's last blade. He had gained everyone's attention when he got on the stage, but throughout this match, the spotlight moved off of him. This rookie challenge had helped Liu Xiaobie's popularity soar. Even though Liu Hanwen was a rookie, he was still an all-star player, but the 15 blades of Formless Phantom Blade was a reality. Whoever didn't accept it, then they could come and challenge it themselves. Amazing! Even Yixiao couldn't help but praise this limit-breaking show of mechanics, applauding. I wonder how many blades I could get. I'll try with a Blade Master after I get back, Tang Ru mumbled. And you? If it were you, how many blades could you achieve? Chen Gui asked Yixiao. That would depend on the situation, Yixiao replied. Your limit? Chen Gui said. Never tried. Yixiao shook his head. I've tried, 7 blades for me. Chen Gui sighed. With your skill, there's no need for you to brag, right? Yixiao responded. Do you want to die? Chen Gui was depressed. She had been careless, saying something like that in front of Yixiao. Steamed Bun, on the other side, was shaking his head. What's up, Steamed Bun? Can you make more blades? Chen Gui asked with a smile. I don't like the way the number 15 sounds, Steamed Bun sighed. The match came to a close with Liu Xiaobie's amazing explosion of skill claiming him victory. The applause from the audience didn't stop. Such an exciting rookie challenge was rare. The projected image was fading, but it didn't flash off suddenly, but faded slowly from the outside inwards. It was the All-Star weekend, of course it would be a little more grand. Yet it was then that Flying Swords, having yet to leave, threw out his arm, his silver weapon chasing Spirit stabbing forth swiftly. Everyone was still puzzling over this action when the scene faded and Flying Swords disappeared. An observant few seemed to have realized something and looked in the direction that Flying Swords had stabbed at. The big screen, too, replayed the action made by Flying Swords and then the scene switched to place the sword had been pointing towards. Team Blue Rain, Huang Xiaotian. Chapter 924. Listless. The cameras zoomed in on Huang Xiaotian. Everyone in the audience could see it on the screens above. The crowd immediately exploded into an even greater uproar. Countless Tiny Herb fans began shouting and whistling, intensifying Liu Xiaobie's challenge towards Huang Xiaotian. On the screen, a teammate nudged Huang Xiaotian and then pointed in the direction of the screen. Huang Xiaotian smiled and waved his hands at the cameras. The crowd roared. This guy probably didn't know what was going on, did he? Was he not watching the previous match? Huang Xiaotian was very confused by the crowd's reaction until the teammate next to him said a few words to him. He suddenly understood what had happened and stared at the camera with a smile. He continued smiling. The cameras couldn't focus on Huang Xiaotian the entire time. It seemed like he didn't care, so the cameras turned away in disappointment. The instant the cameras turned away, Huang Xiaotian's 2 hands quickly shot up and gave Liu Xiaobie the middle finger. Ah! Hurry up and go back. The director of the broadcast shouted violently. The cameras quickly focused on Huang Xiaotian again. Everyone watching the All-Star weekend once again saw Huang Xiaotian smiling. His smile was no different than before. Everyone was puzzled. Was the stream lagging? This guy is too crafty. The director felt very depressed. Flipping someone off was very uncultured. If the live stream had caught it, Huang Xiaotian would certainly be fined by the Alliance, but in their current situation, as long as no one reported this incident, even if the Alliance knew, they would turn a blind eye towards it. Without the cameras on him, there were only a few people who could see him giving the middle finger. This was Team Tiny Herb's home stadium, so it was filled with Team Tiny Herb fans. When they saw it, they went into an uproar and created quite some noise. Those who didn't know what was going on were very puzzled and naturally turned to ask others about it. As a result, news of Huang Xiaotian giving the middle finger to Liu Xiaobie was spread by mouth, and the uproar in the stadium grew louder like a rising wave. Practically no one cared about when the next Rookie Challenge match would be taking place at this point. The stream's commentator was still carefully commentating the next match of the Rookie Challenge, but his heart felt so stifled that it hurt. Such a magnificent scene had actually been missed by the cameras. What was going on stage was very ordinary. It was an exhibition match where the younger generation paid respects to the older generation. In the end, the senior god won. He gave the junior a word of encouragement and the junior expressed that he would take this opportunity to learn from his senior. How boring. The commentator was about to fall asleep, but even if he felt bitter inwardly, he could only falsely raise his spirits and talk very excitedly about his admiration for this match. The broadcasting team was the most sullen out of everyone on the first day of All Stars. There had been such fat, juicy material, but the scene of the crime wasn't caught by the cameras. In hindsight, there had been numerous measures that could have been taken. For example, they could have talked to the alliance to see if they could give Xiaobie special authority to issue a challenge. It was the All Stars anyways. The matches were just for fun, so more Easter eggs couldn't hurt. Unfortunately, everything only came to light post facto. The event had lost its immediate value. It could only be embellished into a good report afterwards. Various titles, such as the challenge of the new generation, quickly sprouted in the minds of many reporters. In the following rookie challenge, another good piece of material was supplied. Team Wind Howl's Zhao Youre challenged Team Misty Rain's Chu Yunxiu. When asked his reason for the challenge, his reply was, "I want to be the #1 elementalist." Kids nowadays have such drive. Yunxiu sighed. Zhao Youre wasn't as brash as Tang Hao last year, who had claimed that the junior would succeed the senior, but the intent behind his words was very obvious. Good. How ambitious. The host shouted loudly, then, "Please welcome Team Misty Rain's captain, Chu Yunxiu, to the stage." Amidst the applause, the commentator seized this opportunity to use this as a topic to talk about. "I'm sure everyone still remembers that in the rookie challenge last year, the 2-year veteran Tang Hao shocked everyone with that the junior succeeds the senior and defeated Lin Jingyan in the end, replacing him not only in name, but also in reality, as the #1 brawler. He transferred to Team Wind Howl this summer and took Lin Jingyan's position. Now let's look at Zhao Youre. He's also from Team Wind Howl and Tang Hao's teammate. Could his challenge have been influenced by Tang Hao's move last year? After Zhao Youre won Best Rookie last year, he continued to perform spectacularly this season. His position in Team Wind Howl is stable, and his team's achievements have been quite impressive too. He's a player with a bright future. During this introduction, Chu Yunxiu had already gone down from his seat and onto the stage. There weren't many female pro players in Glory. Only Chu Yunxiu and Su Muqing had been able to squeeze onto the All-Stars list. Su Muqing wasn't eligible for All-Stars because of Excellent Era's relegation this year. At the moment, Chu Yunxiu was the only female player among the 24 All-Stars. Chu Yunxiu was also from the Golden Generation. She had been a pro player for many years and had assumed the role of team captain. It wasn't easy to make her lose her calm. When the cameras zoomed in on her, she didn't seem to have any peculiar reaction towards Zhao Youre's impolite challenge. She shook hands with Zhao Youre and received a few questions from the host. Everything seemed very normal. The host harbored evil intentions and wanted to deepen the conflict, but she easily neutralized all of his attempts. How oppressing! The broadcast team once again felt stifled. When Xiaobie pointed his sword at Huang Xiaotian, it felt like a tempest was about to come. A black cloud rolled out, and then nothing happened after that. This time, Chu Yunxiu's calmness made Zhao Youre's challenge, which had already been less brash than Tang Hao's challenge from last year, appear even more like it was a stick hitting cotton. Why? Why couldn't this year's rookie challenge produce any highs? The broadcast team was quite depressed. They forgot that the previous rookie challenges rarely had any highs. It was just that last year there had been several very abnormal and significant challenges in a row, raising the expectations for this year's rookie challenge. For this year, Xiaobie pointing his sword at Huang Xiaotian and Zhao Youre's challenge to take the top seat was already quite exciting, but it just couldn't compare with last year's. Both sides are ready. The match will soon begin. This match will be the same as the match with Lu Hanwen and Liu Xiaobie. Both sides will be using their own pro characters. On the left side of the map was Zhao Youre's Howling Fire. On the right side of the map is Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain. Ah? Chu Yunxiu is the only female player among the 24 All-Stars this time. She doesn't seem to have any peculiar reaction to this unfriendly challenge from her junior. The commentator introduced the scenario. Ha ha, many of our friends watching knows very well that even in important matches like the playoffs, Chu Yunxiu always remains this calm. This kind of attitude isn't anything strange. The commentator's co-caster, the honored guest Liabour, said a few words. As long as it was an important match, Coach Li would always be there. For an exciting event like the All-Star Weekend, the #1 guest commentator would of course be sitting. Those who used their heads would realize that his evaluation of Chu Yunxiu actually contained some hidden implications. He was criticizing her lack of passion for the game, which was why she would frequently be unable to hold on during important matches. It was one of the huge problems that had plagued Team Misty Rain. After the match started, in the public chat, Zhao Youre typed out a helpless expression, "Senior, I hope you'll treat this match seriously." "Ha ha. I will." Chu Yunxiu replied out of politeness. After a brief exchange in the chat, the two sides have now drawn closer to each other. The commentator continued. Everyone, look. Zhao Yure's howling fire isn't going directly at her. He's taking a rather roundabout path. It looks like Zhao Youre is truly serious about this match. Liabour said. Yeah, employing tactics to move around isn't commonly seen in All Stars, no. The commentator said. Indeed. I remember last year that neither Tang Hao nor Sun Song employed tactics to move around. They just directly clashed with their opponents instead. Liabour said. Coach Li, what do you think this means? The commentator asked. It means Zhao Youre cares a lot about this match. Liabour said, while glancing at his co-caster. Old friend, could you please be a bit more attentive? I just said that it seems like Zhao Youre is serious about this match, yet you asked me again. Are you testing my ability to phrase things in a different way? Zhao Youre, who was employing positioning tactics to move around, obviously didn't come out as soon as Windy Rain appeared in his line of sight. Chu Yunxiu's experience was abundant. She immediately realized this point, so she decided to stand still, waiting for Zhao Yure's howling fire to come out. This, turning being on the defensive into taking the initiative. It's not a bad solution. Liabour said. The commentator felt like kneeling down and bowing to Liabour. Anything that he said had substance. Liabour's explanation for Chu Yunxiu's action was reasonable, but in reality, she didn't care enough about this match, so she was probably just too lazy to fight for the initiative against Zhao Youre. Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain just stood there. Zhao Yure's howling fire quietly sneaked closer to her from the side. A pro player shouldn't be so easily ambushed. Even Zhao Youre felt like it was too boring. What a tragedy. His opponent just had to be this god. If it had been anyone else, his opponent wouldn't be so passive, right? I guess I'll just end it beautifully. Seeing that Chu Yunxiu didn't seem to be interested in fighting seriously, Zhao Youre decided to kill her with some beautiful combos, but right when he started planning out how he would go about doing that, Windy Rain suddenly turned around. She pointed her staff and made the first move. Ah! The commentator had been listless the entire time, but now he was suddenly so astonished that he was at a loss for words. Chu Yunxiu strikes first. What a fierce attack! Liabour was more clear-headed. On stage, Windy Rain spells launched one after the other. A huge area of effect explosion devoured Zhao Youre and brought him into a perilous situation. Could it be that Chu Yunxiu's initial attitude had been a set-up? The commentator was astonished. Seeing Chu Yunxiu's offense, it didn't seem like she didn't cared about the match. TSK. In the audience seats, Yixiu clicked his tongue repeatedly. What is it? Cheng Guo asked. I heard that Chu Yunxiu is in a bad mood today. Yixiu said. Why? Cheng Guo said. It's probably because today is the last episode of My Unusual Girlfriend. She had to miss it. Yixiu said. Guo didn't know how to describe what she was feeling right now. Chapter 925. There's no next time. My Unusual Girlfriend was the TV drama that all the big TV channels had been broadcasting over the past 3 weeks, topping the viewing charts and sweeping over the crowds. Guo wasn't a huge fan of this sort of things, but she did know about them. However, the captain of Team Misty Rain, Glory's #1 female pro player, would deign to allow the fact that she couldn't watch the finale when it came out to affect her mood. It seemed ridiculous to Guo. Could this be described as letting your concerns mess with your head? Yet knowing that this made Chu Yunxiu's current state of mind easy to analyze. Her thoughts weren't even present, so she hadn't been in the mood to react to Zhao Yuge's taunt at all. As for her sudden fierce torrent of attacks, it was just a cathartic release of her frustrations at not being able to watch the finale live, not because of Zhao Yuge's provocation. If you were to think this was a tactic of hers to mess with your head, then you were simply thinking too much. The sudden surge of attacks had clearly taken Zhao Yuge completely off guard. A blanket of elementalist skills raged across the map, almost unavoidable. Chu Yunxiu's mechanics were refined, and she was extremely familiar with the elementalist class, allowing her to predict most of Zhao Yuge's countermeasures. This made Zhao Yuge feel as if he was trapped in the palm of her hand. He had hoped that Chu Yunxiu would take this seriously, but then she had turned out to be unenthusiastic, disappointing him greatly. Yet now his opponent had suddenly become bold and unrestrained with her attacks, to the point where Zhao Yuge wasn't prepared for it at all. Zhao Yuge wanted to cry. How dirty! That was Zhao Yuge's thoughts about Chu Yunxiu's actions. He would never be able to guess that it was because she couldn't watch the finale of a popular drama. It took Zhao Yuge everything he had to escape Chu Yunxiu's torrent of attacks, and by then, Howling Fire's health had gone down by approximately a fourth. It wouldn't be easy to turn the tides in this situation, but Zhao Yuge still made an effort to readjust his state of mind. If he managed something that was harder to do, then it would prove his worth even more, right? However, Chu Yunxiu's performance was at its peak after her fierce offense, pursuing him relentlessly and attacking him viciously. Zhao Yuge had wanted to avoid this barrage for now, but who would have expected that Chu Yunxiu would be bursting with it? The buff from not being able to see the finale seemed to be continuous. Ari, it seems like Zhao Yuge is struggling to turn the tables. Even Li Yibo dared to comment like this during a live stream. The scales of victory were already tilted too far to one side. Zhao Yuge eventually fell, frustration and refusal to accept this defeat boiling within him. With only a year and a half of experience in the pro circle, he still wasn't very mature, walking down from the player stands with a face filled with rage. The broadcasting showed both the players in various scenes. The winner, Chu Yunxiu, didn't seem very happy about her victory either. She seemed as listless as she had been when she had gone on stage. So, the camera took more shots of Zhao Yuge, revealing his anger to the audience in full. Zhao Yuge didn't want to accept this. He felt that Chu Yunxiu was playing too dirty. All this effort because she was afraid to lose? Yes, he had to make the audience understand it. Chu Yunxiu was terrified to lose to him. He was already a threat in the eyes of Glory's best elementalist. Seeing a shot of himself on the big screen, Zhao Yuge knew that this broadcast was going live to tens of thousands of viewers, hurriedly composing his expression into something less revealing. As he walked onto the stage, looking at Chu Yunxiu, he was a sea of calm. That was a good strategy, senior. Zhao Yuge took the mic, not even waiting for the host to speak before initiating conversation with Chu Yunxiu. He did his best to act professional and retain his smile, but he was obviously too inexperienced to keep this up with ease. Compared to Huang Xiaotian's peaceful smile at the camera when he was planning to flip people off, Zhao Yuge strained 100 times as much to keep his smile. This was made evident just by looking at the close-up of him. Zhao Yuge could tell, as well, and found it strained. He tried to adjust the way he curled his lips up, but only managed to make his expression look even more strained. In comparison, Chu Yunxiu was much more of a veteran. She smiled casually and said, "It was SOSO. This was my own fault for not being careful enough. Seeing how listless you were just now, I had thought you weren't going to be serious about this match." Zhao Yuja pointed out Chu Yunxiu's strategy, but was subtle about it, just like how his challenge was. He didn't raise much of a stink over it. So long as you're on the battlefield, you should always give it your all, Chu Yunxiu said. This was definitely an exemplar civility. Yes, I need to learn from you, senior. No matter when, I have to give it my all, Zhao Yuja replied. Good luck. Chu Yunxiu nodded. Zhao Yuja was quite good at being tactful. Anyone who was observant enough could still easily understand his implications. Yet Zhao Yuja still wasn't satisfied. What he had managed to explain so far was only that he hadn't been able to play to the best of his ability because he was caught off guard, but he had yet to say what he really wanted make known. Seeing Chu Yunxiu already turning to return to the player stands, Zhao Yuja hurriedly called after her, "Next time I won't fall for your trap, senior." Yes. He had fallen for a trap. Zhao Yuja made sure to make these words as clear as possible. He wanted everyone to notice this and then realize how much Chu Yunxiu feared him, even needing to trick him to obtain victory. Chu Yunxiu had already returned the MIC to the host by then, but the MIC was just for amplifying their voices for the entire audience to hear. If it was just an interaction between the two on stage, this distance didn't make the MIC necessary. Hearing Zhao Yuja hollering, Chu Yunxiu turned around. The host could tell that this would be a potential selling point, and Knight charged to Chu Yunxiu's side, holding up the MIC for her as he saw she was already opening her mouth to speak. Next time. Chu Yunxiu seemed a little confused. You're a second year, right? Can you still enter the rookie challenge next year? Ah. Zhao Yuja was struck dumb by Chu Yunxiu's reply. That was completely off topic. He was just saying this out of courtesy. How was a next time any sort of keyword? Yet Chu Yunxiu had caught this little loophole to retort, making Zhao Yuja unable to formulate an immediate response. Seeing that he had little reaction, Chu Yunxiu turned and continued to walk off. What was that about? Zhao Yuja actually scratched his head in confusion in this shot of him. He wanted to fire back a few words, but heard the host saying the closing lines for the round, thanking the two players for their spectacular match and whatnot. Zhao Yuja couldn't continue to cling to the stage and refuse to leave, so he could only return the MIC and end this time's plan for rising higher. The two's match held loud thunder, but not much rained star. Zhao Yuja didn't raise too much of a stink about it, and Chu Yunxiu's attitude was peaceful as well, nothing like the tension in last year's rookie challenges. With these two sent off stage, the event continued. Now there was only one round left. Usually, it would always be a player from the hosting team who would come out to challenge someone at the end, but Team Tiny Herb only had one player who was eligible for the rookie challenge, Xiaobie. However, Xiaobie had already participated in the rookie challenges last year, so he couldn't go again. So, this All-Stars broke the tradition, and the player the host announced was Team Heavenly Swords' Lu Guanning. Oh. This still caused quite a ruckus among the audience. First, Team Heavenly Swords was also based in B City, and with their skill, they hadn't achieved the level of becoming arch-rivals with Tiny Herb, residing in the same city, so, being from the same city, the Tiny Herb fans would give Heavenly Swords some attention as well. In addition, Lu Guanning was a rather legendary figure. First, he had been a very famous RMB warrior in-game, but no one would have thought he would go so far, even to create a pro team and advancing into the pro league. A normal player who got to this point was at the top of the top. That guy is pretty popular, huh? Chenghua commented. Ha. Yishio laughed, not commenting. He had been in contact with Lu Guanning for quite a while now, and they were becoming closer and closer. However, he hadn't thought that the first time he would see the other was through this. On the big screen was a close-up of Lu Guanning, walking onto the stage. Talking about his appearance, he wasn't particularly comely, but he wasn't unsettled at all, being under the gaze of so many people, walking down step by step casually. Lu Guanning was still considered a rookie in the pro circle. The current battle records of Team Heavenly Swords didn't meet expectations, either, nothing to be proud of. However, his composure when walking down was even better than Glory's current first, Juzakai. Of course, Juzakai's calm was mostly because of his personality. However, Lu Guanning's steady demeanor portrayed that he was someone who had witnessed pomp and ceremony before. He wouldn't feel nervous at all in this sort of situation. The rebroadcast and live host were both introducing Lu Guanning's legendary gaming career. It should be known that this player's identity and position was a little special. He wasn't just a member of a team, he was also the boss of one. With this, even if Team Heavenly Sword's performance didn't meet expectations, his position was extraordinary compared to the other pro players. On the stage, receiving an interview, Lu Guanning was like a fish in water. Much stronger than Youre, who had to practice repeatedly just to cover his emotions up with a smile. "Hey, do you think he'll challenge you?" The surprising thought suddenly popped into Chengguo's head. "Me?" Yishio paused for a moment before shaking his head. "He won't. He isn't someone who doesn't know what's appropriate. If he really wanted to challenge me, then he would tell me first." "That's so boring." Chengguo was rather eager still, but what Lu Guanning then said crushed her hopes for this drama. Lu Guanning wanted to challenge Yufeng, the current #1 berserker, transferring from Blue Rain to 100 Blossoms and becoming their core player. Yufeng had fell into a slump with 100 Blossoms, and some even predicted that they would become the second excellent era. However, as the season progressed, Team 100 Blossoms got their feel back and their performance began to improve. The combo of Yufeng's blossoming chaos and Zhu Yuan's blooming blossoms were syncing up more and more, gaining more and more popularity and support from the normal players. There was no doubt that Yufeng and blossoming chaos would be voted into the All-Stars this time. As for Blue Rain, his spot in the main roster had been filled in by the rookie Lu Hanwen. Though there was a new berserker player to control Brilliant Edge, he wasn't on the field much and his performance wasn't particularly eye-catching, so he didn't really have the competitive abilities required by the voters to participate in the All-Stars. The title of the first berserker followed Yufeng, returning to 100 Blossoms. Chapter 926. The 5 members of Heavenly Swords. The commentator liked players with a story behind them. That way, they didn't need to rack their brains trying to think of something to say to introduce them. While he introduced Yufeng's situation, Yufeng went on stage, greeted Lu Guanning, and shook his hand. Lu Guanning's reputation as a money warrior made everyone subconsciously imagine him as an arrogant and despotic upstart. Quite a few people were hoping that his arrogant request to challenge Yufeng would end up with him being slapped fiercely in the face. However, Lu Guanning behaved gracefully and looked happy to chat with Yufeng. He was only a small character in the pro scene, yet standing alongside an all-star and god, his aura didn't lose out to the other side one bit. From this point of view, no one would think that this was, in fact, a rookie challenge. Rookies weren't experienced and didn't have much knowledge about how to act on stage, so even when Youre challenged a god so ambitiously, his aura still felt weak. But for Lu Guanning? He was a player from a newly promoted team. He wasn't a god like Sun Strong or Tang Hao, nor did he have the same energy as Lu Hanwen. He stood on stage very normally, but no one felt like he was any worse compared to Yufeng. His confidence couldn't have come from his own strength. After all, half a season had passed, and those who paid any attention to him knew very well what level of skill Lu Guanning was at. An owner is truly amazing. All sorts of whispers stirred within the crowd. They clearly recognized that Lu Guanning was no ordinary rookie. As a result, there was no anger or provocation in this confrontation. It didn't have the usual fan-to-idol mentality. Though Lu Guanning clearly explained that his reason for challenging Yufeng was because Yufeng was his favorite player, it wasn't that sort of flattery that many new players had towards the gods they admired. It stemmed from his admiration and appreciation towards Yufeng. The audience misperceived it. They were wondering if he was going to follow up with an "Are you interested in joining our team?" Lu Guanning didn't end up saying such an inappropriate question. The two went up on stage and used their own characters for the battle. They entered the map and began fighting. The battle was intense. Their blades dripped with blood. This was the berserker fighting style though. Because their skills would be awakened after dropping below 50% health, some players even intentionally took damage to achieve more explosive damage output. Berserkers were a class that personified the strategy of killing 1,000 enemies by sacrificing 800 allies, and were considered the #1 class in terms of manliness. At the same time, they were also the most difficult class to heal because, for many clerics, they sometimes didn't know whether the berserker was actually getting hit, or if he was intentionally letting himself get hit in exchange for stronger attacks. Unable to make a clear conclusion, the clerics didn't know what to do. As a result, sometimes clerics would be yelled at for healing and yelled at for not healing. Every berserker hoped for a healer that understood their intentions. Every healer hoped that their team didn't have a berserker. If the team did, they hoped that the berserker wasn't a brave hero who liked to take damage to power up. The battle between Yu Feng and Lu Guaning was intense, but the experts could see that both sides were holding back. Yes, as the god being challenged, Yu Feng held back. As the challenger and rookie, Lu Guaning wasn't going all out either. Yu Feng won the match in the end, but Lu Guaning had lost the match and won the war. After the match ended, both sides went off stage and continued to chat with each other. The two then left the stage together. The rookie challenge on the first day of the All-Star weekend ended with such a friendly match. The event ended. The pro players easily left the stadium through their own private exits. Yi Xiao and the others could only squeeze out of the stadium with the rest of the crowd. The exiting was bustling with noise. When they finally got out of the stadium, Chen Gui heard her cell phone ringing. She took it out and took a look. She had 8 missed phone calls, all from one person, Lu Guaning. "Hey, little Lu." Chen Gui picked up the phone and spoke coarsely. She had seen Lu Guaning's grace in the final match of the Rookie Challenge. Speaking of which, Chen Gui had also been someone who thought of money warriors as arrogant upstarts. After interacting with Heavenly Swords, she slowly changed her view. Now that she personally witnessed Lu Guaning's poise on stage, her initial impression of him had now been completely overturned. Although Lu Guaning was Glory's most famous money warrior, the other side had both skill and style too. Chen Gui felt like she was losing to Lu Guaning as a boss. When she picked up the phone, she anxiously reminded herself. "Ah. It's me. Did you guys come out yet?" Lu Guaning asked. "We're out. What's up? Is there something going on tonight?" Chen Gui tried to be more proactive. Let's go out for a late-night snack. Go out from Tiny Herb's main entrance, cross the Skyway, and you'll see a tea restaurant star. We're over there. Room 2. Lu Guaning said. Okay, we're heading over. Chen Gui didn't refuse. They had come here because of his invitation. It didn't make sense to refuse to see him. The group of 4 continued to follow the crowd. There were quite a few people crossing the Skyway, but there were also many passionate fans waiting outside the main entrance, holding signs to show their support for their team and idols, waiting to meet them. Lu Guaning and the others had already gone to the tea restaurant across the street and had the time to call her 8 times. Evidently, the pro players did not leave through the main entrance. These fans were too ignorant when it came to gathering information. Yi Xiao's group crossed the skywalk and saw the tea restaurant. They went in and asked to go to room 2. An employee immediately brought them over. There were 5 people waiting respectfully in room 2. When they saw the 4 arrive, they immediately got up. One of them was especially excited. He even seemed a little bewildered. This tea restaurant wasn't too high class of a place. The environment was fairly ordinary. It was even a bit crowded with 9 people squeezing into this room. It was the first time meeting each other offline, but Lu Guaning's first words got rid of the feeling of unfamiliarity between them. He smiled and said, "Did you guys see my performance? How was it? God, please give me some advice." Lu Guaning looked at Yi Xiao. Even though the 2 sides hadn't introduced each other, he instantly determined who the legendary god Yi Xiao was. You fought too politely," Yi Xiao said. He wasn't shy with strangers at all. It even seemed like he was the host. "Have a seat, everyone." "Why are you all standing?" Everyone sat down. Yi Xiao impatiently fished out a cigarette. He didn't forget to ask if anyone else wanted one, but the 5 Heavenly Swords people waved their hands and refused. Yishio didn't ask if they didn't want to smoke or if they didn't know how. In any case, he grabbed a cigarette and tossed the cigarette pack onto the table. If you guys want one, feel free to take one. Then, he quickly started lighting up his cigarette. Before he could light it, Chenghua moved her hands like lightning. Hey, show some manners. Ha 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 ha. Lu Guaning laughed. He didn't make any comments and continued, how about you introduce yourselves? Tang Ru, Chen Gui, me, Steamed Bun. Yishio quickly introduced everyone from left to right. Bao Rongxing. Even though Steamed Bun didn't mind being called Steamed Bun, he still gave his actual name to everyone. Ha ha, you must be Steamed Bun Invasion. Lu Guaning laughed. It seems like you've heard of my might. Not bad. Steamed Bun was very excited. Lu Guaning was somewhat puzzled.
Don't we already know each other? Do you not know who I am?
I'm chasing Haze. Chenghua introduced her in-game character. I guess that. Lu Guaning nodded his head. He had only ever met one person who would shout at God Yi Chio. Soft Mist. Tang Ru half rose out of her chair and introduced herself by her character tag. Oh, the expert. How surprising. Lu Guaning said. He didn't say what was surprising, but anyone smart would know. Soft Mist was a very aggressive battle mage, but the player behind her was a beautiful girl. It was a surprising contrast. I'm Lulan Slash. Lu Guaning began introducing his side. After introducing himself, he pointed to the people beside him. Zhu Yunhai is ocean ahead. Hi everyone. Zhu Yunhai greeted. Wenkabe, homeward bound. Lu Guaning continued. This person was the one who was the most excited, that he wasn't sure what to do when the 4 entered the room. After being introduced by Lu Guaning, he finally couldn't hold back. God, please give me your signature. Show some manners. Lu Guaning also scolded like Chenghua did. Everyone laughed. Chenghua felt a myriad of emotions after laughing. In the beginning, she had also been innocent. But now? She glanced at Yishio. His cigarette wasn't lit, but he still held it in his mouth. How irritating. This is Ji Yuxie. He's our grappler, Night Tide. That's Zhong Yeli. She's our cleric, Thousand Falling Leaves. Lu Guaning finished introducing everyone. It was their 5-man group in the game, 4 guys and 1 girl. Your Heavenly Swords isn't only you 5 anymore. Yishio said. Yeah, but there's not enough seats. Lu Guaning smiled. He had obviously just come up with this excuse on the spot. He clearly hadn't planned on bringing more people. Those other Heavenly Sword players didn't have any relationship with Yishio and the others. It meant that this meetup was because of their friendship in the game. It is a bit tight. Chenghua saw that everyone was friendly. She didn't pay too much attention to the particulars and commented on the matter. It's just because it's close. There's not much else to do nearby. Lu Guaning said. Then what do you have prepared for this late-night snack? Chenghua smiled. She was a natural socializer and very easily became familiar with strangers. Yishio had experienced this a long time ago. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Lu Guaning asked. Does this place have everything? Chenghua smiled. No, but if you want, we can have other places deliver food here. Lu Guaning also smiled. Chenghua stared blankly. How tyrannical. This nouveau riche finally exposed his tyrannical ways. It was best if this topic didn't continue. If not, they might get kicked out of this place. There would always be places where they would be looked down upon. I'm just joking around. It doesn't matter. We didn't come here to eat. Chenghua said. What? If a late-night snack isn't for eating, then what's it for? Steamed Bun interrupted. It was best not to talk about certain things with those guys, but for Steamed Bun, it was best not to talk about anything in general. The official translation would be CHA chanting, and they usually serve Hong Kong cuisine and Hong Kong-style Western cuisine. The tea part of it is to distinguish the tea restaurants from Western restaurants that serve water. It's different from a tea house, which generally just serves tea. Chapter 927. Heavenly Sword's Bad Friend. With Glory as a common ground, Yishio's group and Lu Guanning's group naturally had much to talk about. Both parties talked joyously. It was just like Chen Guo said, eating wasn't the main focus of this meetup. It could even be said that none of them wanted the night to end. Lu Guanning invited the four of them to visit their team Heavenly Swords tomorrow. After all, City B was also Heavenly Sword's home city. The All-Stars event only took place at night, so no one had much to do during the daytime. Yishio's group obviously had no reason to refuse. As a result, after scheduling it for some time the next day, the two groups went back to their respective living places. Next morning, Lu Guanning drove his car over to their hotel and brought Yishio's group over to Heavenly Sword's base. "How is it?" "It's not bad, no." Lu Guanning stood proudly underneath their team's logo hanging on top of the main entrance. Team Heavenly Sword's logo was the same as their guild's. It was a picture of that famous sword, Sword Point. However, the artist who drew it was clearly very skilled. It had been shrunken into a logo, but it was still easily recognized. As for the logo hanging above their main entrance, it was even bigger than a person. The picture of Sword Point was even larger than if the in-game weapon was scaled to life size. "Look! That place over there is our stadium." Lu Guanning pointed towards another direction at a stadium that didn't lose out to tiny herbs. "Incredible!" Yishio praised. He was sincere. From this arena, Lu Guanning's pride towards his success in Glory could be seen. In the Alliance, not every pro team had their own stadium. Many teams rented someone else's stadium and used it as their home ground. In order to build a standard stadium seen in the Alliance, the construction costs would reach hundreds of millions. It definitely wasn't something an ordinary club could afford. Only the powerhouses in the Alliance had their own stadiums. These weren't only used for Glory either, they could also be used as normal sport venues. When it wasn't a match day, it was rented out for all sorts of activities. It was an important part of a club's income. Team Heavenly Swords had just entered the Alliance. Their futures were unknown, yet they had already invested a huge sum into a stadium already. Lu Guanning wasn't a profligate who never treated money seriously. His decision to construct this stadium showed his determination towards Glory. "Shall we take a look at the stadium?" Lu Guanning asked. "There'll be opportunities in the future." Yishio smiled. Lu Guanning stared blankly for a second, but then understood. He laughed. "When the time comes, please go easy on us." "How much money are you planning on giving us?" Yishio asked. F***CK. Lu Guanning shrunk back and looked left and right as if he had seen a ghost. "If you say it so directly, we'll definitely be punished by the Alliance, no." "Ha ha ha, of course." Yishio was obviously familiar with the Alliance's rules. They would certainly be punished severely for violating the competitive integrity of the league. They had just been joking around. If it had been for real, they would have to take legal responsibility. "Let's hurry up and go." Lu Guanning hastily brought everyone inside as if the Alliance would discover them immediately if they kept standing outside the base. If Lu Guanning was willing to spend money on a stadium, how could their facilities be lacking? After passing through a relaxing green garden, they reached the center of Club Heavenly Swords. Chen Guo felt ashamed. Compared to the other side, her huge investment into their grand gaming house was nothing. Team Happy's players were so pitiful. Thinking of this, Chen Guo couldn't help but steal a glance at the others from Happy. The other three wore their usual expressions. After Steamed Bun saw the practice center, he even grumbled, "Why is it so far away? Our Happy is so much more convenient. It only takes a few steps to reach there after passing through the entrance to the neighborhood." Neighborhood? Lu Guanning was at a loss. "Yeah. Forest Park. It's a high-class neighborhood. From Steen Bun's appearance, he seemed to be even more proud than when Lu Guanning had been standing beneath Team Heavenly Sword's logo and pointing at his stadium. "Shut up, Steen Bun!" Chen Guo felt even more embarrassed. Even though she knew that the difference between the two sides were night and day, Chen Guo couldn't help but compare herself to Lu Guanning as a boss, naturally making her want to cry. Steen Bun was still feeling proud though. Chen Guo felt like she had been stabbed in the heart. "What?" Steen Bun scratched his head in confusion. Come. Please come in." Lu Guanning didn't understand what was going on and immediately shifted topics, inviting everyone inside. The inside of the building was naturally luxurious. There was a leisure area, a gym, and so on, none of which Happy had. Chen Guo once again felt ashamed, and then Steen Bun started talking again and instantly killed her with one question: "Where are the computers?" "Ah? We're almost there," Lu Guanning said, slightly embarrassed. He quickened the pace. They soon arrived at Team Heavenly Sword's practice room. The entire team was here. This time, it wasn't just the 5-man crew. The other 6 recruited players were there too. Although these players were nameless, they still possessed pro-level skills. Practically all of them had once been a part of a pro team. Even though they hadn't directly been involved in the interactions between their team and Team Happy, they were still a part of Team Heavenly Swords, so they had an understanding of their relationship between them. They gave a greeting and took a seat. 3 sentences hadn't been spoken yet, and they were already chatting about glory. This place had such a good atmosphere and such great conditions. If they said that they wouldn't going to practice, it would be too impolite. Everyone was itching to play. "Shall we play a round?" Lu Guanning said. Yixiao hadn't been able to reply, when a very loud and clear laugh came in from outside the practice room. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm back. Where's old Lu? Hurry and come out." Yixiao didn't understand what was going on. He looked at Lu Guanning and saw that his face had turned ugly. He strode forward to close the door quickly, but the other side had already reached the door and held the door in place. Hey. What are you doing? I see you. Don't hide." Helpless, Lu Guanning could only let him in. As a result, a person dressed brightly and neatly swaggered in flamboyantly. He completely fit the image of a rich person's son with white silken breeches. He looked around the room. He clearly wasn't a stranger to Heavenly Swords players and gave a polite greeting to Zhu Yunhai and the others. As for the remaining 6 Heavenly Sword players, he directly ignored them. His gaze then fell onto the few from Happy. The sight of Chen Gui and Tang Ru, 2 pretty girls, made his eyes light up. "Wow, old Lu. You've recruited again. It seems like you've got good eyes this time." The newcomer blabbered noisily. "Why haven't you left yet?" Lu Guanning asked. Ha, you're scared," the newcomer said. "I'm just annoyed, okay?" Lu Guanning said. "I'm doing this for you. Look at your team and their record. I'm ashamed on your behalf. Improving your skill level is something you need to urgently do," the newcomer reproached. This person's attitude made others feel disgusted. If it was Chen Guo and this took place in her domain, she would have already erupted, but this was Lu Guanning's place, so she didn't do anything. She was astonished when she heard these words. He sounded like he had some ability. Before any conclusions could be made, he already waved his hands. "Wait a bit. When it's convenient for me, I'll immediately come back." After saying these words, he ran out the door to the restroom. He was very familiar with the way there. It was as if Heavenly Swords was his own home. Who was that? Yixiao and the others were curious. Lu Guanning let out an expression of helplessness. "He's my childhood friend. We've known each other since we were young. Now that I've created a team, one of his pleasures is to find all sorts of ways to bother me. When he has nothing to do, he'll introduce experts for us to fight. He's so annoying. What's wrong with that?" Chen Guo didn't understand. Lu Guanning looked gloomy, because if we lose even once, he'll blabber about it for an entire year. How many times have you lost? Cheng Guo asked. Lu Guaning couldn't bear to reply, 3 times, even though the people he finds aren't that good, but after enough times, an accident is bound to happen. Little Bei, that shouldn't have happened that time. Zhu Yunhai said. That time Xie lost wasn't any better. Wen Kebei complained at the injustice and shifted the subject. Old Lu losing that match was the worst. Ji Yuxi also shifted the aggro. They shifted the blame back and forth. This wasn't how a team should deal with conflicts, but it could also be seen that none of them really considered it very important. They still felt quite annoyed at it though, which was why they were blaming others. Who knows who he's found this time? Old Lu, hurry and lock the door. I locked it last time too, but this guy set up a tent outside the door and almost started a barbecue outside. The 5 entered a lively discussion. The others didn't chime in. Anyone with eyes could see that, although Lu Guaning and the other 4 appeared annoyed at him, they were undoubtedly friends. Their relationship wasn't shallow either. How else could he keep invading the team's practice room again and again? But from this guy's behavior, he was clearly a bad friend. The 5 were still chatting with each other. Their bad friend's voice had already sounded out from outside their door, I'm back. Old Lu, are you ready? This time, don't run. He's challenging you. Oh, Old Lu is up. The other 4 hollered. I don't have time. Lu Guaning replied roughly. Ha, I don't think it'll take too much of your time. The bad friend laughed and already entered the room. Old Lu, don't hold back. Go. The other 4 saw that the target was Lu Guaning and started urging him to accept the challenge. Lu Guaning thought for a moment. He walked around in a circle and then picked a seat to sit down. Hurry up and have your people come. As he said this, he took out his account card, but first logged into QQ. God, help me teach this punk a very good lesson. Lu Guaning messaged Yi Xiao. Then, he tossed his account card to him. Under the cover of a row of monitors, the account card slid to Yi Xiao's hands without anyone else noticing. Isn't that a little too cruel? Sure enough, Yi Xiao was on QQ, and he replied. Yeah, the crueler the better. Kill him in a second and not a second and a half. Lu Guaning replied. Chapter 928. Not an easy opponent. Where's your guy? Lu Guaning's confidence instantly skyrocketed after handing his account card to Yi Xiao, giving a courageous yell. You seem very spirited, Old Lu, don't be impatient. Your opponent will be here soon. Saying this, he made to walk over. Don't come over. I won't give you a chance in hell. Lu Guaning feigned worry about the other sneaking a peek and cheating. In reality, he was just afraid that the other would come over and his action of getting Yi Xiao to fight in his stead would be exposed. Wow, so serious? The more serious you are, the worse off you'll be. He shook his head, sighing. Though they were frenemies with one another, they were familiar with one another and knew each other well. Seeing how his guest was, Lu Guaning was quite surprised. This guy was strangely confident. Though this person didn't really play Glory himself, he interacted all too often with Lu Guaning and other Glory fans, and now came to try and throw a blow at Team Heavenly Swords. He had some sense of judgment. He was clear about Lu Guaning's current skill. A randomly found expert player probably wouldn't be able to handle Lu Guaning team, so the only thing he could hope for was that Lu Guaning would make some mistakes in the match and then mock them over the result. Now he was so confident from the start, had he found some sort of incredible player? Otherwise, with the high chance of failing that a normal expert would have, wouldn't his confidence be equal to holding his face out to be slapped? Lu Guaning was a little doubtful, but when remembering that a god was using his account, he felt much steadier. However, he still acted shocked after seeing this guy's confidence, so that the other side wouldn't see through him and asked, "Who did you find?" Being friends was a two-way road. As Lu Guaning understood him, he also understood Lu Guaning. The other had displayed excessive confidence, so Lu Guaning had to seem not too confident to avoid suspicion. "Ha ha, you'll see," the other said. This guy, he hadn't managed to get a pro player, had he? Lu Guanning mumbled to himself. After all, it was the All-Star weekend, so all of Glory's pro players were gathered in City B. If this guy was willing to do whatever necessary to strike a blow at him, then he might have truly gotten a pro player to play for him. As he was thinking, a figure came sight in the doorway. Lu Guanning stood up to take a look. Unfamiliar. This guy wasn't a pro player. Great, you're here. Then shall we start? His frenemy looked eager and made himself at home, giving his guest a seat at random. The guest didn't bother talking, sitting down and taking out an account card from his pocket, swiping it and logging in. Room number. Lu Guanning secretly sent the message to Yishio and announced it loudly after getting a reply. The opponent's character quickly logged in and arrived at the arena, finding the room. The crowd had long since come to the room with their account cards to spectate. Using an account card to spectate made things much clearer than looking over one of the players' shoulders. Lu Guanning himself was also among the crowd, watching the opponent enter the room with everyone else with his Smurf. Another summer of sleep. Their opponent's name was rather interesting, and, upon seeing the class, Lu Guanning immediately understood why he was the one challenged. This another summer of sleep was also a berserker. Let's go with the usual rules. Random map, one-match game, Lu Guanning said. You don't want a few extra chances? His frenemy asked. I don't have the time, Lu Guanning grumbled. Let's start. As he spoke, Yishio very cooperatively chose the random map option, and begun the match. The countdown ended and the two were loaded into the map. Their randomly selected map was the one-on-one indoors map, Tavern. One-on-one maps were never very large, but compared to the most commonly used map Arena, which was chosen when neither side wanted to spend too much time making a decision, it was much larger. For indoors maps, having many rooms was more annoying than having many obstacles. For this tavern, there were 5 interconnected rooms along with an underground wine cellar, a total of 6 rooms. Yishio's Lulan/ and another summer of sleep were each in their own rooms, not knowing where the other was and walking to their respective rooms' exits. All the spectators went to check out another summer of sleep's equipment. The equipment of normal players' accounts could never compare to pro accounts. Yet, with the big update, normal players had a chance to close the gap between them and pros. However, this was just a chance. Was level 75 orange equipment something just anyone could get? Yet when everyone checked another summer of sleep's equipment, they were shocked. He had 4 pieces of level 75 orange equipment already, and this included an orange weapon, broadsword edgeless. There was no need to mention the eye-catching level 75 orange equipment stats, but there was also a bonus effect at the end, Shatter, which increased the amount of durability equipment would lose in battle. This was a vicious ability to have. What was weapon durability? It was money. If you simply found a blacksmith or something to repair your equipment in Glory, the equipment's maximum durability would decrease with each repair until it reached the lowest it could get and was no longer repairable. In order to prevent the maximum from dropping, you needed to find special materials to repair it with. The better the equipment, the more expensive the materials needed were. That meant, the better the equipment, the more money its durability was worth. This durability-wrecking weapon was like a thorn directly in his opponent's head. What was even more terrifying was if they entered a long-endurance battle, then this durability-destroying weapon might even manage to use up all of its opponent's weapon's durability. In Glory, the lowest durability was 1. If the durability fell to 0, the equipment would break and become more useless than trash. Could it be that this guy specifically got a weapon like this just to destroy our equipment? Lu Guanning silently began to suspect again. Though the equipment of Team Heavenly Swords was comparatively low quality in the pro circle, it was still leagues above normal players. That was why, when this frenemy found people to play for them, they would provide the equipment. This guy might not be anything in Glory, but so long as you had money, getting equipment and other gear was rather easy. In order to make trouble for Lu Guanning and entertain himself, this guy was very willing to make these sorts of investments. It must be that guy's plan. Lu Guanning glared at his frenemy. However, with a god at the helm, Lu Guanning was certain that these schemes wouldn't work. The 2 berserkers darted about within the tavern. Neither of them ran into the wine cellar, simply darting between the 5 rooms in an attempt to find each other. Finally, in one of the rooms, the 2 characters barged in through different doors and met each other. Collapsing Mountain! The one that struck first was Youre, using a very typical engaging move for berserkers. His opponent was very familiar with these mainstream tactics. Another Summer of Sleep jumped back slightly and attacked with a sword draw, swinging his broadsword through the air. Collapsing Mountain's priority wasn't any lower than sword draw, so this sword draw wouldn't be able to send Listless, who was in the middle of performing a Collapsing Mountain, flying, but would still deal the damage. After completing this sword draw in close quarters, another Summer of Sleep jumped back a little again, accurately avoiding the range of even Collapsing Mountain's shockwave. Youre was secretly rather shocked. This guy's counterattack with just these 2 jumps, the first jump was to avoid the blade itself so he could counterattack at the closest possible distance, and the second was to avoid the after effects of Collapsing Mountain that sword draw couldn't negate. The timing of these 2 jumps was incredibly precise. Finesse could be seen from this detail, and coincidences didn't happen twice. Youre immediately became more serious towards this. If this was a random opponent, he would probably not care if Collapsing Mountain had hit or not and directly continue striking down and attacking. However, after seeing the 2 jumps, Youre realized that if he continued this attack without care, then he would be struck down by the other's counterattacks. So, without waiting for the Collapsing Mountain to finish, he cancelled the skill in midair and switched to a guard. With a loud clang, the sword draw hit Listless' guard, and Listless took this moment to land. The 2 berserkers, in the first clash of their broadswords, had both chosen to use Blade Master skills. The sound of the 2 broadswords clashing caused Listless' heart to jump. Who knew how much durability disappeared with this sound alone? As Listless landed, Colliding Stab was immediately activated. The move was so swift it seemed like the character hadn't even landed and flew straight over. The other had obviously not expected such skill from their side, harried as he dodged the Colliding Stab. Youre had Listless follow up with a Whirlwind Strike. The other's movements were swift as well, also using Whirlwind Strike. The 2 berserkers wildly swung their respective broadswords at each other, the sound of the weapons clashing ringing out over and over again as blood splashed, their health dropping. With Whirlwind Strike, it was required for a player to tech and change the angles of each swings to maximize damage. The 2 were obviously both teching the Whirlwind Strike, sometimes striking their opponent, sometimes parrying. By the time the 2 skills ended as one, the damage each of them had taken was about the same. As for the health of their weapons, the durability, Listless was definitely at a disadvantage. Not bad. The 2 thought to themselves. This sort of clash between 2 of the same skills was the best at portraying one skill. If they ended up with approximately the same result, that meant their skills were at around the same level. Just who was this person? Youre couldn't help but carefully consider this question. How many people in the glory circle could fight him to a standstill? Youre hadn't thought anything of it and didn't bother to look when the other came, but now he realized that this opponent wasn't easy to beat. If he wanted to look again, it was too late, because the 2 screens were in the way. As for the challenger, he wasn't as surprised as Youre. After all, he thought his opponent was Listless and Listless was a pro player. It wasn't surprising that they would be about the same skill level. Again. Neither side spoke, only letting the word ring in their heads. The characters struck as one, broadswords a streak of crimson shadow. With another loud clang, this wild blood strike, both striking at similar angles, became parries in the end. Listless' heart was breaking. God, don't play around like this. If you continue like this, you'll break my equipment. Please show a little more variation. Chapter 929. Wild exchange of skills. The wild blood strikes hit and both characters entered a short stun from the impact. Then in the moment that the stun ended, the characters attacked at almost exactly the same time. With a whoosh, the 2 berserkers both sent out a gore cross. This skill consisted of one horizontal strike and a vertical one. For 2 characters, that was a total of 4 strikes, yet only 2 clashes sounded out. The two had attacked at exactly the same time, even the sound effects were simultaneous. Clang! Clang! The gore cross-clashed again, throwing sparks out. There wasn't much an impact from these low-level skills, so the two characters didn't pause in their movements. However, after this strike, Lulan/Slash's broadsword's durability had gone down by a point. It wasn't like durability fell quickly, otherwise under this sort of design, who could be able to afford maintaining their equipment? It was because these two fought too wildly, meeting attack with attack, that their equipment would take so much wear. In a game like Glory, there were many small details like this. If you considered the addition of another Summer of Sleep's edgeless bonus effect, Shatter, Lulan/Slash's weapon's durability was draining rather quickly. This 1-point drop in durability had Lu Guanning's heart in his throat. Like a scaredy cat, Lu Guanning silently opened up a calculator. He wanted to calculate how long this battle could go on according to the time it took for this 1-point drop in durability. Yet, before he even finished calculating, the situation changed. The two stopped meeting attacks with attacks, but instead started a fierce exchange of skills. However, this exchange of skills was a little too wild. There was little to no dodging or parrying, just exchanging hit for hit. Blood spurted from the two characters uncontrollably, and both berserkers' broadswords were stained crimson with realistic blood. When they paused, there would be drops of blood that fell to the ground. Though the two characters were both berserkers, they had different equipment. That meant their health, defense, attack, etc. would all be different. However, after this exchange, the percentage of damage each character had taken about the same. That was enough to show that there was a method to this seemingly crude exchange of blows. If it wasn't for the fact that they could maintain this balance, one side might have broken off from this exchange. Their silent agreement allowed both characters to reduce their health to 50%. The two berserkers paused in their attacks. Half health was a special point for berserkers. Their passive skill, Blood Awakening, would be activated at half health. From this point on, the lower health the berserker had, the higher their damage would be. From now onwards, how to exchange health for power was all a test for the player. Lu Guanning was also a berserker player, and seeing the pause between the two, immediately understood what was going on. These two had probably realized in their first few tryouts of their opponent's ability that the other wasn't an easy opponent, so they had decided to simply skip the first half of their health and entered the berserker's Blood Awakening state to settle this. The two's true ability would only be shown in the following clash. Lu Guanning was extremely curious who this person was who could go toe-to-toe with a god. He wanted to stand up and take a better look, but he was currently pretending to fight a match, so he could only wait impatiently. Everyone was focused on watching this match, and as the two paused in their movements, silence reigned in the room for a moment. The two berserkers slowly raised their broadswords and began to circle each other step by step. Every action was extremely careful. Whoosh! A bloody streak of energy shot out. Another Summer of Sleep was the first to attack. Slashing his left hand on the edge of his sword, he made a blood sword. Yishio had Lulan/Slash quickly sidestep it. Another Summer of Sleep had already began another attack, a colliding stab bringing the character charging over with his sword. Yishio almost seemed like he couldn't react in time, Lulan/Slash standing still in place. Yet, in the moment they came into contact, he suddenly acted and the two swords collided once more. Clang! The loud noise caused Lu Guanning's heart to stutter again. These two weren't going to start again, were they? Yet the results weren't so. In this collision, Lulan/Slash was definitely at a disadvantage. Though Yishio had also responded with a colliding stab, in that instant, to resist another Summer of Sleep's, another Summer of Sleep had a running start, so the momentum of the attack was very different from Lulan/Slash's. This clash of similar skills was another Summer of Sleep's victory, and Lulan/Slash skidded backwards. Not only did his weapon durability take a hit this time, his shoes probably lost quite a bit, too. But with the current situation, Lu Guanning couldn't spare any heart to care about that. This action by the god was an obvious error. At times like this, what you needed was a purely defensive move like guard. Parrying wouldn't be able to neutralize the charged energy from colliding stab. How could such a mistake happen with this god?
Did he have a plan?
Lu Guaning quickly thought of this. As expected, Lulan Slash, who had been pushed back, swiftly countered with a collapsing mountain. Another Summer of Sleep took this hit full force, from head to toe. He had no way of avoiding it, because he was still in the ending lag for colliding stabs animation and was locked in place for a moment by it. This was the timing Xiao used to strike back.
Nice one!
Lu Guaning almost yelled aloud. Using colliding stab to defend, Xiao couldn't neutralize the impact from his opponent's colliding stab, but managed to neutralize the small stun the last impact would have on him. This allowed him to counterattack immediately. A collapsing mountain was timed just right, making his opponent incapable of avoiding it. With this, their exchange of skills had become 2 for 1, with Xiao obviously at an advantage. Collapsing mountain hit full-on, dealing much more damage than what little another Summer of Sleep had dealt using his higher priority move. In addition, analyzing this from a berserker's point of view, Xiao's choice to react with a colliding stab was a way of trading a little bit of health, allowing his attack to increase in strength.
How spectacular!
Lu Guaning was, after all, a player of this class, and was able to instantly organize the information within the situation. In comparison to those who weren't familiar with Glory and just here to spectate, he was able to obtain way more information. This collapsing mountain was just a start. When had a pro player's combo ever only consisted of one skill? Anytime you managed to hit your opponent, you should always follow up with a flurry of attacks. That was a part of being a pro player. As soon as the collapsing mountain hit the ground, a backslash following immediately. Then his body began to glow with a bloody light, using Berserk, Gore Cross, Heavy Hit. A string of skills landed. When Berserk neared its end, a wild blood strike came down and sent another Summer of Sleep spinning through the air. Lulan Slash didn't let up, slashing his left hand on the edge of his blade and activating a blood sword, getting one last strike in. After this, Berserk came to an end and Lulan Slash didn't keep chasing after, watching as another Summer of Sleep landed, rolling to his feet. This torrent of attacks directly chunked 15% of another Summer of Sleep's health. Lu Guaning wasn't here just for fun, he was also analyzing as the battle went on. If it were a normal player, they would try to get in as high of a combo as possible after the first hit, as if that would maximize the damage. However, the torrent of attacks unleashed by that god didn't pursue that. He had accurately utilized Berserk's period of effect, and his choice of skills was all focused on control. They were all skills that made it hard for his opponent to break his combo. The combo wasn't long, but its effects were impressive. Berserk's period of effect had been used to its fullest potential, taking 15% of health with it. If it was a normal player, they probably wouldn't be able to do as much damage even with a longer combo, and that was disregarding the possibility of their opponent breaking out of their combo. So smart, so much depth. Lu Guaning thought in awe, but at this moment, another Summer of Sleep adjusted himself and immediately began to counterattack. His character didn't use a skill, but rapidly approached Lulan Slash. Xiao, of course, wouldn't back down. Lulan Slash charged forth to meet him. The two berserkers still had quite a bit of distance between them when another Summer of Sleep attacked first again. Colliding stab, it was colliding stab again. Was this guy's style so simple? Lu Guaning mumbled to himself. This skill again, wasn't he afraid of getting beaten the same way again? Yet this time, Xiao didn't use the same method as last time, but instead had Lulan Slash dodge this attack. Why? Lulan Slash was confused. Having struck air, another Summer of Sleep immediately cancelled the skill and his left hand grabbed out, crimson as if blood were pouring from his grasp. Soul-devouring Crimson Grip. This was an AoE control skill, and all the characters in the range of soul-devouring Crimson Grip would be gripped by the aura of blood and dragged towards the character that used the skill. However, this skill only took control of the target's movement, and not any other actions. Being pulled over didn't affect the other's ability to mount an offense. So, this skill would usually be used against ranged characters. For melee characters, it was just like giving them an accelerator. Another Summer of Sleep's atypical decision confused Lu Guaning. As for Xiao's Lulan Slash, he used this to power up a colliding stab, charging at his opponent. Clang! This was the sound of weapons colliding that made Lu Guanning's heart ache the most. Another summer of sleep didn't back down, but swung his sword to meet his opponent, using a whirlwind strike. The two swords clashed, and though whirlwind strike was a higher level skill, it couldn't neutralize the impact of colliding stab. Another summer of sleep was knocked to the side, but he would have never thought that after sliding back 2 steps, another summer of sleep would forcibly take a step forwards and strike Lulan/Slash with another hit from whirlwind slash. Slide back, advance, strike. Another summer of sleep continued to use this strange routine to attack, and Lulan/Slash quickly understood that he was using whirlwind strike's controllable movement effect to neutralize the impact of colliding stab. It was too confident. Lulan/Slash was secretly shocked. If you had him go and complete these mechanics, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. Then, another summer of sleep made another action that Lulan/Slash couldn't understand. After whirlwind strike neutralized the knockback, another summer of sleep resolutely cancelled this skill and activated a new skill. By then, whirlwind slash still had at least a third of its time left. Why would he give up on the damage of the rest of this attack? Gore cross, backslash, destruction slash. Another summer of sleep began a series of attacks as well, but Lu Guanning didn't think much of it. A god could easily break this sort of combo, right? Yet the combo was never broken, and Lulan/Slash took it all. Lu Guanning was shocked. What was this? Trading health? Chapter 930. Calculating is useless. The two inactive pro players were fighting a match even more difficult to understand than what was seen on stage in the Alliance. For a moment, Lu Guanning couldn't figure it out. It wasn't rare for berserkers to trade health, but God's way of doing it was just too unprofessional. No one was going to just stand there and let the opponent hack them to increase their damage. The correct way should be like when Yixiao used colliding stab previously. It was calculative, and it had a purpose. From a long-term perspective, trading skills should make up for the health lost, especially in a 1v1. Perhaps he was waiting for the right moment to break the opponent's combo and counter-attack? Lu Guanning could only guess. As a result, he began viewing the fight from this perspective and looked for openings. Lu Guanning's eyes lit up. This opening was too good. He could use Wild Blood Strike and directly counter-attack. It should be here, right? During the time it took Lu Guanning to think of all that, Lulan/Slash was hit again. Why is he not using it? Lu Guanning was depressed. It was such a good opportunity. Suddenly, Lu Guanning realized where the issue lay. Using Wild Blood Strike to forcefully counter the attack was certainly a good choice, but could Lulan/Slash make this choice at that moment? His Wild Blood Strike was probably on cooldown. As a result, Lu Guanning instantly understood. When he carefully recalled another summer of sleep's offense, Lu Guanning realized that those places, which he thought could be broken, were only in theory. In reality, those combos corresponded perfectly with Lulan/Slash skill cooldowns, leading these combos to be incapable of being broken. Yixiao wasn't trading his health away, but was truly being suppressed. The person at the scene is baffled, but the onlooker sees clearly. That saying wasn't always true. If you weren't the player, some details could easily be missed. In that case, the saying should be that the person at the scene sees clear, but the onlooker is baffled. After recognizing this point, Lu Guanning also immediately realized that God being on the defensive was about to end. Skills wouldn't permanently be on cooldown. After using Wild Blood Strike, Lulan/Slash skills had already been refreshed, but if another summer of sleep was able to figure out his opponent's cooldowns and create such a combo, how could he not know that? After this attack, another summer of sleep quickly activated Berserk. He dragged on the previous wave of attacks using Berserk and ended the combo with a high-level skill. 28%. Another summer of sleep's wave of attacks lowered Lulan/Slash's health by 28%. Lulan/Slash's previous combo had only taken away 15% of his health, so under the effects of Blood Awakening, he possessed powerful combat stats. In addition, his combo had been far longer than Lulan/Slash's. His combo was terrifyingly strong. Lu Guanning couldn't help but be worried for Yixiao. Another summer of sleep's precise calculations and comboing proved that he was absolutely a top-tier expert. The opposing berserker's skill level was a good level higher than his own. Lu Guaning didn't think he would have the ability to complete a chain of attacks taking the opponent's cooldown so precisely into account, even more so facing a god. Lu Guaning had all sorts of thoughts. The battle didn't stop though. After taking an enormous amount of damage, the first thing that Yixiao did was have Lulan counterattack. He was also taking advantage of the opponent's cooldowns. Lu Guaning watched with understanding this time. He understood this strategy, but he couldn't utilize it as perfectly as another Summer of Sleep. His set of combos made it seem as if the holes in Lulan skill cooldowns were lined up one after the other. His efficiency was unimaginably high. If this guy could do it, God could probably do it too, no? Lu Guaning was incomparably confident on this point, but he didn't consider that if another Summer of Sleep could do it, then he would also be wary of it too. When the two berserkers clashed again, Yixiao didn't quickly gain the upper hand like Lu Guaning had imagined. Another Summer of Sleep had been fighting wildly the entire time. Once he gained a clear advantage, he suddenly became a lot more conservative and emphasized defense. The two characters once again began trading blows to reduce their health. At the moment, another Summer of Sleep had more health, while Lulan had less, but because of the existence of Blood Awakening, his attack power was stronger. As a result, trading blows became more complicated. Which skill to choose required precise calculation. The pace of the battle was still extremely fast, as if neither side wanted to give the other time to carefully think. As the blood splattered, the health of the two characters dropped. The observers watched the numbers change to see which side was winning or losing the exchanges. God was slightly winning. Lu Guaning concluded. Before, he had even pulled out a calculator to compute the loss in stamina for both sides. Later, he got so absorbed into the battle and forgot to close it. Now, he took it out again and nimbly computed it, reaching a conclusion very quickly. This slightly winning wasn't enough. Because God's health value was lower. If this trade continued, Lulan would be the one to fall first, unless he could suddenly find an opportunity to deal over 5% of his opponent's health. However, with how cautious both sides were being, this type of opportunity would be unlikely to occur. Lu Guaning was anxious. After looking for a bit, he suddenly discovered that the health of the two characters wasn't decreasing at the same rate as he had predicted. Lu Guaning took out his calculator again and confirmed a discrepancy with his previous calculations. After puzzling over it for a bit, he soon figured it out. It was because it was a battle between two berserkers. As their health fell, their attack power would constantly be changing, so trading attacks was much more complicated for them than with other classes. In this confrontation, besides testing the knowledge and technical skill of the two sides, it also tested their ability to calculate while fighting. But due to the fast pace of the battle, it might be very difficult to do that for someone like Lu Guaning, who was using a calculator to make precise calculations. In this battle, their calculations most likely came from experience and intuition alone. The two continued fighting. Lu Guaning had a calculator in his hands. He thought that he would have a better grasp of the situation than the two players, but in reality, because of how their battle strength changed as their health decreased, there wasn't much point in Lu Guaning calculating anything because he couldn't make any future inferences based on the numbers. As for deciding who was winning, just looking at the health on both sides was enough. Calculating wasn't necessary. Lu Guaning was calculating wildly like an idiot until the health of the two sides kept surprising him. Only then did he suddenly realize that he was being stupid. It was pointless to calculate. The only thing that could be concluded was the overall situation. After a series of back and forths, another Summer of Sleep's health was at 10%, while Lulan's health was at 7%. There had originally been a 13% difference, but it had been pulled closer by 10%. Lu Guaning immediately started playing with his calculator again. By checking the rate at which their health dropped from trades, he realized that if Yixiao could keep this rate up, using his 7% to make a comeback over the enemy 10% was set in stone. He really does deserve to be called a god. Lu Guaning's worship for God increased, but then, the situation abruptly changed. The trading of attacks was disrupted. Another Summer of Sleep suddenly began fighting for the initiative. TSK. Lu Guaning sighed, this guy's skill level is really high. He's realized that if this continues, he'll lose. He has to put his all into the fight. But I'm sure that this is all within God's calculations. He must be prepared, right? From Lulan's response, Yixiao had been prepared, but not longer afterwards, Lu Guaning discovered that Lulan's was still being suppressed. 6%. 5%. 4%. Even though it wasn't considered a combo by the system, it was clear that another summer of sleep held the upper hand. Blow after blow reduced Lulan's health. He himself was also losing health, but with his health advantage, as long as the trading between both sides was equal, the one to fall in the end would be Lulan's. How is that possible? Lu Guaning was shocked. Victory and defeat was about to be decided. He felt so nervous that he couldn't calmly analyze the situation anymore and glanced at God sitting over there. Yixiao's expression was as calm as ever. His hands never stopped moving. However, he let out a light sigh. It didn't escape Lu Guaning's eyes. He's going to lose. Lu Guaning realized. He turned his head to check on the battle. Lulan's health had fallen to 1%. Another summer of sleep's health was still around 5%. In the final stage of the battle, not only was Yixiao not able to pull the health disparity closer, the other side had increased the health difference to 4%. Will there be a miracle? Lu Guaning was still looking forward to it. Lulan's fell in the end. Yixiao had lost. Who is this guy? Lu Guaning's astonishment couldn't be described using words. He knew that there was always a winner and a loser in a glory match. No one was invincible. Even God had lost numerous times in the pro scene, but he could not accept the reality in front of him. It wasn't just him. Chen Guo, Tang Ru, and Steamed Bun were so shocked that it looked like they had just seen the impossible. Even when Lulan's only had 1% health remaining, they thought Yixiao would immediately suddenly burst out. It was only when Lulan's actually fell did they come back to reality. For them, Yixiao losing was even more shocking than Yixiao suddenly make a comeback with just 1% health left. The practice room was completely silent. Lu Guaning's bad friend unexpectedly didn't jump out to start taunting him despite it being such a rare victory for him. For Lu Guaning's friends, this was definitely a miracle. This bad friend was also staring into blank space when the match ended. This match had been extremely thrilling and intense. Even someone like him, who only had mediocre interest in glory, was sucked in. A moment later, this guy came back to reality. He didn't immediately begin mocking Lu Guaning. Instead, he stood up and stared at him. His face was filled with astonishment. Old Lu, when did you become so good? Your skill level is truly exceptional. Even though I won that match, who knows if I'd win again if we played another round. We'd have to start over from the beginning. Another summer of sleep also stood up and looked at Lu Guaning. Lu Guaning couldn't sit still. He felt very ashamed. He was just about to admit the truth, when another summer of sleep suddenly shouted, "What the F***CK? Why are you here?" What? Lu Guaning looked over in confusion. He saw that another summer of sleep's astonishment was directed at Yixiao. It's you. No wonder. Yixiao also looked over at the other guy. His expression was much more calm. You guys know each other. Everyone else in the room was surprised. Yixiao. When another summer of sleep said this name, there was clearly a bit of anger within. Sunripping. Yixiao was still rather calm. Chapter 931. The Injured God. Sunjiaping. Those who had only started playing Glory 2 or 3 years ago might not recognize the name, but it wasn't possible for veterans with more than 5 years of experience in Glory to not know this name, especially for berserkers. If they didn't know of Sunjiaping, they were probably lone wolves like Mo Fan. When Yixiao said this name, apart from Tang Ru and Steamed Bun, everyone else was stunned. Besides those two, everyone else in the room had played Glory for a very long time. All of them recognized him. A god like Sun Jiping had once been all over the TV, news, and internet. However, none of them had ever met him in real life, so when Sun Jiping entered the room, no one had recognized him. When his name was revealed, everyone started to see the similarities. Sure enough, it really was Sun Jiping. Lu Guaning obviously knew this person the best. Sun Jiping. During his career, his fame as the #1 berserker shined even brighter than Yu Feng's current fame. Sun Jiping and Zhong Jiala had entered the alliance before the Golden Generation and were the undisputed best duo. Their greatest achievement happened in the 3rd season of the league. They had led Team 100 Blossoms into the finals. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu and Team Excellent Era beat them, completing Team Excellent Era's 3-peat championship. This was why Sun Jiping had gnashed his teeth when he saw Yi Qiu. He had almost become the champion, but Yi Qiu stole the title away from him. After that, when Team 100 Blossoms returned even stronger than before, Sun Jiping injured his hand and left midway through the season. After the season ended, he retired quietly and never returned. Team 100 Blossoms reaching the finals in Season 5 and Season 7 could be attributed to Zhong Jiala alone. Sun Jiping's only chance for the title had been that one time. The others didn't know that the previous confrontation had been between two top gods. Everyone once again fell into shock. When they regained their composure, they all took the same action without any prior agreement. They all looked directly at Sun Jiping's left hand. As the skill level in Glory rose, the effects of an injury became even more clear. Thumbs, wrists, elbows, and shoulders. For a pro player, these needed to be kept in good condition. Perhaps some pain could be tolerated, but in a high skill level competition, any amount of pain would affect the player's ability. The player would naturally be incapable of performing well. There were numerous cases where complications arose for a player because of an injury. However, the most well-known and significant case so far still belonged to Sun Jiping. The injury in his left hand led to his departure from the stage midway through the season. In the end, he retired even more quietly. It had clearly been a very serious injury. Right now, it had been for years since Sun Jiping's injury. He had unexpectedly appeared here and fought an intense match with Yi Qiu. Had his injury been healed? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at Sun Jiping's left hand. When they looked at it, they saw his left hand was covered in white bandages. Ah! Everyone heard a fearful cry. The source of that cry was steamed bun. This is Wicked King Immolation Fist's supreme technique, Dragon of the Darkness Flame. Steamed Bun cried out in awe. Steamed Bun, stop spouting nonsense. Chengguo was furious. The injury on Sun Jiping's left hand was a huge scar in his heart. Using that to jab at him was too inhumane, even if she knew that Steamed Bun wasn't speaking with bad intentions, because Steamed Bun was staring intently and nervously at his boss, Yi Qiu. He wasn't actually thinking that Sun Jiping would undo his bandage and actually summon flames from hell to obliterate Yi Qiu, did he? Ahem, your hand is healed. Yi Qiu probably felt that Steamed Bun's words weren't appropriate, so he immediately changed subjects. Not too good. Sun Jiping looked at his left hand, but it's still enough to beat you. Oh my! How arrogant! Yi Qiu patted the table. How about another round? Little Tang, give me your account card. No need. Sun Jiping smiled slyly. If he wanted to forever brag about his win over someone, winning once and then ignoring him afterwards was obviously the safest method. Of course, Sun Jiping and Yi Qiu had definitely fought against each other more than once. They were the most famous gods of glory during the early stages of the alliance. It was just that today, he didn't want to give Yi Qiu another chance. So it's Senior Sun Jiping. I've been too inconsiderate. Lu Guaning found a chance to speak a few words and hastily said the words that a host should say. Even though he also played the Berserker class, but he didn't do anything in particular for this god. He didn't show any more respect to him compared to a normal senior. And then, Senior, are you planning on returning? Lu Guaning asked. He didn't look at Sun Jiping being ancient god. He had become a pro player very young. Right now, he was still only 25 years old. Pro players nowadays underwent more scientific practicing. The length of their careers kept increasing. In the past, 25 was retirement age, but now, there were many players at this age struggling on stage. Their condition might not be as good as their prime years, but it was still early for them to retire. A 25-year-old could still come back to the stage and shine. Team Tyranny's extraordinary achievements this season made many forget the age of their three core players. Return. A bitter expression appeared on Sun Jiping's face. He slowly lifted his bandaged left hand. With my hand, I'm unable to cope with the fast-paced competitive scene. But what about just now? Chenghua questioned. The intensity of the match between Yishio and Sun Jiping didn't lose out to any pro match. If not, the room wouldn't have been so shocked. It's fine if it's only from time to time, but I can't play for very long. If not, did you really think I would be scared to play around against his battle mage? Sun Jiping said. The former #1 berserker had left the competitive scene for a very long time, but he was still as proud and confident as ever. But the practice room instantly fell silent. Pain and bitterness hid underneath that pride. How could the onlookers not sense such a strong emotion? It had already been 4 years since his departure from the competitive scene. Sun Jiping could still beat Yishio though, which meant that he hadn't given up on glory yet. During these 4 years, in some unknown corner, how much effort had he put into glory? But in the end, this was the only outcome. How could they not feel that same pain? Old Lu, think you'd cheat? That's too despicable, no. Under this stifling atmosphere, someone suddenly spoke out. It was Lu Guanning's bad friend. Ahem. Lu Guanning coughed. In the end, that issue hadn't been forgotten. After seeing the confrontation between Sun Jiping and Yishio, he couldn't help but admit, I would not have been Senior's opponent. After saying these words, Lu Guanning ignored his bad friend. Then, he suddenly turned his head towards Sun Jiping as if he had made an important decision. Senior, are you interested in joining our team Heavenly Swords? Sun Jiping was surprised. Did you not hear me? I'm unable to deal with the fast pace of the competitive scene. I heard you clearly, but I also heard that an occasional match wouldn't be a problem, no. Lu Guanning said. Sun Jiping continued to be surprised. You need that type of player. Any pro player would cost quite a sum of money for the team. Spending this money to raise a player who could only play a limited number of matches and suddenly step down because of a sudden injury was something no team would want. When he heard Lu Guanning's invite, Sun Jiping was surprised, but he wasn't happy because he felt that Lu Guanning's invite was out of sympathy. That wasn't something he was willing to accept. Of course it's needed. Our team needs a high skill level senior to guide us. Even if you don't show up on stage, we still need you very much. Lu Guanning said. Sun Jiping hesitated. That was a solid reason, but it could also be an excuse for helping him. Then, he heard Yishio speak up. Yeah, I told you guys before. Your team should have an old general. Even if his strength isn't good, he'd still be of great help to your team's growth. Are you saying my strength is no good? Sun Jiping looked gloomy. Don't take it too personally. Yishio reminded him. Senior, consider it. Lu Guanning urged him. He wasn't pretending. Lu Guanning also didn't mind helping Sun Jiping out of sympathy. He dearly loved glory and was both a player and an owner. He wasn't like any of the other owners who only formed the team based solely on financial interest. His urging was truly because he wanted a god like Sun Jiping to join their team. If Sun Jiping really had recovered from his injury, Lu Guanning would have been more careful with his invitation. Even if the invitation was successful, it might not be handled well. Team Heavenly Swords didn't have an experienced player guiding them like Yishio had recommended them to have. It wasn't that Lu Guanning couldn't do it. With Team Heavenly Swords' financial resources and their momentum as a new team, finding this type of player wasn't difficult. In reality, it was because of Team Heavenly Swords' unusualness that he didn't do it. This Sun Jiping had the skill, but because of his injury, he couldn't participate in matches like a normal player. For Sun Jiping himself, it was truly a tragedy, but for Lu Guaning, someone like him was just too appropriate for their team Heavenly Swords. Join us! Lu Guaning continued to urge sincerely. Sun Jiping was starting to feel tempted, seeing his attitude. I could give it a try. Sun Jiping finally nodded his head. Great! Lu Guaning was excited. Senior, what requirements do you have? Should we talk about the contract right now? The season's transfer window has already closed though. Senior, you'll have to wait until next season to come out on stage. I know that. Sun Jiping nodded his head. Then for the next half of the season, why not join our team Happy? Yishio suddenly said. Chapter 932. For victory. Happy? In the Challenger League. Sun Jiping still cared greatly about glory, even knowing the current situation of the Challenger League. Yup. Yishio said joyfully, it's the Challenger League, so it's nowhere near as intensive. You can have a go and try to find your footing. You'll also get a chance to go against Excellent Era in the Challenger League. Take it as a chance to get your revenge on them for taking your championship all those years ago. Everyone cast him a sidelong glance. The Excellent Era that had taken the championship from 100 Blossoms, wasn't it this god that had led them? Now he was talking as if he had nothing to do with the event. Yet before Sun Jiping could say anything, Yishio slapped the desk and shouted, "You're really a lucky one. There's only one more round until the offline matches begin. You can still make it. Otherwise, if you were just a bit late, you wouldn't have the chance with the offline matches starting." The rules of the Challenger League were that you could switch and add team members in the online elimination rounds. However, after arriving at the offline matches, it wasn't so lax. It was almost like actual pro matches. The way Yishio put it, it was like he was giving Sun Jiping a great opportunity. Everyone stared at the old god, stunned. Would Sun Jiping cherish this opportunity? Do you want me to help you take revenge on Excellent Era? Sun Jiping smiled coldly. Revenge? Yishio smiled, I just want to win. Good, it's the same for me too, Sun Jiping replied. Hero, let's go forth together. Yishio said. Sign me up. Sun Jiping flicked his hand and an account card flew towards Yishio. To register an account card for the Challenger League, you just had to swipe and log in with it. Good choice. Yishio caught the card and immediately logged into the webpage to update Happy's team roster. The crowd was staring again. What? With just a few quick exchanges, a seemingly very important decision had been made just like that? By the time everyone came back to their senses, Chen Guo was the first to become excited. Their team had just gained a legendary member. Didn't this mean they had an even greater chance of defeating Excellent Era? As for Lu Guaning, in theory, Sun Jiping had already agreed to join Team Heavenly Swords, so he was technically already a member of Team Heavenly Swords. Even if he couldn't play for them this season, shouldn't he first make sure the team was okay with this before agreeing? Any normal boss would probably be pissed by this development, but Lu Guaning didn't mind, looking on cheerfully. Whatever, be happy, I'm leaving. Lu Guaning's bad friend stood up and prepared to leave with a casual goodbye. Sun Jiping, Yishio, they were all renowned figures in the glory circle, but he didn't care at all. You coming to my party tomorrow? Seeing his bad friend leave, Lu Guaning yelled after him. We'll see. His bad friend didn't even turn around, simply waving his hand and leaving. Lu Guaning didn't bother paying him attention anymore, turning around to smile at Yishio and company. After the events tomorrow, I'm throwing a party. Why don't you all come? Yishio, Chen Gui, and the others looked at each other, expressing their agreement. Coming to B City this time was on Lu Guaning's invitation, so of course they'd have to go with him, as his guests. Then should we continue the tour? Senior Sun can come along too, Lu Guaning offered. Okay. Everyone nodded and continued their tour of Team Heavenly Swords Club with Lu Guaning as their guide. After that, they made arrangements for lunch, and in the afternoon, Sun Jiping went to talk with Team Heavenly Swords about the details of their contract. Yishio and Co went to take a look around and then all ended up in the training room to play Glory. That night, the All-Stars weekend continued. Tonight's events were focused on pro-player audience interaction. The game content tonight was a mod for Glory, but this sort of mod was designed officially. It would be released for players to download afterwards. For example, last year's All-Star Hurdle mod was very popular. Rumor had it that the Glory developers were planning on implementing these mods in the arena soon. What were the contents of tonight's All-Star Games event? This was a huge part of the suspense of the second day. Even the pro players that signed up didn't know the details. The opening ended and the event began. The first game's map was shown through the holographic projector. It was, surprisingly, a swimming pool, and high above it was a springboard. There was no need for explanation, everyone could guess what the first game was about: diving. After the host called the All-Star who would pick the audience members, the two of them explained the event together very cooperatively. Then, the All-Star began to pick audience members. The All-Star that had come up for the diving event was the captain of Team Void, Li Xian. As he picked, Chenghua thought nostalgically of last year, when she and Tang Ru had gone up to participate in the event. Back then, she was just a Su Mooching fan. Having the chance to interact with her idol at such a close distance had made her practically vibrate in excitement. Now a year had passed and her idol had become a friend that she could easily chat and gossip or go out for food and drink with. Chenghua was very satisfied. The tiny herb stadium could fit 18,000 people, and the entire place was filled to the brim. Without Su Mooching manipulating things this time, Yi Xiao and Co hadn't been picked. After the 4 lucky audience members arrived on the stage, the pro players who were participating in this event had gone on stage as well. For the game's event, it was usually interaction between 4 lucky audience members, an all-star, and 3 normal pro players. However, for this diving event, there were 4 other pros apart from Li Xian who came down. What caught the attention of most was 2 ladies who came down together last, hand in hand. Next, we'll be grandly introducing 2 new faces to you. As the 2 sisters came down, the host was also yelling out a commentary. These 2 are the 2 rookies that Team Misty Rain managed to discover during the winter transfer window, Shukari, Shukasin. By their names, everyone should have already noticed that these 2 rookies are actually sisters. As for the characters they use in-game, many of you have probably noticed during the Christmas event: lower your head. None dare attack. 2 very imposing IDs. If we didn't know, who would have thought it was these 2 beautiful ladies? Since this was a games event, the introductions made by the host wouldn't be too serious. A close-up of the 2 sisters was also shown on the big screen. They wouldn't lie about it when they said they were beautiful. A ruckus immediately spread through the audience. Even when Li Xian had come down, the audience hadn't reacted with such vigor. It could be seen that beautiful women gained special treatment wherever they were. It was especially so since girls were relatively less common in online games and even less common in the pro circle. Under these circumstances, 2 girls had suddenly popped up, and they were beautiful sisters to boot. The audience seemed to have abruptly converted to Misty Rain fans, yelling and shouting. However, among these yells, the cries of support and encouragement were the minority. Most of it was just whistling and hooting. So it's them. Yi Xiao couldn't help but lament. These 2 were rookies that had caught his eye and that he had tried to recruit, but ultimately went to Misty Rain. Now it seemed that apart from their skill, these 2 were quite something. Beautiful sisters, that was a very valuable selling point if played right. No wonder the 2 didn't even bother considering Yi Xiao's invite before rejecting it. These 2 probably didn't only consider their competitive skill. They had thought about other perspectives from the start, wanting to become stars in all aspects. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. As time went on and the alliance developed, the competitive aspect wasn't as pure and simple as it had previously been. At first, the players were only passively encouraged by their clubs to develop on the commercial side. Yet now, the players had started to think of their own values from different points of view. Because of this, the alliance would become greater, but Yi Xiao hoped that the competitive aspect would at least be kept pure. This was because, looking at other developments in sports, when sponsors and money became a deeper part of it, the competitive aspect would start to become impure. People would start to consider looking good in the sport, or even play scripted matches. When the players all lost their competitive spirit, this competition would become nothing more than an entertainment program. Xiao hoped that a day like that would never arrive for Glory. By the time Xiao brought himself back to the present, the 9 on the stage had all joked around with the host for a bit. The reason for having 9 people participate was also revealed. The beautiful sisters Xiukuri and Xiukasin wanted to do a synchronized dive. They knew the contents beforehand. Xiao could tell that Misty Rain wanted to use this year's All-Stars to promote the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters had the right to enter the rookie challenges, but the thing was, it was far better to promote the 2 together. In the rookie challenges, even if it wasn't a true fight, there was no 2-on-1. So if the sisters wanted to enter the stage together, they could only do so in other events. So, this diving event could show off the 2 sisters' synergy rather well. Splash! As the beautiful sisters' characters hit the water at the same time, there was thunderous applause. From the jump to all the movements made by skills in the air, the 2 characters had little to no deviation. Even the splash from the landing was similar. This had completely overshadowed the elegant movements made by all of the other participants. There was no need to talk about normal players, but just from the poise and timing, they had also outstripped the other pros by miles. There was a need for scoring with diving, and the system couldn't do something like that, so the job of scoring was given to the audience. Each seat had a scoring instrument, and the characters would be ranked by the total points they each gained. Each character jumped 3 times, and Xiukuri and Xiukasin's synchronization was practically perfect with every jump. Their scores skyrocketed, leaving the other 7 in the dust and eventually winning the event without any doubt. The 2 had also managed to use this event to make a lasting impression on the audience. Xiukuri and Xiukasin had become the hottest topic of this year's All-Stars. Misty Rain's promotion had exceeded expectations with just the first step alone. For the games event on the second day, there was a park hour and shooting mod after the diving one. Naturally, it was the pro players that won first with ease. After that came the audience challenges. For the pro sent out, it was as always one of the home team members. Tiny Herb sent Xiaobie out, who easily defeated a few audience members, bringing the event of the second day to a close. Chapter 933. Cocktail Party. The third day of the All-Star weekend was always the main act. The All-Star competition actually only referred to this one day as well. 24 All-Stars would, on this day, be split into 2 teams of 12 to battle. If it wasn't for the fact that the All-Star weekend was more of a show than anything else and the players wouldn't be so serious about victory and defeat, this could be seen as the crème de la crème of matches. The teams for the 24 All-Stars was decided through official channels. On principle, they wouldn't divide the members of a team into different groups. Historically, the number of players coming from each team had always been a good number to work with, so there was no circumstance in which they ever had to forcibly separate the members of the teams in order to form 2 groups with an equal number of people. Today was no different. The 24 participants were harmoniously divided into 2 groups. Samsara's 3, Tiny Herb's 3, plus Wind Howl and 100 Blossoms pairs as well as Royal Style, Seaside singles formed a team of 12. Tyranny's 4, Blue Rain's 3, plus the duos from Void and Misty Rain, as well as the single from 301 Degrees formed another team of 12. Though the split was peaceful, the alliance would usually separate the teams so that there would be some tension between the 2. For example, last year's champions and runner-up Samsara and Blue Rain wouldn't be placed together. Tiny Herb's Xiaobie and Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen were the 2 most eye-catching rookies in the alliance, so their 2 teams were also on different sides, attempting to create a match between the 2. Wind Howl and 100 Blossoms veterans had both transferred to Tyranny, and Zhong Jiala's transfer was especially nerve-grating for 100 Blossoms fans, so these 2 teams were placed against Tyranny. Apart from that, they had to make sure that the divisions didn't repeat too much. After all, many gods always made it into the All-Stars year after year. What the audience wanted to see was different participants becoming teammates and opponents. If it was the same few people fighting each other every year, it would get tiring very quickly. These arrangements were to make the All-Stars as spectacular as possible. In reality, the all-star competitions were usually rather dense. Even though everyone knew this was just a show, they also knew that this was a show that gained the attention of many fans. The normal players were all too willing to use this match to judge which characters did better or worse. The pro players didn't want the normal players to misjudge them so easily. In addition to that, there was the tension that was purposefully injected, so the all-stars wouldn't give too much slack. However, there was one awkward reality that had plagued 2 consecutive years of the all-star competitions. That was that there was only one healer among the all-stars last year, Zhong Xinjie, and the same was true for this year too. The one thing that no pro team would ever be without was a healer. Healers were a very important aspect of the team competitions, so their skill had to be good. For the healers of each big team, it was hard to rank them by strength since they usually didn't battle. This meant that most healers got approximately the same amount of votes for each all-stars. Zhong Xinjie was the current #1 healer, but it was difficult to say how many of his votes were because of his identity as a master tactician. When talking about pure healing ability, there was one undeniable god of healing in the history of glory, and that was the player behind Tiny Herb's paladin Wind Guard, Fang Tian. It was a shame that he had retired after the 7th season when Tiny Herb won their 2nd championship. It was after his retirement that the Alliance had fallen into this awkward situation of only having one all-star healer on stage. And by the looks of things, this awkward situation would continue for a while. The performance and skill among the current healers were steady, and there were no signs of anyone having abrupt improvement. As for the rookie healers, none of them seemed to have the same level of talent that Fang Tian had, who rose up above the other experts. However, not having a healer wouldn't influence how spectacular the all-stars were. In last year's all-stars, the healerless side had gone wild, their team members unleashing burst after burst of intensive techniques, eventually defeating their opponents. It had to be said, however, that such a victory would probably only appear in the all-star weekend. In this show, there wasn't as much pressure to win on the players, so they would be a lot more relaxed. There wouldn't be any particularly serious tactical limits either, so unpredictable situations weren't too unusual. For this year's All-Stars, the situation of these gods unleashing burst after burst of skill didn't appear again. The presence of a healer became the eventual deciding factor between the two sides. The side with Zhong Xinjie obtained the victory for this year's All-Star competition. This season's All-Star weekend had come to an end. In comparison to last year, there wasn't as much to talk about, but it was still a highly successful All-Star weekend. As the event ended and everyone left, Lu Guanning's group had to exit via the pro player exit. Yishio's group of 4 made their way out by following the crowd. Lu Jonning had already arranged for a car to pick them up afterwards, directly taking the 4 directly to the cocktail party. Lu Guanning's party was in a place that wasn't very far from the Tiny Herb Stadium, so they arrived rather quickly. With Lu Guanning having notified the staff of their arrival, they made their way in without experiencing any hitches. Lu Guanning and co had already arrived at the party, dressed immaculately. Seeing Yishio's group arriving, they hurriedly came over to welcome them. "So cool. It's just like watching a movie." Steamed Bun had obviously never seen such an event, and looked around in curiosity. "Ha ha," Lu Guanning laughed. Chengguo was more composed than Steamed Bun, and after looking around for a moment, she asked Lu Guanning in confusion, "How come I don't see anyone else?" "Anyone else?" Lu Guanning turned his head to look around a little. There weren't many people here, true, but it wasn't like there was no one here either. What did she mean by anyone else? Lu Guanning was bewildered. Chengguo seemed to be afraid of missing anything and swept her gaze around again, carefully. "I don't see any of them." Hearing this, Lu Guanning managed to decipher the meaning behind her words, smiling and saying, "You mean the other pro players? Of course they wouldn't be here. I didn't invite them after all." "Ah." Chengguo looked back in confusion. She had thought that this party was hosted in hospitality as a gathering for the teens out of friendship. "Ha ha, it is Tiny Herb's turf, after all," Lu Guanning said. Chengguo didn't understand, but Yishio did immediately. At first he had thought this party was a gathering for the teams, but now he realized that this guy truly had tact. This time's All-Star Weekend was hosted by Tiny Herb. Heavenly Swords might also be a home team, but if they used this occasion to throw a party, there would be suspicions of trying to steal the spotlight. Especially since Heavenly Swords was very conspicuous from the start. If they did such a thing now, the other teams probably wouldn't believe that this was done out of hospitality, but was rather a chance for this rich guy to gain attention and boast again. So, at this time, it wasn't very appropriate to invite the teens over for a party. Chengguo's personality was rather bold, so she might not have considered such small details. After hearing what Lu Guaning had to say about Tiny Herb's turf, she was still rather confused and asked, "Then what are we here for?" "Making more connections with people is always a good thing," Lu Guaning said. "Who are all these people?" Chengguo looked left and right. "Come on, I'll introduce you." Not many of the guests had come yet. Lu Guaning took care in guiding Chengguo and the others, joining a random pair's conversations and introducing them. These two people were some sort of investment consultant and an executive director of a kind, rather imposing titles. No matter how big Chengguo's internet cafe was, it wasn't very upscale, so she had never interacted with these kinds of people before. Then she heard Lu Guaning introduce her as Team Happy's boss and she finally understood the point of this party. Getting sponsors? Chengguo quietly asked Lu Guaning after chatting about nonsense with the two for a bit. "That's right." Lu Guaning nodded. It was only then that Yishio's group understood what connections Lu Guaning wanted them to make at this party. Bringing them here was extremely generous. Both being teens in the alliance, they could be considered rivals. "Little Lu, you're really too nice." Chengguo had completely accepted Lu Guaning by now, not having any further reason to dislike him. Chengguo had no experience in this sort of situation, but she had guts and the heart to give her all to the team. She wanted to be a good boss, so she dutifully went to find people to establish connections with. With Chengguo's openness, she was good at making friends on the fly, but her attitude became a little rude in this situation. Chengguo evidently understood that as well, so she was careful to be a little more reserved. However, there were many people among Lu Guaning's guests that didn't really understand Glory and its competitive scene, so Chengguo was having some difficulty communicating. However, she refused to give up, still inserting herself into conversations wherever she could. This sort of thing wasn't something Steamed Bun could manage either. This guy acted like he was in a zoo, wandering around randomly and occasionally running back to Yishio's group to gush about something he had just seen. Whenever someone came up to talk to him, he would introduce himself as Steamed Bun and sometimes show them the tattoo on his left arm, shocking people left and right. Being able to expose your arm to this cold winter was rather impressive. As for Yishio and Tang Ru, the two stayed curled in a corner. Tang Ru had casually taken a glass of wine to sip at while Yishio held a very deep ashtray, going through cigarette after cigarette and filling the air around them with smoke. Tang Ru was a radiant-looking lady, yet no one had come up to talk to her, all thanks to Yishio. They didn't ask when the party ended. From when they arrived, guests continuously came in. Lu Guaning was at the center of it all, being able to chat a bit with everyone, no matter their age or gender. Then, when he glanced over at Yishio and Tang Ru, he tapped his glass twice and dragged Happy into the spotlight. "Today, I have a few good friends that I would like to introduce to everyone." "This guy?" Yishio was helpless and could only come over with the others cooperatively as they were introduced. Who would have thought that after this introduction, a voice of discord would appear in the party? Ha 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 ha, since when did a bunch of gamers get so serious as if they did anything of note? Everyone turned to look at the voice. The owner was a tall, handsome young man. He was rather rude, but he looked to be gentle and refined with an extraordinary air. "Who on earth is this?" Yishio asked Lu Guaning. "No idea," Lu Guaning replied. "I say, isn't this your party?" Yishio was a little exasperated. "I threw it very casually and didn't send out invites, so anyone who passes by can come in and see what's going on," Lu Guaning answered. Chapter 934. Hand Speed. So in reality, the people that we're meeting today, you've only known since today, as well. Yishio looked at Lu Guaning. "Ha ha ha ha. Actually, my social life is mostly based in glory as well. You should understand, Lu Guanning said. Yixiao was speechless. He understood this all too well. That meant, though Lu Guanning looked like a social butterfly, he was, in fact, a hermit that was completely obsessed with gaming. However, his identity and background was different, so we managed to fit in here naturally. You seem pretty familiar with this place. Yixiao asked. Yixiao and Co didn't even need invites to get into this private club. With just a single notice from Lu Guanning and they could enter and exit at will. It was clear that he had good relations with this place's owner. Of course, we always come here to play glory, after all. Lu Guanning explained. Impressive. Yixiao gave Lu Guanning a resolute thumbs up. A year's worth of membership in this sort of club might cost several 100,000, maybe even over 1 million. Playing glory here and playing glory in an internet cafe were two completely different concepts. The two were still chatting over here when Chen Guo had long since charged over to the guy with reckless abandon. What did you say? Chen Guo was very clear on the fact that anyone who could come here would all be rich and upscale. The young man in front of her looked like that too, obviously not a normal person. However, being mocked like this wasn't something that she could take sitting down. Yelling like that, you've used too much commoner's language, haven't you? The young man glanced at Chen Guo, not moved by the fact that she was a beautiful woman, and continued to mock at them without care. All you people know is how to play games. You don't know what to do with your lives and remain uncultured and uneducated. Does your existence truly have any value? Chen Guo was even more angry, but she couldn't help but admit that what the young man said was a rather common view in many parts of society. Even though Glory's pro circle was so active and grand nowadays, there were still many who didn't view gaming as any sort of worthwhile skill. When Chen Guo was chatting with all these people before, she had gotten such a feeling as well. For these people, glory was no more than a tool they could use to earn money. Speaking of glory's commercial future was much more effective than talking with them about how interesting or how classic this game was. They didn't care what game this was or how interesting it was, all they saw was what profits this game could bring them. As for pro players? In their eyes, pros were just cash trees. What pro players dedicated to this game was something these people wouldn't understand. I don't have anything to say to people like you. Chen Guo wasn't a particularly eloquent person, her emotions were intensely felt, but hard to express with words. She could only bite out these words without thinking it through. Ha ha, see? Uneducated. Of course you can't say anything. As for people like me, well, we can't be compared to people like you. You can't say that now. Yixiao finally walked over. Many players of glory are talented in many ways. For them, gaming is just a way of relaxing, a hobby. It's no different from if you come to this club to drink a little or go for a few rounds of cards. I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about those people who see games as a pastime. I'm talking about you, pro players who don't know anything but playing games. Who says that all we know is how to play games? Yixiao said. Really? The young man's gaze swept across the room before alighting on a corner and he smiled, saying, Then do you have any sort of talent that you can show everyone? How about the piano or some other kind of musical instrument? Why don't you play a song for us? The corner which the young man had set his gaze on had a piano sitting there. This could be a decoration, or you could find someone to play tunes on it, or one of the guests could come up and play something for everyone. With those words, he turned to Yixiao with a mocking expression, as if certain that the other would only humiliate himself here. Musical instruments. Yixiao paused. Talent doesn't necessarily mean music, no. Ha ha, then what can you do? Drink tons without getting drunk. The young man laughed exaggeratedly, glancing left and right as if expecting people to laugh with him. There were people who laughed with him, but everyone was very reserved in their laughter. No one openly laughed aloud. I apologize, but I'm even worse at alcohol. Then I'll play a tune, as you suggested. Yixiao said. What did you say? The man widened his eyes, face full of surprise. Xiao ignored him, walking over to the piano under the shocked stares of many people, including Lu Guaning and Chen Guo. I say, Xiao suddenly spoke up again, do you know how to play, having challenged me to do so? Of course, despite his expression of disbelief, he still replied with confidence. That's good. Xiao reached out and pressed a random key before saying, I'm going to play a tune. After that, I don't need you to play it any better, I just want you to show me that you, too, can play the original tune. Ha ha ha, the person didn't wait for Xiao to finish before laughing again. You don't know how to play and are just going to play randomly, aren't you? Don't you think such tricks are rather boring? Xiao smiled slightly, not explaining. His hands were already on the keys. Wow, this god has much more depth to him than he shows. Lu Guaning breathed out in awe. This really is quite deep. Chen Gui, who had just walked over, said, still stunned. As they talked, Xiao had already begun to play. Like a storm that arrived without warning, it came suddenly, a burst of wild notes like an explosion, darting into everyone's ears. What is this? Chen Guo was shocked, Lu Guaning stared dumbly, yet Tang Ru had already found humor with just a few notes, laughing very very cheerfully. What? Chen Guo hurriedly asked. From what she heard, it sounded like Xiao was just slamming on keys randomly. Flight of the Bumblebee, Tang Ru said. What? Chen Guo was confused. This tune is called Flight of the Bumblebee. It's a tune with a very fast rhythm, most people play it to show off their hand speed, Tang Ru explained. Hand speed? Chen Guo was stunned for a moment, before finally understanding why Tang Ru was smiling. How shameless, that's just bullying. Chen Guo said with a massive grin. Yep, he's definitely bullying him. Tang Ru nodded. That guy definitely can't play this, right? Chen Guo watched the young man, delighting in his misfortune. The young man's face was twisted in shock, seeming to have no idea what to do. Not just him. At this pace, there's probably no one on earth that can manage it, Tang Ru said. You've got to exaggerating. Chen Guo was shocked. At least not that I know of. Tang Ru also felt like she had exaggerated a little too much and hurriedly corrected herself. With just these few sentences, Xiao finished his performance. Because he was so fast, it was just several tens of seconds before Xiao had finished the tune. The crowd was silent, looking at Xiao wide-eyed. Out of the people here, there was probably none that didn't understand music at all, and that was why everyone was so shocked. Should we clap? Chen Guo whispered at Tang Ru. Probably not. Tang Ru said. How come? Actually, apart from being fast and accurate, there's nothing of note about the performance itself, Tang Ru explained. He probably learned the song just to train his hand speed. Chen Guo guessed. I think so. Tang Ru said. Anyone who had any form of accomplishment in music all shared Tang Ru's thoughts. Such a fast performance was worthy of applause, but the problem was that this guy only pursued speed and nothing else. Any sort of tune had content and emotion, but this performance had pretty much no artistic aesthetic behind it. You could even say that this performance didn't even have rhythm, it was just fast, fast, and faster, as fast as possible. Apart from that, he had been accurate. Applause for this sort of performance? Everyone felt like that was a disrespect to art. Xiao didn't seem to care about this, standing up once he had finished and asked the perpetrator casually, should I give an encore? You? The man was a little panicked, but luckily he was someone with some skill and understanding. Your performance was just fast, you don't understand anything about music. Don't put it like that. All you can say is I'm not very accomplished in music, but I did, at least, manage to accurately play a piece, right? You're up next, Xiao said with a smile. The man's face was red, unable to say a word. Seems like you can't manage it, what a shame, then. I didn't agree to anything. This guy was evidently afraid that Xiao would use this against him to humiliate him in front of everyone and luckily cut Xiao off before Xiao could make any sort of arrangements, and Xiao didn't continue. In the current moment, he couldn't be bothered with civilities anymore, grabbing onto this like a lifeline and hanging on shamelessly. I never had you agree to anything, but you really can't play it, can you? Yishio said. There's no meaning to this sort of performance anyways. The guy made an excuse. Well, since you can't play it, then I can only deem you as someone who doesn't know what to do with their life and is uncultured and uneducated, Yishio said. You? The young man was enraged, but someone tugged at him. Turning his head, he saw it was one of the employees from the club. Young Master Lu, you're drunk. Hearing of what was happening, the staff of the club hurriedly came over. In the end, what they saw was the end of this young master's thorough humiliation. On their way, they had already learned of the situation and knew it was this man that had been the perpetrator of this trouble. Lu Guaning and co. usually were holed up in the club playing Glory, rarely appearing in these social situations, so not many people recognized them. This young man obviously didn't realize this, so he had no idea what sort of background the one who threw this party had. Seeing the pro players being introduced, he had resolutely began mocking them out of disdain. If he knew the background of the one that threw this party, he wouldn't have made such a huge ruckus of this, even if he was disdainful. He didn't have any sort of grudge, after all. The club staff came to smooth things out. They couldn't afford to anger any of these people and didn't dare to show favoritism to any side. If they started calling people out, that would be excessive. That would be forcing one side to bow, and would probably anger a lot of people. So these staff came and gave this white lie in order to give one side a way out. If both sides could compromise, then this thing would soon be over. It was unfortunate that with the enraged young Master Lu, this became a futile hope. I'm not drunk. The man referred to as young Master Lu responded angrily, seeming to be unwilling to let go. Chapter 935. Could I trouble you? How was I? Yishio stopped paying attention to young Master Lu, who was arguing incessantly, and returned to his little clique. Your hand position is too ugly. Tang Ru sighed. My left hand's okay, but my right hand always feels a bit twisted. Yishio said. Why? Cheng Guo asked. My right hand is used to holding a mouse. Yishio said. You probably only know how to play that piece, don't you? Cheng Guo said. Of course not. Yishio said proudly. Oh. Cheng Guo was surprised. I know one other song. Yishio said. Cheng Guo was once again rendered speechless. Knowing one piece or two was practically the same thing, no? It seemed like he only played the piano to practice his hand speed. Which other one? Tang Ru was quite interested. Pathetique third movement. Yishio said. Oh. Tang Ru nodded her head. What's that? Cheng Guo didn't feel ashamed to ask. Beethoven Sonata Pathetique. It consists of 3 movements. The third movement has a fast tempo. Tang Ru said. Ah? Cheng Guo stared at Yishio. Her expression was complicated. It was hard to connect the guy in front of her and a famous musician like Beethoven, even in this situation. Young Master Lu felt even more unhappy when he saw them chatting pleasantly together. He completely ignored the club staff, who had tried to give him a way out of this embarrassing situation, and walked over. I'm not done. Don't run. Do you need another show of talent? Would you like me to show everyone some boxing? Steen Bun heard his words and jumped out excitedly. Boxing? Young Master Lu stared blankly. From his hesitation, that didn't seem to be something he was good at. Are you threatening me? Young Master Lu looked at the guy, who was waving his fists around eagerly. Steen Bun looked puzzled. Threaten? Isn't this a talent show? I do it once, then you do it. If you can't do it, then you lose. Young Master Lu was furious. This guy must be trying to humiliate me. I haven't even finished settling that previous grudge and now this guy wants to take the initiative to strike at me. If you want to play this game, then I should be allowed to go first. The rest is the same. How about it? Young Master Lu said. That's reasonable. Steen Bun nodded his head. What are you going to be performing?
I'm going to play a piece too.
If. What?
I thought you didn't know how to.
Steen Bun interrupted and questioned him.
Who says I don't?
Young Master Lu roared. You just said that you couldn't. Steen Bun said.
How does that count?
I'm going to be playing real music.
Young Master Lu shouted.
Real music?
What's that?
Steen Bun didn't understand. You'll know soon. Young Master Lu smiled with confidence and strode over to the piano. He knew very well that it was astonishing how the way that guy played the piece with purely speed and without rhythm nor musicality, it didn't mean anything. That guy had actually played a clever trick. However, speed alone couldn't capture an audience. Young Master Lu believed in his piece. Just based on the types of people here, his audience had superior taste. That guy's way of playing was only good for scaring plebeians who didn't understand music. As if he was scared of being blocked, young Master Lu quickly dashed over to the piano. The party had gone down to a standstill. Everyone was watching the ongoing drama, but when young Master Lu began playing his piece, everyone was gradually enamored by the music. Even for someone like Cheng Gui, who couldn't appreciate the complexities of music, could recognize that young Master Lu was on a higher level than Yi Xiao through just the simple reasoning that it sounded good. He really is quite good. Tang Ru nodded her head.
Should we give him a round of applause?
Yi Xiao didn't really care. You're planning on bringing things to a conclusion? Cheng Gui asked.
Do you think ignoring him would be a good idea?
Yi Xiao said. Despicable. Cheng Gui wasn't happy. Putting it plainly, this time, Yi Xiao had left too big of an opening. He gave the other side an opportunity to counterattack. Even Cheng Gui could tell that young Master Lu was a superior piano player, let alone the others at the party. By the time that guy finished, he would arrogantly follow up with a provocation and push Yi Xiao into doing something beyond his ability. Ignoring him was too shameful of a solution. Have little Tang go up against him. Yi Xiao said. Oh. Cheng Gui looked at Tang Ru. Look at how clear she is on this subject and you'll know that she's an expert. Yi Xiao said. Really? Cheng Gui had always felt like Tang Ru wasn't an ordinary person. If you compare me to Yi Xiao, then I dare to call myself a god. Tang Ru smiled. Then what about compared to him? Cheng Gui said. Tang Ru smiled, but didn't reply. During their conversation, young Master Lu had finished his performance. The audience gave a sincere round of applause. Young Master Lu seemed very satisfied with his performance and politely bowed to express his gratitude, thanking the audience for knowing what was what. The audience recognized true gold and wouldn't get swindled by that guy's little trick. I say. Young Master Lu looked over to their side smugly. Now it's my turn to fight a round of boxing, right? Steen Bun jumped out excitedly. I'll go. Tang Ru smiled and stepped forward. Young Master Lu saw that it wasn't Yi Xiao and was surprised. He stood still, not moving. I can't. Tang Ru said. You're also a pro player. Young Master Lu said. I'm still a bit lacking compared to a pro player, but becoming a pro player is my goal. Tang Ru said. Young Master Lu had been confident with his performance, so he displayed some grace in front of this beauty. He didn't say anything more and moved aside, inviting her to use the piano. Tang Ru nodded her head as if to give a greeting to everyone and sat down. Her two hands stroked the keyboard. In an instant, piano sounds danced about. Fast! Tang Ru played very fast, but it wasn't like Yi Xiao who only pursued speed. All of his notes had been squeezed together with practically no pauses. Tang Ru also played fast, but her playing had purpose and followed a certain tempo. Despite the fast tempo, every note was solid and steady, displaying her extremely deep fundamentals. Ah, it sounds familiar. Cheng Gui heard Tang Ru's piece and felt pleasantly surprised. Ah, that's the other piece that I know how to play. Yi Xiao said. Beethoven Sonata Pathétique Third Movement. I've heard of it before. Youre was surprised. There are a lot of famous pieces that are recognized by everyone. Many just don't know the name of the piece, that's all. Youre said. Then the piece you played wasn't famous. Youre said. Maybe someone else would have recognized the tune. Youre said. Little Tang is playing better than that guy, right? Youre said. Can't you tell just from everyone's reactions? Youre smiled. Youre had shocked everyone, but that was because they didn't think the piece could be played at such speed. On the other hand, young Master Lu's serenade had been quite good, and everyone expressed their appreciation towards it. However, Tang Ru's performance was both shocking and appreciative. It was beyond their expectations. As for young Master Lu, the look on his face was even more brilliant. Even though he had been shocked by Yishuo's performance, he didn't feel embarrassed because he understood that even if he could repeat that same performance, it would just be a joke. Who played the piano like that? However, Tang Ru's performance gave him a feeling of powerlessness. When it was obvious who played better than the other, the disparity between the two sides wasn't small. Young Master Lu could not be blamed. Only those at a professional level could give rise to such a feeling of powerlessness in him. The audience erupted into an applause after the final note. Tang Ru politely expressed her thanks to everyone and smiled towards young Master Lu. I feel sorry that a pianist at your level wants to become a pro player. Young Master Lu said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Tang Ru said. Aren't you letting down your family with that choice? Young Master Lu said. I'll also have to trouble you with her family. A voice drifted over from the main entrance to the party. Everyone turned their heads to see who it was. When they saw the speaker, the expressions of many in the audience changed. There were clearly many who recognized this person, and in this type of club, someone who was recognized by the vast majority of the people here clearly wasn't someone simple. Even young Master Lu's expression couldn't help but change when he turned his head to see the speaker. His expression was filled with disbelief. This person had come over with a glass of wine. He clearly wasn't here for Lu Guanning's party. He walked over to the piano and everyone in his path moved out of his way. When I heard those piano notes, I thought it was you. The newcomer walked directly towards the piano. He didn't even glance at young Master Lu and started talking directly to Tang Ru. He. Tang Ru didn't say anything. She simply chuckled naughtily. Why are you here? The newcomer asked. I dropped by with some of my friends. Tang Ru said. Oh. The newcomer came with Tang Ru over to Yishuo's little circle. This is my father. Tang Ru introduced. Yishuo and the others looked at each other. They felt that Tang Ru wasn't simple. Yishuo had been wondering if she had run away from home like he had, but from how the father and daughter spoke to each other, their relationship seemed very normal. If she had ran away from home, it would have been surprising if she wasn't beat to death. These three are your friends. Father Tang looked at Yishuo's group and smiled. Yeah. Yishuo, Chengui, steamed bun. Tang Ru introduced one after the other. It's Bao Rongxing. Hi, uncle. Steamed bun replied rather enthusiastically. Hi everyone. Father Tang greeted. His next few words were ordinary words, expressing how he was indebted to everyone for taking care of his daughter. As for the other guests, they had gathered over almost like they were lining up. They were clearly trying to get an opportunity to say a few words to him. However, after Father Tang said a few normal words to Yishuo and the others, he gave a toast to everyone and then pulled Tang Ru to the side to talk. Yishuo and the others didn't know what exactly Father Tang's identity was, but judging from how 80% of the searches for the surname resulted in him, Tang Ru was at the very least the daughter of a very influential family. Keeping one's own counsel. Chengui sighed. Hey, that what's his name isn't done yet. Don't run. At this moment, Lu Guanning suddenly leaped out. Everyone looked over and saw young Master Lu getting ready to slip away. After having enough fun watching the show, now you come out to say something. Qiangua said. I was having so much fun that I almost forgot that this was my party. Lu Guaning said. Chapter 936. Finisher. As the host of this party, Lu Guaning would lose a lot of face running into this sort of trouble. Then Yixiao and Tang Ru came out to slap faces and... In the end, even Tang Ru's dad came, blow after blow landing on the troublemaker, resulting in Lu Guaning not even having the chance to make a move. If he really let young Master Lu go just like that, how was he going to show his face in the future? Young Master Lu had wanted to flee when no one was paying attention, yet someone had seen him. Running away without care was something that uncultured people did. For them, on the other hand, image was very important. Young Master Lu turned his head back, afraid to initiate anything further, just waiting to see what Lu Guaning had planned. I remember there was a rule here, that if more than a certain number of members agreed, we could kick someone out, right? Lu Guaning said, looking at the club staff that had yet to leave. Everyone was surprised upon hearing this. They hadn't thought that this host, who had been watching the drama unfold all this time, would suddenly strike, and strike so viciously. Getting kicked from the club was a most humiliating thing. Hearing this, the staff were also shocked, but the guest had asked for the rules, so he could only oblige and answer truthfully, yes. Wonderful. Then I suggest we kick out this uncultured, uneducated person, who doesn't seem to have any idea what to do with his life. Does anyone concur? Lu Guaning immediately called out. Yixiao and the others heard his tone, immediately reminding them of someone shouting and looking for a party outside a dungeon entrance. The guests were all here to spectate. Who would concur to such an offensive decision? Yixiao's group weren't members themselves, so they didn't have the right to concur. I concur. I agree. I'm all for this. I'm definitely in accord. It was then that several voices rose up in agreement. The guests were all shocked. Someone was willing to risk offending people and agree? Yixiao's group turned to look, only to find that the ones that sent out voices of agreement were Zhu Yunhai, Wen Kebei, Ji Yuxia, and Zhong Yeli. The four of them were composed as they walked over to stand at Lu Guaning's side, looking at young Master Lu tauntingly. These people. Yixiao paused for a moment before having a sudden understanding. Zhu Yunhai and the other three could give a response, meaning that they were members of the club, and if you wanted to join a club like this, you had to be worthy of it. If they were just Lu Guaning's playmates, then they would, at most, be like Yixiao's group, here as Lu Guaning's guests. If they wanted to be members, then they had to have some sort of background. If they were merely Lu Guaning's glory friends, then that wasn't enough. Seeing how these four were also dressed immaculately, fitting in completely with the environment, how could they possibly be normal glory players? These four were also of the upper class. Considering their age and how they were always holed up, playing glory, it was evident that they couldn't have been young geniuses that built themselves up from scratch. They should also be the young masters of rich families. Team Heavenly Swords wasn't just the creation of Lu Guaning, this one money warrior, but rather 5 money warriors. No wonder they hadn't listened to Yixiao's suggestion to find a skilled veteran to strengthen their team. It was because their team, no matter what, would have them 5 as the core. This could not be changed. This team was theirs and the 5 of them were all bosses in their own right. They had built a team to have fun in the pro circle, not as an investment. Anyone who came to Team Heavenly Swords would want to take the place of a core member. This sort of stable lineup of Team Heavenly Swords was unprecedented and very possibly never to occur again. That was why the addition of a godlike Sun Jiping who had special circumstances made Lu Guaning so happy. Otherwise, never mind a god, any skilled player wouldn't be able to accept being a sub in a team where they would never have a chance to become a core player of. The number of people who had concurred with the idea of kicking young Master Lu out had suddenly become 5. Young Master Lu's complexion became extremely ugly. He didn't recognize any of these people, but being members of this club, they definitely weren't normal people. Yet with the situation between them having escalated to this, young Master Lu didn't bother to worry about offending them. Seeing that there were a total of 5, he laughed mockingly. So few people, I think that's far from enough. Count me in as well. Young Master Lu then heard a voice say from behind him.
Who was this?
Thinking of how Tang Ru's father had come before, young Master Lu felt that this definitely was a good omen. Turning his head to look, he saw a person who only lacked the word savage written on his face walk in. The people who came in and out of the club, even the staff, were all well dressed. Only Yishio's group wasn't up to standard. This was also one of the reasons why young Master Lu felt disdain when seeing them. Dog meat wasn't fit for ceremony star. However, this person was also dressed casually, not at all classy enough for this club. Yet since this person could concur, he also had to be a member. Young Master Lu didn't recognize this person either, but he saw that the staff had already gone over to him, greeting him respectfully. Young Master Xiong came.
Yup, I came. Do we have enough people yet?
The person referred to as young Master Xiong was that frenemy of Lu Guanning's. The party had already been going on for half a day and this guy only arrived now. It was definitely not giving the host any face. Yet as soon as he came, the first thing he did was back the host up. I still don't think it's enough," the club staff said.
Really? How many votes are we missing?
"I'll call them over." As young Master Xiong said this, he grabbed his phone. With the way he was yelling, it was like he was calling for reinforcements in a gang war or something. Young Master Lu looked around at the people present, his head aching. Tang Ru's father was obviously controlling himself. Considering his identity, he was above getting into petty fights with these juniors. After shutting up young Master Lu with a single sentence, he had gone to one side to talk with his daughter, completely ignoring the matter.
What about young Master Zhong?
He didn't have any sort of elder's tolerance. What this guy did most often in this club was make a big deal out of something small, and make it such a deal that there was no way to settle it. Causing trouble was his forte. Why was he so unlucky as to have run into this guy today? At this point, going over to try and smooth things over would be utterly humiliating. Young Master Lu, face pale, glared at them as well as young Master Xiong, whom he was secretly somewhat afraid of. "I see how it is." With that sentence, young Master Lu turned and left. "Hey, how come you're leaving? You should at least struggle a bit. Are you just willing to get kicked out without any resistance?" Young Master Xiong was still yelling loudly. Yet what reason would young Master Lu have for turning back? He was gone quickly, as if he had activated an assassin's shadow move. In the end, he still ran like a street gangster that couldn't win in a fight. However, this was a smart move considering the situation. Running and ruining his own image gave the other side a reason to stop. After all, running off like that was better than being kicked out. It would be too easy for others to misunderstand being kicked, thinking that he had done something terrible. It would ruin his reputation. How boring. Seeing young Master Lu running away, young Master Xiong put away his phone as his interest flagged visibly. "You're early." Lu Guanning didn't express any form of gratitude to young Master Xiong at all, his first words mocking how late this guy was. "Shut up. I just came out of a board of directors meeting. Do you think I'm like you, having nothing to do but play games?" Young Master Xiong asked. Yishio's group was bewildered by the true nature of the relationship between these two, sweat dripping at these words. Wouldn't you call taking the time to find someone just to strike a blow at Lu Guanning's face having nothing to do? Board of directors meeting? Placing something like that with this person was like talking about Yishio and Beethoven together. They did not complement each other at all, completely unimaginable. "Hey, you guys came too." Young Master Xiong even greeted Yishio's group, surprising them greatly. By the time he had finished greeting them, a waiter had already brought over a plate of wine glasses. Young Master Xiong took one glass at random, raising it in a toast to everyone. "I'd arranged to meet with someone about a contract, so I was just passing by. Now that I've finished passing by, bye-bye." After that, he put the emptied glass back on the plate and left. "Your friend?" Chenghua seemed to have a thought. "Yes?" Lu Guanning asked. "Was he really passing by, or was he busy and came over for you after hearing of your trouble?" Chenghua asked. God knows what he's thinking. Lu Guanning seemed to think it not worth his time to consider young Master Xiong's train of thought. With young Master Lu's departure, the party went back to normal. It was just that with Tang Ru's father here, more and more people began to pay attention to Yixiu's group. Originally, with their unfitting attire, everyone could tell they weren't on their level, so very few people initiated conversation with them. Now, everyone kept coming over. Even Yixiu, who kept hiding in a corner, smoking, had been pulled into a conversation by someone. Team Happy wasn't something that went in one ear and came out the other anymore. Many people had taken notice, prepared to research once they got back, especially what the heiress of the Tang family was doing there. That was the crucial point. No one knew where Tang Ru and her father had gone. All they knew was that they came back a long time after they had left. With her identity not dressed well? That could easily be ignored. With Tang Ru's return, she was immediately surrounded. These immaculately dressed people seemed to have forgotten all propriety.
Don't you think it might be time for us to leave?
Chen Gui hurriedly suggested, seeing the situation. Lu Guanning, their host, for the first time didn't seem to want them to stay. Seeing that Tang Ru was going to leave, many voices called for them to stay, but no one dared to cling to them and force them to do so. Seeing that they still wanted to go, the crowd could only try to leave a good and lasting last impression as they sent Yixiu's group off. Lu Guanning's party almost ended because everyone wanted to say goodbye to Tang Ru. The car will be here soon. Lu Guanning could feel himself sweating at the sight of all these people who had lost their cool at the entrance of the club. These people were crowding around and fighting over a send-off. The job of chauffeuring suddenly became something everyone wanted to offer. My lady! It was at this moment that a car drove past the front door, parking itself at the side of the road. The chauffeur came out and called over. An abrupt silence fell.
Shall I drive you back?
The chauffeur said.
What if we ride my dad's car?
Tang Ru asked Yixiu's group. Who dared to try and argue when Tang Ru's father wanted to take them back? Sure. Yixiu didn't care at all. The four got on and left. Lu Guanning let out a breath of relief. I never would have guessed that Soft Mist would be the heiress of the Tang family, Zhu Yunhai said, edging over. They were still more used to calling Yixiu's group by their in-game tags. Yeah, who would have? Lu Guanning agreed. Chapter 937. As long as you're happy. The chauffeur deserved his title as a professional. He drove the car swiftly and steadily. Tang Ru sat shotgun, while Yixiu, Chen Gui, and Steamed Bun sat in the back. No one said anything. Chen Gui fished out her cell phone and went online to do a quick search. A moment later, she gently nudged Yixiu and put her cell phone in front of him to look at. Tang Corporation Limited. The corporation started out as a spinning, weaving, printing, and dyeing business. After 10 years of growth, their main business was in spinning and weaving. They were an enormous conglomerate with developments in several other areas as well and had about 14,000 employees. The corporation could even be ranked on an international level. There was a big picture of the corporation's chairman, Tang Shusan, who was the person they had just met, Tang Ru's father. He had a huge list of gorgeous achievements and honors. The internet didn't have much information on his family background though. Was Tang Ru an only child? Did she have any brothers or sisters? Searching for Tang Ru didn't yield any results. Their hotel wasn't far. No one said a word on the way there, and they soon arrived. The chauffeur got out of the car and sent them on their way. After bidding them farewell, he left. After the car drove off, Tang Ru turned around. The other three were standing neatly behind her. Miss, would you like us to carry your bags for you? Yixiu asked. Tang Ru didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Go, let's go up first. Chen Gui called out. When they returned to the room, the four sat together in a circle. Yixiu lit up a cigarette, but it was snatched away by Chen Gui. Yixiu was helpless. He could only jump to the main topic. He looked at Tang Ru. What's the situation? It's not as complicated as you think it is. Tang Ru obviously knew that the other three wanted to talk to her. What? I was originally studying music abroad, but I didn't want to anymore all of a sudden. Then, my father said that if I didn't want to anymore, then to just come back home, so I came back home. Then, he asked me what I wanted to do. I said I didn't know. He told me I should go and travel around to relax, so I did. Later, I passed by Happy and saw that it was hiring, so that's how I got there. And once I was there, I stayed. Tang Ru said. This your father said that? He doesn't care what you do. Chen Guo was dumbstruck. When I decided to stay here, I told him. I told him I found a job. He asked me what type of job? I said as an internet cafe employee. He asked, what do you do there? I said that I manage the computers at an internet cafe. He asked me how long I would do it and I said I didn't know. He said okay and told me to call and come back often. That's about it. Tang Ru said. That's not scientific at all. Chen Guo was having an intense struggle in her heart. From what she had thought, Tang Ru had such a powerful background. There must be some sort of special reason or conflict that made her become an internet cafe employee. But it turned out that everything between Tang Ru and her father was just that plain and simple. Let alone a household like hers, even a very normal family would be worried about their child's job, no? What's not scientific? Tang Ru asked. Internet cafe employee. This? For me and my father, it doesn't matter what I do. Tang Ru said. How can you say that? Because he always tell me that it doesn't matter as long as I'm healthy and happy. Tang Ru said. In this instant, everyone understood. Tang Ru had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She never had to worry about clothes or food. She was the child of a wealthy family who didn't know which direction to go. And it turns out that her father was someone who only hoped she enjoyed her life and didn't care which direction she went in. Enjoying life. This concept differed from person to person. Some people considered struggling towards a goal as enjoying life. Some people considered having clothes and food and idling their time away as enjoying life. So on and so forth. In reality, Tang Ru was someone who treated struggling and competition as enjoying life, but the problem was that struggling and competing required a goal. During her time at the internet cafe with Chen Gui, she was rather bored because she didn't have a goal, but now, glory had become her inspiration, so now everyone could see a Tang Ru, who was filled with enthusiasm. Does your father know that you want to be a pro player? Chen Gui asked. Yeah, he knows. Tang Ru said. What does he think of it? Chen Gui asked. He watched the Pro League streams 3 weeks in a row and even had his secretary record all of the matches for him. Then, he asked where I was. Tang Ru said. PFT. Chen Gui couldn't help but laugh. No matter how powerful Tang Shusen was, it seemed like he was no different than the average father. He truly didn't know much about something like glory, which was more of a young person thing. He should understand now, right? Chen Gui said. He gets it now. He's been watching our journey through the Challenger League ever since. Tang Ru said. Does he understand it? Chen Gui asked. He didn't at first, but slowly, he's getting a feel for it. Tang Ru said. Oh. He at least knows that soft mist can't shoot bullets. Tang Ru said. You should help your father expand his knowledge on glory. Chen Gui said. I heard that his secretary had to research glory until his head bled. Tang Ru said. What a pity. Chen Gui sighed. That's just the way it is. So you can still continue playing for our team, right? Chen Gui said. Of course. Tang Ru smiled. Then, let's keep working hard. Chen Gui was excited. Tang Ru's identity had made her worried the most. She didn't know whether Tang Ru could continue playing the game with them, but she could finally relax. Let's rest for now. We'll go back tomorrow and get ready for the final round of the online portion of the Challenger League. Chen Guo announced. The next day, Lu Guaning personally came over to send them off.
Where's old Sun?
After Yi Xiao saw him, he asked about Sun Jiping's situation. He's already signed the contract. He'll be with us for now. He'll go over to you guys when you guys need him for the offline part of the Challenger League. Lu Guaning said. Use him well. Don't waste this opportunity. Yi Xiao patted Lu Guaning. Couldn't you describe it in a different way? Using him sounds too despicable. Lu Guaning said. Use? Exploit? Utilize? Put to use? Take advantage of. Yi Xiao displayed his flexible vocabulary. Airport, farewell, boarding, home. Their biggest takeaway from their trip to All-Stars was getting a helping hand from Sun Jiping. Even though he could only provide a limited amount of help for them, for Happy, they didn't always need him to be there. A help of the hand at the crucial moment could turn situations around. After this news was told to everyone else at Happy, Wei Chen and Wu Chen were astonished. Wei Chen didn't need to be mentioned. He had fought against Sun Jiping in the past. He knew about how skilled the former #1 berserker was. As for Wu Chen, he had also heard of berserker's fame. Such a powerful helper couldn't be compared to a jack-of-all-trades who came from the game. What a pity. It'd be perfect if he wasn't injured. Wei Chen lamented. If he actually recovered, we wouldn't be able to get him to join us. Yi Xiao said. That's true. Wei Chen nodded his head. If Sun Jiping was truly at his peak, he would have joined another team long ago. He wouldn't be helping Happy in any case. How's his equipment? Wei Chen asked. It's okay. Yi Xiao said. Their requirements towards equipment emulated those of pro teams. Sun Jiping's equipment for another summer of sleep was absolutely high-end in the heavenly domain, but for a pro team, it was just SOSO. Let's see if he wants any of our equipment over here. Wei Chen was very generous at this moment. During this time, let's continue working hard to collect equipment. Yi Xiao said. How's your myriad manifestations umbrella going? Wei Chen said. I'm still unsure about the materials for one part. Yi Xiao said. Self-made equipment was like this. If a single part wasn't good, a good piece of equipment couldn't be created. A passable one would affect the stats too. It wasn't impossible for level 60 silver equipment to have level 40 stats. Yi Xiao wasn't certain about an important axle when the umbrella transformed. If the material he chose wasn't a good fit, it was known from past mistakes that, in the worst-case scenario, the umbrella would immediately collapse when it transformed. In the best-case scenario, it would damage its durability. Yi Xiao had whittled it down to 2 materials. Both of them eliminated the possibility of the umbrella immediately collapsing, but he didn't know which one could guarantee its durability. Let me take a look. Wei Chen said. Yi Xiao took out what he had researched during this time and the two began discussing. As soon as they arrived, Yi Xiao immediately got to work with glory. Chen Guo was already speechless. He didn't want to chat about Tang Ru. How boring. Not only did Yi Xiao not gossip about it, he even pulled Wei Chen over to talk about work. The remaining Wu Chen, Xiao Yifan, and Mo Fan weren't really targets for gossiping to, so Chen Guo could only endure. It really is troublesome. After Wei Chen and Yi Xiao studied for an hour, he also wasn't sure like Yi Xiao. Wei Chen wasn't an equipment editor expert at first, but after retiring, he concentrated fully on it, especially after reaching level 50. His research on heavenly domain materials was much deeper than Yi Xiao's. At this point, Yi Xiao had been focused on the matches. His research towards materials gradually slowed down. Right now, he was mainly relying on his solid foundation and inferred things from what he already knew. However, even Wei Chen wasn't sure either. If we can't think of anything, we can only test it out. Wei Chen sighed, a 50% chance isn't bad. Let's gamble. Prepare the earlier stage materials. Earlier stage materials meant that if this upgrade failed, they could immediately create another level 55 myriad manifestations umbrella. It looks like that's our only choice. Xiaobie sighed. Self-made equipment often came with uncertainties. In the end, they could only rely on testing directly. If the material used was optimal, they could record it. Sometimes there was nothing else that could be done. Wei Chen suddenly thought of something. Perhaps Luo Ji could calculate it. How do you calculate this? Xiaobie asked. Rubbish. If you understood how to do so, you would have done it already. Wei Chen said. Okay, then give it to him to see. Xiaobie thought about it and contacted Luo Ji. He then told him about the problem and gave him a bunch of information. Soon afterwards, Luo Ji replied, "This. I could calculate it in theory, but the information that you've researched doesn't help me that much. I would need the data on what materials were used in the myriad manifestations umbrella. What type of equipment could these materials create? The more information I have on that end, the more accurate of a grasp I'll have on the data." I understand that, Xiaobie sighed, but we just don't have that many materials to choose from. Chapter 938. Offline matches. Having researched Glory for so long, Xiaobie might not have eaten pork before, but had still seen pigs run star. In regards to researching and developing equipment, the pro clubs currently had two groups working on it in tandem. One was comprised of people like Xiaobie and Wei Chen who utilized their knowledge and experience of Glory. The other did what Luo Ji had mentioned and used math to calculate and understand the specifics of each material. These two talents were people that the clubs would have on their development teams, supporting each other to complete research on Glory in general, not just custom equipment. Theoretically, Happy had both kinds of people as well. However, while Wei Chen and Xiaobie had plenty of experience and knowledge, Luo Ji was only beginning to apply his mathematical knowledge to Glory. That meant he had no stock of data and info to rely on. It was precisely this compiled data and information that was the core component of each team's R&D team. Even though Xiaobie used to be Team Excellent Era's captain, he still wouldn't have been able to obtain all of this information. As for Wei Chen, there was no need to mention him. Back in his day and age, R&D wasn't so structured, they all relied purely on experience. How about we do this? Another message came from Luo Ji. Compile a list of all the materials used in each upgrade and the creation of the myriad manifestations umbrella. Then, list out all the uses of these materials that you can think of. Give me the stats and data of the equipment these materials are used in, the more detailed the better, and I'll see if I can find a pattern within. Okay. Xiaobie replied with a simple word, but Wei Chen's face had already gone green. Only people who had researched silver equipment before knew how much work was involved in such a job. It's not just me who will be doing it, Xiaobie said to the green-faced Wei Chen, you should organize everything you know about materials as well. We still have so much silver equipment to research. Wei Chen immediately understood what he meant by this. They would start building Happy's database up from this day forth. I really can't believe that we're starting to get there. Wei Chen suddenly had a feeling of being distanced from the world. To be honest, when Xiaobie first pulled him in, he had the intentions of YOLOing it for the last thrill before it all ended. People like him who understood the pro circle more clearly had less confidence in grassroots teams. The current pro league wasn't like how it had been 8 or 9 years ago. Yet Happy had come this far. Their players, equipment, funds, materials, and guilds had all come out from nothing. Now, their database was on its way to being built as well. Wei Chen had suddenly realized, Happy had gradually become a young sparrow, ready to fly. Any team that looked at Happy as a grassroots team would pay the price for underestimating them. Organize materials. Wei Chen suddenly hollered, causing everyone in the room to jump in surprise. Yet he had already buried his head into his computer monitor, searching through his memories, the internet, and all the experience he had accumulated from his years of research, organizing them. Organize materials. Without waiting for anyone to react, Xiaobie suddenly hollered as well, before busying himself with his own computer. What's up with those two? The room of people exchanged glances. All they could be sure of was that these two hadn't gone crazy. They were just extremely focused, even more focused than in matches. The newest round of the Challenger League happening this week and the last round of the online matches finally arrived on Friday. Team Happy had completed their last updates to their lineup before the last round. Berserker, another summer of sleep, appeared on their members list. However, a change like this in a team in the Challenger League wouldn't be noticed. Even the reporters that were interested in Happy didn't even notice. The last online round of the Challenger League ended without suspense. The 20 teams that had survived till the offline matches had been locked in. Any team that could come to this point would have some sort of foundation in skill. However, for Happy, skilled normal player teams weren't enough to make them feel threatened. Apart from excellent Era, Team Mysterious Fantasy, who had also been relegated last season, had also made it into the top 20. Mysterious Fantasy's relegation wasn't something shocking like excellent Era's. In the last season, they had been steadily last for 90% of the time, not giving any other teams a chance to take their spot. Their relegation was undebatable, they were the weakest, there was no fault with that result. However, their weakness was relative. In comparison to normal player teams, they were definitely much stronger. However, in the pro circle, Mysterious Fantasy couldn't even match up to Everlasting. Everlasting had 3 years of experience in the pro league, while Mysterious Fantasy hadn't even been able to hold on for 2 years before getting kicked out. In addition, their ability to remain in the league seemed to be all thanks to a miraculous idea of getting retired veteran Zhong Yiwei to coach them. With such an experienced ex-pro giving pointers, Mysterious Fantasy's rookies managed okay in their first season, but Zhong Yiwei wasn't able to pull off another miracle in the second year, causing them to fall like a mountain's collapse. The topic of if a coach could change a team warmed up again. Usually, a relegated team wanting to keep its strength was a hard task, but Mysterious Fantasy's members had pretty much all stayed. It wasn't so much that the team had done a good job as it was that other teams hadn't shown much interest in Mysterious Fantasy's members. Could a Mysterious Fantasy of this strength win against excellent Era in the Challenger League? Normal players weren't bothered to even try to consider this question. In the past, the face-off between two teams that were relegated in the same season would be the hottest topic of the Challenger League. As for this year? It was probably more worth your time to keep an eye on that grassroots Team Happy that swore to beat excellent Era than on Mysterious Fantasy. After Mysterious Fantasy, another team with a history was Team Jade Dynasty ***. Jade Dynasty didn't just have background, but it even had a history. Even Yishio and Wei Chen felt their hearts warmed by seeing the name Jade Dynasty. Team Jade Dynasty was a team that was in the league since its creation. Just this seniority was enough to instantly kill half the teams in the league right now. However, in comparison to their seniority, what was more touching about Jade Dynasty was their rocky road to life. From the very first year when Jade Dynasty joined the league, they had ranked last. However, since there was no relegations in the first year, they still participated the next year. Unfortunately, in the second year, relegation became a thing and Jade Dynasty, who had been at the bottom of the charts again, were relegated. In the third year, Team Jade Dynasty conquered the Challenger League. So they returned in the fourth year and were relegated once more. In the fifth year they won the Challenger League again, entering the Alliance, and in the sixth year of matches, they were kicked again. Jade Dynasty, with the moniker Revival King, had somehow slipped up in the seventh year and lost this title. In this year's Challenger League, they had failed. Then in the eighth year, they slipped up once more. Jade Dynasty still hadn't disbanded, entering their ninth year, this year's Challenger League. 9 years of pro glory, 5 in the Challenger League, Jade Dynasty was definitely the most experienced team in the Challenger League. However, there was probably no team in the pro league that really cared about how strong they really were anymore. Some teams might have even forgotten about their existence. A team that struggled even in the Challenger League didn't seem to be anything that the powerhouses of the Alliance cared about, even if they did revive themselves. Even Wei Chen was surprised at seeing Jade Dynasty's name in the list of 20 that had made it. "Is it that Jade Dynasty?" Wei Chen asked in shock. "It is that Jade Dynasty," Yishio confirmed. "They haven't disbanded yet." Wei Chen asked. Not yet, Xiaobie replied. This is an opponent worthy of our respect, Wei Chen said with great respect. Yes. If they get eliminated again, you think they'll finally disband? Respect was respect, trash talking was trash talking. Who knows? Xiaobie responded. Do you still know anyone on the team? Wei Chen questioned. That, I really am not sure of, Xiaobie said. It was already the third year Jade Dynasty was struggling through in the Challenger League. Xiaobie didn't know what lineup they had. Even if they had interacted in the 6th season, this sort of third-string team wasn't one that would leave a deep impression on Xiaobie's mind. Who was in it back then? Wei Chen tried his best to remember, but it was obvious that the weak links would always not make much of an impression. Amongst Wei Chen's few memories in the Pro League, all that he was left with about Jade Dynasty was their name. The title of Revival King for Jade Dynasty was no more than a joke, no one truly cared to notice how they were doing. This was especially true after 2 years of failure, when it wasn't even a joke anymore, they were close to being completely forgotten. No matter what, we must take them seriously, Xiaobie said solemnly. Yes, yes, take them seriously. Wei Chen nodded. Only he knew if he was actually taking it to heart. Excellent Era, Mysterious Fantasy, and Jade Dynasty. Those were the ones amongst the 20 teams that had some history of being in the Pro League. Usually, they would be the titans of the Challenger League. Apart from them, it was just normal player teams, the real grassroots. Being able to get here, they definitely had some skill. The big teams would keep an eye on their behavior, and some might be noticed by the teams, becoming pro players. What was a shame was that there were no teams amongst these grassroots teams that had taken names mocking Excellent Era. That was a big point of interest lost. However, in comparison to people who tried to use their team names to mock Excellent Era, Team Happy who had sworn to defeat them was the greatest taunt. That was because it seemed that Happy was serious. The offline matches were about to begin and the big glory media outlets finally decided the Challenger League worthy of more articles, Excellent Era's grand lineup, Mysterious Fantasies coach Jade Dynasty's rise and fall, Happy's shameless boasting. These all became interesting topics. As for the alliance, they began to officially contact the teams, informing them of the place and time of their offline matches. Yet before this, an important event needed to happen. Drawing lots. In some sense, an event that would determine the future of these teams had just begun. Super long Tian ahead. This means that though someone might not have personally been an expert at, worked in, or have intentionally undergone training in an area, they still had some idea of how it worked because of their experience. Some of you may recognize Jade Dynasty from the MMORPG by the same name. This MMORPG is actually based on the novel, Jade Dynasty, also known as Zhu Zhan. The novel itself is very famous in China. It's considered a Chinese fantasy masterpiece. Along with Legend of the Simple Soldier and A Fleeting Journey, Zhu Zhan is considered one of the 3 masterpieces. It was published in around 2003, Qijian was created in 2003, so it could be considered as a defining work during the early Chinese scene. Unfortunately, those early masterpieces like Legend of the Simple Soldier and A Fleeting Journey aren't being translated. I've also heard good things about other early S like Mercenaries Under the Sky, Purple River, A Tale of Wind's Gesture. These most likely won't be translated though, as I don't think they would be popular in the current scene, which is dominated by YY novels, more on that later. If you were around 2 to 3 years ago when the international scene began, you could consider Zhu Zhan or those other 2 early works mentioned as the coiling dragon of the Chinese scene. It had around 30 million views clicks back when it was serialized, which is incredible, considering that there were way fewer Chinese readers in the scene than now. TKA, serialized in 2011, had around 25 million views clicks. To put that into perspective, and TKA is very popular in China. The most popular clicked is Battle Through the Heavens, published in 2008 with 151,300,000 views clicks. BTTH could also be considered a defining work in the Chinese scene, although not necessarily because of the quality of the work, unlike the 3 mentioned above. I want to say that along with IET's Stellar Transformations, also published in 2008, it helped popularize the scene immensely. I also want to say that BTTH is how YY novels got popularized. These are just conjectures though, so take it with a grain of salt. Also, in case you didn't know, YY novels are your typical Chinese S filled with tropes like arrogant young masters who don't recognize Mount Tai, old grandpa teacher, alchemy, auctions, tournaments, face slapping, op MC, and so on. You can consider YY novels as fast food. They're very fun, delicious and addicting, but not exactly quality stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that. I have my fair share of YY novels that I love. ANDD finally back to Zhuxian. The translations for Zhuxian can be found online, check novel updates for official links. The first 50 or so chapters were done by a different translator than the current one, so the naming convention switches in the middle, which can be quite confusing. However, in spite of that, I'd still highly recommend reading it, especially if you're looking for a more traditional, non-YY xianxia. Sorry for posting where the chapter belongs. It took quite some time to write this up, so I didn't want my efforts to be for nothing even if this was just for fun, crying face. Also, the translator's thoughts UI doesn't let me format stuff. QI, please fix. Thanks. Chapter 939. Drawing lots. The next groupings for the 20 teams would be determined by drawn lots. What opponents you would have was clear. If this was important or not, it was obvious from what had happened with the teens Everlasting and Sunset Fire. These teens both had pro backgrounds and, under usual circumstances, wouldn't have too much of a problem getting into the offline match portion of the league. Yet the two hadn't draw lucky lots. Everlasting had gotten happy and Sunset Fire managed to draw excellent era, being eliminated from the Challenger League early on. Everlasting had completely disbanded, and there hadn't been any news from Sunset Fire since. How many people would care to notice a poor eliminated Challenger League team? Such an important drawing of lots had to happen offline, of course, for transparency and fairness. Team Happy obtained messages via email and then phone, wanting them to confirm that they understood that they had to arrive at the Alliance's headquarters before January 18th for the lot drawing ceremony. January 18th was a Saturday. Putting this on a weekend was an act of kindness from the Alliance. After all, many of the players had work or school and were only free on the weekend. However, this kindness ended there. Following that, all the teams were gathered together for the offline matches, which would occur over the course of a full month. The work and school of the participants would be affected. Their own decision on how to proceed was on themselves. For this, I think I should just go. Cheng Guo suggested to everyone after getting the message from the Alliance. To be honest, Cheng Guo was feeling quite nervous. The captain or someone should be the one attending this sort of ceremony. However, Yi Xiao and Wei Chen had spent the past few days and nights organizing all of the knowledge they had accumulated over the years regarding materials. Cheng Guo couldn't bear to trouble them with such an errand. The headquarters of the Alliance wasn't in H City, which would make this trip take even longer. Seeing how these two practically looked like they were trying to crack a minute into two halves to use, Cheng Guo decided that she should be the one to handle the task. Sure, it doesn't matter who goes. Yixiao didn't care. Get a good draw. Wei Chen, on the other hand, had to give Cheng Guo some pressure. I'll go with you. Tang Ru said. No need, you should stay and continue training with the others. Cheng Guo said with a smile. That's true. Yixiao nodded. We need to focus on preparing ourselves mentally for the matches to come. In the end, Cheng Guo represented happy to attend the lot drawing ceremony. January 18th, Glory Alliance headquarters, the lot drawing ceremony began at 2 p.m. Cheng Guo arrived timely and sat in a random spot after registering her arrival. Taking a look around the place, she saw that a large group of people were crowding around one place. It was only after the host's urging that they slowly dispersed. Looking again, Cheng Guo saw that excellent era's captain and vice-captain were sitting there, Sun Song and Xiao Shiqin. Were those people crowding around to get autographs? After watching everyone leave, the two spotted Cheng Guo as well. The two sides hadn't met each other many times, but they knew each other. Xiaobie smiled and nodded in greeting, and Chen Guo nodded back in acknowledgement. This scene was seen by many people, and they all began to guess what relationship this beautiful lady had with Xiaobie. It was only under the host's urging, again, that the crowd quieted. As the host announced the lot drawing ceremony in motion, the first one to walk onto the stage was the biggest boss of the Glory Alliance, Chairman Feng Xianjun. Though the Challenger League wasn't on the same level as the Pro League, it was still an official event hosted by the Alliance. No matter how limited the attention given to the Challenger League was, the Alliance itself still needed it. The big boss Feng Xianjun had to come to such an event to say a few words, even if it was just civilities about his gratitude, well wishes, and hopes. After that, the ceremony started. First, the computer randomly gave each team a number, and the teams began to go up one by one to draw their lots. Team Happy was randomly assigned to draw their group fourth, and their turn came quickly. Chen Guo rose and walked on stage, and the audience burst into a wave of discussion. Even though the attention given to the Challenger League might be limited, the teams that were in the Challenger League themselves were very well acquainted with the rumors and hot topics going around within the league. Team Happy had gained a lot of attention by challenging Excellent Era, and shortly after they defeated Team Everlasting, becoming the hottest topic in the Challenger League. In comparison, Excellent Era, who had also defeated a pro team, Sunset Fire, wouldn't become such a hot topic because it was to be expected. Rumor had it that God Yichio was at Team Happy. The representatives from each team had hoped to see him at the lot drawing ceremony. Yet who they actually saw was this beautiful woman. No matter how mysterious Yichio was, there was no doubt that he was a guy. When the audience saw, they at least didn't have any strange and convoluted ideas and guesses about how Yichio might actually be a beautiful lady. Team Happy, Group B. After Chen Guo drew her slip, she took a glance at it before handing it over to the host. The host announced the draw, and on the big screen, in the list of Group B teams, Team Happy's name appeared. At that moment, 4 teams had been assigned groups. A and B each had a team, and C had 2, but D had yet to get any. Chen Guo returned to her seat, taking a deep breath. The teams that everyone took notice of was the pro teams. They all hoped to God that there wouldn't be a pro team in their group. Chen Guo was the same, so she had memorized that the number of Excellent Era, Mysterious Fantasy, and Jade Dynasty were positioned at 12, 8, and 15 respectively. After Chen Guo, number 5, 6 and 7 went up to draw their groups. The 7th team, called 7 Steps 1 Kill, managed to draw Group B, the same as Team Happy. Then, Chen Guo saw that, when the member of 7 Steps 1 Kill came down, he shot her an anxious glance, and she realized that while she was focused on the 3 pro teams, Team Happy was a team of note, one to avoid for the other normal player teams. This felt pretty good. Chen Guo enjoyed this feeling, but then the 8th team Mysterious Fantasy came onstage to draw their lot, and the host soon announced their result, Group B. Chen Guo paused for a moment and then looked over to see that member of 7 Steps 1 Kill again. Now he didn't just look anxious, he looked like he was about to cry. Excellent Era, Mysterious Fantasy, Jade Dynasty, and Happy. These were the teams that were hard to deal with, which meant that each team would take a place for themselves. Team Happy had gotten Group B, taking a place from there. It could be predicted that the competition for the remaining place would be intense, so the member of 10 Steps 1 Kill began to become nervous. Yet, Mysterious Fantasy took a spot in Group B. That meant that the remaining place had been taken as well. From now on, the result of Group B's competition was set. 7 Steps 1 Kill's member naturally wanted to weep. Those who had drawn their lots and not gotten Group B felt immense relief. Those who had yet to draw their group watched Group B warily, silently praying to themselves. Everyone had the same wish in their hearts, Excellent Era and Jade Fantasy, if only they had also went to Group B. Then, the 10th team, Team Trader drew Group B. When that player came down from the stage, his demeanor made him seem like he was the twin brother of 7 Steps 1 Kill's player. Soon enough, it was number 12, Team Excellent Era's turn. The one who went on stage was Captain Sun Slong, and he didn't even bother to check his group after drawing it, handing the slip directly to the host and leaving the stage before anything was even announced. This was a portrayal of Excellent Era's atypical status. These draws were meaningless to them. Team Excellent Era, Group D, the host announced. All of the present players were stoic. Though everyone had been crowding around the two gods present at Excellent Era, the reality was that, with the current circumstances, no one wanted Excellent Era here. No one enjoyed seeing Sun Xiong's display of arrogance. Though everyone was willing to admit that they were, by far, no match for Excellent Era, they were all still hoping to win. Everyone loved miracles. After Excellent Era, 3 of the strongest teams had already been assigned to a group, and only Jade Dynasty was left. Currently, the most nervous ones were Group D's teams, praying desperately that Jade Dynasty wouldn't fall into Group D. This time, their prayers were answered. Team Jade Dynasty, Group A. As the host announced this, the audience seemed to erupt. Everyone's tense and on-edge nerves had finally found relief. Those in Group C were the luckiest, then Group A. Group D had Excellent Era, so there was little hope for that spot, but at the very least there was another for people to compete over. As for Group B, the teams in Group B didn't even want to speak. The audience exploded into a ruckus, as if the drawing was already over, making number 16, who was coming onto the stage, extremely awkward. The host knew the reason for this commotion and knew that it would be futile to try and maintain decorum. The numbers 16 to 20 quickly went by. Among them, one team had gotten Group B, but no one cared at all, so they could only silently go to one side and weep. The assignments for the 20 teams had been completed, and the schedule of the matches was automatically generated and printed out by the computer, then distributed to all the representatives. After all the members of the teams obtained a copy of the schedule and got their souvenirs, they took a group photo. This was an event that the chairman had to participate in. After Feng Xianjun took a picture with everyone, he started to chat with the two gods of Excellent Era and then turned, catching sight of Chen Guo. Team Happy, Feng Xianjun referred to Chen Guo by saying this, "How come Yi Qiu isn't here?" Everyone's ears perked up. Was Yi Qiu in Team Happy? This question was passed around. One day he wasn't there, and the next he wasn't Yi Qiu. No one ever gained a precise answer. Was the chairman's words a revelation? Oh. Chen Guo had no idea how to respond to this question. She had always had a thought. Yi Qiu had used his brother Yi Qiu's identity to play matches and now he was switching back. Would the alliance acknowledge this? Chen Guo had been tripped up by this, yet unexpectedly, someone came to her rescue. She wouldn't have ever expected this person to be Sun Xiong. As the captain, how could he not come to such an important event? Does Happy think themselves above the Challenger League? Sun Xiong said. Sun Xiong felt like he had made a very impressive taunt and the others did find it impressive. You clearly thought yourself above this, yet you still used this. Using 800 to strike down 1,000 asterisk, that was truly a god, so courageous. Team Happy's captain hasn't come, but their boss has, Chen Guo smiled and said. After being around the old foxes Yi Qiu and Wei Chen for so long, Sun Xiong's taunt could only be called weak to Chen Guo. Chapter 940. Another year. How about it? Are you interested in joining our Team Happy? After Chen Guo made her status as the boss known, she gave Sun Xiong another blow. After her encounter with Lu Guaning, Chen Guo truly experienced the greatness of having the status as a boss, so she started utilizing it more freely. HMPH. We'll see each other on stage. Sun Xiong sneered coldly, but then he thought of something and immediately added, I hope we can. We won't be. Chen Guo smirked, I'm here as the boss. This time, everyone laughed. Chen Guo knew when to stop. She swiftly left, not giving Sun Xiong another chance to speak. Once Happy drew the lots and got their competition schedules, everyone took a look. Happy and Excellent Era had been split up into 2 different brackets, which meant that if the 2 were to meet, it would only be in the finals. Unfortunately, the 2 former pro teams, Mysterious Fantasy and Jade Dynasty, had been placed in the same bracket. In order to reach the finals, Happy would need to beat these 2 teams. The offline matches will officially begin in 3 months. Qiangue said. Yes. Yixiao nodded his head. He obviously knew that. The number of teams participating in the Challenger League changed every year, so it wasn't possible to know how many rounds there would be in the online part of the league. The offline matches always started in the middle of April and lasted until the middle of May. It took place before the climax of the season and before playoffs, so there wouldn't be a split in attention from the fans. Go back home and celebrate New Year's. Then, let's start preparing, Yixiao announced. This year's Spring Festival took place a little earlier than usual. 1/22 was the Lunar New Year's Eve. After Qiangue brought back the results from the lot drawing, everyone in Happy was busy preparing to go back home and celebrate the Spring Festival. The first one to leave was Mo Fan. He didn't say farewell to anyone. Instead, he chose a time when everyone was still there. He picked up his luggage bag in front of everyone and left without uttering a word. This guy's going to come back, right? Everyone began to discuss. Let's go check his room. Wei Chen went upstairs with a cigarette held in his mouth. Randomly barging into someone's room was nothing for someone as shameless as old Wei. Fuck! It's locked. Is there a spare key for it? Wei Chen yelled a short moment later. Forget it, Qiangue said. She obviously had a spare key, but if she gave it away, wouldn't she become Wei Chen's accomplice in performing shameless acts? If he took the keys, then doesn't that mean he plans on coming back? Tang Ru said. What if that bastard locked his keys in there? Wei Chen said. Damn, the keys are in there, but the door's locked. Boss, let me climb up and get in through the window. Steamed Bun shouted hoarsely. He's not Steamed Bun. Tang Ru replied calmly to Wei Chen's question. Okay then. Wei Chen approved. Yixiao felt like Mo Fan would come back. Even though that guy never said anything, that was just the type of person he was. The current situation made Yixiao feel like he was approaching a dead end though. After Yixiao won him over, he let him do his own thing and appeared to completely ignore him, but in reality, Mo Fan had never escaped his attention. It could even be said that he paid the most attention to him out of everyone here. Yixiao saw all of the changes in Mo Fan. Mo Fan sometimes watched Glory Pro matches in secret. After the update came out and new dungeons popped up, he began getting used to coordinating with the team. After all, his foundation was solid. As soon as he started becoming aware of how to coordinate with the team, he improved rapidly. In Yixiao's eyes, PvE could not completely reveal Mo Fan's true potential. PvP was his expertise. It was just that there weren't any chances to test him right now. These tests also needed to happen naturally. Urge him or ask him. With Mo Fan's personality, it would most likely backfire. Wait for him to ask about it himself? He was someone who stayed to himself and kept quiet. It was unlikely that he would take the initiative to request it. This was the dead end that Yixiao felt like he was approaching. He needed to find some way around it. The others spared Yixiao the trouble. Everyone followed the appropriate practice routine. Their practice tools still came from the game, whether that was through clearing dungeons, killing bosses, or fighting different opponents in the arena. Their skill levels rose, and they accumulated all sorts of different experiences. Sudden growth and improvement would no longer happen anymore for anyone on Happy because none of them were noobs now. Their following growth would depend on the slow and steady accumulation of experience. In the game, as players obtained better equipment, the new level 75 wild bosses in the heavenly domain were gradually capable of being killed, and not just the materials, but the level 75 orange equipment dropped from these bosses were extremely valuable. It had been a month since the update. No level 75 silver equipment had appeared in the pro scene yet. The R&D departments of the various teams were still actively studying the new level 75 materials. To research materials, the guild department needed to provide these materials to the R&D departments. With such a large player foundation, their ability to obtain dungeon materials was stable, but wild boss materials were always challenging to get their hands on. To get ahead of the others in silver equipment, they needed to get ahead of the others in fighting wild bosses. The fires of battle in the heavenly domain reached the skies. Level 75 wild bosses needed to be won, but level 70, level 65, etc. bosses couldn't be let go of either. When upgrading a piece of equipment, a large number of materials would be consumed. Apart from new materials, the past materials needed to keep up too. Even though Happy was small, they were still ambitious. All bosses would be fought over. There were 6 level 75 maps with a total of 8 level 75 wild bosses. The total number of wild bosses had now reached 82. 11 wild bosses spawned each day on average, which came to around a wild boss every 2 hours. The intensity of work for wild bosses grew all the more. The top guilds increased the number of organized teams. Elite groups 1, 2, and 3 were thrown into the front lines of battle. The entire world was searching for and killing bosses. Supposedly, the clubs had increased the pay and bonuses for their guild department employees at this crucial moment, so no one dared to slack off. Happy didn't have a professional guild department yet, so they didn't have these types of conditions. As a result, foresight from Happy and the Guild Alliance was now revealed. Happy didn't have the resources, but the other guilds did. Happy had been the core of the alliance since the start. As Yishio's focus gradually shifted away, Happy seemed to have become more and more like a freeloader. However, the allied guilds had tasted the fruits of collaboration. At this time, they didn't want to rashly disrupt the peace because everyone understood one thing very well. With their strength, if they did not ally together, they were pretty much spectators in these boss hunts. In addition, Yishio had looked for mid-tier teams as allies. These guilds were not good enough to be at the top, but they could not accept being at the bottom either. They were the group under the least amount of pressure during the season. The competitiveness between them wasn't as intense as the competitiveness between the powerhouses. The longer they allied together, the better. As for Happy, they had recruited Wu Chen over to help with the guild. By the time this alliance would no longer hold, Happy would have their own guild department by then and would have no trouble operating. As Happy competed for bosses, Happy accumulated all sorts of materials bit by bit. Because they hadn't begun developing silver equipment, these materials didn't get used up. More and more materials started being amassed. Yishio and Wei Chen hadn't finished organizing the materials yet. The ones that they had finished organizing were all given to Luo Ji. When Luo Ji saw the enormous amount of materials, he wasn't flustered. He said calmly, "It'll be much easier with this." Luo Ji was incomparably confident at his area of expertise. 1/20th. Monday of the new week. Relatively speaking, it was simple and crude. Happy's training base was usually filled with energy, but now, the people were gone and the place was completely empty. On the other hand, at Happy Internet Cafe, Yi Xiao, Chen Gui, and Su Muqing had gathered together again. "You're not going back home again." Chen Gui could see that Yi Xiao had no intentions of going back. "HM? Have you seen my brother's QQ name?" Yi Xiao said. "What is it?" Chen Gui was puzzled. "He changed his QQ name to this today." Yi Xiao said. "How could I know?" Chen Gui rolled her eyes. "It was purely a coincidence, okay?" However, for Chen Gui, suddenly having 2 people by her side to celebrate the New Year made her very happy. She had to celebrate the Lunar New Year's Eve alone many times. She could no longer remember how many exactly. She could only remember that she had been very lonely one year, so she let many of the kids, who just received their red envelopes, play at her internet cafe. In the end, even though she didn't take any money from these kids, according to internet cafe regulations, whether or not she charged them wasn't important. Letting in so many minors was enough for Happy's business license to be suspended. It was better now. She didn't need to take these kinds of risks anymore. It was just that this Lunar New Year's Eve didn't seem any different from normal. Why were they still playing Glory? Chen Gui thought about it and felt a bit angry. She got up. "What's up, boss?" Yi Xiao noticed Chen Gui's action. "I'm going to watch the Spring Festival Gala," Chen Gui said. Isn't using the projector to watch the Spring Festival Gala a little overboard? Yishio asked. It's clearer that way, Chengguo said. Too clear. A close-up on screen showed a nose as big as a person's head. Yishio almost jumped up in fright. I'll watch while I play. Chengguo went back to her seat. With the Spring Festival Gala playing, the New Year's vibe instantly came. Where are you at? Although the projector was showing the Spring Festival Gala, Chengguo constantly looked towards Yishio's screen out of habit. 82%. Yishio said calmly. How are you so fast? Chengguo was furious. They were both doing the Spring Festival events. Yishio was 82% of the way done, while she was still only at 31%. Do you really need me to say why? Yishio asked. Chengguo fumed. Ha ha, I'm done. Su Muqing suddenly cheered. No way. How did you do it? Let me see. You're cheating. Yishio was astonished. Ha 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 ha, it looks like Moo Moo is still the best. Chengguo was happy. Su Muqing was faster than her by 69%, but Chengguo didn't mind. In fact, her anger disappeared because Su Muqing was faster than Yishio by 18%. How did you do it? Yishio never slacked off when it came to studying glory. It's over here. You can do it like this. Su Muqing explained. Chengguo understood half of it, but she still went over to listen. In the end, it seemed like no one was watching the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 941. Equipment Competition. 7 days of the Spring Festival passed by in a flash. It was as if every player in Happy was an employee. After 7 days they returned to the internet cafe one after another. The two students, Wenyi and Luo Ji, rushed over simultaneously. As for how these two youths told their families where they were going, this type of gossip was of little concern to Yishio. February 1st. On the 10th day of the lunar calendar, the first pro match after the Spring Festival would begin. This was the so-called New Year's new atmosphere. On this day, Glory players witnessed the birth of the first level 75 silver equipment. Silver equipment was a luxury that normal players could only dream of. However, it was also the one thing that they loved to hear about and keep their eyes on. Towards the various colors and types of silver equipment in the pro circle, many players knew about the various colors and types of silver equipment in the pro circle as if it was their own. The first piece of silver equipment upgraded to level 75 came from Team Samsara. Juzakai, Cloud Pisser, Left-Hand Revolver, Shattered Frost. His reputation as the #1 player in Glory continued to be solidified through all sorts of means. Juzakai and Cloud Pisser had once again attracted lots of attention and zeal. This was probably the reward for having the first upgraded piece of silver equipment. Since the first piece of upgraded silver equipment had appeared, the others wouldn't be far behind. Moreover, they had been stuck at level 70 for so long. As for the next step in upgrading silver equipment, the big clubs must have already made sufficient preparations. As for whether Shattered Frost really was the first piece of silver equipment that got upgraded to level 75, it was uncertain. The silver equipment in the Alliance had a sudden breakthrough. As for Happy, their side had also finally made a slight breakthrough. With lots of information on hand, Luo Ji started researching how to upgrade the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Yishio had lots of available information on the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. After handing it all over to Luo Ji, the research speed became quite satisfactory. Everything, except for one crucial component, was ready for the level 60 upgrade. Luo Ji solved the problem and decided which of the two materials should be used. February 1st. The day the first level 75 silver equipment appeared in the pro circle, the Myriad Manifestation umbrella was also upgraded to level 60. As for the stats, additional stats, and form transformations, everything was perfect. During the next few days, Wei Chen shamelessly fawned over Luo Ji, egging him to hurry and calculate how to upgrade his Death's Hand to level 75. This will probably be an absolute advantage when we face Excellent Era. Wei Chen's face was serious, pushing the importance of upgrading his Death's Hand to maximum priority. Of course, this wasn't completely without reason. From the looks of things, the progress of Excellent Era's silver weapon research was rather unsatisfactory. Yixiao and the rest knew this because they knew that Excellent Dynasty's level 75 wild boss hunting wasn't going well. Their poor harvests were also due to Happy. This was extracting firewood from under the cauldron, diminishing Excellent Era's opportunities to research the upgrades of their silver equipment. If not for the recent special events and activities, Yixiao and company would have confidently said that Excellent Era's chances of upgrading their silver equipment to level 75 was 0. Silver equipment that could be utilized in the Pro League required various materials from the heavenly domain. Materials from the normal server would be unusable. At most, they would be able to serve as substitute materials. Their regimen also included causing trouble for Excellent Dynasty, even if they couldn't steal the wild bosses for themselves. This was because they did not wish to see Excellent Era holding the equipment advantage when they faced off. As long as they could get rid of this advantage, it would already be a huge success. If the new update had not been released, they would undoubtedly not have had this kind of opportunity. This was the so-called uncontrollable opportunity. Happy had the experienced Yixiao and Wei Chen watching over the team. They would obviously have this kind of opportunist reasoning. Wei Chen had transformed from being passive to active and had started to fantasize about Excellent Era not having a single piece of level 75 silver equipment while he swaggered on stage with his own level 75 silver weapon. However, researching level 75 silver equipment was not that easy. Luo Ji's calculations were done through crunching numbers and could not be completed with the snap of a finger. Luo Ji was currently unable to do the calculations for level 75 equipment because they did not have the basic statistics for all of the level 75 materials. If not, the Pro Circle would have been flooded with level 75 silver equipment a long time ago. A talent like Luo Ji wasn't exclusive to Happy. The other big teams had these kinds of talents in their relevant departments too. Therefore, for upgrading equipment to level 75, the main people to rely on was Yixiao and Wei Chen, since they had the most experience. Although Wei Chen asked Luo Ji daily to do some calculations, he himself had also been working hard. He scrolled through the guild storage and looked at the acquired level 75 materials daily, determining which materials could be used to upgrade his Death's Hand. As of now, he had some ideas, but he dared not try them out. Although Happy had some materials accumulated, Wei Chen could not find the courage to be brave enough to try out these materials. In the end, Wei Chen chose to play it safe, and waited for Luo Ji's calculations. Luo Ji was unable to figure out how to upgrade Death Hands, but he displayed his flair for the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. The plan for the level 65 upgrade for the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was confirmed within a week after coordinating with Yixiao. This made Yixiao emotional. If not for Luo Ji, there would be a total of 5 materials and 2 parts that would have been incorrect in this upgrading phase. This was more complex compared to the 2 specific materials during the level 60 upgrade. February 8th. The second pro match after the Spring Festival. In this round, the number of level 75 equipment finally increased. Each big team obviously wanted to upgrade their team's ace character. As for the equipment on the character, the weapon would always be the top priority. On February 8th, for God-level accounts completed their weapon upgrades. Samsara's Cloudpisser's right-hand revolver, Wildfire. Tiny Herb's Vicaria's Stardust Extermination. Blue Rain's Troubling Rain's Ice Rain. Tyranny's Desert Dust's Flame Fist. As for Lord Grimm's Myriad Manifestation Umbrella, it was upgraded to level 65 on the same day. At the same time, Happy's development for other silver equipment became shelved. Yixiao had intended to streamline the preparations and start making some equipment that he had knowledge of in order to begin equipping everyone, but now, level 75 orange equipment seemed to have fulfilled this purpose well enough. Although a self-made level 70 silver equipment was usually better than a level 75 orange one, making one required a lot of effort and materials. At the moment there was a temporary substitute, so there was no need to rush. The offline portion of the Challengers League that put one in a life-and-death situation was still 2 months away. It neither near nor far. When Happy finally met their opponents, it wouldn't be just a player team that they could easily trash. Everyone needed to prepare in advance, so other matters that required their focus and energy would be set aside. Time passed day by day. Starting from February 8th, upgraded silver equipment within the pro circle started appearing. After the for God level accounts, the weapons of famed characters completed their upgrades one after another. Windy Rain's magic staff, Ravaging Wind, Crying Devil's Tachi, Ghost Killer Seal, Swaxa's Scepter, Curse of Destruction, 3 Hits Claw, Blood Vanishing Soul, Peaceful Hermit Scythe, Death Savvy, Dazzling 100 Blossoms Automatic Pistol, Hunting Seeker, Angelica's Plate Shield, Wall of Size. The names of these famous characters' equipment, especially the weapons in their hands, rang a bell for many fans. At this moment there was a list of completed upgrades. The fans only saw the list of names, yet they felt enjoyment. Most fans that took note of character equipment did not forget about the relegated Excellent era and their 3 famous characters. 1 Autumn Leaf's Evil Annihilation. Life Extinguisher's Flashing Shadow. Dancing Rain's Devouring Sun. Had these renowned weapons completed their upgrades yet? The relegated Excellent era was far from the pro circle. Recently, they did not have any Challenger League matches. Fans had no way of confirming the upgrades themselves, so they could only make wild guesses. In this wave of equipment replacement, there were a few non-eye-catching teams that suddenly attracted a lot of attention. Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant. These 3 brother squads were currently placed 13th to 15th, unmoved from their current position. From the looks of it, they were safer than the teams that were drifting in the relegation zone, but there was nothing more to it. They were the most boring among all the teams. For those with higher rankings, a suspense of whether or not they would be able to make it to the playoffs was added. For those with lower rankings, a suspense of whether they would be relegated was added. According to official statistics, these 3 teams' competitions received the least amount of views online. The number of tickets they sold for their home games were also not booming. As for these 3 boring teams, they actually made a small mark in the equipment competition this time around. The pace of their equipment development did not seem any weaker than the Powerhorse teams. One look and one could tell they had a pretty good material stock. Players saw the bustling and astoundment, but for the club guild players, seeing that these 3 teams finally showed their face, they clenched their teeth, and coincidentally shifted their hatred towards Lord Grimm. If this guy had not appeared and formed such a mysterious alliance, these 3 guilds would have been picking up lost goods. As a result of forming an alliance with Lord Grimm and becoming the most competitive group in the game, at their peak, they set a record and claimed half of the wild bosses across the heavenly domain. With this kind of harvest, their equipment started to become increasingly powerful. This resulted in teams that were stronger than them to burn through their stockpile, which led to the team's harvest being inconsistent. For example, Windhowl and Misty Rain had good results this season, but they were losing in the contest for wild bosses in the online game. Misty Rain even had a record of 3 consecutive weeks of no harvests. With no materials collected, how were they supposed to upgrade their equipment? Even with the huge number of wild bosses, the wild bosses refreshing weekly and accumulation of materials, these teams wouldn't be too wealthy material-wise either. It's all Lord Grimm's fault. All of the teams that were distressed over equipment upgrading agreed that Lord Grimm was the root of their problem. Chapter 942. Royal Styles Tian Senator not being able to get wild bosses was definitely no small matter for a pro team. A team's strength consisted of the players and characters. Where did a character's strength come from? Equipment. Where did equipment come from? Wild bosses. In particular, after the new update and equipment underwent changes, if this situation lasted, not only would it be impossible to upgrade a character's equipment, even god-level equipment might fall behind. If the strength of the characters were no good, the team's performance would be affected. This vicious cycle might lead to an entire team's downfall. No team would sit and watch while this happened. Unusual times required unusual methods. Pro players usually wouldn't split their attention for the game, but with the game affecting the life and death of a team, this type of principle could obviously be changed. As a result, During this particular period of time, Glory nostalgically returned to when the Glory Alliance was initially created. At that time, the beautiful scene described by the PR from the various teams was now being displayed. Playing with your idol. February 16, 3:38 p.m. Level 70 World Tree. In the fight for Forest Guardian Vich, Guild Misty Castle ripped through the chaotic battle between three guilds under the splendid cover of an elementalist. Among Guild Misty Castle was a pair of sharpshooters who left a deep impression on everyone. After this battle, the players participating in this battle would remember that the elementalist should have been Team Misty Rain's god, Chu Yunxiu, and that sharpshooter pair must have been Team Misty Rain's newly signed beautiful sisters. February 16, 6:17. Sighing Ravine. In the fight for Sword Master Caillou, a brawler from Guild Howling Heights charged into battle. He was unstoppable. No one could get near him. His support allowed Guild Howling Heights to take down the boss. This invincible brawler must be the current #1 brawler in Glory, Team Wind Howl's new core and god, Tang Hao. However, those with sharper eyes would have noticed that when Tang Hao's brawler charged into battle, an elementalist stood by his side, providing cover for him. After a brief analysis, this elementalist should be last season's best rookie, Zhao Youre. 2/16 was already a Sunday. There were many wild bosses remaining on the final day of the week. Everyone just had fun enjoying the performance from these pro players. But on the 17th of February, the new week began. It could also be said that whenever a boss spawned every day, there would always be unstoppable characters scattered across the battlefield, deciding the outcome of the battle. From the classes of the characters and the guild, it wasn't hard to guess who each character was. In the Glory forums, someone even began keeping track of which pro players came with each new boss spawn. In that list, players found almost 80% of the players in the pro scene. It was only until Friday and Saturday did the number of pro players in the game start to dwindle. Everyone clearly still had to focus their attention on preparing for their matches on Saturday night. There were a few who did the opposite though. During these 2 days, when the vast majority of teams wouldn't distract themselves from the upcoming match, they ran to the game to fight for wild bosses. These types of teams were those who were not strong enough to reach the top, but not weak enough to fall below. They generally did not have too high of a goal for this season already. Team Royal Styles Chen Sen was particularly hard-working during these 2 days. Team Royal Style was currently 12th place. Reaching playoffs at this point would require a miracle. Because of Team Royal Style's current rankings, many had forgotten that they had once been a glorious powerhouse. During the early days in the Alliance, Chen Sen's peaceful hermit had been as famous as the battle god and the king of fighting. At that time, the magician, the sword saint, the great gunner, and so on were still unknown cheerleaders. The champions of the Alliance's first season had been born out of the match between Excellent Era and Royal Style. From that day forth, Team Royal Style was a team that stood at the top of the Alliance. However, after that, they trudged along a downwards path from the peak. From being a contestant for the championship title in the finals, to being a team that always reached the finals, to a team that would need a miracle to reach the finals, times really had changed for Team Royal Style. There were many reasons for this, but for people nowadays, regretting these mistakes wouldn't change anything. Through their hard work and efforts, allowing Team Royal Style to return to their former glory was what could be done today. Tian Sen was the flag character for Team Royal Style's new generation. However, after this flag came out, the speed at which Team Royal Style declined actually increased. Team Royal Style had fallen to a cheerleader team with no competition above and below them. Tian Sen's peaceful hermit was an all-star. That was their only honor. Yet even this honor was on the brink of death. In the new all-star rankings, Tian Sen and his peaceful hermit had been in 21st place. Behind him was Yang Song and Zhao Xiang, 2 typical grassroots players, as well as Zhu Yuan, who was ranked because of his special circumstances. Tian Sen could not accept this placing. He himself was one of the famous Golden Generation players. Peaceful Hermit had once been one of the 3 gods, alongside the Battle God and the King of Fighting. How could this combination end up in such a low position? It wasn't like Tian Sen wasn't trying hard. However, in Team Royal Style's current situation, weakness had permeated all levels of the team. The team wasn't performing well, and their guild was extremely weak. The update was said to be an opportunity for mid-tier and low-tier teams to make a comeback, but Team Royal Style could not grasp this opportunity. In the competition for wild bosses, Team Royal Style was even more of a cheerleader than they were in the Alliance. Through the rewards from the several holiday events, Peaceful Hermit was finally able to get his silver weapon upgraded to level 75. However, Tian knew that the upgrading had stopped there. This weapon alone had emptied out Team Royal Style's stock of materials. In the following days, Team Royal Style was still just a cheerleader on the sidelines in the wild boss hunts. Tian truly felt a deep fear in his heart. Even when he had failed to make it to the playoffs, he had never panicked like this before. If this continued, Peaceful Hermit would certainly leave the stage of gods. Tian definitely wouldn't allow this to happen in his hands and in his generation. As a result, Tian began actively fighting in the game, assisting Guild Royal Heritage in their hunt for bosses. Even on Friday and Saturday, when the match date was approaching and the other pro players were preparing for it, he actually took this opportunity to attack again and again. On Friday and Saturday, Guild Royal Heritage had a bountiful harvest. Tian and Team Royal Style were in a slump in the pro scene, but in the game, they had complete control over the field. Don't forget that Tian was still an all-star player. He was the genuine #1 exorcist of glory. The team could not stop Tian craze because they knew what Tian wanted and what he was working hard towards. So when Tian didn't participate in the final practice before the match, Team Royal Style did not say anything. The match was about to start. In the preparation room, there was still no sign of Tian. Now everyone felt like he was getting a bit too crazy. Even if Team Royal Styles couldn't gain anything from this season, wasn't giving up on the match too unprofessional? The team members discussed this in the preparation room. From their understanding, Tian shouldn't be like this. The expression on Team Royal Styles' manager's face was ashen. He called again and again, but no one picked up. Helpless, he could only report it to his boss. "Have you called anyone to look for him in his room?" the boss asked. "I've already told someone to do that," the manager said. The match was taking place in Team Royal Style's home stadium. Normally, after the players finished their last bits of practice in the practice room, they would rush to the stadium. Tian not showing up to their final practice session wasn't a big deal. They thought Tian would hurry over to the stadium before the match started, but there was only half an hour before it began, and Tian was still nowhere to be seen. By this point, the teams had already confirmed their team lineups. Even though a sudden accident would allow them change it, if they did, they could not change it again. The rules weren't set only for Team Royal Style. That was just the way things were. Tian was Team Royal Style's ace player. Until the very last moment, Team Royal Style didn't wish to give him up, whether that was for the match or for the fans, it couldn't be done. However, they couldn't get into contact with Tian. In the preparation room, a player suddenly thought of something. He pulled out the laptop that he carried with him, opened it up, connected to the Wi-Fi, opened the game, took out the glory card reader on him, and swiped his account card. Tian is still in the game. This player was called Chang Jianping. His relationship with Tian was quite good. He finally found signs of Tian still in the game. That guy. Did he forget the time? Tell him to hurry over. The manager rushed over to Cao Jianping. He saw the screen and shouted. Chang Jianping had already clicked on Tian's character and sent a message to him. No reply. What's going on? Did something happen to him? The manager suddenly had a bad premonition. Chang Jianping suddenly thought of something. He saw that Royal Heritage's guild leader was also online. Since Tian wasn't replying, he messaged Royal Heritage's guild leader instead. If Tian was doing something in the game, the guild leader would obviously support him with all he had. The two should be together. When Chang Jianping messaged the guild leader, he soon got a reply. In battle. The guild leader replied. What time is it? What battle? Tell him to hurry over? The manager saw the reply and started flipping out. In his outrage, he even failed to think of calling the guild team to ask about Tian Sen's whereabouts. Glory, heavenly domain, setting sun waterfall. The landscape was enchanting. It was a place where those in love like to swim around freely in. However, no matter beautiful the scenery was, once a wild boss spawned, a bloody storm would pass through. Under the setting sun waterfall, hidden warrior alien was quickly approaching death. The battle for the boss reached a climax at this moment. A scarlet scythe whistled in the air, striking the fatal blow to alien. At this instant, a spear stabbed forward, accurately blocking the scythe to the tank's side. It's already 7:42. Little Tian, you're still not going to head over? Don't you have a match to play soon? Yi Xiao, who was controlling Lord Grimm, asked concernedly to an exorcist. Chapter 943. Just off by one strike. I'm going to attend the match. I only need 14 minutes. Tian Sen clenched his teeth and replied. What if there's traffic? Yi Xiao said. It's at our home stadium. Tian Sen said. What if the elevator breaks down? From what I remember, isn't the Royal Style building is pretty old. Do you guys frequently perform maintenance checks on the elevator? Tian Sen was speechless. It wasn't the time to chat about this, but the problem was that he couldn't help but think about the loud elevator at Royal Style that kept on making noises whenever it went up or down. Just one more strike. Tian Sen gritted his teeth. However, this one attack had dragged on for 3 minutes already. Tian Sen hadn't forgotten about the match. He had calculated that there was more than enough time to kill this boss and hurry over to the match. How could he have known Lord Grimm's group would arrive midway, instantly complicating the match? Just one more strike and hidden warrior alien would fall, but he was stuck on this one attack. Most players might not be able to imagine such a scene happening, but Tian Sen wasn't surprised one bit. Pro players had the ability to achieve that. The one in front of him wasn't currently registered by the Alliance, but no one would question his ability. The problem was that Tian Sen himself was being held back by him, which made him feel extremely unhappy. It was almost time for the match to begin, but he just wasn't able to make this one final strike. It was already 7:43? He started panicking even more when Yi Xiao told him the time. Rushing to the stadium would take him at least 14 minutes. For insurance, he had originally planned to leave at 7:40, but this Cheng Yaojin who charged in mid-battle ruined his planned star. Tian Sen hadn't been too concerned about this bunch. He knew that their capabilities were impressive, but he had already established such an enormous lead. It wasn't possible for hidden warrior aliens aggro to switch over to another target at this point, especially with an all-star like him watching over the battle. But he didn't think that not only would Lord Grimm's group not attack hidden warrior alien and fight over the aggro, they even protected the boss and focused their attacks on him. Forcefully suppressing the opposing side from dealing damage was a rarely used strategy in boss battles because any team that could successfully accomplish that was undoubtedly the most outstanding team on the battlefield. It also required that team to have numerous safeguards. How could it be so easily done? When Lord Grimm's group prepared to employ this strategy, Guild Royal Heritage even started laughing. They felt like Lord Grimm's group probably thought of themselves as invincible because they could go on a rampage in the game without any resistance. This time, they had bumped into Tian Senator attempting a blitzkrieg against him was too naive, no? Reality met their expectations. How could Tian Sen be so easily killed? With the support of Guild Royal Heritage's elite teams, he easily defended against the pressure. Afterwards, Lord Grimm's group acted shamelessly in the eyes of Royal Heritage. Since they couldn't get the boss for themselves, they want to inconvenience us? That's too unscrupulous. Look at the other guilds. After seeing how Tian Sen controlled the flow of battle and established a steady aggro advantage, they had already packed their bags and given up. Only Lord Grimm's group still wanted to cause trouble for them after knowing they couldn't get the boss. They were too unprincipled. Royal Heritage's players were furious, but with their strength, they didn't have the ability to challenge Lord Grimm's group. let alone Wei Chen, Tang Ru, Steen Bun, Xiao Yifan, Wu Chen. Even Luo Ji was no longer the same as before after undergoing such a long period of pro-level practice. The skill level and experience of a god like Yichio and professional training methods weren't fake. If a random passerby was picked up off the streets, even if he could not be turned into a god or a pro player, training someone to become an expert better than normal players was absolutely not a problem. Luo Ji went through another period of bitter practice during the break. He could already be considered an expert. In the arena, he won more often than not. In any guild, he would be good enough to enter an elite group. In this PK, Yichio wasn't going to put any restrictions on him to make it easier for Luo Ji to control his summons, because Luo Ji could already figure out how to best bring out his strength. As a result, even though Lord Grimm's group was fewer in number, Royal Style couldn't deal with them. Neither side was able to do anything to the other, so the situation went into a deadlock. However, with Lord Grimm's group causing trouble, killing the boss obviously wouldn't go peacefully, especially with Hidden Warrior Alien attacking at inopportune moments. If not, with Tian Sen personally watching over the fight, Royal Heritage could have brought this situation to a close with a sudden burst of attacks. Royal Heritage grit their teeth, but they couldn't do anything to the other side. From their view, as long as they could kill this boss, they would bring defeat to those guys. At 7:40, it was only when Yichio asked Tian Sen if he wasn't going to the match did Tian Sen realize the despicableness of the other side's strategy. Lord Grimm's group wasn't just there to inconvenience Royal Heritage. Their eyes were still set on the boss. They saw a huge weakness in Royal Heritage. Today was match day. At 8 p.m. sharp, the match would begin. How could Tian Sen not go? As a result, they deliberately caused trouble, stopping Royal Heritage from killing the boss. Once the time came, even if Tian Sen's exorcist wasn't dead, he would still be forced to leave. 7:40 was when Tian Sen had planned on leaving, but he was unwilling to. Because Hidden Warrior Alien only need one more hit to fall. If their guild focused their attacks, that shouldn't be too hard to accomplish, right? But they couldn't do it. Tian Sen was the other side's main focus. Whatever methods the other players wanted to use were easily seen through by the other side. Hidden Warrior Alien stayed strong with only his final breath. He simply refused to die. His attacks in a red blood state killed many of their Royal Heritage players. What was even more infuriating was that the equipment dropped by these players were actually picked up by a ninja from the other side. That ninja was like the wind. He charged into Royal Heritage's troops to pick the equipment up, and no one could stop him. And just like this, in order to make that final strike, Tian Sen busied about for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, he was pretty much just fighting with Lord Grimm's group. Let alone striking the boss. If he wasn't careful, he might be the one to fall in the end. It's 7:44. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed. Yichio reminded Tian Sen again. The ability to report the time like a bird was the greatest blow to Tian Sen. The more time that passed, the more panicked Tian Sen became. 7:45. I'll have to go then. This is the final minute. Tian Sen wanted to find an opening in this final minute, but Yichio's group had lasted for 4 minutes already, so how could they easily expose an opening in this final minute? Of course not. This opening would have to be created by Tian Sen. Tian Sen no longer had a way out. He decided to put his all into this fight. If an opportunity appears, attack. These were his final words towards Guild Royal Heritage. He wasn't sure if he could make the final blow himself, but perhaps he could create enough of an opening to let the others in the guild complete it. If that happened, the boss would still be theirs in the end. Tian Sen's exorcist suddenly leaped up. Before his scythe could start swinging, a bullet was fired. Lord Grimm's weapon would be a spear, then a sword, and then a gun. Tian Sen wasn't sure what to do, but this time, Tian Sen wasn't planning on running. The scythe in his hands made 3 scarlet slashes. Boom boom boom. The 3 anti-tank missiles fired by Lord Grimm were sliced apart. Tian Sen's exorcist flew out of the smoke directly towards Lord Grimm. He wanted to use this type of method to forcefully create an opening in the protective circle around the boss. A cold light flashed. Soft Mist Spear arrived with a circle swing. She wanted to throw Tian Sen's exorcist down to the ground. Tian Sen reacted quickly. His scythe swung again, knocking Soft Mist Spear aside. At the same time, he didn't ignore what was ahead of him. After his scythe blocked Soft Mist Spear, he swung it down, deflecting the circle swing from Lord Grim as well. In that one leap, Tian Sen was able to complete 5 attacks. Scythes had an attack speed advantage over spears. In his hands, the scythe danced without restraint. He broke through all of these obstacles and was just about to reach Lord Grim. At this moment, Lord Grim moved to the side, and Tian Sen saw Hidden Warrior Alien punch. A Chi Master's sky-piercing strike blasted straight at him. Those guys had actually coordinated with the boss. This attack was a Chi attack and couldn't be blocked. He had already reached this step. He could only take the blow. His exorcist opened his hands and a talisman paper flew out. This was a special exorcist talisman. A talisman could immediately release a skill. This time, right when the talisman was thrown out, pa sounds repeatedly sounded. At Lord Grim's side, Steam Bun Invasion had used an inject poison. Before the talisman skill could be released, thousands of holes punctured through it, making it fail. This was the greatest weakness for exorcist talismans. When a talisman paper was thrown out, if it wasn't protected, the paper could be destroyed, which would be equivalent to interrupting the skill. And then, there was no and then. When Hidden Warrior Alien sky-piercing strike hit, Tian Sen's exorcist was blown away. Another part of the battle had passed. Who would have thought that, after Tian Sen had dispersed the anti-tank missiles, he had thrown an exorcist talisman into the air. Brilliant light blossomed from it. Exorcist talisman, flying meteorite. Sparks filled the air. A meteor, dragging a tail behind it, descended. Tian Sen let out a victorious smile, but soon afterwards, he saw Lord Grim suddenly lift his weapon. That umbrella opened up and Lord Grim strolled over to the boss and protected him. The falling meteor crashed into the umbrella. The boss looked like he was completely unaffected. How treacherous! To think you hid an exorcist talisman. Lord Grim lifted up his gaze, appreciating the beauty of the flying meteorite. 7:45 in the end, he still didn't forget to remind Tian Sen about the time. Chapter 944. Training. It's 7:45. This sentence did more damage to Tian Sen than any skill. No matter how much he wanted to continue, Tian Sen had no choice but to log out of the game. After all, he was Team Royal Styles captain, Team Royal Styles ace, the one that carried his team on his shoulders. His sense of responsibility wouldn't allow him to miss Team Royal Styles official matches for any reason whatsoever. Tian Sen's exorcist finally stopped moving. This was what would happen when you force logged off in combat. An online character that was under no one's control was bound to be trampled over by others. Right now, it was still the target of the boss aggro. Hidden Warrior Alien continued to charge at Tian Sen's exorcist. This seemed to be exactly what Yi Xiao and co wanted. After Tian Sen's exorcist was killed, the aggro would be washed from him. If the aggro was washed from an all-star level player like Tian Sen, then washing it from the other members of Guild Royal Heritage would be a piece of cake. Hidden Warrior Alien was like the flash of a blade, appearing right next to Tian Sen's exorcist. A fist swung out and the claws on the back of that fist stabbed into the abdomen of Tian Sen's exorcist. It was then that the members of Guild Royal Heritage suddenly moved into a fan-shaped attack formation, throwing out every possible skill they could and blasting it at Hidden Warrior Alien. Tian Sen might have had to go offline, but Tian Sen's departure might give them some form of opportunity, so Tian Sen had specially informed them of this before he logged out. In this moment, the admiration Royal Heritage's players had for their captain was endless. He was their god. An opportunity had appeared as expected. Ha, you've miscalculated. Royal Heritage's players laughed wildly. It hadn't been easy holding it in, seeing the boss just moments away from being taken down. Ever since Lord Grim had entered the competition for bosses, Royal Heritage went from being able to get a few scraps to becoming a bystander. Like any other guild, Royal Heritage loathed Lord Grim, who never played by the standards and sent everything into chaos. Recently, God Tian had been coming to the guild to guide them, allowing them to gain some spoils in the competition for bosses. Though, as an upstanding employee of the club, the guild leader worried that their team's performance would be influenced by their god's participation in-game, he understood Tian's intentions upon seeing his strained smile when mentioning their team's current scores. Royal Heritage didn't have much of a chance to do anything of note in the current season anymore. The current retreat was to make way for a brighter future. Taking this update as a chance, Tian came online often to obtain some high-leveled materials, hopefully grabbing them a chance of striking back. For those teams without powerful foundations, they could only use this effort to slowly accumulate strength. The continuous battles were all for victory. It wasn't until this boss that they had met the characters from Happy. They had suddenly all appeared, causing a storm cloud to appear over the head of Royal Heritage's guild leader, even though there was a god among them, helping. As expected, Lord Grim's shenanigans had suppressed even Tian, drawing things out until he absolutely had to leave. It was a good thing that with his departure, Tian had created a game point for them. He might have not been here personally, but the competition for this boss had still resulted in Royal Heritage's victory. Royal Heritage's players had been wildly laughing at Happy's untimely loss, but when they looked carefully, they found that Happy's characters had never moved from their original places, and they weren't even looking over here. Lord Grim's back was even turned to them and the others were all looking towards him, obviously listening to him speak. Some Royal Heritage players came over curiously. These people didn't stop them from listening into what Lord Grim was saying. We were careless. Did anyone notice the flying meteorite exorcism talisman that Tian threw into the air? Yishio was saying. Silence. If it was just one person who hadn't noticed it, that's excusable. However, we are a team, we should understand the situation on the field in its entirety, without any blind spots, using the support we have from one another. On this point, we don't do well enough. Everyone needs to keep this awareness of supporting each other in mind. We need to keep an eye of our teammates' blind spots at any given moment and fill in these blanks for them, allowing us, as a whole, to achieve a state where we have no blind spots. None of Happy's members were newbies anymore, naturally understanding the meaning to Yishio's words. They didn't need further explanation, they just had to make this a habit. Okay, Tian has logged off. Lord Grim only turned his view upon saying this, casually taking a glance at the Royal Heritage players, still excited over their boss kill. Then he said, no pro players would be on at this time, so let's end today's training here. Training? What did he mean? What was that? The Royal Heritage players who heard what Happy was saying were confused, but from Lord Grim's tone, they had gleaned one scrap of information. Happy wasn't interested in anything the boss had to give. They seemed to be more interested in their exchange with Tian. Tian was deserving of his title of god. He had probably given these incomparably inexperienced newbies some good battle experience. The Royal Heritage players thought this to themselves with pride, but then froze. Battle experience? Training? No way. Watching the retreating figures of Happy, these players seemed to have realized something. Were these members of Happy here just to use the online pro players as practice? Was this their so-called training? To know the truth, this player ran over to catch up. However, because of his lack of efficiency in using stamina, he wasn't able to chase for too long. He did manage to hear some conversation though. Actually, we could have still tried to take that boss just now. It would be pretty hard to continue in that sort of situation, so we could have seen it as practice. Someone said. No need. That would waste quite some more time. We should focus our attention on more specialized training. That was Lord Grim's voice. Are we off to watch matches for theoretical learning again? Of course, these are all live teaching materials, we should use them to their fullest, Lord Grim said with a hint of laughter. Speaking of which, it's a match day today, how about we watch a live stream? That's good, too. If we watch a live match, we can use the chance to have everyone take part in a live analysis of the battle situation, Lord Grim said. No way. Everyone else chorused. That was when the Royal Heritage player had used up his stamina and watched Happy's members leave and disappear into the distance. Team Happy was using the pro players who came in-game to help their guilds get materials as practice opponents. The Royal Heritage player felt like he had found out something big and hurriedly ran off to tell his guild leader. As expected, his guild leader was also shocked. However, after he recovered, what could he do about it? Get all the pro players to stop coming in-game for bosses to become Team Happy's practice targets? Yes. If it was the pros of other guilds, then sure. For our guild Royal Heritage, we hope that our god Tian will always be here. It was then that god Tian had finally arrived at the stadium. There was only a minute before the match was due to start. Try to be earlier in the future. Knowing where Tian had gone and seeing now that he hadn't been late, the manager had originally been fretting anxiously, but only said this sentence casually upon seeing him. Tian was moved. He knew that this showed an immense amount of trust for him. He nodded with some force and swept past to get on stage. "Did you get this, boss?" the manager asked as he passed by. "I don't know." Tian was disappointed that he was incapable of answering this question. After logging out, he had rushed over. The battle in-game had definitely ended in these 15 minutes, but he had no idea how it turned out. "Do your best." The manager realized that his question had made Tian, who was about to go up to play, a little absent-minded and immediately regretted it. In reality, he hadn't thought Tian would give him such an answer. Seeing this guy appearing only in the last minute, he had thought the other would give him a confident answer. Yet in the end, it was an uncertain one. Was it so hard even for Tian to snatch bosses in-game? The manager, who didn't need to play, was rather free and called the guild department. He was obviously pleased to hear that the guild had taken the boss, but then he heard of Team Happy's attitude in this battle. Using Tian as training. The manager was stunned. "I think that's exactly how it is," the guild leader said. What on earth is this about?" The manager was perplexed. Team Happy really was an anomaly. At exactly 8, the battle between the 20 teams in the 23rd round of the Glory Alliance's 10th season began. Youre was completely correct. In this moment, no pro players would appear in-game. Under such circumstances, Team Happy wouldn't be conducting any practice. However, not long after the match was over, Youre and co gained intel from in-game that the pro players had appeared. After this period of organizing intel, the smurfs that all the pros were using could be easily compiled by anyone who cared to take note. The names that had been reported had only just experienced losses or victories on the field. Now, they had come in-game with their different moods. This might be a new method of cathartic relief. Those who had won beautifully needed a place to relieve their excess energy, and those who had lost needed a place to release their frustration. The more active it was online, the better it was for Happy to train. Now, many pros had come in-game to battle, but where was the battlegrounds? New intel soon arrived. Barrier Mountain's Shadow Tactician Xiaobie had respawned. A big level 75 boss. It had currently not been figured out by the players yet. Just to deal with bosses, there would be many high-difficulty NPC deaths. And now, it was facing a difficult moment. It was about to face the true cream of the crop glory. Fortunately, this team wasn't in harmony at all. Chapter 945. A bit brutal. The guilds that had received Shadow Tactician Xiaobie's announcement gathered there. No interactions were made among each other because everyone knew that the one in charge of the guild might not be the guild leader. All the players were wondering which characters that matched the team's classes were a pro player's side account. It was during this time when Xiaobie swayed onto stage. Among all the NPCs in Barrier Mountain, this boss possessed a mysterious identity. His class belonged to the Night Walker category, and was proficient in all 4 classes. He made full use of a boss's OP spirit. Before pro players entered the battle with bosses, countless of players had fallen under Xiaobie's dagger. There was no problem filling up a pile of A4 paper with the names of the fallen. Until now, not a single guild had a systematic way to defeat the boss. It was all completely done by pouring out blood and tears. During the week, Xian was the last to spawn on stage among the 8 level 75 bosses. As for the former 7, due to the addition of pro players, 6 of the fight situation turned out to be very different. Since pro players would be intervening this time, what sort of situation would unfold? As every guild silently closed in on Xian's spawning location, they all started to think about this matter. Barrier Mountain, Forest Peak. Xian spawned in the mountains and woods, and had already been intercepted by 3 guilds. Blue Brooks Guild, Herb Garden, and Tyrannical Ambition. All 3 powerhouses had arrived. However, everyone knew that in today's fight for the boss, what determined their victory or loss was not the guild's strength, but the strength of the pro players who personally came to command. The forces of the 3 guilds formed a triangle, trapping Xian. Wait and... Someone from Tyrannical Ambition had only just opened their mouth to speak. Attack! Players from Blue Brook Guild had already started to charge towards Xian. See? The guy from Tyrannical Ambition still managed to finish his sentence. However, the change came before his words, so he felt as if his face couldn't hold his embarrassment. Young people. Lin Jingyan couldn't help but sigh as he watched the Blade Master rushing out from Blue Brook's formation. Blue Brook's Blade Master went straight towards Xian to attack without the slightest sloppiness. Who else other than Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen had such energy and drive? However, before Lu Hanwen's sword struck, it was blocked by someone. A witch flew out from Tiny Herb's side on his broom. He jumped down midway, and waved his broom to attack 5 times continuously. As a result, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master was forced to change his target and ward off the opponent. It really is a world for the young. Lin Jingyan sighed once again. In a blink of an eye, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master and the witch from Herb Garden had already fought numerous rounds. The witch from Tiny Herb that was able to be evenly matched with Lu Hanwen was undoubtedly the genius pro player Xiaobie. Xiaobie didn't have the kind of personality where one would be in a hurried state to rush forward. But in this season, as a young and emerging genius, Lu Hanwen's performance in the Rookie Challenge was spectacular. There were too many people who were comparing Lu Hanwen with Xiaobie. Speaking of technique, Xiaobie, who was older than Lu Hanwen by 3 years, was more mature. However, if one was speaking of personality, even Tiny Herb's team captain Wang Jieshi sighed himself, if Xiaobie had Lu Hanwen's spirit, then it would be great. Obviously, these words weren't spoken in front of Xiaobie. Unfortunately, Xiaobie still secretly heard it. In fact, Xiaobie knew clearly what his flaw was. However, personality problems weren't easy to fix, even when he knew where the problem lay. However, Xiaobie still wanted to try. He didn't want to let down the expectations of his seniors. As a result, Xiaobie started to take note of Lu Hanwen. Not to copy, but to learn his energy and spirit. It wasn't Xiaobie's style to rush forward and fight like what was done when competing for bosses. However, when he saw Lu Hanwen jumping out, he subconsciously felt the need to also have this kind of spirit. As a result, he also rushed out to attack. The 2 eye-catching youngsters from the league this season had already gotten into a brawl. Say, old Lin, we can't let those youngsters take all the spotlight for themselves. The one standing in the spotlight this season should be us. A Spitfire walked to the side of Lin Jingyan's brawler. He switched the magazine in his automatic pistol repeatedly, making continuous clicking sounds. Evidently, he was a guy who liked to fiddle with things when he had nothing to do. Being in the spotlight? Isn't that your speciality? Lin Jingyan said. Ha ha, you shouldn't be too humble. Let's hurry up, we can't let those little demons be too full of themselves. Zhong Jiala grinned. The automatic pistol under his Spitfire suddenly let out bright and rhythmic sounds as the bullets entered the barrel of the gun. He followed up and started attacking. Pa 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 pa. The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly. The shots that were fired out were brilliant and varied, so there were all kinds of shots with special effects. At the same time, his left hand continued to throw out grenades into the air. In no time, flames covered a whole area. Even the silhouette of the Shan became fuzzy. When Zhong Jiala's 100-blossom fighting style was brought out, people felt that this guy's retirement from before must have been a big part of his master plan. Amidst the splendid flames of the explosion, Lin Jingyan's brawler had snuck in. The two veterans of the league unfolded their extravagant raid on the two rookies. However, before the two parties could collide, a blue sword light suddenly lit up among the myriad of lights flashing from the 100 Blossoms fighting style. Although it was only monotonous in color, it seemed like it could completely swallow the dazzling light effects. Streaks of brilliance followed one after another, and it split apart the formation of those two old guys. Soon after, everyone saw large amounts of speech bubbles popping up. You two don't have any integrity. You're even willing to do this to the cute newbies. It seems like you only follow half of the virtue of respecting your elders and loving the young in tyranny, and it must be the former half because only that half would benefit you. D*MN, compared to this giant speech bubble, the covering effect of your 100 Blossoms style is so weak. Lin Jingyan sighed. I have always suspected that the reason this guy never uses punctuation is because they leave too much of a gap, so the coverage wouldn't be able used to its fullest potential. Zhong Jiala said. Look! There's punctuation. Lin Jingyan said. The 6 exclamation marks have dropped to below his belt. Zhong Jiala said. The two veterans continued to ridicule, while battling against the guy who had just joined in. That person's identity was easy to guess, compared to everyone else. It seemed that such a big speech bubble already became the signature move of Team Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoqian. Can you two stop spouting rubbish? The reason I do this is because the online game has speech bubbles, but do they have it in matches? Do they? Huang Xiaoqian yelled. This guy is even telling someone else to stop spouting rubbish. I really want to die. Zhong Jiala said. Who wouldn't? Lin Jingyan spoke. They spoke to each other, while their hands didn't stop moving. In an instant, the three characters had exchanged numerous skills. Zhong Jiala's Spitfire had already moved to the back to support, while Lin Jingyan's brawler continued to fight with Huang Xiaoqian directly at the front. Although it was true that Huang Xiaoqian was a god at the peak of his career, he was still very cautious when he faced the two veterans teaming up. He didn't want to let the two open the formation of 2 versus 1 so smoothly, so under the excellent quality of his speech bubbles covers, he turned around with a triple slash. He weaved past Lin Jingyan's brawler, and wanted to fight straight on with Zhong Jiala's Spitfire. Their advance had only carried out halfway, when a character flew out diagonally. Like Xiaobie, he also came from Herb Garden's troops. He was a witch riding on a broomstick just like Xiaobie, however, his flight was rather crafty. This was to the extent that when he reached Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master, he connected his skills at a critical moment. As a result, it looked like someone jumped up and slammed Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master into the ground with his broomstick. Then a swish came as the broom swept again. Dust flew everywhere, and it almost buried Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master under a mound of soil. Shameless, 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 shameless. You're all targeting me at once. 3 of you fighting 1 of me. Don't take revenge in the public just because you lost the previous match. Since Huang Xiaoqian, who was swept down, didn't need to proceed with any mechanisms, he managed to patiently put on all the punctuations this time in his speech bubble. It's only because you're too noisy. The witch wasn't going easy on him at all. 2 magic potions were thrown out and Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master was immediately trapped between skies of ice and fire. Huang Xiao*, let me save you. When Lu Hanwen noticed that Huang Xiaoqian's wasn't in a good situation, he knocked aside Xiaobie's broom with his sword and rushed forward swiftly to help Huang Xiaoqian. This is so embarrassing. Huang Xiaoqian, you should just retire and give your position to little comrade Lu. That's the truth. Zhong Jiala and Lin Jingyan sighed one after another. It's hard to believe how well coordinated you two are. After becoming teammates, you two echo each other. Huang Xiaoqian wasn't weak. Even if he was going up against 3 gods, he wasn't that easy to be killed. Under his controls, the Blade Master turned over with a waning wind fading grass. A ray of sword light was drawn in a circle around him, and helped him avoid the 2 characters beside him. A rising dragon slash and sky-plunging blade followed like a sword immortal. The surrounding players were all flabbergasted at this point. Lu Hanwen and Jiao Yingjie, Huang Xiaoqian and Wang Jieshi, and Zhong Jiala with Lin Jingyan. What sort of scene was this? This was just like the All-Stars weekend. Everyone forgot why they had come, they only wanted to be the audience, and seriously watch the people before them perform. As a result, a small team of people was able to secretly close up to this area without anyone noticing. Wow! When Wei Chen saw the group of pro players before his eyes, he immediately exclaimed with surprise, "Won't the contents of this training be a bit brutal? It's a bit over the top, so don't feel like you're pressured and go up fearlessly." Yishio said. Nonsense. Since the contents are so brutal, shouldn't we change our equipment? Wei Chen said. If we lose the equipment that we're used to, our battle rhythm will change. I think it would be best if we didn't overlook these details. Yishio said. F*CK, then why did you tell us to go in without pressure? If you have the guts, you can go up and let them make you drop your myriad manifestations umbrella. Wei Chen said. Comrade Mo Fan. Yishio turned his head around. It was the first time in his life he had proactively communicated with Mo Fan before a battle. I have a serious task for you this time. If any of us happen to drop our equipment, you must snatch back our dropped equipment no matter what happens. Chapter 946. Take this seriously. Whether it was inside or outside the game, Mo Fan never showed any response towards Yishio's instructions. However, the discussion between Yishio and Wei Chen had struck an alarm bell to everyone in Happy. Bullying normal players wasn't difficult for them, so they wouldn't usually consider any losses in battle. This time's training was different though. They were facing pro players. Running into 1 or 2 wasn't a big deal. After all, they were a team, they had the numbers advantage. But this time, the other side came out with 6 in one breath. These 6 were all stars this year. There was no need to question their strength. Moreover, while these 6 had come out, who knew if there was anyone else hiding within the guild? One dragon after the other had appeared just before, no? In the past, Yishio would have certainly waited until enough had happened before calling everyone to move out, doing whatever was convenient for them. It was different this time. They weren't here to snatch the boss. They were here to use the boss as a business item and fight with these pro players, so they obviously couldn't wait until these guys weakened and then come out to directly attack the biggest problem star. Everyone was spirited and full of energy. It would only be meaningful if this battle went back and forth 300 rounds. Wealth and glory goes to those who takes risks. Comrades, forward. Yishio mobilized his troops. What type of stupid speech is that? Chenghua complained. Who? Why are you here? Yishio questioned. Chenghua gave Yishio a death glare outside of the game. That guy always disregarded her. Her chasing Haze was also a member of the team. Why couldn't she practice together with them? Go. Team Happy didn't lack a spirited person like Lu Hanwen. Tang Ru supported Yishio's decision. Her soft mist was the first to charge forward. Qiao Yifan continued to mature during this period of time. His ability to grasp the overall situation and to coordinate with others had become more outstanding. His understanding towards a phantom demon had reached a pro level. When he saw Soft Mist move, he didn't dare dally and immediately followed after her, ready to cast a ghost formation at any moment. Let's go then. Seeing how 2 of his teammates had charged forward, Wei Chen didn't say anything more. Even though he really wanted to hide his death's hand first, his teammates had already rushed out. He couldn't just go back and make a trip to the city. Humph! Chengguo's anger hadn't subsided yet. She glared fiercely at Yishio and then controlled her chasing Haze to move forward as well. She lifted the steel cannon in her hands and started taking aim at the alternate accounts of those gods. Not long afterwards, the summons from Concealed Light blocked her line of sight. Concealed Light, move your things aside. Chenghua was furious. Liu Ji's skill level had risen. He could skillfully control several summons now, so when the battlefield became chaotic, he could increase that number a bit. Summoners weren't a welcome class in teams. It wasn't without reason. For example, long-ranged classes would feel annoyed if something like this happened to them. Liu Ji heard her boss shout at him. He felt embarrassed and immediately had his summons give way. At this moment, Yi Xiao mercilessly pointed out, you moving away is much easier than him moving his summons away. What? Chen Guo flared up. Wu Chen's dawn rifle strode over behind her and said kindly, follow me. Wu Chen didn't say anything more, but Chen Guo could feel that it was her chasing haze that had been positioned poorly. However, she had yelled at concealed light to move his summons away. It made it seem like she was doing things randomly. It's all because of you. Chen Guo humphed at Yi Xiao. That wasn't her play style. Ha ha, I know you didn't do it on purpose. Yi Xiao said. Chen Guo hated how she couldn't bring out her steel cannon from the game. If she had that in her hands, she would have certainly blasted Yi Xiao into oblivion. Everyone in Team Happy came out one after the other. The players of the three guilds went into an uproar. If it could be said that watching all stars fight was a joyous scene for everyone, then Happy was a plague to be avoided. Lord Grimm is here. For a moment, howls echoed as if wolves had come. In the chats of the three guilds, people were constantly shouting and typing. It seems like the famous ones are here. The gods fighting each other also noticed them. When Lin Jingyan heard the cries from the players, he couldn't help but glance over and felt all sorts of emotions. How about we ally together to crush that guy first? Zhong Jiala suddenly came up with a grand proposal. Among everyone here, apart from those young rookies, who didn't want to crush that guy rushing over? It was a good opportunity right now. I support this suggestion. Ha 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 ha. Huang Xiaoqian shouted. Then let's go. Wang Jieshi expressed his approval. Should we call over Old Han too? Lin Jingyan wasn't satisfied with just this. Call him out in the chat group. Whoever wants to come can come. We'll go first. Zhong Jiala was clearly more ruthless. After saying these words, he stopped fighting and turned his gun around. His 100 Blossoms fighting style instantly provided cover for everyone. Wang Jieshi didn't raise any objections. Just when he was about to jump on his broom and fly away, a sword pierced through his stomach. He had actually been struck from behind. Huang Xiaoqian. Wang Jieshi's voice was filled with helplessness. Ha 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 ha, this is revenge for the previous 3v1. Huang Xiaoqian laughed wildly. How could Wang Jieshi let him run rampant? His character turned around and flew down. Huang Xiaoqian's blade master lifted his sword into a defensive position. Zhong Jiala's Spitfire had already let loose a gorgeous display of explosions. Then, he heard the sounds of fighting behind him. He turned around and almost died from anger. Can't you guys be a bit more serious? Zhong Jiala was furious. His 100 Blossom style consumed lots of his skill cooldowns and mana. In particular, when facing a top-tier expert like Yi Xiao, throwing 2 or 3 bombs at him wouldn't be enough, so he needed to go all out. His hard work wasn't just to let loose some fireworks for those two to enjoy. Lin Jingyan actually went to the pro player chat group and typed out a message. When he went back to the game from QQ, he saw this scene. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Lu Hanwen and Jiao Yingjie were following their seniors blindly. Their seniors seemed to have stopped fighting, so they stopped too. Then, they saw Huang Xiaoqian and Wang Jieshi battling again. Without another word, the two did the same. During this short period of time, while the gods were in fighting, Happy approached. Artillery fire boomed. Summoned creatures charged forward chaotically. Happy had been formed for such a long time already. They practiced together every day. They were no longer three-legged cats when they went into battle, especially for this type of unmanned initiation with the purpose of causing chaos for the opponents. Their fighting was sharp and professional. As a result, this wave of sharp coordination crashed against scattered sand. Even if each piece of sand was a god, they were instantly struck silly. Each character suffered different levels of damage. Zhongjiala's Spitfire was thrown onto the ground by a circle swing from Tangru's Soft Mist. He even heard that sister mumble to herself in disappointment, "God. A warrior can be killed but not disrespected." Zhongjiala roared. He threw a grenade at Soft Mist's face. Tangru was experienced now. She was no stranger to any class. When she saw that it was just a normal grenade, she didn't take it too seriously. She swung her spear, striking the grenade and stabbing towards the Spitfire on the ground. But when her spear passed through the smoke and light from the grenade's explosion, it didn't hit anything. Then, she heard a voice from behind her. "Girl, turn around and take a look at a god." Tangru was startled. Using a grenade's explosion to achieve the same effects as ninja smoke bomb was something that Tangru had never seen before by Spitfire. But no matter how great you were, it wouldn't scare Tangru. She didn't listen to his words and turn around. Instead, she directly sent her spear backwards. Wow! Impressive! Zhongjiala saw her directly attack behind her. It was quite a difficult move to execute. There were practically no normal players who could do it in a real battle. It was only a small praise though. Normal players might not be able to do it, but in the pro scene, who couldn't perform such a basic move? Bang 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 bang. Tangru's attack wasn't faster than Zhongjiala's bomb. As soon as the first bomb exploded, Zhongjiala started his combo show. For explosions in a row, all dealing additional back attack damage. Soft Mist 8 for explosions in a row. Tangru stared blankly. She couldn't do anything at all. Only then did she understand that getting an attack in on a god wasn't a reason to underestimate him. That could only happen if she attacked him until he died. After these for chain explosions, there was no more. It wasn't that Zhongjiala wanted to stop his combo, but someone had disrupted him. It was a team fight. In these moments, everyone had to help each other. Tangru and Steamed Bun still lacked this awareness, but Xiao Yifan was quite accomplished in this area. His 1-inch used Ghost Slash, accurately creating a gap between Zhongjiala's Spurtfire and Tangru's Soft Mist. Yifan! Xiaoingjia saw 1-inch appear and immediately called out. 1-inch was Xiao Yifan. That was no secret. Your friend. Lu Hanwen saw Xiaoingjia switch look over there and even give a shout, so he asked. Yeah. Xiaoingjia replied. Is he strong? Lu Hanwen asked. Ah? Xiaoingjia wasn't able to reply. He didn't want to look down on his good friend, but for a pro player, strong wasn't a good description for Xiao Yifan's class. I'll go see for myself. Lu Hanwen suddenly said and then triple slashed towards Xiao Yifan's 1-inch ash. Ah! Xiaoingjia was startled. After a bit, he woke up. For a moment, he had forgotten that Xiao Yifan was no longer part of Team Tiny Herb. They were no longer teammates. He instinctively rushed over to protect him, his witch immediately jumped onto his broom and flew over. Xiao Yifan had an outstanding grasp of the overall situation. He naturally noticed Lu Hanwen heading towards him. His 1-inch swung his sword and activated an ice boundary in front of him, creating a protective zone. Lu Hanwen saw it and could only go around. However, Xiaoingjia's witch caught up and rushed down from above, sending Lu Hanwen's Blade Master into a stumble. 1-inch ash was in his own ice boundary. He obviously wouldn't be affected by it. He moved through the ice boundary and followed up Jiao Yingyi's attack. His sword let out a moonlight slash, full moon slash, and then a ghost slash to knock Lu Hanwen's Blade Master far, far away. To think we would fight side by side in this type of situation. Xiaoingjia realized that the two were not teammates. He forced out a smile somewhat sadly. Before Xiao Yifan could say anything, Xiaoingjia's character was lifted up from behind and then thrown. He was unable to quick recover. It was a grab. What side by side? You guys are enemies. Take this seriously. Yishio's Lord Grim threw Xiaoing's witch away. Equals 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 equals. Asterisk TLN, the original phrase is directly attack Huanglong. The origin of this phrase comes from this. Song dynasty general, Yu Fei studied martial under Zhu Tong. After Zhu Tong died, he would sweep Zhu Tong's tomb every month. His father praised him for his faithfulness. If there's a chance for you to serve your country, then you should take it. In 1122, Yu Fei enlisted into the army. Due to his bravery and skill at fighting, he soared from a normal soldier to a great leader. Yu Fei was very kind to his subordinates. If a soldier fell ill, he would personally brew medicine for him. The remunerations to a family for a soldier's death was small, so he would divide a portion of the rewards given by the court to those who died. Whenever there was a military operation, he would gather everyone over to discuss and agree upon it before setting out. Thus, when his troops suddenly encountered enemies, they would not panic. However, his military morals were very strict. One time, a soldier took a saddle from a commoner. That soldier was immediately put to death under martial law. His troops would sometimes need to pass the night on the road. The commoners opened their doors to welcome them, but no one dared to go. The commoners called them the Yu family army. The Yu family army fought bravely for 10 years and recovered a large portion of lost land. In the Zhujian town campaign, they broke through Jin Wuzhu's army. The morale of the Jin soldiers were at the lowest, while the morale of the Song soldiers were at their highest. The people occupied by the Great Jin stood up and rallied together. Recovery of the Central Plains was imminent. Yu Fei spoke to his army with excitement, directly attack the Huanglong prefecture and then drink to your heart's content. The Huanglong prefecture is the current-day Jilin province Nong'an County. Back then, it was the central region of the Great Jin. Chapter 947. Free-for-all Brawl. Qiao Yifan's manners were indeed proper, and Xiaoing's, which had already been thrown far away, no longer able to continue fighting. Qiao Yifan continued to control 1-inch to clean up the scene. Nice phantom demon! A voice from above called out. Another witch flew by on a broom, but this time, it wasn't Xiaoing's. Coming face to face with his former captain, Qiao Yifan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. For a moment, he forgot how to respond. Seeing Steam Bun Invasion's brawler quietly snuck up on Wang Jiexi's witch with a brick, he actually subconsciously yelled out, "Watch out!" In reality, how could Wang Jiexi fall for such an obvious sneak attack? He had even noticed Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master attack from another side. How could Steamed Bun's far less clever attack ever hope to hit him? While dodging Huang Xiaoqian's blade, Wang Jiexi simply maneuvered to avoid Steamed Bun's brick in passing. Traitor! Steamed Bun yelled out angrily, actually acting as if Qiao Yifan's warning was the sole reason his attack had failed. What? Qiao Yifan instantly reacted, feeling ashamed. He felt like he couldn't show his face in front of this entire room of people anymore. Regardless of whether or not his warning actually helped, at that moment, he had truly betrayed the team. Although he had only been in Tiny Herb for 1 year, his feelings towards the team were quite complicated. After avoiding 2 sneak attacks, Wang Jiexi pushed his witch forward, like a race car drifting within a crowd. Huang Xiaoqian couldn't keep up with his rhythm for a moment. As his Blade Master raised his sword, he easily slashed towards Steamed Bun Invasion. Ack! Steamed Bun cried out in fear, controlling his character to jump away, but Huang Xiaoqian's unleashed sword skill had already arrived. Qiao Yifan anxiously cleared his mind. 1-inch moved like a berserker, bravely pouncing forward to protect Steamed Bun Invasion. Because of this, Concealed Light Summoned Beast attacked 1 step ahead, joining Steamed Bun Invasion to surround and trap Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master. Wait, it's me! Don't make a mistake. Steamed Bun quickly shouted at Luo Ji. Luo Ji didn't know what to say. Did he really look foolish to the point where he couldn't distinguish friend from foe? Sword light burst out and concealed light's ring of summoned beasts were actually all scattered by Huang Xiaoqian. Luo Ji was dumbstruck. A god's strength indeed couldn't be estimated with normal reasoning. Even like this, they couldn't surround him. Suddenly, a warlock's hexagram prison emerged from the ground in a flash of light, trapping Huang Xiaoqian's blade master. A moment later, Huang Xiaoqian also felt deeply moved. He controlled his blade master to turn and look at the warlock who had just cast Death's Door. Wei Chen was bragging. Thinking back to those days, my single hexagram prison was able to completely trap Huang Xiaoqian. The best boss hunter in the online game? A joke, as soon as he ran into me. While talking, he only saw one side of Huang Xiaoqian's blade master. In the split second before the hexagram prison was complete, Huang Xiaoqian dodged sideways into the gap between two beams of light, making his escape. How did he run into you? Steamed Bun asked, actually listening to Wei Chen's bragging. Times have really changed. Seeing that Huang Xiaoqian was able to escape even in this situation, Wei Chen felt wistful. Nowadays, Huang Xiaoqian was no longer that naive youth he could easily pin down. As a peak god in the Glory Alliance, him pinning down Wei Chen was much more likely. Indeed, after cutting through concealed light-summoned beasts and breaking out of the hexagram prison, Huang Xiaoqian completely ignored Steamed Bun invasion, directly charging towards Wei Chen's windward formation to pin him down. Damn! Protect me! Wei Chen really didn't hold back. When meeting a strong opponent, he quickly turned and ran away, moving smoothly and confidently. You have nowhere to run. Suddenly, in front of him Lu Hanwen appeared, who had returned once again after Qiao Yifan's 1-inch had knocked him flying. He coordinated with Huang Xiaoqian's offensive, blocking Wei Chen's windward formation. This was the confrontation between Team Blue Rain's most senior retired player and its youngest new recruit. Team Happy's members couldn't hold back their emotions, all turning to watch. Help! Help! Except, all they saw was Wei Chen simultaneously yelling and controlling windward formation to continue running away. Meeting Lu Hanwen, who wasn't even half his age, Wei Chen still had no reservations about fleeing. Support quickly arrived. Wu Chen's Dawn rifle aimed the muzzle of his cannon, coming over to provide cover fire for windward formation. Cheng was chasing Haze copied him. However, Lu Hanwen's mechanics were good. His blade master stubbornly blew through two launchers' attacks. From this, it was easy to see the difference in the ability levels of the two launchers. Chasing Haze's attacks clearly landed a bit further away from Lu Hanwen. This wasn't because she wasn't coordinating with Wu Chen's launcher, her aim was just much worse. Thus, even under the artillery fire, Lu Hanwen still put Wei Chen in a difficult situation, making him dart around wildly. Huang Xiaoqian was embarrassed to run over and 2v1. As a result, no one noticed that at this moment, Happy's cleric and quietly started to chant. Lu Hanwen stepped forward. And Wenny's little cold hands waved his cross. The flames of sacred fire spread almost instantly, engulfing Lu Hanwen's blade master entirely. He didn't have a chance to dodge, he didn't even see sacred fire's little flame. By the time he managed to react, he had already fallen into the trap and been silenced. Ha 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 ha. Wei Chen laughed, changing from fleeing wildly to suddenly striking back in high spirits, all in an instant. He transitioned back to being entirely at ease. Was this also a type of experience that could be gained? No one knew for sure. At this moment, all attacks were focused on Lu Hanwen's blade master. It appeared as if the little blade master only had to suffer through 3 seconds of being silenced, still able to move normally. However, every expert knew that only relying on forward, backward, and sideway movements in battle was not enough to deal with complicated situations. Sometimes skills could be used during battle to increase mobility in specific ways. A character's movement would also appear faster. Now, Lu Hanwen was completely unable to use these skills for 3 seconds. If his opponents were all at Chengguo's level, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. However, there was Wu Chen, and the even more ruthless Wei Chen. By the time the 3-second silence ended, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master was trapped by Windward Formation's Binding Curse for another 5 seconds. This time, using skills wasn't a problem. The problem was that his character couldn't even move. Facing long-range classes, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master immediately became a sandbag to soak damage. Even chasing Haze's satellite beam hit its mark, engulfing him from head to toe. Little Lu. How could Huang Xiaoqian just sit by and watch? He had come over to save Lu Hanwen long ago, yet before he could even move half a step, he was blocked by another sword light. Lord Grimm's figure appeared, his sword returning to its sheath in the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. You. Perfect timing. Let me teach you a lesson. Huang Xiaoqian concentrated, drawing his sword, before he was immediately surrounded by summoned beasts. One by one they crowded around him, as if waiting for him to give out free candy. Bastard! Fight me 1v1. Huang Xiaoqian fumed. Lunatic! Lord Grimm's Myriad Manifestations umbrella spit out a tongue of flames, and 3 anti-tank missiles shot out, coordinating with the summoned beasts, directly exploding on Huang Xiaoqian and sending him flying. From his spinning camera, he examined the situation. Lin Jing'an, Steam Bun. The 2 brawlers attacked at the same time, fighting hand-to-hand. Your skill isn't bad. Steam Bun was amazed. How is it compared to the number 1 brawler? This one sentence stabbed Lin Jing'an's sore spot. What was this natural talent in trash talking? Saying that I'm the number 1 brawler with a straight face. Lin Jing'an wasn't Wei Chen. He knew very well that his current skill level was below Tang Hao. Even at his peak, if he were pitted against the current Tang Hao, he might still lose more matches than he would win. Yet even if it was like this, Lin Jing'an didn't have time to give Steamed Bun an analysis of how he was inferior to Tang Hao, right? Becoming the number 1 brawler, is that your goal? Lin Jing'an could only steer the conversation in a different direction. Nope. My goal is to defeat you. Steamed Bun replied. Oh. Lin Jing'an was surprised. So he was Steamed Bun Invasion's goal? This also counted as a type of fan enthusiasm, right? Just as he was preparing to act like a senior, opening his mouth to give a word of encouragement, he heard Steamed Bun continue, "Come, tell me your name." Lin Jing'an's heart broke. So you don't even know who I am? After thinking about it once again, he really was too pompous. Just hearing something along the lines of "your skill isn't bad" should have told him that his opponent didn't know who he was. Except, in these present circumstances, he was still wearing Tyrannical Ambition's guild tag and playing a brawler. Was it really that hard to tell who he was? Furthermore, without knowing who he was, this guy actually made him his goal? Was this not an overly ambitious claim, but instead a temporary target? Lin Jing'an was at a bit of a loss. Hey, I was asking for your name. In reality, the other side was still unforgiving. You guess. Lin Jing'an really couldn't tell whether or not this guy was doing this on purpose. Damn, so boring. Childish. Child. Steamed Bun said. Lin Jing'an really wished this guy would go and challenge Tang Hao. This was a battle scene, leaving the spectating players completely speechless. They all knew that the players from the present guilds were all stars. Except, right now they were fighting with Team Happy, and they didn't appear dominant at all. The most tragic case was Blue Rain. Lu Hanwen chased too fiercely, and was now captured. It looked like he would die at any moment. Blue Brook Guild therefore also became the first guild to react, the guild leader changing Spring Stomping with anger. Why are you all standing around and watching? Charge! To kill the boss, or? Someone asked. Everyone once again became distracted, turning around to look. The Barrier Mountain's wild boss shadow tactician Xiaon was very lonely at this moment, silently wandering to one side. He had been surrounded by so many players, yet no one moved forward to fight him. They were all ignoring him. This kind of treatment, he's probably never experienced before, right? Ah? Changing Spring thought for a moment, before immediately deciding that looking for a PvP confrontation was probably not a good idea. As a proper guild, they should have a proper attitude. Going to the boss was the right course of action. Except, if they turned to make a move on the boss, what about the others? Changing Spring turned to look at the other two guilds. Oh, it wasn't just two. Changing Spring immediately discovered the guilds present weren't just those three great guilds anymore. Happy, Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant, this five-guild alliance, had finally arrived. From the east came another group, Blossom Valley's players. From the west came Misty Castle, from the south Samsara, from the north though, it was the long-absent Excellent Dynasty. So lively. Changing Spring thought. Except, as a guild leader, he'd experienced even more spectacular and chaotic battles. Yet, now that he paid attention, how many pro players were hidden among all the guild troops present? Chapter 948. I want to be the core. Let's save little Lou first. Changing Spring calmed down quickly after taking in the current situation. It was urgent to save Lu Hanwen first. No one was touching the boss for now, so they didn't have to rush on that front. Hearing Changing Spring's order, Blue Brook's players immediately swarmed over. Yishio's group saw this was exactly what they hated. Why was it so hard for them to fight pro players in peace? However, they weren't alone anymore. Happy, Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds, Parade, and Radiant's Guild Alliance had arrived. Seeing Team Happy's members, they came over to help. Seeing Blue Brook Guild charging forth, they didn't hesitate to clash with them. It was soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. The operation to save Lu Hanwen was unable to be carried out by the guild for now. Hold on, little Lu. Blue Brook's Blue River yelled out in desperation. Lu Hanwen had spent the summer playing with these guild members. Though he was an official member of Team Blue Rain now, and even an all-star, despite being a rookie, he was still like a younger brother that followed them around all summer long. This younger brother was much more courageous than them, always at the front lines of the battlefield. Because of this, Blue River and the others were used to having to rescue him. It felt just like having to clean up after a troublemaker of a younger brother. Yet this time, it seemed that Lu Hanwen had gotten into something that he couldn't handle. It was that guy. Blue River subconsciously sought out one of the figures. From the new server until now, Lord Grim, his equipment was still as mismatched and eye-catching as ever. His opponents were no longer the experts of the guilds like them, but Huang Xiaoqian, Wang Jieshi, and others who stood at the top of glory. Fuck, that's how it should be. Why do you always have to bully us? Blue River was a little irritated upon thinking of this. However, when he looked closely, Huang Xiaoqian, Wang Jieshi didn't seem to be having much of a good time against him either. Little Lu. Where was little Lu? Blue River returned to the present and looked over only to find, fuck, Lu Hanwen's Blade Master had disappeared. The group that had been beating him down had already dispersed. Then why the hell are we still clashing with Happy, Heavenly Justice, Conquering Clouds and the other guilds? The strangeness of the situation continued and the two guild powers had already fought to the point of no return. Meanwhile, the boss was still strolling around over there. No one was really clear on why they had come anymore. Have you gone to the group chat to call for more people? Zhong Jiala could deal with Tang Ru easily enough, but the overall situation was different. Team Happy was very coordinated and exhibited great teamwork, and as for their side? They had started with Huang Xiaoqian stabbing Wang Jieshi in the back. There was no need to describe how coordinated and cooperative their makeshift alliance was. Seeing how Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen had been dealt with so resolutely and that their opponents were beginning to close in on him, Zhong Jiala was beginning to lose his cool. He quickly moved, crossing paths with Lin Jingyan's brawler, taking the chance to ask this hurriedly. I haven't. Lin Jingyan said. What? It's because I suddenly realized we're here to steal the boss. If we find a boss, we should kill it quickly without being found out. Why on earth would we go to the chat and inform everyone to get them all to come? Lin Jing'an said. Zhong Jiala paused for a moment. Lin Jing'an's logic was flawless. They were stealing a boss, why would they go and tell others? That was just looking for trouble. The boss! Yet, for Zhong Jiala, Lin Jing'an's words had reminded him of what they were here for. Then, when he turned to look, Shan wasn't lonely anymore. As expected, this guy isn't anything good. Zhong Jiala yelled. The one who had first attacked Shan was Wang Jiexi's witch. It was clear that when they started to lose their cool, having met Yishio's Lord Grim, Wang Jiexi had never forgotten their initial goal. While they were over here having fun, he had casually rode his broom in a circle and attacked Shan, who had, till then, been ignored. As for Herb Garden, they had naturally received their orders already. With Wang Jiexi's attack, they immediately charged out to help. Xiaobie's which didn't bother to continue getting into their mess either, having long since gone to support the guild in killing the boss. Zhong Jiala and the others seethed, but were helpless to do anything. They had to find a way to throw Happy off first. With Lu Hanwen down and Wang Jiexi and Xiaobie having jumped ship, their situation had suddenly become extremely dangerous. Hey, the boss is going to be taken, calm down. Seeing how Happy seemed to be dead set on fighting them, Zhong Jiala felt like he had to warn them about this. Yeah? Tang Ru, who had been wildly pursuing Zhong Jiala, gave him a response in acknowledgement. Her head didn't even turn and Soft Mist continued to swing her spear viciously at the Spitfire. Holy F***CK, this woman's gone crazy. Old Yi, hurry up and drag her away. Zhong Jiala yelled. It was then that another character appeared in his periphery, charging over at them. Zhong Jiala reacted quickly. For successive jumps backwards allowed him to disengage with the help of an opening, and his counterattack launched in the meantime. For backwards jumps, along with for grenades flew out towards the approaching character. Boom 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 boom. For consecutive explosions, flashing with colorful lights. Spitfire grenades had different effects, so when they exploded, the explosions would all look different. Having thrown for in rapid succession, Zhong Jiala obviously couldn't have used the same skill for times in a row. Yet these for successive grenades hadn't done anything to this attacker. They were obviously an expert. The expert struck and dodged, dealing with all four of Zhong Jiala's grenades. He was ignored by the newcomer, who darted straight at Soft Mist. Zhong Jiala took a closer look. The newcomer was also a battle mage in the Guild Excellent Dynasty. He realized who this was immediately. Was this cooperation, or coming to cause trouble? Zhong Jiala took a moment to consider before decisively deciding to play the bystander. He watched for a moment before leaving. Boss Shan. Zhong Jiala had put his focus back on their original goal. He escaped from the chaos, avoiding engagement with Happy, and darted straight for Tiny Herb to get the boss back. With a streak of blinding explosions, Zhong Jiala's Spurfire pressed through. Normal players didn't have any way to defend against his 100 Blossoms style. They hadn't even had the time to orient themselves before Zhong Jiala easily blasted through them. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Jiala's Spitfire had broken through Herb Garden's ranks and arrived at Boss Shan. Fierce! Tyrannical Ambition's members watched this, bursting with joy, charging forwards to help their god. As for the players of Blossom Valley? They saw this scene as well, but their emotions were tumultuous. Dazzling Spring. In the summer, this Spitfire had gone out of his way to fight by their side. Back then, everyone had figured out that this must be their captain had returned. Who would have thought that when the summer was over, their captain did return, but was no longer their captain? Never mind going over to a rival team, he even took dazzling 100 Blossoms with him. The Team 100 Blossom fans felt as if they had been toyed with. Their hatred for Zhong Jiala had reached peak point. Now, Zhong Jiala was right there in front of them, still using that Spitfire from the summer, Dazzling Spring. However, the guild name above his head was no longer Blossom Valley, but Tyrannical Ambition. What an eyesore! Who knew how many of those standing in 100 Blossoms formation had such thoughts? This was an emotional sickness, a scar that wouldn't fade. Did it hurt, or itch? They couldn't tell. All they knew was that watching Zhong Jiala fighting with the cheers of tyrannical ambition made them feel absolutely terrible. Someone needed to step forwards on Blossom Valley's side, too. Yufeng, who had come with them, obviously understood this. His berserker stepped out resolutely, charging into Tiny Herb's ranks. His days of being the core player of Team 100 Blossoms weren't as blissful as he had expected them to be. When he was in Team Blue Rain, it didn't matter how good he was, because he would always be in the shadows of two others, always the third member of Team Blue Rain. Now, he was in 100 Blossoms and he was, in title, the core player of their team, the definitive main character. Yet after Zhong Jiala returned, he found himself stuck under yet another shadow. To be honest, with the rumors of Zhong Jiala's return, Yufeng had been anxious. This was because he was very clear on the fact that, if Zhong Jiala returned, he would become the leader of Team 100 Blossoms, and he would be in second place once more. Compared to being third, it was a small improvement, but it wasn't something that Yufeng would be happy about. He only wanted to be the star of the show. It was good that, while Zhong Jiala did return, he didn't go back to Team 100 Blossoms but to Team Tyranny instead. Yufeng had thought he could finally have the limelight to himself, but he realized that he couldn't. For each Team 100 Blossoms fan that yelled, "Support Yufeng," there were 1,000 yelling, "Hate Zhong Jiala." The deeper you loved, the deeper your hatred. It could be seen from how deeply the Team 100 Blossom fans loathed Zhong Jiala, how much they had once loved their former captain. This sort of love was what Yufeng wanted, yet he found out that to become the target of such admiration wasn't as easy as transferring teams. The Team 100 Blossom fans would rather go and rave at Zhong Jiala than give him even a single word of support. Yufeng's spirit plummeted. Team 100 Blossom's opening matches had been terrible. This wasn't unrelated to Yufeng's stricken mood. It was a good thing that he recovered soon enough. As an all-star level player, he didn't only know how to wait for pennies from heaven. He had the willpower to fight. He wanted to use his own efforts to change the attitude of Team 100 Blossoms fans. Yufeng's performance improved by the day, and so did his team's teamwork. The battle records of Team 100 Blossoms had finally been pulled back up, but the shadow within the hearts of their fans, the unforgettable silhouette of that Spitfire, still existed. It was because of this attitude that Zhu Yuan and his new Spitfire could still be pushed into the all-star roster by Team 100 Blossom fans, despite their strength not having reached the peak. Yufeng was still troubled because he had realized that if, someday, Zhu Yuan's strength really reached the peak, then Yufeng and his berserker would fall to second place. Yufeng didn't want to be second. He wanted to use his berserker to defend everything he wished to achieve. Chapter 949. Blossoms and Blood. Crimson Storm. After Yufeng's berserker charged in, he immediately activated a powerful skill. A bloody aura rose, like a raging river, immediately knocking aside the tyrannical ambition players that were preparing to support Zhong Jiala. After that, he ignored them, raising his sword and charging at Tiny Herb. Yufeng's playstyle wasn't as elegant as Zhong Jiala, but the power of a god wasn't something that normal players could counter easily. Herb Garden had just been thrown into chaos by Zhong Jiala, and now they saw another heading towards them fiercely. Though it was a Smurf account, the account was from 100 Blossoms and it wasn't hard to guess who would jump out at a time like this. Scatter! Scatter! Herb Garden's guild leader, Arasima, was quite the player. He knew that having people crowd together to form a wall would only increase the effectiveness of the opponent's attack. Instead, having everyone scatter and attack from all sides, using numbers to chip away at their opponent's health, was a better strategy. Who would have thought that before Herb Garden had the chance to take on another god that someone had already charged out and engaged Yufeng's berserker? Lord Grim. This was a strange opponent to appear for Yufeng. The boss was being stolen by Herb Garden, so everyone should be charging at them to take the boss back. Why was this guy suddenly popping up to stop him? Turning around to have a look, he found that all of Team Happy was like that. They didn't seem to care that the boss was getting stolen, just grabbing random opponents and fighting them. What on earth was this about? How would Yufeng know that Happy was here to kill bosses, but Shan wasn't the boss they had set their sights on? Instead, it was them, pro players. If one came, they'd fight one, if two came they'd fight them both. Yishio's Lord Grim came to engage him and prepared to attack without hesitation, when suddenly a voice rung out from behind, "Hey, this won't do.
How come I have no support?"
Then they saw the glorious explosions that signaled the arrival of Zhong Jiala's dazzling spring, who had charged in and then charged right back out again. Where the boss was being killed in Herb Garden's formation had Wang Jieshi there, overseeing things, and beside him was Jiao Yingjie and a bunch of Herb Garden players. Zhong Jiala wouldn't be able to do much charging in there on his own. He had originally hoped that the players in Tyrannical Ambition would be able to charge in with him. He had never expected that strike from Yu Feng, which had prevented Tyrannical Ambition's advance for a moment. In just this small period of time, Zhong Jiala felt threatened and quickly disengaged from the mob. To him, normal players were nothing. If it weren't for Wang Jieshi, he would probably have little trouble dealing with all of them alone. The Herb Garden players were all on the verge of crying. Amongst the flashing lights, they could only vaguely tell that dazzling springs had flown by. Those a little closer might even get a bullet or grenade as a souvenir. Zhong Jiala's retreat sent Lord Grim into his line of sight, and hurriedly called for Yishio to support him. "Hurry, Wang Jieshi's almost done with the boss." "Quick!" Lord Grim responded by flicking his spear at him. Zhong Jiala made a sound of surprise, forcing Dazzling Spring to jump to the side in a dodge and fell into a confused state similar to Yu Feng. Soon, he had come to a conclusion. "You've gone crazy. Wake up!" Yishio not only didn't wake up, but taunted both Zhong Jiala and Yu Feng. Zhong Jiala and Yu Feng's characters exchanged a glance, feeling rather awkward. Yu Feng had stepped out to prove himself to the 100 Blossom fans, but now it seemed like the situation required him to team up with the most hated traitor of Team 100 Blossoms, Zhong Jiala. How could he accept this? As for Zhong Jiala, just seeing the two words Blossom Valley on top of another's head would cause his emotions to swirl with chaos. One day he had gone to the shop with Lin Jingyan, and he had ended up sighing at a stock of Team 100 Blossoms branded royal jelly for 5 minutes straight. These two players both hesitated, giving Happy a chance. Concealed light summon swarmed them, Windward formation had hid who knows where and directly activated a death's door. Dawn Rifle and Chasing Haze also opened fire with powerful skills. Satellite beams descended from the sky, one each, making sure they wouldn't get off easily. Zhong Jiala and Yu Feng both felt very awkward about teaming up, but the situation was forcing their hand. There was no chance of cooperating with Happy even if they wanted to anymore. Their goal of coming here in the first place was to fight pro players for experience. Victory wasn't a goal, so they didn't need to plan. They didn't need any convoluted methods. All they had to do was simple: find an opponent and fight. Steamed Bun Invasion was still fighting Lin Jingyan's brawler. Soft Mist's battle with Sun Slong's battle mage was still raging on as well. Steamed Bun's fighting was natural to the point where a veteran like Lin Jingyan couldn't even figure it out. He was on the verge of wondering where all his years of experience as fighting as a brawler had gone. Tang Ru's fighting was fierce, especially since she knew that the person she was up against was the current #1 battle mage, one Autumn Leafs player, a guy who was arrogant to the point of immaturity. Therefore, she was at the peak of her ability, and her performance was far better than usual when she was dungeoning or peeking in the arena. Even so, that didn't mean the two managed to take the upper hand. It was just the way that they had each engaged their opponents with their own styles had taken the two off guard. Lin Jingyan and Sun Strong quickly managed to stabilize the situation. However, Steamed Bun and Tang Ru weren't normal players that they could defeat with ease. Victory was something they had to earn through care and strong focus. The battle between gods raged on and the guilds had no idea what to do. Tyrannical Ambition had originally wanted to charge in to steal the boss with Zhong Jiala, but ended up getting stopped by a Crimson Storm from Yu Feng's Berserker. After that, they saw Dazzling Spring jump out again and start entangling with Happy. Should they go for the boss, or help fight off Happy? As for Excellent Dynasty, Chen Yehue wanted to spit blood. Zhong Jiala, at least, showed that he still had a clear mind and intentions. As for their god Sun Swang, he had immediately entered combat upon seeing Happy and charged in to fight them without hesitation. Chen Youre wanted to cry. Excellent Dynasty hadn't won in the competition for bosses in a long time. He could clearly feel that Happy had made arrangements specifically to counter them. They were heading towards the state of a life and death struggle. Today, a god had uncharacteristically decided to help them, and Chen Youre was full of excited anticipation. Yet they met Happy the moment they came, and their god didn't want the boss, but Happy instead. Chen Youre wanted to bash his head against his keyboard and die. Vice Captain Xiao, look! Chen Youre was helpless, but it was a good thing that they had another god overseeing this, Xiaobie. Xiaobie was rather troubled by this as well. Ask Sun Strong to come back? He wasn't confident he could help Sun Strong defeat Happy. That would be spoiling him too much. Ignore Sun Strong and go for the boss? This? Sun Strong was their captain, their core, their ace. If they just tossed him aside, that didn't seem very appropriate. I'll go. Xiaobie didn't have a better plan of action. He could only go up there personally to try and snap Sun Strong out of it. Tang Ru was already having enough trouble dealing with Sun Strong alone. Her performance was at its peak, but it wasn't giving Sun Strong any obvious trouble. Tang Ru knew very well that her skill level wasn't near enough to defeat this person one-on-one. I think that's enough from you. Now it's my turn. At this moment, Sun Strong gave a battle cry and grasped an opening left in Tang Ru's barrage of attacks, about to counterattack. Boom! A sudden explosion struck them. Sun Strong hurriedly dodged, losing his chance to counterattack, vexed. Turning his view, he saw that it was Zhong Jiala's dazzling spring, fighting with a bunch of Happy's players with his 100 Blossoms style. Explosives flew everywhere, and one of them had rolled over, interrupting Sun Strong's plans. Without waiting for Sun Strong to begin cursing, Soft Mist's attacks came again, as furious as ever. Though she knew she wasn't as good as Sun Strong, was Tang Ru one to give up? Her fighting spirit was undying. Don't you know when to give up? Sun Strong hollered. He had obviously thought that Tang Ru would begin to feel helpless, begin to back down and accept defeat after being suppressed by his cream-of-the-crop skill. Yet she hadn't, not at all. Soft Mist's spear was as sharp as ever. An ant like you wants to move an elephant. Sun Strong mocked, preparing another powerful counterattack. Swoosh! The shockwaves from the downswing of a blade rolled over, and Sun Strong had to dodge once again, interrupting his counterattack. Who the F***CK? Sun Strong cursed first and asked questions later this time. Turning his view, he saw that it was a berserker from Blossom Valley, probably Yu Feng, who had escaped and counterattacked with a collapsing mountain and backwards jump, just brushing past Sun Strong's battle mage. He was standing just in range of the shockwaves from the impact. Yu Feng and Zhong Jiala's dazzling blossom stood one in the front and the other to the back, breaking out of Happy's encirclement together and accidentally messing up Sun Strong's pace. He could excuse it once, but if he didn't strike back the second time, then he wouldn't be himself. Sun Strong flicked the mouse in his right hand. His battle mage had already turned, his spear raised, and a tyrant's destruction was flung over. Yu Feng and Zhong Jiala really hadn't meant to do it on purpose, so they hadn't expected Sun Strong's attack. Unable to dodge the tyranny's destruction, Yu Feng's berserker took a direct hit. Xiaobie, who was bringing his character over, saw this and could only think one thing: he should just leave this guy and let him die. Stealing a boss, they couldn't even get around to just dealing with their mutual enemies, who would go around making more. People who made such provocations were asked to have everyone focus fire on them. However, a tyrant's destruction wasn't enough for Sun Strong to calm down, or maybe it was a habit of his, as a pro player, because one hit could always lead to a combo of N more. Sun Strong's battle mage had resolutely turned around, launching a fierce attack at Yu Feng's berserker. Happy was also very confused. Wasn't this guy their greatest enemy? Was he trying to join them now? Yu Feng didn't want to make more trouble, but how could he not strike back when someone attacked him like this? After hurriedly parrying Sun Strong's attack, he immediately countered. A wild blood strike sent Sun Strong backwards, and then several flashes of blade and blood were flung out at the pursuing members of Happy. The aura of the Alliance's first berserker was evident in these bloody attacks. Zhong Jiala's dazzling spring also turned back to return fire. He had finally realized that Happy was just here to cause trouble. If they weren't defeated, then it would be hard for them to steal the boss without further interruption. With Yufeng's sudden burst of attacks snatching back the upper hand, Zhong Jiala immediately turned to take this opportunity. Amongst the grand explosions, a blade flashed and a bloody aura struck. Even a top god like Sun Strong had been beaten back, never mind Happy's players. Everyone looked on with shock at the developing scene. Yi Xiao, Lin Jingyan, Wang Jieshi, a scene from the past surfaced in these experienced veterans' minds. Blossoms and blood? Wasn't this a nostalgic scene of the old Team 100 Blossom duo of a Spitfire and Berserker? Chapter 950. Blossoms and Blood Reappear. Blossoms and Blood. Back in the days, Team 100 Blossom's two gods had founded this signature playstyle. Sun Jiping's injury had forced him into retirement, and the playstyle vanished along with him. Though Team 100 Blossoms wished to recreate it, they could not find a suitable berserker who could partner with Zhong Jiala. In the end, the playstyle became a memory. Yi Xiao and these other older players had experienced Blossoms and Blood for themselves, so their impression of this playstyle was deeper. Team 100 Blossoms had invited the current number 1 berserker player, Yufeng, and picked up the former number 1 berserker character, Blossoming Chaos. In exchange, they gave up dazzling 100 Blossoms and built a new Spitfire character, Bright Blossoms, for Zhu Yuan. They wanted to recreate this former splendor. However, Team 100 Blossom did not perform well at the start of the season. Even though they gradually improved, the synergy between Yufeng and Zhu Yuan was still lacking in maturity, let alone replicating Team 100 Blossom's past glory. But in the game's heavenly domain, God Zhong Jiala, who had left Team 100 Blossoms for Team Tyranny, had allied together with the new core of Team 100 Blossoms, Yufeng, to recreate this scene. Yi Xiao and the other gods saw it first. Then, the Blossom Valley players followed. Blossom Valley's elite troops didn't lack older fans. Their accomplishments in glory couldn't match those of pro players, so their reaction was a half-beat slower. However, they quickly realized it. That familiar scene before them was the Blossoms and Blood from their memories. Before Blossom Valley's old fans could become excited, they saw clearly how this scene had been revived. Their hearts immediately shattered like broken vases, and they experienced the joys and sorrows of life. Zhong Jiala! Why did you leave? A heart-wrenching shout suddenly erupted from Blossom Valley. This Blossoms and Blood scene had awakened their deepest memories. In the end, it was because they couldn't let go of Zhong Jiala that they complained about his choice to join Team Tyranny. If Zhong Jiala had stayed with Team 100 Blossoms, with Yufeng, couldn't the long-awaited Blossoms and Blood return? The battlefield instantly fell silent. A weep followed this heart-wrenching shout. No one could tell if the person was a guy or girl, but at this moment, his or her emotions had gone out of control. Zhong Jiala stood still. He had just realized that he and Yufeng had never practiced together before or communicated with each other, yet they were still able to reproduce a Blossoms and Blood. Their experience, awareness, and skill had reached a certain level, allowing for this to happen. However, it wasn't intentional, so if the two immediately tried to replicate it, it might not happen again. But while those at a pro level could understand this reasoning, normal players wouldn't care. When they saw the Blossoms and Blood again, they felt even more anguished at Zhong Jiala's departure. The bitterness in their heart only deepened because they knew that even if there were people who had lost control of their emotions from their hearts being crushed, it would not change reality. Zhong Jiala was no longer a member of Team 100 Blossoms. The previous Blossoms and Blood was simply an illusion. It would not appear in Team 100 Blossoms this season. Everyone could understand the emotions felt by Team 100 Blossoms fans, which was why the battlefield suddenly fell into silence. They were all glory players. They laughed, cried, and argued over the same things. Sympathy came about just that easily. Regardless, what's past is past. Someone suddenly said from beside Dazzling Spring. Zhong Jiala turned around and saw Yi Xiu's Lord Grim.
Yes.
Zhong Jiala suddenly smiled. The feeling of guilt in his heart had truly been incomparably intense. He had even felt the urge to retire again, but even if he did, what would come of it? The past was the past. He could never go back. If he could, Zhong Jiala would have gone back in time to Season 5. He wouldn't have allowed Sun Jiping's injury flare up. Perhaps Team 100 Blossoms would have become the champions that year. That might even have been the start of Team 100 Blossoms' reign. But it was such a pity. What's past is past. His choice had been the result of being careful and being careful again. Why should he regret it? Why should he shrink back again? He had already retired cowardly once. Why did such a thought appear again? Running away definitely wasn't the solution. Zhong Jiala let out a sigh. This time, he had decided. Dazzling Spring lifted his hand. Bang! Yu Feng's berserker was shot in the head at near point-blank range. We're enemies now, Zhong Jiala said calmly. Thanks. Yu Feng actually said thanks towards this attack because he knew very well that after this shot, he truly became Team 100 Blossoms' core. The illusion left in the hearts of Team 100 Blossoms fans had finally been shattered by this one shot. They would no longer feel regret or reminiscent of him. Only resentment would remain in their hearts. You're welcome. Yu Feng didn't think Zhong Jiala would actually reply to his thanks as if it were the proper thing to do. Good luck. Don't disappoint them, Zhong Jiala said. This guy. Did he intentionally shoot me? Yu Feng was astonished because he had realized that Zhong Jiala had intentionally been ruthless, breaking off the last bit of feelings that the fans of Team 100 Blossoms had for him. Seizing this opportunity, he pushed Yu Feng into the light, letting him become the new hope for Team 100 Blossoms fans. Yu Feng didn't think that in this type of situation, he would receive the trust from Team 100 Blossoms' true key figure. This was not something a contract would give him. This method was too cruel though. Before Yu Feng could say anything, the players from Blossom Valley had exploded. Zhong Jiala's shot severed all relationships with them. His declaration of "we're enemies now" made them completely furious. They were no longer weeping. At this moment, they only desired to fight. What wild boss! What uncommon materials! To hell with it! They had once revered the guy in front of him like a god. Now, he had become their greatest enemy. They needed to teach this guy a lesson no matter what. The players from Blossom Valley threw themselves at him. Their fear towards the gods? It didn't exist anymore. Dazzling Spring lifted up his arm and gripped his gun tightly, facing these Blossom Valley players, but the pro players discovered that even though Dazzling Spring aimed his gun towards them, he couldn't fire it. Just lifting the gun wasn't something done to attack. Yu Feng, who was closest to him, obviously understood this even better. Although he knew that these were all moves benefiting his future, his blood was boiling. He wanted to stop everything from continuing. However, facing the turbulent Blossom Valley group, would they listen to his explanation? Crimson Storm. At this moment, a powerful berserker skill was unleashed. The storm crashed into Blossom Valley, stopping their momentum. But these Blossom Valley players weren't as rational as those tyrannical ambition players, who had been cut off by Yu Feng. Those who were hit by the attack fell, but those who didn't ignore the damage and continued to charge towards Zhong Jiala's Dazzling Spring. Then, they heard sounds of a great sword slashing in unbroken succession. A figure had stepped in front of Dazzling Spring. Wild Blood Strike, Whirlwind Strike, and the new skill, Absolute Storm, cut towards Blossom Valley, instantly clearing them away. That player pointed his greatsword to his side. The blood-soaked sword had completely lost its original luster. He did not turn his head and simply asked, "What are you afraid of? Another summer of sleep?" Everyone saw this berserker's ID. But who was this? Everyone immediately identified this player's guild. Heavenly Justice? Team Heavenly Swords had a berserker, and that berserker was Team Heavenly Swords' owner. His status was extremely high. To become a pro player meant his own skill level couldn't be lacking, but placed on this battlefield, Lu Guaning's status as a pro player wasn't anything to blink at. Apart from the players from Team Happy, all of the pro players were all-stars. Sun Slong and Xiao Shiqin simply weren't chosen this year due to special circumstances. If they were still in the alliance, those two would undoubtedly have been chosen as all-stars.
Was this berserker, who forcefully put himself in the spotlight, Heavenly Sword's Lu Guaning?
The pro players at the scene didn't think so. They weren't looking down on Lu Guaning. Bullying normal players didn't require that much skill. However, every player had their own aura. Team Heavenly Swords had been in the alliance for half a year now. All of the teams had an idea what Lu Guaning's berserker was like. Even though Team Heavenly Swords was a new team, their momentum was like a torrential rush. All of the teams took precautions against this new team. They had thoroughly done their research on Team Heavenly Swords. After half a year, all of them had a good grasp of Team Heavenly Sword's strength. This Another Summer of Sleep's playstyle was much more wild and violent compared to Lu Guaning's.
It couldn't be that he suddenly became extremely arrogant as soon as he came to the game, right?
Who are you? Zhong Jiala was shocked. No one could be more familiar with such a wild and violent berserker playstyle than him. If you've already decided to say goodbye to the past, why is there still a thread of weakness remaining in your heart? Another Summer of Sleep still didn't turn his head.
I was just...
Get rid of all those distracting thoughts. Another Summer of Sleep raised his blood-soaked sword again and pointed it at Blossom Valley.
Oh?
With you? Zhong Jiala said. Sure. The newcomer didn't mind. You're still so crazy. Zhong Jiala felt moved. He already knew who this newcomer was. He was the other dependable and beloved god of Team 100 Blossoms. Now, he had pulled out his blade, ready to fight with his former fans. Zhong Jiala couldn't help but feel a ripple spread in his heart. This was exactly something his former partner would do. Right now the person who needs to go crazy isn't me, but you. Sun Shuping said. Okay. I'm here. Dazzling Spring stepped forward. He didn't only lift up his gun. This time, he truly attacked. Gunshots, explosions, sword slashes. Blossoms and blood.